Oh. I couldn't stay last night because I got a bad headache, and then it was still here this morning. It's still a little bit here. I don't know why, but. Yeah, apparently right after I went to sleep, dipshit QC fucking smashes Forson's record. Unbelievable. Right after I go to sleep.
Yes! Yes!
What a loser. I can't believe it didn't watch the whole 60 minutes. No, why do I care? What? Forson.
Zoomer Slowloliolo leveled up. Bastion of Sebastian.
Oh! Okay. Oh!
Yeah. Naturally, you fucking pussy bitch.
What do you mean with a mom and dad?
Yeah. Yeah, take the condom look off my head. Yeah. Yeah.
Step bro and step sis.
Oh, yeah. Naturally, you fucking pussy bitch.
Hell yeah. I see we have a fellow starting strength bro in the tub. Amen, brothers. Alright, where are we? New York protests going so far. Oh, didn't we watch this yesterday? Oh my god. I think my mouse is starting to do the scroll up thing again.
Carne asada, ¿sí o qué? Mames, güey, el lunes. Ay, güey, somos regios, ¿qué tiene? Vamos a ver. Orillas del río Bravo. ¡Ah, perro!
What the fuck?
Güey, vente, vamos a hacer una carne asada, ¿sí o qué? Mames, güey, el lunes. Ay, güey, somos regios, ¿qué tiene? Vamos a ver. Orillas del río Bravo. ¡Ah!
The more that I think about it, I think I can be persuaded off this, okay? I think I can. I feel like Mexican food might be the best food. It feels like they take a simplicity of ingredients, and they can make so many different awesome things. I don't know, man. There are so many good things. Enchiladas are good. All the different types of burritos and tacos, the Mexican pizzas you can make. Fuck. I just feel like Mexican food is so fucking good. A lot of it is portable. It's not very hard to cook. It's not like super sophisticated.
You're being insane.
Why? Oh, you don't like Mexican food. That's because you're Swedish.
It doesn't taste like anything.
You're giving the worst food take than.
Spiced chicken. No spice. Just spicy. No spices. Doesn't taste like anything. If you don't like spicy, you can't fucking eat Mexican food because it doesn't taste
It's
like
not all
anything.
spicy. It doesn't have to be spicy.
Yeah, but then it tastes like nothing.
No, that's not true. It'll taste
There's
like.
not even like there's no spices
There-
unless it's spicy.
Okay.
Watch it.
Fucking watch it.
Watch it. Steven, your abuse is sick.
Watch
You
it.
don't say that Mexican food
Fucking
is the best food.
watch it.
Watch it.
Stop.
Asian food is the best food.
Why don't you
Dumplings.
be somebody worthy
Dumplings.
of being a wife?
Soup, dumplings.
You know how we're gonna get through this? Hard work and discipline. Okay? Discipline. Discipline, no. Discipline. No! You don't have any discipline. Do you understand what I'm saying? Say it. Say, I'll be a wife worthy of being a wife. Say that.
Raper. How's that feel, okay? How's that feel, Steve?
What the hell?
Dumplings, best food.
Yeah?
And
Seb.
pancakes.
Pancakes are good.
The G-Star has beacon you record again. XQCL. So you know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
Time for punishment. For being a dirty little loser.
Oh my god! No! Please, no.
So fucking unlucky.
Game banning Vatikus.
Why are we-
Unlucky.
Game banning.
Jesus.
Said his behavior was unlawful and was threatening revenge porn. He called linked me a YouTube with a man yelling the F word over and over. So first off, that did not happen. What I did do though,
Oh, is he actually getting into protracted conflict with the Nina girl? Bro, you can't take her seriously. She's actually an insanely schizo person. Is everybody supposed to do it tomorrow? I think it's tonight. What a... I think between the article I read from Ayla and the conversation I had last night, I think all I'm trying to help you guys realize is how to see if you're in an abusive situation, okay? Okay, I'm running through one night of this, and then I'm doing emails and stuff. This is gonna be a boring stream today, okay? Talking about the frame control article? Yes. I still need to do emails and messages because I went right to sleep last night. Did I miss a Grace interview? Oh, you missed everything last night, okay. I think we have that debate tonight with them, but... Wow, nice, dude. Walk up first, really. Was the original Halo trilogy story even compelling? I was a huge nerd. I actually read all three of the, there were 3 Halo books, I think. Was Fall of Reach the last one? I don't remember. I read those. Those were kind of cute. And in terms of the Halo games, I only played up to 2. The ending of Halo 2 pissed me off so much, I just like lost all interest. I actually got so triggered. Seen Ben and Vosh's chat? Yeah, I'm good on that. I think I'm... I'm like House, okay? Once I've solved the puzzle, I'm ready to move on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How? Bro, how can you miss so many times? Okay. And now you hit like all of those somehow. Good job. Good one, dude. After this crowded debate, will you still mess with the Thorpes? I imagine I'll see him on like debate panels and stuff. The Grace girl has perms. I mean, I think she's interesting enough to have around and do stuff, but I probably won't be like hardcore debating their like family dynamics or whatever. Plus 25% dodge. Is the sharp debate actually happening this time? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, that's gonna be annoying as fuck to get to. You broke her condition and she asked you for help. Would you help her leave her dad? That's a really hard one. That's a lot of responsibility. I don't know if I could. Because I'd be essentially, not to sound mean, but I'd be essentially taking on like another child. That's like a lot of. You talked to Alex about Thorpe. Does he have any thoughts on the family dynamic? Who's Alex? Oh, playing with fire, that guy? Does he have strong opinions about them or something? Nice. What camera equipment are you ordering? I don't know. We'll see later today when I actually get around to ordering it. Boom. Nice. He's interacting with Hormaxer quite a bit. Hormaxer is somebody different. Andrew Tate responded to your podcast. You mean Tristan Tate? Oh, he said he didn't know who this girl was, and then he's like, oh yeah, she's some whore. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from this. Did you see this? Oh, Muda. Wait, this is Muda, right? Oh, no, never mind.
I want to show you guys something really cool. This is
oh, no,
Star
it is. Yeah.
Wars again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the bad performance aside, there's a mod that just came out. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm still getting 44 frames, right? Now, thank God there's a mod that puts DLSS frame generation in. So as soon as you click it, bam, it goes right up to 91. There's some visual artifacting, but holy fuck, you can play the game now. God damn, thank you, modding community. Alright, so I want to show you guys something really cool. This is Star Wars again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the bad performance.
How are people so collectively deluded? Meanwhile, in the real world. What?
Yo, Steven.
Is that Darius?
Yeah, I'm not memeing. I have a question.
I can't. This is what you sound like. What is it? I don't even know. Are you using a real microphone right now, or are you just like screaming into a wire?
Is it better now?
It's barely. What's up?
Okay. Relatively. Okay, so with these people, it's pretty wild. But all this stuff with the Grace family, it seems pretty like, I don't know. It seems pretty like normal toxic behavior, except it's kind of just like online. Is it like a bad thing to us platform them or whatever, like put them on things? It seems like they're really like hungry for attention, and that's like the weirdest thing out of all of them. But like all this stuff is pretty like I don't know. I grew up pretty poor. I met a lot of like really weird families where like the mom was, this usually was happening like with the mom, where like the mom would say everything bad about the dad or whatever, or it'd be like relatively just like abusive shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it doesn't seem like, as like people are acting like this is like super crazy and weird stuff, but I don't feel like it's like
have you ever seen the movie Good Time?
Yes, it's my favorite movie. One of my favorite movies.
Okay. That's the I think that it's hard to explain this, but like I think I don't even necessarily disagree with what you're saying, But I think that normal people have a really hard time understanding how fucked life is for fucked people. That like they think that like you kind of go home to a house and maybe you like just don't get as big of a meal that night, but like fucked houses and fucked families are really fucked and everything is fucked. So I kind of agree with you. But I will say one thing, like people that are attention hungry or after attention, this family obviously wants a lot, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just your goal to figure out like how much you're willing to accept, right? Like Lav, for instance, I think was somebody that liked a lot of attention on my stream, but I like having her around and arguing with her was fun, and like you know, like I was getting something out of it too, right? So yeah, I mean, like there are going to be some people that want to be on areas for attention and stuff, but that's not like the worst thing in the world. You just have to be cognizant of that, I guess. You know.
Yeah, because it's like I like memeing around, I like joking around with Grace, and we had her on stream before, and it was like fun, and she's like a funny person. But it seems like her dad like hardcore wants her to keep like getting bigger, so that way he gets bigger. And then her dad, I don't know, I'm not like friends with her dad or anything, but her dad seems kind of fucking weird. And like even like with me like fucking around with her, I'm like it's kind of like supporting him in a way, and I'm just like this is like I don't know, it just feels weird. Like I said, I think their stuff is just like weird family shit that's pretty normal.
Well,
but it's like I don't.
Weird, you have to be careful when you say like weird and normal. There are some things that are like weird and normal. Like rape culture in the United States is pretty normal. But just because something is normal doesn't mean it's okay or should necessarily be supported. So just like be careful with that.
Yeah, but it's like if you have friends around that are like if you, like everyone has like friends that are kind of like misogynistic or whatever, right? And they're like you know what I mean? It's like it's weird, but it's a normal thing to like have these like it's not like we're.
Yeah, sure, but I would say that like the dynamics here are probably a little bit beyond just like a little bit of misogyny. But that's just my feeling on it.
Really, it seems unless like there's like sexual stuff going on, which I don't know. When I looked at it, it doesn't seem like there's anything like sexual going on. It's just like really weird, like over like dad that has like mama. What's it called? Like daddy's girl behavior. Like it just seems like
The biggest red flags for me personally are anytime somebody is starting to get pulled away from any sort of other environment, like any other people, then I think stuff gets really weird. So like her dropping out of high school as a junior, her going away and live, like stuff like dropping out of high school, like that type of stuff are big red flags for me. But I mean, hey, listen, it's your life. Do what you want to do.
Okay. I didn't even know that you dropped out of school. Okay, that's fucking okay. I thought it was just literally like it's just like pick a side type shit, like when like your parents separate and you gotta pick your mommy or your daddy, and then like you end up with one of them, and then you're just like getting told by the other side that you're picking a bunch of evil things. Okay, never mind then.
Okay, be careful, buddy.
Hey,
what's up, buddy?
Hey, you wanted to chat about the debate or like tonight?
Yeah, sure. Do you think? Yeah, I don't even know what else should we talk about.
I feel so. I didn't know what your position was. I finally like watched it today, and I think we basically arrived at the same conclusion, which is that it's really hard to tell much about a relationship from 3 minutes. But obviously, the video like looks bad. Like obviously, it looks bad. That's why it's released.
And neither side, especially Crowder, there's a couple aspects that are hard for me, but I know this because of the way that I am. It's very. I think sometimes it can be very attractive to. Well, hold on, fuck. Oh God, 1 sec. I'm sorry. I'm just waking up. My brain just like fucking completely fried itself.
You're good.
It's hard to tell what's going on in the relationship, but there's still like behavior that's being exhibited that's clearly not good,
unhealthy. Yeah, and
regardless of what. Right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, the problem with public perception is like you can see something that's toxic and call it toxic, but then when does it become abuse? And that's like a much more trickier. I don't know. When do you think like toxic behaviors become explicit abuse?
Abuse has like become such like a common lexicon word that doesn't really mean much anymore. Like I think people want abuse to be worse than being mean, right? So it seems like today we use abuse to mean really mean. That's what it feels like. In my personal opinion, stuff is like abuse, or it rises to the level of abuse where it's really bad. When a party has some sort of like attachment or power-ish position over the other party such that it compromises their ability to leave. So like, if I go out in public,
situation might actually be indicative. That was the main flag.
Or just
like, why is there only one car? That's strange. But who knows? Maybe they do have two cars and it's just weird.
True. But any extended fighting between family members can very quickly rise to the level of abuse, though, even if it's not necessarily like super abusive behavior, just because the ability for parties to leave is way different, you know? Like if I go out to the hallway in my apartment complex and some guy just walks up and slaps me, like it's not really abuse, it's some dude being an asshole. But if me or Melina did the exact same behavior to each other, well, we're in a relationship, so we have stronger ties to each other. So there's like a much higher threshold for pain and fucked up shit before they leave. And I think that's kind of the abuse zone, you know?
Right. Yeah, like I feel like this is kind of like the tricky thing of like something can be abusive, but the relationship dynamic may or may not be abusive. You know, like an abusive behavior can occur.
Yeah.
Right. And I think in the video we see a couple of behaviors that I would be like, yeah, these are probably like abusive behaviors. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we've now established a pattern. And the problem is like privately, I personally like, I'm not going to be surprised to find out that Stephen Carter's like not exactly the best partner. That wouldn't shock me. But
yeah, I think based on what we're seeing, it's like I think that's like the higher probability goes towards that for sure. But there's also like an extra special, like everything is extraordinary, right? He's a super huge online figure that probably works more and does a lot. Like everything is extraordinary about their relationship too. So it's hard to say definitively, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And but I mean, you and I are going to be arguing against people who think it's definitively not abuse, I think, right? And it's just like...
Did you listen to any of my conversation with her about that?
I didn't, no. I listened to clips.
Gotcha.
But not
so
much.
her argument essentially boils down to, and her argument is going to be exactly the same as her father's argument. I already know this for a fact, 1,000,000%.
Yes.
Her argument essentially boils down to things like tone can't be abusive and that he just wants her to be a better wife and that's what he's asking for. That's essentially their argument.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So like they're taking like the opposite view of like everyone else, where it's like 3 minutes is enough to know definitively that it is not abuse. In fact, what he's asking for is reasonable and she might be the abuser.
Exactly. Yes. Actually, yes. You're saying that like sarcastically, but that is exactly going to be their position. Yeah. That she's probably the one that's abusive because she's trying to be conflict avoidant and that he's probably just trying to solve problems in the relationship. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about the Thorpes being, I think Darius was talking about this. I didn't catch what you guys were originally talking about, but how do you feel about the Thorpes being in the space in general? Whatever you are comfortable saying, I guess.
Yeah, I'll say whatever. I mean, I've already been pretty public about everything. I mean, like, I mean, I've had my huge conversations with them both now. I mean, I think the dynamic is super not good. But I mean, it's very interesting. So that's about where my interest starts to stop. Yeah. It was interesting at least. But I mean, like now they're fixtures. They argue with people. I can understand people being uncomfortable with them being there. But I guess like, what does that mean? Like, are we to expel people from the space if we feel like the dynamic is unhealthy, or like what is the standard by which you would like excise those people from the space if you wanted to? I'm curious what somebody would say to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is that like every single person's going to have a subjective feeling about like what is excisable, and they are not going to maintain that line as soon as money is offered.
Yeah,
probably 80% of the time, anyways.
Yeah,
which is super cringe. Did you see though the video with like the dad like encouraging her to like do like sexy dancing for the chat and stuff like that?
I think I did. Yeah, I had like a 1 to 3 hour conversation last night with both of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm basing most of my stuff on. But I watched a lot of parts of that video. I don't know if I got through the whole thing or not. But then I've also seen a lot of other clips and stuff too. I think I have a pretty good understanding of of like the worst stuff that has been online of them. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, that makes sense.
Why? What do you feel? Share your thoughts. What do you think?
About the Thorpes?
Sure, or about them being in the space or whatever. Yeah.
It's always this weird tension that I have in the space constantly that I haven't fully solved, which is like, what do I do about people that I think are like probably toxic, unhealthy, and the space is like
capitalizing off of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
What do I do about that? I don't tell people what to do with their platforms. That's like a really hard rule I have. Like, people get to do whatever they want.
Sure,
but I don't know what I want to do about it.
Yeah, I'm asking, what do you think should be done though? Like in your ideal world, like what do you think is the moral or ethical thing? Obviously, you think people should do whatever they want. Yeah, boring. We know, we got that. What do you think was the right thing to do though?
Oof, you just want me to get some salacious talking points right before I debate these people.
I'm just curious what your actual thoughts are.
You know that they're listening and they're going to be like, so erudite, you think that we're bad and we shouldn't be platformed.
They literally both screamed at me last night for trying to out them or whatever, so that we're already going in like very heated. So
something about their dynamic between Grace and Ben specifically gives me like major
Don't.
ick.
Oh, you said that word. God, why is everybody saying that fucking word now? but yeah, okay. It's like the new it's like the female word of the week is that fucking
Yeah,
ick
I'm
word.
a white girl.
Yeah,
Eat it.
Clearly, I
Eat
see
it.
that. Yeah,
Weak
okay.
Destiny, okay? It is what it is.
Yeah,
I don't know. Their dynamic feels really pernicious. My like the group that I care most about working with is like high risk youth and teens.
Yeah.
I know. And I have a really hard time watching like the parental dynamic between the two. I know that she's not a teen anymore. I believe she's an adult and stuff like that, so I understand. She's 19, right? 18, 19?
She's 20, but she's been kind of like with him since she was like 14 or 15, basically, right?
I know. I'm just putting the caveat of like I'm aware that she's technically legal, so I'm not saying like anything like
Jesus Christ, we don't have to phrase it that way. Oh my God. But okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. You're talking to me though, so everybody to me under 30 is a child. Wait, how old are you again?
I'm 29.
Yeah, everybody under 29 to me is a child, so you know, you're all good. You're all good. We're all good calling them kids here.
Wait, so am I a child to you?
No, I just said under 29.
Oh, under 20. Oh, so I'm good.
Yeah, you're good.
Whew, that's good. All right, I don't need to delete all of our DMs. That's good to know.
Yeah. Did you ever read? I'm so curious. Ayla has some article that she's written called Frame Control. Have you ever read that article before?
Yeah, I read like probably 50% of it. I thought it was super interesting. I really, really liked it.
I think it's an attempt to put to paper, like word to paper, to describe the weird ways that people can kind of like
mind fucking.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, I thought it was brilliant because like I thought of every one of the kids that I've worked with being like, oh my gosh, this is such a good way to explain why these dynamics are so pernicious and like lead to so many like complicated psychological effects. Yeah, I did read it. It was super interesting. And so like in the Grace Ben dynamic, I can't get away from seeing that. But the problem is that like now you're in a public space, right? Like if I'm working professionally or I'm just like a private citizen individual, I can like have these thoughts and feelings and kind of be like, yeah, I think there's some weird sussy shit and I don't know like how healthy that relationship is. But now in like a public dynamic, there's like this tension of like how much is performative. Well, they claim they love the Schrodinger's meme of being like, oh, it's all just yokes. It's all just yoking. And it's just like, how much of it actually is yoking? And even if it is just yokes, it probably still isn't appropriate at times.
I mean, apparently there are like criminal records for these people and stuff. So it's not, if it's yokes, they're very, very, very committed to the act.
I didn't know about what are the criminal records?
Fuck, I should have looked these up. But I think that dad got arrested once for something related to, was it like assault and battery or something? Or some domestic dispute? There are a couple criminal records I've been linked. Some for like delinquent payments on apartments and dumb shit. But yeah, I'd have to check.
Yeah, and so like I don't know, it's really, especially when you have like an individual, like say we like take the worst case and we believe that like Grace is like the victim of like basically long-term domestic and like familial abuse or like whatever like that. It's really hard to talk to the individuals when they're 20 now, but they're still in it. So like say we assume the worst case scenario, and I'm not saying that this is true, obviously. It's Grace's thoughts and feelings about the situation still matter to some extent. And so you get into these like really dicey situations. I remember I had a client who was like basically pimped by her boyfriend for 3 years straight. And for the first year and a half, no social worker could do anything about it because she just like was on his side, even though he was like physically assaulting her. Like it was an awful, awful, horrible, like extreme situation. And there was nothing anybody could do. So that by the time, like, unfortunately, because she kept defending him originally, by the time she was trying to get out, there were so many cases where like charges were attempted to be filed and then she redacted it, that now like the police like weren't really buying into her story because she had been like denying it for so long. And so it just like creates this like super mindfucky situation that society is not ready to deal with. Like professionals barely know how to deal with this, let alone like fucking social media.
Something that I thought was really interesting. I did a lot of research for going over the Andrew Tate stuff, just like on sex trafficking and pimping and everything in general. And it feels like there's a lot of crossover between how pimps operate and how people in abusive relationships operate. And that when people imagine abusive relationships, they typically think of things as just being horrible and bad all the time. But that doesn't work, because if that was the case, then nobody would stay in an abusive relationship. They would just leave. That the highs and lows, or the abuser identifying some really key thing that the abusee, the victim, is lacking, and being able to fulfill those needs some of the times is like the most important part to keeping somebody sticking around in those relationships. Yeah.
Right. Well, they target individuals who, by and large, have been completely, wholly, and utterly neglected by society. They usually target people whose parents were awful. And so even if somebody is just nice 30% of the time, for those people, that's 30% more kindness than they've ever experienced, right? Like that's like the sad, tragic reality. Really interesting stuff that like would come up like in my addiction work was like, we had to do a lot of grief work with clients about leaving their abusive exes and their drug of choice. There's like mixed grief in both of these things. And one of the biggest predictors of like whether or not clients would relapse is whether or not they went back to their abusive ex-boyfriend, which it occurred like at an insanely high rate, right? And so like that's what like makes all these like situations so much more complicated, is that like when you're trying to determine, professionally especially, whether abuse is occurring, you have to both simultaneously take the victim at their word and not at their word, right? And like in all directions, right? So you have to both believe them when they say that things are bad, but then when they're saying things aren't bad, you have to try to look in and verify like, okay, are they actually not bad now? Has he actually gone to anger management and improved? Or are you just saying that? Are you just in the honeymoon phase?
Yeah.
And social media is just not obviously at all ready to. I mean, nobody has. I don't know. I've been mind blown with like the level of like my normie brain has been blown. Not that I'm a normie really anymore, but I like people's inability to like interact with complicated, sophisticated social interactions well.
Sure.
Such as the Stephen Crowder situation.
Yeah, I really wonder sometimes. It's hard because I have to maintain firmness in my beliefs while also being receptive to being wrong. Because like a lot of people will say things like very commonly people say things like, oh, like these types of fights never happen. Things will never look this way. This is totally abnormal. And like I can think of a lot of situations where I've seen fights like this, not necessarily as bad as the Crowder ones, but then I kind of have to wonder, well, do people not realize what they look like at their worst, and they're dramatically like overrating like what they think their fights look like? Or is it just the case that I've just ran into like insane situation after insane situation all throughout my life, and I have no idea what like normal conflict resolution looks like? Yeah. And then I think to like all the millennials and everybody I know, it's funny, I always think back to this whenever people are talking to like porn stars and shit. They always say like, oh, like porn stars come from broken families and they've got a lot of issues with their parents. And it's like, I'm a millennial. I feel like every single person I know has a lot of issues with their parents. Like it's pretty rare that people are like, oh yeah, if I ask somebody like, oh, what's like your family and everything, like, oh, I love my mom and dad, we got along super well and everything went great. That feels like a very minority answer. Like I don't hear that very often. Even if that is the majority answer, I don't hear it very often, you know?
Right. And that's probably caused by two things, which is like, I do think that people like with common experiences collect together. And so like the person you're more likely to be drawn to worldview wise, even if you don't realize it, might be because like, right, I look at my friends, almost all of my friends have a really messed up relationship with their parents, except for literally one of my best friends, like only one of like 5 girls that I'm really, really close to.
Sure.
But when I was working at like the treatment center, I met like 8 staff that spent every weekend with their parents and had an excellent relationship. And I was like, wait, like these people do exist. But the problem is that like when I talk to them, I don't know, there's no common language, right? Like if I make an edgy joke about like my parents being messed up or something, they just think it's weird and they're like uncomfortable and they're like, haha, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's probably selection bias going on. But also there's like the creep of like, we're realizing more and more what unhealthy parenting looks like. But also as like the world gets better, unhealthy parenting, like the bar for what is considered unhealthy is steadily increasing as well. At least I think so. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because we're being judged like every single individual moment now is being seen under a microscope. So whereas before we might have had a little bit more tolerance or wiggle room for some unhealthy behavior, now any unhealthy behavior is being used to define an entire relationship because it's being like publicized and thrown online and everything.
Yeah, but also the world's just getting better. And so like when the world, like well, not the whole world, but like North America, like our crime rates are decreasing. So like when everything in society is steadily increasing, the bar for like what is now considered unhealthy is probably higher than it was in like the 40s, because in the 40s there was like questions about like, you know, the Maslow's needs questions of like home and food. Not as much in like the 40s, obviously. Well, kind of in the war, but yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Sometimes I just quoted this the other day. Do you remember The Dark Knight Rises when Bane says to Batman, like, victory has defeated you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes that about a lot of our social problems, where we're kind of like victims of our own success. Like the biggest things we're dealing with right now are trans issues, and it's like the end of the world because of that. But in reality, like maybe that means it's because we've gotten past so many other types of things that now we kind of have, it sounds bad, but we have like the luxury to fixate on these problems, you know?
Yeah, that's just super interesting. I was talking about this. I wasn't connecting to this thought, but I wonder if you think that they're related. I was talking to my chat the other day about like extremes, because they're like, why does everyone just always have to talk about extremes? And I'm like, that's because like mostly we've figured out all the stuff in between. Like we've got a fair bit of consensus about like, yeah, you should like probably let private individuals mostly do what they want, but like also probably don't treat people like shit. And it's only like extreme circumstances that are still like super gray and we don't really know what to do with.
Yeah, this is generally what I say about things related to like feminism and everything, right? Like when people say like feminism has run its course, I mean, to some extent, they're kind of right. Like, we don't really have people saying that, like, you're a woman, you can't do math and science. Like, those people don't really exist anymore. Now the ways that these manifest are far more subtly, and they require a more subtle approach, right? It's one of the reasons why I get really mad. Like, we're not really truly lynching black people in the United States anymore. That doesn't really happen. Even as the KKK was falling, the amount of lynchings were, like, in the double digits or single digits in some of their later years of being the most active. Like, so that's more or less solved. So then we talk about things like systemic or structural racism, which is good, but now people's conceptions of systemic or structural racism are like, oh, all of the cops individually are each racist. And it's like, well, that's probably not true, right? That's not even what systemic racism means, but like we've got this very crude and rudimentary definition of it because we're trying to like, I don't know, think it's as bad as it used to be 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years ago. And yeah.
Do you think though that like it's possible that we're somewhat like rolling back on stuff? Like when I see like, I don't really think that Pearl is as like going to be effective in the zeitgeist as like some people are worried that she will, right? Because she's like the one championing things like women shouldn't vote, like really like women are worse at math and science. Like she has those takes.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's going to become more popularized, or do you think that that's just like going to be over pretty quick? Do you think there's a shift, a snap right that's occurring, essentially?
Maybe like a little bit, but I don't think... I would be surprised if it was like a huge thing that's like here to stay. But I guess we'll find out, huh? Right.
What do you think would be required in like American's democratic system for like a major snap right to occur?
I feel like challenging people's like very fundamental epistemic beliefs will do it. I think like the trans stuff has the capability of breaking people's minds, because some of the ways that that's being pushed are so extreme that it's going to cause... Actually, you know what? I think the biggest thing that will cause a snap, I think, would be a platform like Rumble or Kick getting big. Because right now, even though conservatives have ideas that are not like really mainstream-ish, like, and when I say mainstream, I mean like not accepted on the social media platforms, they don't really have a place to gather and express those. But I think that if a platform like Rumble or Kick starts growing, and now conservatives have a place where they can go, make a living, start doing a lot of content, and it's not just hidden or tucked away where nobody can see it, I think that's going to cause, when that moment happens, it's going to be a really rapid acceleration in crazy opposite directions, because because now they're gonna have a safe space, they're not gonna have to hide anymore, and it's gonna get insane, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the constant question I have in the back of my mind, which is like did the left win this? Like the left did win the culture war, but did they win it because they won it, or did they win it because they like shut everyone up who disagreed with them?
Yeah, that
and, like,
one.
It's probably it's probably a bit of both, but the problem is like how much did we shut up, and like if they finally like figure out their shit to like let their kids do art, like what?
I think,
you know.
Yeah, I think the issue too is that, God, did you watch Lance on Tim Pool? Yeah, like there's an issue
Did I
that you
maid-
run into.
Did I sign up for maid immediately after? Yes, I did.
There's an issue that people are running into where like the conversations are so like in their own bubbles right now that when people try to step outside of their bubbles and have those conversations, it's agonizing. And watching Lance like die in that conversation so many different times, it like became so obvious that he's never spoken to anybody with even like a bit of disagreement with him in his entire life. Jesus, that was insane to watch.
Yeah, it was a really good example of like what happens when you like in group so hard that you like forget that an out group even exists.
Yeah.
And you like circle jerk yourself into positions that are like when he said a woman is an adult human female, I just.
And you know the saddest thing is that he rehearsed that. You know he was really excited to go in on that too, right? Because he was drinking water. He leaned over, he raised his head, and then he like put his hand up, and he was like, "Oh, I can answer that." And it was like, "Oh God."
Well, I think that's like so. I was in a debate the other day. It was like much smaller, but it was a debate where like we were talking. Of course, inevitably is about politics, which means it was only about trans people because that's all politics is today. And it like they were talking about basically gender affirming care and whether things like a breast surgery for a cis woman is like gender affirming care.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I feel like we should really separate these things. Like
like
it's pretty
it
clear
is
what
in a
we
way
mean
it's
by
gender
affirming. Yeah, but
in a
not
way
in
it's
the way
gender
we mean
affirming
when
but
we say gender affirming care, not in the way we mean politically.
yeah, not to a different gender, right?
Yeah, and so what happened is that I was fighting like the leftoids and like the left-leaning people and the right-leaning people because they were all just agreeing that gender shouldn't exist, that like at all, gender should just be eroded, everything's the same. Like it was just insane. Like the leftoids were just agreeing with the conservatives that gender affirming care basically should be for anyone, including cis people, and it doesn't like matter. It was just wild.
Yeah, they were basically taking the trans stuff and turning it into like a cosmetic discussion, essentially.
Yes, literally. They're like, it's just an aesthetic, and then it's like, then it's not care. It's like
cosmetic surgery.
Yeah, we don't say cosmetic care, right? If I want to get my tits done, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that it's like care, even if it makes me feel better about myself.
The thing that's really hard too is that when I go into these conversations now, it almost automatically feels like I'm being bad faith because now if I bring any arguments related to trans people, I'm truly bringing like a very minority argument that because I think the mainstream position now, I don't know when this happened, how this happened so fast, but I feel like the mainstream position now is self-ID. That anything beyond that is essentially like transphobic. And that I would never ever defend that position. That's one of the most incoherent positions that has ever existed. Like the conservative position of believing trans people are totally fake is more in line with reality than self-ID. And so for that to be the case now, if I go to any conservative start to argue, I'm like, oh no, I don't believe in the self-ID thing. It basically sounds like I'm arguing for Stephen Bonnell's unique perspective on trans people, and nothing I say is even relevant to the mainstream conversation. You know?
Right. Yep. And at this point, it's like, I don't know. I agree. I'm starting to realize that the mainstream is like viewing this way. And so it's like, I don't know what to do. Do I just like throw my hands up and be like, okay, I guess we lost that one. I don't know. I actually have no idea. Like all that happened is that the like mainstay progressives just handed the arguments over the conservatives, which is, I guess their choice to do. And I guess, yeah, fair enough. Maybe we should just get rid of trans care ? Not that that's what I want, but I don't know what to do. It's insane.
Yeah.
Although, if a snap right happens, do you think that it would improve society or make things worse? Like, what world do you want to live in? Like a hyper progressive world or a conservative world? What do you think?
It depends on what like a conservative world means. Like if I had to choose between Hassan's world or Ben Shapiro's world, I'm probably going with Shapiro's world right now because I don't know like how crazy the like ultra progressive shit is at the moment. Because the problem is it's just hard to tell where it stops. Because like they're fully on board with like utilizing violence. They're fully on board with like attack fascists. And it's like, well, who's a fascist? And it's like every single person to the right of Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders isn't even a real socialist, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay. Yeah, it's just really, really, really hard. But then here's the really mindfucky part too, though, is that when you go to Twitter and you go online and you look at the political conversations, the progressives dominate like 80% of the discourse, right? But in reality, the progressives are a very small and politically dead part of the Democratic Party. The Justice Dems have all shifted more towards like Pelosi in the center. They have no political representation whatsoever. Progressives have no political power at all in the United States. But if you go online on Twitter, it seems like they have all the political power, right? Because you can see kind of their policies in social media platforms. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, the Republican Party is actually tearing itself apart under the weight of the Trump fanaticism. But it's so interesting to see like how crazy the Republicans are. But then online you go and it looks like, oh, like if aliens came to planet Earth and they were on Twitter, they'd be like, oh, I guess like progressives make up like 60% of Congress. Like that's what you would assume. When in reality, there are no progressives almost like in the Senate and maybe in Congress. Yeah.
Well, one of the interesting things, I'm curious what you think. Do you think that, so I would agree about the political stuff. Do you think that economically companies and like YouTube and these types tend to kowtow to the really loud progressive side?
Yeah, but I think it's just because you make a lot of money doing it. Like, it makes sense. Like, why wouldn't you want to be more inclusive, to have, like, bigger and broader audiences for your stuff? Now, some of it gets a little cringy, for sure. But in general, like, yeah, having black people and women and trans people and Indians and Asians and all of that is probably good. It's good. That representation is good. That's, like, one of the good things that progressives push for that I think is fine. I think it's totally okay.
Do you think that, so, like, I would agree about like some inclusivity. I feel like Marvel got really, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just like not understanding. I thought like Marvel's been getting like pretty fucked with some of their like new, like basically once they got onto like the Captain Marvel kind of genre of Marvel, that it's been like less popular, or maybe it's just less popular amongst their old viewers. Maybe that's all that's happening.
Sure. I hate that I know so much about superhero shit right now. It's probably what you're saying is true, but anybody that tells you that Marvel right now is suffering because of woke problems is probably just not a big fan of superhero movies or Marvel. That they just have no idea what they're talking about. They probably are casual watchers or whatever. The problem with Marvel is Marvel built out, imagine Game of Thrones, okay? And imagine Game of Thrones in season 5 kills off all the Starks, all the Lannisters, and then like takes you to like the east part of the world and just starts all over again with like totally different people that you don't care about, who are all like worse than the original people. That's where Marvel is at right now. The issue is that like they had their whole cinematic universe and then it built up to these 2 huge movies, and at the end of those movies they killed off a couple of who were like the most favorite characters that the whole universe arguably revolved around, and now they're trying to find their footing with like new heroes. But like we went from like iconic people like Iron Man and Captain America to like fucking Ant-Man and like a Time Wizard dude. And that's like, that's the issue. That's the issue, I think, with Marvel right now. It doesn't have anything to do with the woke shit. Oh, and then also every single person now wants to have like multiverses and everything, which is like changing how much people care about everything. And then you also run into weird threats. I don't know if you ever watched DBZ, but like every like shonen anime runs into this issue eventually where like a main villain can like flick his fingers and destroy the entire world. So it's probably hard to ramp up and build threats again. Like in Iron Man 1, like the really interesting threat was some guy building a really big mech suit. Like that was like, holy shit, he's an awesome mech that's gonna like kill people. That's crazy. But like nowadays, every single threat is like, if this guy gets the right stone, he's not even gonna destroy our universe. He's gonna destroy 27 universes. And you can only scale that type of shit up so far before you're like, okay, this is good.
It's like the Bleach problem, where like by season 3, when you're like killing gods easily, it's like, where
exactly. Yeah, where the fuck do you go from here?
Yeah.
But
okay, so you think that monetarily, like bowing to the woke, is financially acceptable? Because do you think that the studio that made Everything Everywhere, is it Studio A24?
Yeah, that was an A24 film.
Yeah, I feel like they're just like tearing it up. Do you find that they're like super wokey, or because I feel like they do movies in a way that I haven't seen Hollywood do movies in a really long time, and they're like, it's fantastic.
So this is going to sound weird, and it's almost going to be a step back to some extent, but there is a good way to do representation, and that's by having like diversity in your cast and your stories is really, really, really good. And I think everybody likes all of these things more for it, but it's not good when you're like, look at this, look at how diverse this is, look, and you're constantly bringing attention to it. I think that is ultra fucking cringe. Yeah, but like so in the Everything Everywhere All at Once movie, like the mixing in of like, I think it's Cantonese they speak with English, like these types of things are really cool. They make the movie feel very authentic. They get like Asian actors for all this stuff. Yeah, like that's really cool. It feels cool. But there's never like, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's ever a moment in that movie where they're like, oh, I'm so glad we did this because we're Asian and we're better than white people, right? Whereas it feels like a lot of movies today would do that. I think that's one aspect that plays into the success of things that are like more diverse and don't try to like bring attention all the time. A second thing that A24 does really well is, I read an article on this once. Apparently, something that we're missing in America right now is people don't make mid-budget movies very often. And mid-budget movies are like this ultimate sweet spot of both having good effects, having good like presence on camera and everything, but also like having like relatively unique and original stories. So making a movie for like $5 to $20 million is like this cool spot where you're not throwing this huge amount of money, but you've got enough to like make a really cool project, and you get a lot of cool, unique stories that come out of that. These mid-budget movies. But nowadays, everybody wants to make like the $400 million Marvel movies, the massive blockbusters, or it's going to be some indie film with like a 6-figure budget, you know?
Right, and they don't want to give $400 million to an untested story.
Yeah, and they don't need to either. Like I'm pretty sure, like if I look at, so everything were all at once, Wikipedia, like this was probably a larger budget for an A24 movie, would be my guess. And the budget for this movie was like about $15-20 million, you know?
Damn, I didn't realize it was so small comparatively.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. I guess my question is, I think the reason why A24 is in part like so successful, and I hope that they don't get destroyed, is because they've like followed the principle of what like particularly like progressives have been always fighting for. But they're applying the principle, not like the law. Right? Where they're not being like, where like a girl walks in like a suit and she's like, my name is Black Captain Woman, and I am a woman who is also Black and LGBTQ, and I will stop you. And it's just like, we got it, right? Like it's just so much more natural, where it's just like a normal Asian family. That makes sense. And the Asian daughter is like dating a white girl. All of that makes sense. It's just like bringing up LGBTQ issues in a supernatural human way. Which is why I think they're doing it well. And I feel like if we move like the left back in that direction, I feel like it's going to be like so much more powerful. But so much of like this online progressive space, especially, which I think like the culture war is like these types of movies.
Yeah, the online stuff is super cringe. I don't know what to say. I wish I could find these people in real life to like scream at them, because holy fucking shit.
The problem is in real life they're not like that. That's, like,
yeah, maybe, or they'll concede very quickly to how like unreasonable they're being on a lot of points, maybe. But yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, it's just it's gotten a little bit cringe, I'd say.
A wee bit cringe.
All the things around the guy that got killed in the subway, like for instance, it's like you can tell that like a lot of people are like the height of their lives was like fucking George Floyd and the BLM protests, and they just want to like go back to that. And it's like, bro, Jesus, like not every single Black person that gets killed needs to be like the next George Floyd. Like we got it.
Right. What do you think about the Neely situation?
I think you have a right to defend yourself. I think you have a right to defend others. The chokehold seemed really aggressive to me. To hold a chokehold like that for that long seemed insane to me. Right. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's just wild. But
do you think they'll catch charges? I don't know. I read New York has pretty like self-defense laws are not going to be very covering for this, is what I've read, but I don't know much.
Yeah, I don't know. Here's the thing that's confusing to me, and this is the only slack I would cut the Marine guy, is that it really did look like the guy was kicking his legs, and then when he stopped, the Marine guy stopped about 30-40 seconds later, which is still a little bit long, but it's hard to imagine that the dude died in like 40 seconds. So
right. Well, the issue is he could have been spasming, right? Or like on something he was unconscious, but his like body was moving.
Yeah, and that's hard to tell. So so I might give a little leeway there for the guy thought he was still struggling or resisting. It's hard to say, but otherwise, yeah. Wait, hold on real quick. Yeah. It's so painfully obvious that neither Destiny nor Erudite have ever watched a modern Marvel movie. Who the fuck would listen to either and give a media take? Wait, hi, I'm Sawyer. Wait, which Marvel movies are you talking about that you think I'm not giving a decent opinion for? Or what do you think I'm off on? Please tell me. Okay, go ahead.
Ban him. Get him, Destiny.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was just gonna say the chokehold seemed excessively long, but also my biggest takeaway was, and this is like a piece of advice that I was given by like a couple friends who like have been practicing martial arts and boxing and fighting for years, which is, you know nothing about physical interactions. So be very careful what you say. What seems self-evidently like more safe or more better or whatever, you have no fucking clue. And so like whenever I see these types of interactions, like when I see it, I'm like, I'm pretty sure, because I've talked to a couple like martial arts people since it came out, and they're like, yeah, the chokehold is really long, like really, really long. He might catch charges for it, right? But most people I've talked to have also been like, people get really spooked by chokeholds, but like chokeholds are often like a safer alternative to like just punching them. Not that like obviously the safest alternative is no physical interactions at all. Do we know though what happened beforehand? Like what
We
led
don't
to
have any
the
video of
chokehold?
that, just statements from people that he was like making threats and everything. And I do agree that like personally, I don't know how controversial it is, but like I would say personally, like yeah, chokeholds are in general probably maybe a safer way to deal with somebody versus like punching them in the face or something. I might agree with that, but in any video you watch, and I'm pretty sure this is true of even like UFC and MMA stuff, and I'm pretty sure this is true if you watch anything in a dojo or whatever, I have never in my life ever seen a video of somebody holding a choke like that for more than 15 seconds even. I've
Yeah,
never
I know.
in my life seen that. So to see somebody doing that for now obviously in real life you can argue that like, well, in real life it's harder to get like a clean application, so you're not doing as good a job or whatever. But like the idea of
Even
like
then, man, you should
Yeah.
know. Like you should know how dangerous these things are. Like that's like kind of the point. Is like they're very effective if done quickly, but like my understanding is if you're doing a proper karate choke, they should be out within like 15 to 20, 30 seconds.
if you
almost
if you
always,
have
right?
if you have a good hold, it's like 5 to 8 seconds or less. Sometimes it can be as short as like 3 or 4 seconds. Yeah. Also,
Yeah,
wait, are
this
you
is just-
bumping your mic a lot? People are getting super triggered. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I'm just walking around my house. I
Okay.
will
Do you like? Are you doing
stop.
like cartwheels or tumbling or?
Yeah, I'm practicing my gymnastics routine.
Okay, that's cool. All right, that's good. I'm glad.
I'll sit.
You're good.
I pace when I talk to people a lot of times. So yeah, I was actually practicing my chokehold on Nick. He's
nice.
he's dead now. Yeah, the whole conversation I've been holding a chokehold. So
Good one.
can confirm not a safe idea.
I am really curious how, when it comes to, maybe I'll read on this later, or if there's if Avi's here, you can come and ask. I don't know how I'm curious how the coroner determines that compression of the neck was the cause of death.
Did he say that the hyoid bone or anything? Because usually there's like damage to the neck, right?
Yeah, but like if it was like the destruction of like your esophagus or something like that, I feel like what would that be what they would say, or?
I don't know. I used to be a true crime girl, so maybe I in the past would have known that, but I gave it up for better things. I have no idea. I feel like when I read the coroner's report, it was super vague, and it did not really help me figure out what happened at all.
People are saying hypoxic brain, but that just means lack of oxygen. But like,
Which is,
couldn't
like,
he
how do you tell?
theoretically? Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know, but.
So how's your boundary game going?
Okay, I think.
Yeah.
Who's my? Oh yeah, I just tell people. Yeah, we're fine. I'm doing okay.
That's super convincing.
Well, I don't think anything too crazy has happened recently, has it? Oh, I should get.
I feel like the way like Sneeko was talking to and with you was and about you was pretty cringe.
Yeah, but he came on stream. We got to talk about it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I heard the talk.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably going to continue to happen. I don't think he, but apparently he's finally going on his TradCon arc. Thank God.
Yeah, that was super interesting. Do you think it's because like Matt Walsh and those types? Probably not. Why do you think he's going on his TradCon arc?
Because of the Islam shit.
Do you think he actually cares about the Islam shit?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I guess if I don't talk to him that much personally, so it's hard for me to know. But it could be any number of things. The red pill stuff will die immediately if you start talking to women. But you have to get to women. You have to get to women that are outside of the ultra. I hate to use this word. I'm sorry, but outside of the ultra red pill pick me space. Because if you talk to women in the red pill pick me space, the red pill stuff seems really good. You'll find women that'll unironically be on that, like, oh yeah, I love Andrew Tate shit. But if you get out of that immediate circle, nothing will dissuade you from red pill faster than talking to real life women that will probably tell you that that's like the biggest red flag shit in the world. That nobody's looking for a guy that acts like that at all. And some of the things he was saying on that show made me sound like he was talking to a few more real women. That like when you talk to a woman outside of Miami Beach and you ask her what she's looking for in a man, they're not saying like good clothes, fast cars, lots of money. Like they're not usually saying things like that. It's usually more personality related. So that might have been some things. And then there
talking to
is
his 4 wives.
Yeah, there is going to be a lot of cognitive dissonance in your brain trying to make red pill work with any sort of like traditional or any sort of Muslim value system because they're wholly incompatible. That won't last long. I don't know what people are going to do, if they're going to turn away from the red pill and go the Islam route or what, but that red pill won't survive Islam because they're wholly and fundamentally incompatible. And you saw that with Sneeko versus Fresh and Fit. They even made fun of like the TradCon shit, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's been interesting seeing like kind of the trad cons coming after the red pills now, like the Matt Walsh, the
Yes.
James Rolo stuff has been super interesting, and
Yep.
like
And all the women.
kind of, yeah. It's super nice to see because it feels like a lot of the red pill is trying to basically be like, no, guys, trust me, we're conservative too.
Yeah.
Like it's, and do you think conservatives police their own better more often, or is this just something? It
I
seems
think,
very good of them to be policing this, right? Of being like, no, yeah, we don't stand for this.
do they police their own better? I don't know about that, but I know that like the problem is just like that red pill shit is so incompatible with any type of conservative value. I don't know how they survive first contact, and now you're starting to see them bump against each other more. So I guess we'll see ultimately what ends up happening. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting, like listening to like if Matt Walsh goes on like Fresh and Fit, that would be a really interesting interaction because nothing that they ever talk about is anything that would be compatible with Matt Walsh's worldview of relationship.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So is this why? Because you think that the red pill's going to die, basically, like it'll be gone.
Yeah, I
by
feel like
next
it's gonna fall off eventually because I don't think it works. But I don't know. But we'll see. I could be totally wrong on that. But that's the feeling that I have.
Yeah. No. Right.
Yeah.
That's all I got. I'll see you. Does Modern Day Debates? I can't read him. He keeps mentioning that you and I are brother and sister. Is he memeing? Because at first I thought it was a meme, and now I can't tell.
Well, we're not brother and sister.
I know.
Right.
What? Oh, I didn't know that.
So-
Sorry. I'm gonna scratch that. My mom sent you a card. Just
Yeah.
just throw it out. That's super awkward.
I don't know why does he make that joke or.
So I thought it was a joke at first, but every time he messages me about like you and I potentially pairing up, he talks about my brother, and I can't tell him now anymore.
Well, I have no idea. That's. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what to say. Sorry, I was unaware that was even a running thing.
I'm gonna uninvite you from the cookout then.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Right. Well, I guess I'll see you in like an hour.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful.
Bye.
Thank you. Mark Zuckerberg won BJJ tournament. Wow. The CEO charity MMA event needs to happen.
So,
what is this?
This is just me shaking my finger at all of you.
For what? What are we in trouble for?
Also, I've removed super chats from the site because I think they're unethical.
What?
And for as long as I live, I will never collect another super chat. So you better step your fucking chat game up. I guess you get a super chat if you subscribe, but you only get one. Other than that, you better start fucking being interesting if you want me to read or respond to what you're saying. Stunning and brave. I know. So.
Okay. He doesn't like the very little pushback he gets from super chats. Maybe he just thinks they are unethical. Is that possible? I don't know. I can't tell if there's like two. Oh, there's this guy. Fuck me. Fuck this guy. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Wait, hello? Did I friendly fire my guy? Wait. Oh god, there's no VOD available. Why is this guy at 1 HP? RTBA wants you to watch something? Wait, I'm not... Destiny, the J. Aubrey guy used clips of combo with Aiden Ross about Tate in his new video. If you want to watch it. Who am I kidding? LOL. Who am I kidding? LOL. 50
I don't know if you
minutes?
guys can see what's going on. I've been getting canceled lately. You're gonna pull the blanket off her, pour it on her, and you're gonna grab the bag and go smack, smack, smack. Just the internet is such a negative place, such a negative space. I'm gonna go pee in the face, okay? This thing, it's just horrible. I will literally have people do dares for thousands of dollars and like I've been like torturing, you know, and hurting themselves, and it just feels so good, like you get high from it.
Okay. Okay.
I just can't keep going anymore, bro. Like, I'm just sick and tired of everything going on, man. Like, you need to be alive every day. I have to wake up and see something negative on the net, and it just pisses me off.
I'm sure you've noticed the internet's been kind of weird lately.
Here's why you gotta break up with your girlfriend if you're not making 6 figures a year.
This new breed of females are literally equivalent to blood-sucking vampires.
Bro, true. This shit is so weird on all of the divorce shit and everything else. Oh my god, that women are just like these blood-hungry, thirsty things running around divorcing men at random for no reason, just to fuck their lives over because of the court systems. Like,
You never apologize to a woman. I don't give a if she caught you cheating in the bed, in her fucking bed with another chick. Bitch, it's your fault.
I can't scroll my timeline longer than 10 seconds without seeing some finance bro drooling into a mic about how women are evil for not wanting to spend their lives cooking and birthing children. Okay, well, they don't cook the children, but annoying and insecure dudes complaining about the individual choices adults make in their own personal lives is, of course, hardly a new concept. The ultra-online red-pilled alpha male-based Pepe Giga Chad weirdo manosphere has always existed to some extent, but has only seen more of a renaissance over the past year or so, when their lord and savior first made the news in April 2020.
what is killing my guy? Mirror shield. Oh, it reflects damage. That's what mirror shield means.
For a, hang on, let me check here. Oh yeah, a sex trafficking investigation. His provocative comments surrounding women and masculinity catapulted Andrew Tate into the cultural zeitgeist, becoming inarguably one of the most famous people in the world by that summer. Suddenly, everyone with internet access went from having no
Oh, true. Thanks to Tier 4 sub, everybody.
idea this guy existed to seeing his chin-deprived face every waking day. While many of his beliefs remain heavily contested and flat out wrong to this day, one universal truth that cannot be argued is that these two men started a revolution amongst angsty young boys with a severe lack of direction in their lives. Teens who are in desperate need of self-validation and a good reason to be angry with the less than desirable situations they found themselves in have looked for solace within this guy. Everyone searches for meaning, and Andrew Tate has generously shared his real-world experiences in an effort to elevate the human spirit. For the right price, of course. And if by elevating the human spirit you mean violent misogyny, regardless, he's offered a weird, twisted sense of hope for vulnerable audiences to latch onto, and an ideology for irresponsible creators to mindlessly regurgitate. When Sneeko isn't getting ratioed into oblivion by anyone with a Twitter account, or getting cuckolded by the woman he loves, he can be found on a Twitch knockoff site, parroting Andrew Tate talking points, or just flat out dancing to edits of Hitler. No idea what happened there, but it's hard to deny Tate has left a lasting impact on the very youth he financially capitalizes on, creating a whole army of bots who will linger onto every word that spills out of his mouth, change their physical appearances to match his, and even go so far as to sniff the very musk off his chair. Literally.
And it took me a while to understand that, and you know it did. And I just want to say,
today I'd like to focus on one of Andrew Tate's most loyal soldiers, a man who has found deep meaning in his teachings and vowed to leave his own impact on the next generation in a similar way, when he can actually pronounce words correctly.
Far-right authorization on ultra-analytic, oh my god, ultra-analytist, Benito Mazzulli. What is an example of a fascist?
Join me on my descent down the rabbit hole of a streaming icon who's recently found himself just as radicalized by the top G as any other impressionable kid out there, while we explore what really happened to Aiden Ross.
I just woke up to some crazy catastrophic Catastrophic news about Andrew Tate. Interesting thing, they just got arrested and arrested in Romania. I don't know what to believe. I don't know what's going on. I talked to Tristan and Andrew, chat. They're home, bro. They're home, and it just feels amazing. They call me Little G. Little G. You need to be alive in my life because you came for a reason, and you're here to inspire me for at least tens of years. I'm gonna have to change your diapers.
But before we get too deep here, I do want to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, Aura. If you've ever Googled yourself and were shocked to find your personal information exposed for the whole world to see on one of those public listing sites, you're not alone. Data brokers everywhere are able to generate a fortune by selling your most private information to robocallers, spammers, and anyone else who may want to know more about you. And while these data brokers are legally required to remove your info if you ask them to, they sure make it hard to do that, which is where Aura steps in. Aura works to identify these malicious brokers leaking your info and
tough question. Who's smarter, Peril or Aiden Ross? Who is Peril?
submit opt-out requests on your behalf. After a quick research on my end, I was pretty surprised to see how much was really out there. Luckily, Aura gets to work immediately after you sign up, scrubbing your name and personal information from data broker sites and protecting you and your loved ones from the threat of identity theft. For the reassurance and closure you're getting, it's hard to find a better deal than what Aura has to offer. I can now rest easy at night knowing my information is safe and secure, and so will you. Plus, life sucks. You've already got enough to worry about, so why not let Aura make things a little bit easier when you click the link in the description box down below, or go to aura.com/jobbery and get 14 days free to try Aura out for yourself. There really is no downside, so what are you waiting for? Data brokers may be selling your info right now. You do it, download it. You can pause the video, go. Huge thanks again to the wonderful people over at Aura for sponsoring this one and ensuring the protection of our data.
But chat, I want to start to get more girls on my stream, probably next month type shit. I'll definitely be out there around the time we dropping that song. Okay, cool. Cool. You talking about... So, what happened?
The Big Bang?
No, I know the Big Bang Theory.
What is it?
It's where, I really don't know. Do you believe in soul-callism? So the average salary is what, like $100,000? What?
Aiden David Ross was born on October 11th, 2000 in Boca Raton, Florida. Raised in a Jewish household by two parents alongside his older sister, Naomi. Moving several times from Florida to New York to California, back to New York, then back to California again, thanks in part to his parents divorcing, remarrying other people, then finally remarrying each other again. Right from the start, nothing about Aiden's life was predictable or stagnant. Opening up on a podcast about an instance where he was stabbed in his sleep by a mentally unwell relative at the age of 12.
When I was like 12 years old, I got stabbed by a knife. So in my sleep, by a family relative who was like mentally unstable.
I just gasped like 3 times in a row.
Having to be rushed to the hospital in the dead of night to get 9 stitches made him numb to traumatic events as he grew older, according to him.
When that happened to me, I went through it for like a week. I don't know what it was. I became numb and kind of like emotionless to traumatic shit. It's crazy. I could just put it like behind me. Like, you know, picture like you're jumping over like a hurdle. It's just a hurdle. I'll just jump over that motherfucker. Like, I'm not really letting that shit get to me.
Throughout the chaos, Aiden took an affinity to gaming as a kid. Anyone around Aiden's age, including myself, can attest to the fact that titles like Halo, Call of Duty, and GTA really helped shape a lot of childhoods at the time.
It was like 2008. Black Ops 2, NBA 2K series, GTA 5, you know, that's my type of games.
But Aiden wouldn't take his hobby of gaming public until his senior year of high school, when he first created a Twitch account. Tired of waiting tables, Aiden showed serious determination to make streaming his full-time job, with some of his earliest streams being over 10 hours long. Moving to LA with his sister over the summer of 2019,
remember those days, guys?
Aiden streamed
when Destiny streamed for that long?
That he quickly garnered a small but intimate community and started raking in pretty decent money. His ambition at the time was actually pretty inspiring. After all, it's always good to stay driven and set goals for yourself, but I don't even think Aiden was prepared for just how quickly those goals would be met.
Pick me up and fuck me. Give me that! Let's go, Bronny! What the f I'm talking about? Bronny! Here we go, here's game 1, bro. Bro, I wanna break something so bad, bro. It's not fair. 4 seconds! Stay! This game is f***ing ass, bro.
In NBA 2K was Aiden's first gateway into mainstream recognition. Not just because it was one of the primary games he streamed, but because the people he met playing it proved to be pretty instrumental in Aiden's early career. For example, maybe you've heard of this guy, LeBron James. Yeah, well, Aiden became pretty good friends with his son, Bronny, by playing 2K. Actually getting the chance to meet LeBron himself on stream at the beginning of 2020 in a particularly viral moment.
What's good, bro?
It's LeBron?
He said, is this LeBron?
Yo, gigantic fan. I love you.
Nah, it's all respect, man. I appreciate it, man.
And look.
Appreciate it. Showing love and respect to me and my son. Nice meeting you, man.
Hey, nice meeting you.
Keep it going, all right?
Yeah, all right, bro.
Because LeBron is LeBron, this interaction gave Aiden his first taste of media buzz. Putting his name in front of more people ended up doubling his audience as he began streaming in front of thousands of more eyes. Of course, it was nothing compared to the behemoth his audience would become shortly after, but blowing up to that extent would call for a fresh form of content, something that could captivate a more generic audience outside of his insular community of gamers.
Take you to the Coliseum, you go watch me fight some lions or something, you know what I'm saying? Something slight.
What the
Dating shows have been a longtime staple in American media and will most likely continue to garner mass attention by taking on different forms. Aiden must have understood what bringing women on stream could have done for his brand, so he began hosting live e-dates through Discord, where crusty boys could compete for a date with whichever woman was unlucky enough to be featured that day. This naturally resulted in some incredible non-stream moments that I can only describe by showing you.
Juju, let me see that you have game, bro. Come on, let me see you got game.
Oh god. Oh my god.
What the f is this?
Yeah, this show is where Riz goes to die, but it made him an even more talked about figure among the LA crowd. Being invited to do a hot tub stream with Corinna Kampf that got him to trend on Twitter around the time he was seen partying with the likes of FaZe Clan and somehow even Cactus Jack. After an incredibly successful streak in 2020, Aiden was riding high on the prospect of what the future could hold for the new upcoming year.
Bro, come on, you wouldn't tap my ass, bro. It's part of the handshake. I'll do it slower if you want.
Turning his back on 2K, Aiden kicked off what would become his rapper era by first playing GTA with Detroit artist T Grizzly before moving on to even bigger names like Lil Yachty, Lil Uzi Vert,
What the fuck?
and Soulja Boy. It's wild to think that Twitch, and really any social media in general, has the capability to connect such well-established celebrities to someone who was just waiting tables in their hometown not even 2 years prior. It must have been a surreal experience for Aiden, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to do his best to make an impression.
I'm rapping in the streets.
Yo.
Whoa, whoa.
In the streets.
Whoa.
Better beat
Whoa.
is me.
No.
Silky, fuck me. Fuck me, Silky, fuck me. So they want to know how big is your dick?
Whoa.
Yeah, Aiden was a big fan of acting sus around people he just met. Aiden had cultivated an audience of teens, predominantly boys, who were drawn to that specific kind of humor. Aiden himself has always embraced the persona of an obnoxious, aloof kid who just speaks his mind and deals with whatever consequences may follow. Probably because he doesn't think before speaking. He attracts an audience of preteens because that's basically what he is as far as maturity goes. He speaks their language, which is okay when he's playing video games and freestyling with Ski Mask the Slump God, but not as okay when he's platforming people who think the white race is superior.
Okay, what's up?
So Nick, tomorrow is a thing called Day of Hate. It is basically a planned holiday to hate on Jews.
That's funny that you call me.
But we aren't there yet, are we? Aiden's journey thus far has yet to meet such an unfortunate fate, because at this point, he was still acting like a moron and beefing with rappers. Aiden once unknowingly sung along to the lyrics of a song that dissed rapper Julio Fulio's deceased brother live on stream.
Uh-oh.
Yo, there's a rapper who you follow. His name is Julio Fulio. You know who he is?
Yeah, I know who he is. What's up with him?
I played this song that dissed his brother Bibby, who passed away, and the chat was kind of like telling me to play that shit, so I played it. I not knowing like what was going on.
Those are serious people right there.
They're serious people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you say you good, you good though.
Yeah, he's typing to me. Maybe if you could just put an extra word in, just let him know like I'm not really about that at all.
After apologizing to Julio in a public Instagram live, things were seemingly all good until Aiden was caught singing the song again days later.
Cut this out. Who I smoke. Say it.
No!
Oh, no.
Your ass tripping. Look, Aiden, I'm not recording. I'm fucking live.
Luckily, though, Julio was more than understanding towards Aiden and eventually streamed alongside him in person to prove there was no longer any bad blood. Aiden then himself got dissed by NBA Youngboy after being sent an apparent screenshot of Youngboy liking his girlfriend's Instagram.
Why is that song a big deal? That's like the collection of like Jacksonville rappers that all like make songs about like killing themselves and shit. But like the songs probably, I think, include actual references like dead people and making fun of them, so people probably aren't too happy with that.
Instagram post on a burner account. Aiden then took to Instagram Live to flirt with Youngboy's ex in a public setting. Then there was the time Polo G heard him freestyle.
Aiden's gonna be sus the whole time towards Polo G.
I'm in the stew with the deuce. We popping up, we tootin' do. Yeah, I just got done sucking on a gun. I mean, wait, on a gun. I just beat his meat.
Yeah, true.
What the
Even though they were said to have put the issue to bed in July 2021, a year later, Polo released a music video pretending to beat a Twitch streamer to a bloody pulp. Aiden then brought Polo back on stream where he looked absolutely terrified as he apologized again.
I'm out of pocket, man. I don't know what the was happening to me last year, bro. You know what I'm saying? It was just really out of pocket. I'm hereby sorry for ever, disrespecting you, doing shit that would, like, be weird, Like, man, how would I put this? I'm sorry, man. And I fuck you, bro. You're gang. You know what I mean? We're gang.
And while I wish I could say this was the end of his series of controversies that year, in reality, things were only heating up.
I don't know, bro. Like, I just see, like, you just don't like me. I don't know.
Right. Okay, we can talk about that.
Summer 2021 is when I first discovered Aiden Ross. Not willingly, of course. But by that June, Aiden's name was suddenly being mentioned in the same breath as some pretty irresponsible crypto partnerships by the Grim Reaper himself, CoffeeZilla, who published an investigation into a now infamous pump and dump scheme and my personal favorite crypto scam of all time, MILF Token. If you don't know by now, it came to light that Aiden was paid 6 figures to shill a crypto project that, from the beginning, never had any legitimacy.
Okay, I don't remember hearing about this. We might have watched a video, I just don't remember it. But if you fell for something called MILF Token, I think you deserve to be scammed, okay? That's like, come on, guys, really?
Whatsoever. I mean, it's called a MILF token, for God's sake. You think we can just one day go to the store and pay for a bottle of orange juice with MILFs? Keep dreaming. Getting naive customers to invest in a shady coin on the off chance it goes to the moon and makes them rich, only to rob them blind, is not a new practice. But it does become much easier with the help of useful idiots like Aiden Ross, who see it as nothing more than a quick and easy payday. I mean, this is literally how the promotion went.
What does it mean, insufficient funds? It says insufficient.
Liquidity.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay.
Hold on. Click reject. Tell your chat you're sorry. This is your first time.
It's my first time buying MILF. Yeah. Yup.
Down the right.
Wait, what do I do now?
Right there. Below. No. Down below. Below reject. Reject 2 transactions. No. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a MILF blow up doll. This is your dick.
Yeah, you just watched a 20-year-old make $200,000. How does it feel?
Chat, by the way, that MILF token shit I did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a f***. I hope none of you guys actually bought it.
Saw that after that shit, it went down. So listen, it was not a scam of pumping up nothing.
That's the reason it wasn't a scam, guys. Because the price went down, it wasn't a pump and dump. This is where the key lie is, guys. The day of Aiden Ross's promo, the bad promo, bro. Hey, it was a bad promo. They got $19 million in 24-hour volume.
After shrugging this behavior off, skirting responsibility, and doing everything he could to downplay the promotion, Coffee was quick to call him out for being dishonest about the price of the token going down. While this was true, it didn't change the fact that Aiden's promotion of MILF Token in front of 100,000 kids caused the trading volume of the coin to skyrocket to $19 million, which meant holders of MILF were dumping right as Aiden's fans were pumping. You see how that could almost be a crime? Aiden had also become pretty involved in the gambling scene on Twitch, being paid by offshore crypto casinos to broadcast his epic wins with kids all across the globe. Tacking a promo code on screen, which no matter how you want to cut it, could very much encourage people to get into gambling themselves without fully realizing the consequences it could bring. I imagine to some fans, seeing the bright colors and loud noises ring out as their favorite influencer experience the euphoria of winning hundreds of thousands of dollars live could be pretty alluring. Massive massive names like Trainwrecks TV, XQC, and Aiden Ross were all making bank from companies like Dualbits, Rubit, and Stake, paying them to neglect whatever concerns critics may have had and showcase their massive wins and losses regardless. In June, Aiden happened to accidentally leak some terms of the contract with one brand, revealing a potential $2 million payment being discussed. Just to give you an idea of how integral these partnerships were to anyone morally bankrupt enough to accept them.
Having the audience watching you gamble, nothing good is going to come out of that for any of them. There's a reason why you have to be 21 years old to gamble. It's a vice. It's when you're too young, you can't handle that stimulation. You can't handle that addiction.
Wait, what? Here's a clip I found when deep diving that was a creator adjacent to Grace. Very creepy behavior.
And she turned around.
Bodybuilding.com looks Maximus, greeting women on the street. Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Fine.
Listen, can I touch your ass? Just a quick touch. Hmm? No? You sure?
Yes, get away from me.
Why? What's wrong? She's running away, boys. You're on stream, by the way. They love you. They love you.
Jesus Christ.
It's.
What country is this? Where is he? Or is this America? Is he on like the East Coast somewhere? EU, Bangla, not America. Europe. Yeah, it doesn't look American. This shit looks like European, but I don't know where. Looks like the UK, not Bongland.
It's very, very, very dangerous.
I didn't think of that perspective. You know, like people that watch me, you know, if they see me win something crazy, I put in $100, you got $1,000. Why can't I do that? I know what you're saying. Like that's another side I didn't really think about.
Aiden demonstrates, to me at least, on this stream that he could at least wrap his mind around the fact that gambling is a bad thing to shove in the faces of kids, but rejected the moral authority to stop doing it because, well, in his words, it's fun.
How does doing gambling online determine if you have a soul or not?
Well, because you have no problem peddling gambling to children, and that's a more soulless act than not smiling. Wouldn't you agree?
It's fun.
Okay, fun for you, not for them.
It's a good. It's fun in general. Listen,
it's fun if you make $2 million a month. It's a lot of fun.
I'm not telling kids to blow their life savings on it.
The way Aiden Ross values his own personal entertainment over the responsibility he bears as one of the largest streamers on the internet is pretty much what's gotten him to this weird, sadistic place we've seen him in lately.
He asked a viewer to put dog feces on his sleeping girlfriend.
How much are we paying?
I have to swallow it. I gotta see it. And I can give you an amount. Are you a girlfriend?
Of course, yeah.
Fun your girlfriend, that's good.
But what were the actual events that led up to this? Well, you have to know that by late 2021, Aiden wasn't in the best place mentally. In October, he took to his main YouTube channel to express how generally lost he felt in the grand scheme of Twitch. Seeing a drop in views really didn't help the lack of motivation he had already been feeling.
Where is Aiden still streaming on Kick? I feel like I just don't look much for him, but is he? Or how often does he stream? Oh, there's a website. It's called like, is it Stream Charts? $67K viewers. Yeah, he's in Japan right now. Gotcha.
Lost. I just have no motivation, no idea what to stream. I just need advice and I just need help. It's not really the numbers anymore. But the problem is that people make me feel bad about dropping numbers. I think that's a very big problem I have.
What made it especially sting was that his own audience was guilting him for the change in numbers. Coupled with the fact that he was feeling stagnant and despondent living in LA, growing tired of the same stale collaborations, Aiden began contemplating quitting streaming for good. He had become so successful that his new fear was becoming complacent. He didn't get as excited to stream like he once did. It now felt forced, like a job he had to clock in and out of. Having no clue where to take himself or his content from here, Aiden Ross was in desperate need of a lifeline. Something or someone who could turn him and his streams around in a positive way and leave a meaningful impact on his life. He needed a reason to keep going. Too bad he found it in the worst person imaginable.
How did you know about me?
Bro, you just exist in the metaverse, don't you? Your name just floats around, doesn't it? It's just how it kind of works.
Aiden opened the floodgates by introducing Twitch to a man named Andrew Tate in July 2022. While Andrew had been making the rounds online leading up to this stream, I didn't notice such a huge jump in his popularity until he began getting propped up by some of the biggest Twitch streamers on the internet. XQC, who at the time was #1 on Twitch, debated Andrew in a call with Kai Cenat, who is currently #1 on Twitch, all on Aiden's channel in a series of streams that broke records for Aiden's viewership. The chat was moving so fast at times, it was impossible to read anything, creating a...
I wonder how intentional this was for Andrew Tate. I mean, it was probably super intentional. He reached out to Aiden Ross with really good idea in terms of like building his branding out online and reaching like a wholly new audience and potentially like it was ripe for conversion, but maybe hadn't heard of him before. I don't know how much carryover there's between like younger Twitch audiences to TikTok. I'm not sure, I just don't know, but like still, good business move on his part.
Golden opportunity for Tate to shill his shameless pyramid scheme in front of Aiden's malleable fan base. While some guests were effective in combating some of Andrew's more contemptible takes, Aiden and Tate seemed to have pretty powerful
He talked to literally 5 out of 10 of the most watched streamers on Twitch within a week.
Some of this stuff...
One thing that they're really good on, Tristan gives us advice when picking up on girls too, or when picking up girls. One thing that the Tates are very smart about when it comes to business is like velocity. It's building on prior successes to launch them into more fame. Like for instance, one of the things that Tristan talked about was rather than messaging girls on Tinder where you're fucked, the best thing you can do is bot or build up your Instagram. Build up your Instagram to a certain level where you can get a blue check mark, right? Which I think you'll probably get at 10,000 followers. Rent some cars, pay for some prostitutes, whatever. Get like 5 or 10 good pictures for your Instagram. So get a blue check mark, 10K followers, blue check mark, 10K followers, 5 to 10 pics on your Instagram. You can buy this shit. You're good on that. And then from there, when you match with girls on Tinder, use the Instagram blue check mark and get in their DMs there so that you're past all the other guys on Tinder. That was one of like Tristan's piece of advice. This idea of like building some success and then using that success as a platform to go to more success and then building off of that and building off of that, Andrew and Tristan are both very, very smart about in terms of propelling themselves to further fame. Yeah, I noticed that as part of like the business advice they give.
Stuff they discussed at the beginning was actually so ridiculous it's hard not to laugh at the insanity of it all.
If you were my son, I would walk into your bedroom and beat the living out of you.
What?
You should only drink water to begin with. Sparkling, as everyone knows.
I don't like sparkling water. It's disgusting.
You're scared of bubbles?
No, it doesn't even hydrate you. I don't have a jet. Does that mean I'm broke?
Sounds like it, bro. What are you waiting in lines at the airport? Brokey. I'm trying to hide from the police. I don't like making accounts online and stuff. John Law and the government.
Wait, hide from the police? From what?
Just in general.
But not even 10 minutes into their first conversation, Andrew is already giving Aiden some valuable advice on how he needs to improve his lifestyle.
How old are you?
21.
Bro, 21, you should be strong as an ox. At 21, I could split the Earth's core. You're out of shape for a 21-year-old.
I am?
You're out of shape, young man. You're 21 years old. You have all the time in the world. I bet you're making a bunch of money on the internet. I bet you're loaded as well. You're rich from this shit. Yeah, so you ain't even gonna go to fucking work. And you ain't doing any push-ups? Jesus. How do I fix you when you're so fundamentally broken?
I am?
And that right there pretty much encapsulates the criminal levels of dick riding you're about to see. There was just something about Andrew Tate that Aiden found instantly captivating. It's like he was practically tripping over himself in his attempts to make a good first impression, going out of his way to order sparkling water to his house just so Andrew would stay longer. Maybe this is Aiden recognizing what could become one of his biggest streams, or maybe he's genuinely interested in what a friendship with Andrew Tate could do for his general well-being, or it's likely a combination of the two.
Andrew! I love you. I mean, like, I love you. I mean, I love you, man. Like, you don't, I know you have a good heart. I love him, bro. I love him with all my heart. I missed you. You got bigger and you got stronger. And
also
sexier.
a massive...
I could just tell you have a good heart. You have good intentions. How could you not smile, XQ? He's great. Andrew, please don't.
Wait, oh God, I just saw the format for the debate tonight. Why do people do this? 12-minute opening statements? 12 minutes? Bro, why do people do this shit? 12 minutes. Oh my God. What time is the debate? I have to write some shit out for this? Fuck me, dude. Have you written out an opening statement? That would be 6 minutes each, though. Even 6 minutes is a long opening statement. 12 minutes, 6 minutes, that's wild. Mel? Yeah. Stop coughing.
What?
You're ruining my audio.
No. I'm just making sure that, you know, I'm here. Because it makes you happy.
Be millful.
Ooh, what are you going to do today?
Another Crowder debate, and then, I don't know, probably need to sleep early tonight.
Early stream. No. Early sleep. I thought you were going to debate the Grace family.
Yeah, that's like in 30 minutes or something.
Oh, what the?
Be millful? It's gonna be boring though.
Really?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yes.
It was kind of entertaining last night.
It's over this Jim and Crowder shit again though.
Go.
That was terrible.
Among the tamer discussions of self-improvement and the importance of having discipline, Andrew brings it home with one of his classic bouts of random misogyny.
No, but what would that make you if you sit around and only do what you feel like doing? What would that make you?
I don't know what.
Think about it.
Okay, let me think about it for a second. If you would only sit around and, a pussy?
Close. They have a pussy.
Oh, I
but
know.
But the point is, emotionally led creatures females are generally emotionally led. When they're happy, they're happy. When they're sad, they're sad.
Aiden clearly knows just how insane it is for this guy to be calling women emotional creatures who just sit around all day and let the men do all the heavy lifting. But either for the sake of content or because he's just genuinely slow, Aiden chooses to let that statement go, and in fact takes it a step further by stating he doesn't think Andrew Tate is a misogynist.
A lot of people think that you are a misogynistic person. Now hold on, let me finish.
I want to hear it. Tell me why I'm misogynistic.
No, I don't think you are. I don't think you are, Mr. Tate. I do not think you are.
Mr. Tate.
I do not think you are.
So when I say like girls can't drive, everyone calls me a misogynist.
I think Aiden was both attracted to the status of Andrew Tate, having 27 cars and all the women and money he could ever ask for, as well as the added bonus of him being an arrogant edgelord, just like Aiden. And as we covered earlier, Aiden was already feeling lost and directionless just a few months prior to him meeting Tate. The seemingly endless slew of advice Andrew was feeding to anyone who would listen felt like just the answer to the problem Aiden was faced with. Thanks to Tate, his numbers were back up, his morale was in a more positive place, and he finally had someone in his life who claimed to want to better him, encouraging him to adopt a healthier lifestyle and being there when Aiden broke up with his girlfriend.
You are lost. You're a lost soul.
100%, yes.
But in reality, it was probably more codependent and transactional than Aiden would care to admit.
It's called The War Room. You can find out more on CobraTate.com. Listen, you need to get inside The War Room. CobraTate.com. So that's another reason The War Room exists. I'll tell you how you get rich. You go to CobraTate.com and you join Hustlers University. CobraTate.com, Hustlers University. So my organization, The War Room, go to CobraTate.com and you join Hustlers University, join The War Room.
Just don't promote Hustlers University, please. I'll be back.
All right, guys, so Hustlers University.
But by the end of that year, you can bet that Aiden was sticking by his original promise to meet Tate in person out in Romania. The two streamed together, bonded over cigars, and Aiden finally got a whiff of what Andrew's bare taint smells like. I know I already covered that part, but I just have not gotten over the fact that he genuinely did that. Aiden made his return to America shortly after, where he shaved his head completely bald in honor of his favorite role model and vowed to make some serious changes in his life for the sake of bettering his overall mental state. But then the unthinkable happened. And by that I mean it was entirely thinkable. The Tate brothers getting arrested is the most predictable thing in the world, really.
They just got raided and arrested in Romania. Listen, it's over some sexual trafficking. I don't know what to believe. I don't know what's going on.
Aiden went into panic mode when he heard the news, and after publishing an emergency press release to his main YouTube channel, it wouldn't be long before Andrew announced that Aiden Ross was one of the very few people allowed to visit him in Romanian prison.
Oh man, I woke up to that and I had just the biggest smile on my face. I'm like, oh my god, this is real. This is crazy.
He glazed
answer
him.
to everyone's question if I'm gonna basically go see Andrew in jail because he did put me on his visitation list. The answer is this. Andrew Tate. I'm on my way. I will see you in Romania, G.
It was obvious that being charged with rape, human trafficking, and organized crime wasn't about to put Andrew Tate at odds with his most loyal student. Aiden kicked the meat munching up to 100 by refusing to accept even the slightest possibility that, hey, maybe this guy does suck after all. After being confronted with genuine evidence of Tate bragging about trafficking women across the world to work for his webcam empire for reduced payment, Aiden's response essentially boiled down to,
He got women to fall in love with him. Then he flew them out to Romania.
It's destiny.
And then he had them work like 15-hour shifts, and then he stole money from them while he had them work.
They got a percentage though, and he put them on. So that's like
yeah, but he lied about the percentage he gave them, right? Like he's on video talking about how he would scam them with their taxes to steal money from them.
Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. You need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax because girls are lazy and girls are stupid and girls don't understand how taxes work. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we've made this much money, but I'm gonna pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. It allows you to pay her a smaller percentage. So I used to pay my girls 30%. So for every $10,000 they made, I'd give them 3 and I'd keep 7. They thought they were on 50%. And I said that the disparity is because of taxes. If they say, why is it 50-50? I'm the one who knows what he's doing. I'm the one with the knowledge. I'm the da-da-da-da-da-da. Shut the f up, go online. Print out some tax forms. I used to do this all the time. I used to print out some random tax forms and say, yeah, sign here, sign this. What is it? It's for the tax. You want to pay the tax or not? Throw them away afterwards. But they think something's happening. Something real's happening. Nothing's happening besides me getting rich, bitch.
I mean, he's a businessman.
In fact, he was practically blaming the women for being ungrateful of the money and fame they were given by being effectively forced to work for the Tate brothers against their will.
She still gets 30%. Still very, very... And she was making, what, $0 to, what, making thousands a month? How could you complain?
Yeah, I mean, but it's not like these women needed to be tied up and held at gunpoint for Tate's business model to resemble forced labor.
She's not tied with ropes and chains. Hey, like, hey.
Wait, do you think that grown women can't get pimped out? Do you think that grown women can't be victims of trafficking?
Brother, everyone has their own mind, and at the end of the day, everyone has their own mind, everyone has their own beliefs, and it's not like he was literally grabbing her, tying her up with a gun to her head. The girl obviously flew out there, knowing what was going on. Like, there's no secret to it.
Yeah, but she obviously didn't know what was going on. If there was no secret, then he would have just said, hey, do you want to come to Romania and work with my trafficking business? But he didn't do that. He said, hey, come to Romania, let's get married, I love you. And then he got them to work after lying to them about that for sex work. That's sex trafficking.
Aiden's walnut-sized brain just isn't capable of comprehending that even now that the Tates have been released from prison and placed on house arrest, that they could possibly still be bad, dangerous people. Remember, the whole reason he moved to Romania was for the relaxed legal system. One of the things that makes Andrew Tate so slimy is that he mixes non-controversial and sometimes even decent surface-level takes about procrastinating or motivation or whatever with blatant sexism and inaccurate stereotypes about an entire group of people. He may try to sell the idea that he's a positive role model, but the information he's feeding kids will always be through the lens of a self-admitted human trafficker. Aiden isn't just using Tate's motivational words to get into shape, he's pushing his infatuation with this man to the absolute limit, humanizing him in a way that coaxes otherwise uneducated children into digesting a skewed outlook on women and masculinity. Aiden refuses to recognize the obvious pitfalls of Andrew Andrew Tate, stupidly making him out to be some chill guy who occasionally says something out of pocket as a joke. But this approach only perpetuates the very hatred Aiden pretends to stand against. And as of now, he's either too dense or willfully ignorant to see it.
Aiden Ross, this is what you've done to your fans. I say hi, Aiden Ross.
Let's go, Boston.
Say hi, Aiden Ross.
Hi, Aiden Ross. W, man. I support Aiden.
But who cares about that? He likes me, bro. He likes
Wait, was something
me.
bad
The
about it? I
validation this
missed.
guy desperately craves is sad. His incessant need for attention bleeds into his ideology and clouds his moral compass to the point where I can no longer
he was
tell
bald?
what he
Is
believes.
it? Okay.
1 minute he's saying he
Okay.
isn't political, the next he's excitedly throwing support behind Donald Trump. 1 second he's preaching against hate, the next he's platforming neo-Nazis. It became pretty evident during this stream in particular with Destiny that Aiden Ross has absolutely no goddamn clue what he's talking about with politics.
You know damn well Trump is better than Biden, bro. He did amazing. I'll explain it. He pardoned A$AP Rocky. He pardoned Kodak. He did a lot of cool, fun shit, bro. He did so much cool, fun shit. He made like the world like just fun and entertaining, you know. But like Biden's not entertaining. Biden has the shit, raised the inflation, and he like barely can formulate a sentence.
Okay.
Employment rate was at an all-time high when Donnie was in office.
I mean, employment rates have been pretty crazy for the past like year in the United States now too, right?
No.
Do you even know what like the unemployment rate is, or what it should be?
No, I don't. But I know that like based off of my information that I've heard and seen that yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to argue with based on information you feel like you've heard and you've seen.
Yet, he's remained persistent in regurgitating culture war nonsense because it stirs the exact kind of negative attention he thrives off. And the grand irony is that it works. I mean, I'm here talking about it right now. Over 70 million impressions on a single tweet is a mind-blowing metric. Even he admits it.
Bro, can I tell you guys how crazy that is? There were 73 million views on this tweet. Like, bro, like that is really fucking crazy.
But he's not saying any of this stuff because of an underlying ideology he cares about.
Give me 3 reasons why Trump is better than Biden. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to know if you're actually talking and you're not just a bot repeating.
First of all, what happened with abortion is ridiculous. You should not be able to tell a woman what to do with her body. That's first of all. That's a woman's body.
Wait, you think you're so brain dead. You're so brain dead. Wait, you think Biden was the one that wanted abortion to be? That's what you think? That's
He's a
like
president.
that's how that works.
He's a president. He can, you know what I'm saying? He can not ban it. What do you mean?
Alright, bro.
As it's hard to tell whether or not he holds any strong political convictions one way or the other. The problem is that he's involving himself in a world he just doesn't understand. Such reactionary talking points have been around for years, but only sound edgy to Aiden because of his criminally shallow understanding of politics. He seems to think that regurgitating something you'd hear out of your 80-year-old senile grandfather is somehow epic and based, when all he's doing is reinforcing the narrow, outdated framework that Western society is quite literally built upon. It's not new wave or edgy to say something that people have been saying since the dawn of time. Being on the opposite side of progress is the least edgy thing you can do. It's just annoying, honestly.
So all you guys that get to pick your pronouns, my pronouns is /them. I'm gonna call you either a guy or a girl.
I don't know if you've ever met a non-binary person, but they do exist, so maybe get with the fucking times, I don't know. He's in way too over his head. And it doesn't just stop and end with a tweet about there being 2 genders, when he had repeatedly involved himself with self-described white nationalist Nick Fuentes, a simp for fascism who's advocated for a white ethno-state in between his efforts to assist Kanye West's 2024 campaign for president, which I know is kind of a loaded sentence, but as Aiden inched closer to an interview with Kanye around the time he was making headlines for his anti-Semitic comments, Aiden called off the stream after an argument between the two on a private phone call devolved into Kanye telling Aiden, quote, "You Jews aren't going to tell me
what I can and can't say," and yeah, and yeah, and you know, you Jews aren't, and you know what I can and can't say, and you know, like, we cool, and I was like, yeah, we cool, like, you know what I mean, like, just he's like, I don't want you to be my enemy, and then, yeah, that was it. And then I was like, all right, he was like, love, brother. I haven't heard from you since. And, you know, we haven't talked since. So people think I got silenced from Twitch. People think I got silenced from, you know, the higher ups. No, that was the reason why.
Seeing Aiden display somewhat of a backbone here would have been more refreshing and admirable if he hadn't continued to bring Nick Fuentes on stream to discuss pressing matters like,
what do you mean Jews are doing the work of Satan? What does that even mean? Can you please, you know, elaborate?
A lot of hate crimes are hoaxes.
you remember when Ye put the swastika on his Twitter? The message was about reconciliation. If you could reconcile Jews and Nazis, you could bring the whole world together. So his whole idea was about...
But a lot of what Nick has spewed in front of Aiden's audience goes without being challenged, as by the end of this stream, Aiden is still asking if there's anything he can do to help with Kanye's campaign.
If you and Ye, I know you guys are still thinking about running for the 24. If you guys want me a part of the team, man, I'll join.
I think he's totally open to that.
Like, what happened to not spreading hate, man? Where did that go?
I can't allow
That's when Nick is kicked off Ye's team now.
any type of hate on my platform. At the end of the day, man, I don't want to. It's just spreading hate. It's all about spreading love now, man. I want to spread love and make sure everyone's straight.
Aiden also at one point tries to convince Fuentes to accept other religions, which will never happen considering he is not pro freedom of expression. In fact, he vows to suppress the voices of his enemies. See, just like he was to Tate, Aiden Ross is nothing but a megaphone for someone like Nick Fuentes to shout his dangerous views into. As opposed to staying relegated to the darkest cesspits of the internet, Aiden has made sure Fuentes gets as much attention as he can on his own stream in front of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of teens who are just a couple Google searches away from falling deep into a rabbit hole of poisonous ideology and unabashed lies. But none of this was going on at Twitch. No, this match made in hell could only have been made possible by Kick. See, Aiden had received his 8th and final ban from the platform on February 25th, 2023, shortly after making the move to a brand new Twitch alternative named Kick just a few weeks prior. Kick was pretty attractive to Aiden for a few reasons. The main, of course, being a much more relaxed TOS. Yet nudity, gambling, blatant racism, Aiden would be given not just free reign to speak his mind and be as obnoxiously offensive as he'd ever been, he was offered the biggest streaming deal of all time. Kick is funded by the massive gambling company Stake, which has endless pools of money to shill out to their creators, evidently. Kick also famously gives their streamers 95% of their ad revenue, as opposed to the admittedly awful 50-50 revenue split you could get over on Twitch. When you couple all of that together, there really was no reason in Aiden's mind to stay over there. So he made an announcement and brought 266,000 people over to what I can only describe as the Twitch equivalent to 4chan. But being given such intense freedom out of nowhere meant he was going to test the boundaries of what he could and couldn't get away with. And that meant crossing some lines that have now shaped his entire reputation.
You seen Aiden on Kick? Yeah, him and Train streamed the entire Super Bowl on Kick. Did Kick have like a license for it? First stream on Kick, by the way, to 67,000 viewers.
If you thought Aiden couldn't possibly get any dumber than breaking copyright law to stream the Super Bowl in its entirety on Kick, think again, because one of the biggest scandals he's had since joining the site—
Did they get in trouble for that though? I mean—
it involves the time he streamed the front page of Pornhub to an audience of God knows how many minors.
What do y'all want to watch on Pornhub, bro?
Being helpful.
What do y'all want to watch, bro? I don't support porn. Like, I don't support this shit. The fuck do y'all want to watch on here, bro? I don't support this shit. I don't condone it. I don't support it.
Come here real quick. There's no fucking way.
What?
You're just having this on stream.
Is that bad?
What?
Chat, do y'all still beat your meat, yes or no? Wait, how old are you guys in the chat, bro? Jesus. I didn't know that.
It doesn't even make sense why he would do this. After being so critical of hot tub streamers—
I think hot tub streaming should be banned from Twitch. It's soft porn. It's in the same category as gambling, right? Because it's promoting poison, you know what I'm saying, in the brain. It's just a fact, in my opinion.
Profiting off women's cleavage over on his main channel while decrying how much he hates porn.
You get a little hard?
No. Feel it.
But at least Aiden sobered up and apologized for the hypocrisy after the fact, only to start paying people to do sadistic things to themselves and family members on camera in front of tens of thousands and a panel of Aiden and his friends, which included the creator by the name of Neon, who among such awesome moments like being outwardly racist to a group of black kids on Omegle, once faked his own death and lied about having brain cancer for attention, in case you wanted to know the kind of crowd Aiden associates with these days.
Listen, you're gonna take that pat and say, wake up! And go smack, 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 okay?
What did you say? Spit on her, bro. Get.
Go back in the room.
Katie, stop.
In one stream, Aiden pays a viewer to splash what looks like some strange yellowish liquid on their sleeping sister before hitting the wall with a baseball bat to wake her up. In another, Aiden can be seen paying a viewer $25,000 to shave his head bald and pepper spray his eyes, while another dare got one of his fans fired from their job. Another fan was dared to steal and smash the phone of his sister on camera, but was paid less since he didn't show enough dedication.
I'm gonna still give you 5, and just all you have to do is just get her a new phone out of that and get her a new TV, and then you get to keep the rest.
One guy was asked by Aiden to pee on his brother, and when he learned his brother was a Hassan fan, he offered a $20K payout to slit his throat. In Minecraft, of course.
He doesn't know what, like, live streaming is?
Yeah. No, he knows what that is, but he doesn't know who you are. He watches fucking Lasan.
Oh my god, this is even more.
Look at your attachment, Dobie. Now I love it.
Yes! No, listen, he says something? Bro, if you slit his throat, I think I'll give you 20K.
Jesus!
I'm kidding. Yeah, get him.
Instead, the fan settled on peeing in a cup, but failed to get his brother to come to the camera, not going through with it, so he didn't get the money. See, you'd think someone of Aiden's financial aptitude, who will never have to work another day in his life, could stake to just giving away money for free without the unhinged need to make people smear bodily fluids on each other for his own personal entertainment. Remember to always spread positivity, right guys? Peace and love, and dog feces. But Aiden sure has made it difficult for people to talk about his content at all lately, what with him issuing false copyright claims against a slew of YouTubers who just used clips from his streams and provided commentary under the protection of fair use. If attempting to steal a life-changing payout of over $8,000 to one creator by the name of Internet Anarchist wasn't bad enough, here he is laughing about it on stream.
W. Chat, by the way, this is Hassan's head moderator, chat. Put a W in the chat. We stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that. Yes! 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 W, yes! Yes?
Yeah, same guy who streamed the Super Bowl to 100,000 people, by the way. Also, not sure why he thinks this is Hassan Piker's head moderator. You really think this guy has a head moderator?
Eat her ass! Eat her ass! Poggies!
But Aiden's too busy barking like a seal at the idea of robbing one of his enemies of a very decent payday to care. His dedicated fans will be there to support him even if he is taking advantage of YouTube's broken copyright system and issuing illegal DMCA takedowns of those who barely even criticize him. The video by Internet Anarchist that Aiden was so excited to claim contains clips of his streams, but also includes abundant analysis that undoubtedly falls under the 4 pillars of fair use. Plus, Aiden hasn't been the most subtle at hiding his intent.
Listen, new editor, I'm not gonna lie, if I don't fuck with them, do it. If I fuck with the YouTubers you're doing it to, don't do it. Like, this guy's an actual dick sucker, bro, so he deserves to get copyrighted. He's a dick sucker.
He knows it's wrong, and he doesn't care. This guy's encouraging his editor to abuse the copyright system if it's a person he doesn't like, because they hurt his feelings. If that isn't the weakest, soyest shit you've ever seen, I don't know what is. It's also very funny timing that Aiden dropped the claim on one video hours after this post began making the rounds on Twitter. A tweet from the Act Man almost hinting at some kind of litigation in the class action variety, I wonder. Who am I to speculate, right? Now, while I am hopeful Aiden comes around on this and releases all the other claims, it doesn't mean he will. But at this point, enough people have been affected that I wouldn't completely discount the idea that it does go to court, if in which he may need to take on a couple more gambling sponsors to cover all those legal fees.
If I painted my nails, did my makeup, and basically never told you guys to get in the gym and do push-ups, and I had blue hair, I would be on Twitch right now. Facts or cap? Be honest. It's facts. If I basically had a different approach and I wasn't looking as a threat and I wasn't so controversial.
Controversial, yeah.
All right. Really? You gotta correct me? Really, dude?
Aiden loves to play up his stupidity, but it's important not to downplay the damage he inflicts regardless of his ignorance. From stealing money from people he doesn't like, to drooling over a bald human trafficker, hosting racist and sadistic torture streams, and joking about killing trans and non-binary people, Aiden's kinda done it all.
Bro, I'm telling you guys, bro, this past month has been a really bad month for me, bro. My mental's been super fucked, bro. The controversial era is over with, bro. It's done. I'm done with the controversial era, bro. It's done.
And while he insists his controversial days are all behind him, I have a hard time taking his word at face value, considering this was all before he abused the copyright system and laughed about robbing someone. He hasn't really proven to be the most reliable, trustworthy guy over the years, I'm sorry to say.
I can't allow any type of hate on my platform. It's all about spreading love now, man. I want to spread
love,
If his goal is to build a community on love and acceptance, he's done a pretty shit job at it so far. Sadism, torture, and intolerance have plagued his streams since the day he met his role model. And I think if he ever does want to change, he'll need to do some serious reevaluating. His platform is just too massive for him to continue being this ignorant and irresponsible with it. Introducing countless young fans to dangerous ideals does way more damage than I think Aiden realizes. He needs to genuinely grow up and move on from this corrosive phase of his life before things manage to get even worse. Otherwise, I'm afraid the prospect of Aiden Ross becoming just another Sneako could be cemented as his permanent legacy.
Sneako catching strays. Oh no.
That and watching his own sister's OnlyFans.
Donated $1. Hey Aiden, I need your advice. My sister catfished me and I jacked off to her nudes. I feel terrible. What should I do?
That's honestly happened probably to all of us. All you gotta do is just...
You've jerked off to your sister's nudes?
Hold on, 1 second, yes. Just realize that...
Shout out to Yuri, bro. I'm so proud of Yuri. Now, I haven't watched the video yet, but I got a call last night saying, yo, Flacco, that boy Yuri almost packed out 2 ops last night, man. Almost packed out 2 ops last night, bruh. I said, nah, not Yuri, man. Yuri? Why? They said, yo, because the ops was looking at his woman. So he confronted them, bruh. You feel me? He was not having it. He confronted them live on stream, you know, and he stood on business. So let's react to it, man. So it started when they were walking in the lobby and Yuri noticed a lot of creeps were looking at his woman and he wasn't feeling it, so he brought it up. All right, so let's get into it, man.
I've gotten a ticket for like $1,000.
Maybe. Bro, everyone's looking at you. It's crazy. It's like I can't.
That's not true.
Yeah, no, it is. You don't know.
Was that a compliment, or do you think like she's genuinely offended? I feel like that. I feel like that's a compliment, right? Like, yo, bae, like, yo, all these guys are like looking at you. You feel me? Like, you know, like they feel like you're really hot. I feel like that's a compliment, right? Like most girls will see that as a compliment. I feel like the only time a girl wouldn't see that as a compliment is if like that was an issue in the past.
Notice it because you're a girl. I'm a guy, right? I mean, and I'm your boyfriend. So I see all these creepos just staring at you, and I'm like, it's like, bro, am I just supposed to?
Why are you watching this? Yuri was on that stream where House Loser was fucking ragging on my wife, and he was joining him because he's a little suck up.
Fucking like press or like be like, yo, stop staring. It's like, what?
Yuri, nah.
What is happening? What is
my
Yuri
brother?
talking
Nah,
about?
listen.
What is he?
Let them boys stare, bro. Especially on the West Coast. I'm not even sure if Nevada is on the West Coast, right? But in LA, Nevada, let's say Arizona, let's say Chicago, New York, or any of these real violent urban cities, bro, the last thing you want to do, bro, is get packed out and smoked, right? Because you thought it was an issue for another man to look.
Like people say, you can stare, but you can't touch. But at a certain point, I'm like, I know what I'm signing up for when you look like this when we're going out together.
I'm with you.
I know.
On your arm.
Yeah. Yo, like, I don't know why people were trying to make this seem as if it was like contentious. Like she's obviously like smiling. Like Riley ain't tripping. Like Yuri not tripping. Like Yuri is smiling. Yeah, I don't know why people were trying to make this seem as if it was like contentious or if this was a fight. No, like it was like a cute moment, right? You feel me? Like, he's pretty much just complimenting her and letting her know, hey, babe, you know, like the world thinks you're hot. You feel me? I don't think this is like a contentious moment, though, right? But now this is where things, I guess, take a left turn. Is when they was waiting for their car, though. Now I'm not sure if this was the same dudes, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if this was like the same dudes, but while waiting for the car, apparently like Yuri seen some dudes were staring at his girl when she was getting in the car, and he just got sick of it, man, and spoke up.
This is us. Have a good night.
Thank you. Oh wait, no, this is not us.
This is it? Okay. There we go. We got a photo.
Oh no. When keeping it real goes wrong, is that what's about to happen?
This is my girlfriend, buddies. Don't you look.
Why?
Yo, you're
what are you
what?
doing? What are you doing?
What? I'm sure homie right here got a limp wrist, man. I'm sure he's, you know, zesty. Homie right here just looks like he's zesty too, but he's, you know, on some other ish. Homie right here looked like he got caught looking. Now he's turned away, not even trying to look no more.
She's sleeping with me tonight, buddy.
Oh.
What are you doing? Why? That's so cringe, bro. Why would you say this? What's wrong with you?
I ain't gonna lie, man. You my boy, bruh. But that was that was cringe. I ain't gonna lie, Yuri. That was Alright.
She's sleeping with me tonight,
Why does he say that?
Nasty work, man.
No, she is. You're gonna sleep with your boyfriend.
What are you doing?
I mean, hey,
wait, does he actually get his ass whipped? Why would you start shit like this for no reason?
Listen, this is the most gentrified pressing I've ever seen. But at least he pressed. At least he ain't let it slide, right? If he felt a way about it, he confronted two dudes who are about 7 to 8 inches taller than Yuri. Yuri's like 5'9". These dudes are about like what, 6'3"?
No, fuck you.
He not go. What? He said back to F up, and Yuri came back and said what?
You're gonna sleep with your boyfriend. No, fuck you, dude. Don't be looking at weirdo at girls all in a weirdo way, dude.
Sorry.
I feel like with like white folks, like they both understood or understand like it's not gonna go as far, right? Like for example, like if like this interaction, if you implement two Negroes in this interaction, bro, like it's not like things are gonna escalate, right? Like cause the threshold for what's acceptable isn't really there when it comes to two Negroes interacting, right? But with Yuri and the other white guy, I feel like they both understand and know, okay, like this interaction is not really gonna go nowhere, right? Because we both know what's acceptable and what's not. Like, we both understand, like, us throwing down right here is not worth going to jail for. Like, we both understand us pulling out a gun right now and smoking each other is not worth losing our life over. You feel me? So they can do the, yo, F you, dude. Oh, come on, dude, jackass. F you, jackass. They can do that because they, know it's not going places, right? But you take two Negroes and put the, man, stop it, bro. Right, it's escalating.
Right.
He's a weirdo.
I just-
What'd
you say?
Why didn't you and Mel go to the Miami Grand Prix like all the other wealthy swingers?
Destiny,
I
why
have
didn't
no
Mel
idea.
and you go to the Miami Grand Prix like all the other wealthy swingers?
But thanks for the 5 gifted subs, my dude.
What'd you say? What'd you say? Huh? I will have 50 people.
Oh man, and I was gonna ask. I wonder if this Yuri guy is used to rolling with a lot of other people or whatever. Maybe he must be. He must be used to walking around with a ton of other people. Because why? I just don't understand. I can understand a one-on-one situation maybe if he wants to fucking manly man out or some shit. But why would you attack like a whole group of people over here? What if these guys were like ex-convicts and they just got out of jail and they were just looking for some tender white ass to fuck, right? They would have laid this dude out so hard. I mean, they don't really look at, but like still, I don't know why you would just randomly. Oh god, and it's like the cringiest thing too. Like I'm gonna sleep with
His
her
name is Dave
tonight.
Hentai.
I'm gonna sleep with her tonight.
Wait, hold on, Yuri. Is Yuri about to say what I think he about to say? Is Yuri about to say what I think he about to say? Yuri, don't say what I think you about to say, man. Don't say it, Yuri. Yo, if I hear Yuri say, bro, I can have 50 Crips up here, nah, that's crazy.
What'd you say? What'd you say? Huh? I will have 50 people come right now and twist your nipples, sir. So don't you say a word.
I don't even know.
Woo. Okay. Well, at least Yuri knows he has backup, right? At least Yuri knows he can have 50 people in Vegas pull up on him. Okay. Like, now they're laughing now, though.
How would you press someone for macking on your chick? Would you say watch it, Buster? Depends on what you mean by macking. If people are looking, I mean, who the fuck cares? Especially, like, don't these red pillar guys say all the time that if a girl goes out looking a certain way, she's going to draw attention? I mean, are you supposed to be, like, with these guys, now if somebody's, like, gawking or doing some crazy shit, I mean, maybe you could press somebody, but, like, were these guys even doing that? Yuri seemed like he was, like self-conscious as fuck. Like, imagine, like, saying to a girl, like, bro, like, everybody's looking at you right now.
Keep looking at random.
Yo, I'm not sure if it's this dude's, like, eyebrows, yo, but he goes from this, laughing like this, because he's over it. He goes from laughing like this to watch this.
Say a word. Alright. Keep looking at random girls, dude.
Okay, baby, let's go.
Alright, sorry.
Sorry, sir.
I just
Oh
wanted to bump
no, and then they clowned him, and now he's fucking driving away.
Dude.
Yeah, he's annoying.
Once you get annoyed,
Yeah.
if someone was staring at your beautiful wife,
I get annoyed every time, my friend. This is crazy town.
No, that.
Hey, yo, listen. Hey, he's warning Yuri, my friend. This is crazy town, my friend. This is crazy town. You don't want to mess with nobody in crazy town, my friend. Yuri, bro, take this man's advice, man. He has seen some things that's left him traumatized, bro.
That guy was off cocaine or something.
It's so weird.
There's a lot of weirdos out here.
Yeah.
I'm not joking though. I will have 50 people come and twist his nipples.
Damn. Now, does twist his nipples means like beat him up? Now, I'll be real, bruh. I think Riley a little proud of her man. She a little proud of, yo, he stood on business.
And they'll all take turns.
Well, hey, man, that's it, bro. Y'all let me know in the comment section. Yo, what y'all think about this, man? All right, do y'all think that Yuri stood on business or nah? It's your boy, Poetic Flocko, man. Peace.
Hey, don't lie though. Have y'all ever drove past like a crew of bums and they just sitting there chilling, look like they're having a good time?
Oh yeah.
And you be like, damn.
What they be having a dog?
Being a
They
bum.
have each other just big chilling.
Sometimes you look at it like, damn, being a bum might not be so bad, cuz. Because they
It
just be
don't-
sitting there chilling. They be like 5 of them niggas.
They got big tents. They got generators.
California panel approves reparation bills of up to $1.2 million each for black residents. I don't even need to read this to know this is not for up to $1.2 million, but activists demand more than $200 million at heated public. Sounds retarded.
He will serve as long as any particular nation wants him to.
Yeah, Tuvalu, was that the one who wanted to stay the
Tuvalu,
most?
yeah, well, they're about to go underwater. Well, let's hope there's snorkels on.
Maybe he should speak out, first of all.
It's very clear. He will serve as long as any particular...
I have no idea what any of this is about. Okay. Oh, is this Bingus coin? I just lost $1,500 on a shitcoin and it's dumping. I bought at the absolute top. I don't know what I should do in this situation. I told myself I would never fumble like that again, but it just kept going up and everyone's so happy about it. And now it's dumping. I don't know if I will ever get to the same price again. Which coin? I'm embarrassed to even say it. Means nothing around here, lad. Say the name of the coin to let go. We're all blown around by the same wind. Bingus token. I put $3,500 my own money into something called Bingus. I actually feel suicidal. God hates me. Either he intentionally makes everything I buy start dumping, or intentionally maybe be born stupid and poor, so I can continue to make these retarded decisions that make me suffer. There's really no moving on from this. No matter what I do, I just fuck up. I'm just thinking of all the things I could have done with that money, but instead I had to gamble on a shit coin. Bingus token. Yuri's goofy ass content. Oh, Yuri's goofy ass couldn't put the camera down for 15 hours.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I've been chilling by myself all day.
Tell me about it. I went to my birthday dinner alone earlier.
It wasn't even a dinner person.
Or a brunch or lunch.
Do you want me to really get into what you were telling me earlier?
Oh my god.
We can if you want to go on stream and talk.
Did you just come here just to argue on stream, dude?
You want to.
We're
You
here.
want to keep airing my shit out.
Oh.
You keep texting me in the middle of my streams bitching about random shit that doesn't make sense.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna continue fucking no, oh my god. And then you're like, why are you having
You were like asking me if I was coming or not.
Bro.
And I was trying to apologize and like wanting to come.
No, that's not true.
Okay, alright.
Bro, I'm not trying to get into this. I'm not trying to argue on stream. Why'd you come here and start yelling?
No, you.
Cause, dude.
You do it too.
What? No, I'm not trying to. I'm not. This is my live stream where I'm not trying to like mix in my personal bullshit. Can you?
Damn. Is that a weirdo that talks shit about Mel? One of them, yeah.
Don't fucking touch me. She just pepper sprayed me. Give me my phone. Give me my phone.
No.
Don't fucking touch me. She just pepper sprayed me. Give me my phone. Give me my phone. God, wait. Hey. Can I get my phone? Can I get my phone? Can I get my phone? I need my phone.
Over the phone is crazy.
I need my phone.
Look at this nigga.
I need my phone. Okay, give me my phone. She said okay. Can I get my phone? No, you can't have your phone.
Watch out, man. I'm going in. Watch out.
I need my phone.
He caught her cheating on the test with her phone. Are these guys in high school or college? I can't tell.
She just pepper sprayed.
All are waiting, but well, that's not how I work. I make the rules as I go. Well, I make the rules as I go. I don't know about you, but I do.
Well, I break them.
Guess what? And I'm breaking them right now, too. Excuse me.
What's she doing?
Oh, my God. Hey, boss.
Hey, we got a hostile one back here.
Yes,
Not
we do.
hostile.
He is too. He's knocking people over.
Don't be rude to me, because one thing I can do is be rude back to you. It's what I can be. Oh.
Let's just take it down.
I am, but I'm just saying, she's talking I'm hostile, but I can be rude as well. I didn't push no damn body. You want to stand in the way like you're a bodyguard. I moved you out my way is what I did. Understand that.
Equity. Oh, is this just a racist account that posts like black people getting into fights? Fighting against equity. 200,000 followers. Nice. It's just going to be a bunch of... Is it all black people? Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, in China, schools often force students to destroy their phones in public to shame them. Okay. Strongest woman versus strongest fish.
feel like
You did it.
Going.
We got him a couple times.
Okay. Better fish vid. Why are we watching fish vids?
What's
Hype surrounding 60HE only grew when some of the biggest names in Valorant and CSGO began using it.
I remember the first time I saw it was Ye using it on a LAN, like I forgot what it was, Masters or Champs or something, but ever since then, like everyone's like on the hype because of how fast everything registers in Valorant, like every jiggle matters, like everything matters. So I can definitely see more people switching. I already see a lot of people buying it and trying it and using it, and yeah, I think it's only up from there for them.
So since plenty of top TAC FPS pros have already made the switch to Wu-Ting in the last couple of years, we thought it was time for us to test it out and see what all the hype was about. Thankfully, Wu-Ting were kind enough to send our Valorant-loving writer Niall a 60HE to test out, and here's what he had to say about it.
And now, the guy who actually knows what he's talking about.
All right, so first off, I just want to say a huge thank you to Wu-Ting for sending me a 60HE to test out. This video isn't sponsored, so as always, I'm just here to share my honest opinion on the product. It ships with the keyboard, a wrist strap, keycap puller, and a couple spare switches. It also comes with this really wholesome postcard that says you can write down a favor, and Wu-Ting will do their best to make it happen. I haven't done that yet, but it's a nice little personal touch from Wu-Ting. Anyways, before I began playing around with the keyboard, my biggest worry was that it wouldn't sound as good as the custom that I built last year, and it doesn't. That being said, for a pre-built gaming keyboard, it still sounds surprisingly good. I honestly think that it sounds better than almost any other pre-builds. The stabilizers sound better than expected, but they could definitely still use a little bit of work. Moving on, the setup on the 60HE is fairly intuitive with Wu-Ting's utility software, which you can download or you can just use the web-based version. This allows you to set up a pile of lighting effects. You can also create profiles and set the actuation point of each individual key to meet your specific needs.
What are
But if
these
you're unsure of how to
costs?
set this properly, then I recommend checking out Wu-Ting's Discord server. There's a lot of great info in there and a lot of people who are willing to share their profiles for different games. I even imported
180
Ethos' Valorant profile just so I had a starting point before making my own settings. But to start things off, I just wanted to see how responsive the Wu-Ting could feel. So I set the actuation to 0.1 millimeters and turned on Rapid Trigger and Tachyon mode. Rapid Trigger allows you to set just how fast your keys reset as you start releasing pressure from the switch, and Tachyon mode gives you sub 1 millisecond input latency at the expense of the RGB effects. But honestly, I really don't care about RGB effects. I don't even have them on my custom board. The difference in speed compared to my own keyboard was pretty drastic. Strafing from side to side felt noticeably more responsive, and seeing my character move faster based on how far I was pressing down on the key helped me visualize the benefits of a fully analog keyboard. But the experience that I had, even just in the range on Valorant, felt weird. It was honestly a little too responsive for me. With everything on the fastest settings, it's pretty easy to fat finger your abilities or any keys that you might be hovering your fingers over, like your spacebar or shift key. And to be fair, I sort of expected this, but I wanted to try it anyways. So I went back into utility, set my WASD keys to the lowest actuation at 0.1 millimeters and all other keys to 1, and then set
Oh, actuation points. So the second a key depresses before a switch has actually been toggled. Oh, that's super interesting. Is this the only keyboard with these types of switches?
Rapid Trigger, so it only affected my movement keys as well. This pretty much solved my initial problem. My movement still felt very fluid, but I wasn't fat fingering random keys anymore. It took me a few games to really get used to the feel of it.
Yes, no, yes, no. It's the main one. Logitech has some also.
But once I did, I understood why every pro is switching to this keyboard. Having precise control over your movement can give you an edge over your opponent when jiggle peeking and counter strafing. I don't think that a Wu-Ting keyboard on its own will take an iron player and suddenly make them plat or turn an immortal player radiant. But for professional players who rely on these low latency inputs, it's probably worth it.
When it comes to Valorant or CSGO, tactical FPS shooters where the difference of a few milliseconds can be the difference between like being accurate or inaccurate or being alive or being dead, and which ultimately can result in winning the round or winning the game. So it makes sense that you'd want to, you know, just optimize those variables as much as possible.
The only thing that I'm not a huge fan of is the plastic case, because my custom was built in an aluminum Bakaneko and feels a lot more sturdy. But the great thing about the 60HE is that you could always take the PCB and switches and transplant them into another case and then just throw different keycaps on. Plenty of people have already proven just how easy it is to mod.
So I lubed it. I did a spring swap with lighter springs. I replaced the what's it called, the case. So it's an aluminum case. I added tape mod. I did a burger mount. What the f did I not do? I did like everything there is to do. I quite literally modded the f out of this thing.
For $175 US, I think the Wu-Ting 60HE is an excellent option for anyone who takes games like Valorant or Counter-Strike seriously. There are, of course, benefits to using this keyboard with other games. Hell, I was even using it for old school RuneScape. But the movement advantage that it offers in TAC FPS games is what really makes it special in my eyes. After 3 weeks of using it, I'm still impressed, and I genuinely don't think I can go back to my normal custom mechanical keyboard. Honestly, I might just buy my own personal Wu-Ting and just mod the f out of it like tens, because once I get it to sound better, then I think the 60HE will be perfect for me.
And that was the guy who actually knows what he's talking about.
So I guess that makes it pretty clear why tons of pros are using this keyboard. It's become a powerful tool for top TAC FPS players, and with massive
Interesting. Former No Jumper host Lush on his alt account was making hate posts on you every day on the No Jumper subreddit. Did you do something to this guy? Wait, what? No shot. Something went wrong. Wait, your link is fucked.
Okay, loose. Wait, got this. R. Wait, what the fuck? I wasn't even. Wait, I just.
Dude,
there was
I'm a blue buff. How do you
But
not
I don't
know?
know. I wasn't even thinking about it.
I'm a
There's just a
fucking
blue
blue
buff
buff.
in my leg. Why are you a blue buff?
Blue buff.
Bro. Okay, loose. Wait, got this. R.
Wait, what is even happening? I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay, loose. Wait, got this. R. Wait, what the fuck? I wasn't even. Wait, I just.
Dude,
there was
I'm a blue buff. How do you
But
not
I don't
know?
know. I wasn't even thinking about
I'm
it.
a
There's just a
fucking
blue
blue
buff
buff.
in my leg. Why are you a blue buff?
Blue buff.
Bro. Okay, loose.
Nico's direct to be able to change anything on the map. Is he talking to an enemy? Or...
Wait, got this. R.
Yes, it's his support. No, his teammate. The blue buff is Nico.
Wait, what the fuck? I wasn't even. Wait, I just.
Dude,
there was
I'm a blue buff. How do you...
He said, dude, I'm a blue buff. How is he talking to the enemy? Is this just like a random game or whatever? It's not like a ladder game? He's talking with... Oh, okay. Our blue buff... It's European League speak. He's talking to his friend, ESL. They're on ladder, just in Discord. Y'all, Lush was really in the No Jumper Reddit role-playing. Rita should have seen the universe. I'm the opposite of Jesse. I'm tall, handsome, masculine, jawline, a real chin, physically fit, and well-endowed. Wait, what? How do they know this is Lush? Why would he shit-dog me? Was he making more posts than that? Jesus Christ. That's a weird relationship realities on the internet is we're left to them thinking that their downvotes mean anything. Okay. He was wrong as hell for that. What do you mean? The guy's in a fucking timed race. Fuck him. Fuck that kid. Not in that way, but... Oh.
Absolute sicko is pretending to be an 8-year-old boy, and he thinks he's trying to hang out with another 8-year-old boy. So we're going to lure him here and maybe question his behavior.
It's gonna get what's coming now.
Okay, he just texted me he's here. We're gonna get this creep. Absolute sicko is pretending to be an 8-year-old boy, and he thinks he's trying to hang out with another 8-year-old boy. So we're going to lure him here and maybe question his behavior.
It's gonna get what's coming now.
Okay, he just texted me he's here. We're gonna get this creep.
Jesus. Moody classic.
Yikes.
Hey, hey, hey!
You're not gonna get it. If you get it, I'll suck your dick. Yeah.
I'm so good.
You gonna do that while I tattoo leech on you at the same time, or? Well, like, what the fuck? Where's Mrs. Smith at? Oh, you know, she just got her AR-15.
Jesus. Do you like any of the Resident Evil games? I don't know, dude. Long time ago. Can we react and yell at Red Pill antisocial fake news? Chill G-Bay 99 video about quitting League.
beyond a small circle of friends. People don't seem to feel a need to dissect the reasons that they're...
This guy's like a streamer, right? You gonna play Darkest Dungeon 2? I don't like the gameplay loop of that game as much, you know? Just not a fan. Okay. I'll be back. We're going to finish this self-defense thing, okay? No, I still need to do my emails and shit. I haven't done anything. I'll find something to babysit you guys. Be back in a second. Ooh. I don't want to assist debate. I think debate's like an hour and 15 minutes, right? That's what Erudite said. Literally the perfect babysitting video.
The Ukrainian Kherson counteroffensive.
So then it's just like, oh, then it's just him debating him, which is, I mean, he does, I mean, it's easy. Anyone can do that, but Destiny's also a good debater, regardless of my differences in opinion and overall distaste for him as a human being. You know, he.
Wow, thanks, Hassan. Oh, it looks like Hassan's did a reset as well. Actual Darkest Dungeon 2.
A primeval megalith. Casting its shadow across the valley.
Is this, oh, this is just a really big mod?
This sweetener is about 30 times sweeter than sugar, yet it's been banned since 1969 in the United States, even though it's legal in Europe and elsewhere. And it tells a history about the culture of the FDA. Will you try it?
Oh my god, is he about to eat
I
it?
got a veggie sandwich. Literally just has veggies. They gave me 2 chips, although I asked for an apple, but that's okay. Oh, they gave me the wrong sandwich. Oh no! Turkey with bacon and cheese. I'm really, really upset right now. I'll try it. This is not a veggie sandwich. Wow. All right, well, here we go. It's not bad. Bacon. It's pretty tasty. Honey, that is not what I asked for. I got a...
Okay. Okay, I'm doing messages. Have fun.
Cheers. All right, so here is a German sweetener that I have obtained, and it contains the banned substance. It's got some saccharin, but it also has sodium cyclamate. But these cyclamates are banned in the United States of America.
The announcement about artificial sweeteners adds cyclamate to tobacco, alcohol, and a list of other things that aren't good for you.
Pre-sweetened without sugar.
That's right. I usually put sucralose or saccharin in my coffee, and this morning for the first time I haven't had it.
Even today, different cyclamates show up in different sweeteners, in soda, everything. I want to tell this story in 2 parts. The light side, the dark underbelly, because I think you need to understand both of them to know the truth about this sweetener.
Those who count calories may have to go back to the tried and true, but seldom used method of willpower to keep their calories in check.
So let's start with the straightforward narrative in which the FDA saves the day. In 1937, a chemist named Michael Sveda is doing lab work, and he accidentally licks his fingers. And he's like, whoa, my fingers taste oddly sweet. Also, I'm a scientist. Why was I licking my fingers? But that's not the point. I've invented cyclamates.
Sugar must be distributed as equitably as possible for household and industrial uses.
Cut to the 1950s. World War II and World War rationing is just a memory. But after that sugar rationing, the public is more amenable to artificial chemicals and sweeteners. Cyclamates flood the market.
Hey, it's time for Funny Face!
They are the diet miracle in everything from canned fruit to funny face drink. No bitter aftertaste, but super sweet. Funny Face, by the way, is kind of racist, but...
Funny Face drinks from Pillsbury. Pre-sweetened without sugar.
You know, I said this was gonna be the happy section, so let's move on. But even in this cyclamate boom, the government's watchful eye prevails. In 1958, they passed this Food Additives Amendment, putting in rules. The FDA can give cyclamates a GRAS rating. This is a rubber stamp that most people think something's okay, even if the drug company didn't explicitly prove it. And this part's key. The act includes a clear mandate called the Delaney Clause, named after the heroic congressman who proposed it, James J. Delaney. It says that no additive shall be deemed to be safe if it is found to induce cancer when ingested by man or animal. Here's how he put it.
We had a multitude of chemicals that came as a result of World War II. We might say you had a revolution.
And so with these protections, it's full steam ahead on quality products for the growing low-calorie market. Dietetic foods becomes an entire category, and the profit estimates, let's just say they aren't on a diet. This is a little cyclamate humor. So lots of people end up saying, no thanks, no calories, I sweeten with Sucril. This is one of the big cyclamate
hold on, I'm sorry, one
brand
second.
names.
Okay, sorry. I had to listen to something.
It shows up in diet soda. It changes the entire world in a couple of decades.
Weight Watchers love Diet Dr. Pepper.
Turns out that canned fruit can be good for you.
Doc of the Walk has taken the sugar out and put the Sucril in.
So Sucril is the big brand name for cyclamates. That's made by Abbott Laboratories. You can kind of see their name down here in the fine print. But at the same time, some Americans are beginning to grow skeptical about chemicals being totally unchecked. Sometimes this is related to food, sometimes it's about other stuff entirely. In 1960, a heroic FDA regulator bars a birth defect causing morning sickness drug, thalidomide, from mainstream use in the United States. She gets honored by JFK. Meanwhile, books like Silent Spring, which targets DDT, increase that general scrutiny on chemicals. And don't get me wrong, this extends to food, like in October 1969, when a courageous whistleblowing FDA scientist, Jacqueline Verrett, goes on live TV and says that there are problems with cyclamates. She is worried that they cause cancer and birth defects. She goes on TV with normal and damaged chicken embryos. She later says, "I've been so worried about cyclamate lately that I've been smoking more." Shortly after that, Abbott Laboratories coughs up a study in which they say that cyclamates can cause cancer in rats. Remember the Delaney Clause? It is activated. Herb Lay, the new FDA commissioner, decides that even though cyclamates are a huge business, he can't let them continue. The evidence is clear. Cyclamates are banned for use in food in 1969, there's a little waffling, but then they're banned altogether in 1970 in the United States. The process works, even though cyclamates are huge. Immediately new diet products are announced. Diet drink and soda producers start proudly advertising that they have no cyclamates. Popular diet candies were also proud not to have it.
Overweight? Try the AIDS Reducing Plan. AIDS candy contains vitamins and minerals, no drugs, no cyclamates.
AIDS could have had a huge PR problem, but totally avoided it. Nice work.
And once you've reduced, AIDS helps you control your weight.
The world followed the lead of the United States. In Canada, they dumped their cyclamate-filled ginger ale out and destroyed it.
Their thinking was that the damage has already been done. Publicity given to the decision of the government in the United States was sufficient to make Canadians think twice before buying anything containing cyclamates.
But here's the thing. If the process worked, why is the United States an outlier in banning cyclamates? Why was Lay fired shortly after? And why did he later say that the cyclamate issue was what did me in? Why did the journal Nature slam the cyclamate bandwagon? So I want to present another explanation of why
Okay, wait. So is Finster like a... What is Finster? Is that like a girl or a cross-dresser or a non-binary? What is the Finster person? A guy? Cross-dresser? Troll? he's not just a troll, okay? Okay, femboy?
Fuck. Also, like okay, this is why I need pads. Like, I'll show you. Like, if I'm standing up, oh my god, this fucking okay. Look, like in it, like, look at my ratio. Look at my ratio of waist to hips. No good. No fuck. Also, like the.
Okay, so he's just a cross-dresser. Or, well, femboy. I guess femboy is like an effeminate cross-dresser, huh?
Cyclamates were banned, one in which the scientific story is almost entirely secondary to the political one. Let's start at the beginning. You can look at the Delaney Clause and say, great, this is bulletproof. Or you can say, this actually takes judgment out of the hands of the scientists at the FDA. It gives anyone opposing sweeteners a clear target. This happened with cyclamates. As noted in 1967's Upbeat, the Beet Sugar Growers magazine, yes, that is what it's called, beet growers and companies have a
hold on. Sorry.
Vital interest in the outcome. And their strategy? Well, they didn't have a lot in the tank. They liked saying that sugar is energy. That was their big thing. What are little girls made of? Sugar. For energy. They started funding studies to say that artificial sweeteners were killer. And that kind of got the ball rolling. Public pressure was even higher because Ralph Nader, the activist who famously killed the dangerous Corvair car, he started this project called Nader's Raiders, where he'd send a range of different activists and professionals to investigate agencies and industries, and he had a force that was raiding the FDA.
It's best to test before you sell, to make sure that the side effects are not hazardous, and we haven't been doing that with hundreds of food additives that are being consumed every day by millions of Americans.
He ended up backing a whole book about how the FDA should have banned cyclamates.
Jesus fucking Christ! What am I watching?
Oh, that's right, here he comes. Yep.
Wait, where'd it go? Are they not worried about the baby like falling onto the ground? Jesus Christ. Sorry. That baby is dead? Who is Kevin Gates? I don't even... Oh my god. Okay, anyway. You're on Kick Show It? No, it's like a woman giving birth while standing up.
Sooner. So in 1968, Happy Herb Lay was really panicked Herb Lay. This guy was paranoid, he was scared, and he felt a lot of pressure from every single industry. And that affected his decisions. Let me give you one anecdote. Lay comes in one day, and they told me to shut all the doors. I shut all the doors, and he had this...
Oh, hold on, I'm watching.
That's right, here he comes.
She's just standing with her legs spread with this baby.
You ready?
Oh my goodness. Oh lordy lord, he coming.
Awesome, Kendra.
Is he stuck? Hold on.
That's right.
Oh.
That's right, here he comes.
Ugh. Oh my god, I minimized the video to not restart it. Dude, I hate videos without like progress bars. Oh my god. Alright, well, hold on, I gotta watch a whole 50 seconds.
That's right, here he comes. Is it protecting, please? Yep, you ready? Just watch him come all the way your shoulders up.
Right click it. It doesn't give me anything. Is the sound in the background? Is it cameras taking pictures?
That's right. That's right. Here it comes. I'm so grateful for you, Shiloh.
Why are they taking pictures of a woman giving birth? Well, they're trying to imagine. This is probably like one of those all natural. Like I'm guessing she doesn't have like an epidural or anything, right? If she's standing and all that, right? So. Jesus. I just want to see this kid come out.
Wingling. That's right. Oh, almost. That's right.
That kid is huge. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Does it have like a full ass head of hair, or I can't tell what I'm seeing, or am I just? Oh wait, hold on.
Oh.
Did you watch your son being born? Hell yeah.
There you go. There you go. Almost. Almost.
Oh my God. Get this kid out of here.
Oh. You got it. You got this. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, Shiloh.
Oh.
Your baby's coming through your legs. Okay. Your baby's coming through your legs.
Bro, how much does this baby weigh? This baby looks huge. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe the perspectives are off on everybody. Jesus.
Okay, look, he's coming through. Xavier, help her sit down. Okay, here you go. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hi. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Xavier, hang on, can you move, buddy? Oh my goodness.
The baby is almost 10 pounds, 9.5 pounds. Whew.
Oh my goodness, baby. Oh, hi. Oh, sweet boy. Hi. Okay.
You literally watched Nathan come out? Yeah, of course. What do you mean? Babies being born are like one of the coolest things that humans do.
Oh, thank God. Oh, sweet. Rub on and talk to me. Come and move around. It's pretty sleepy. Oh my goodness. Hey, sweet boy.
Jesus.
Oh, hi. Oh my goodness.
The only thing I'm curious about is, I'm curious, what do they do if there are complications? Like, I wonder if there are, like, doctors nearby. That baby's a low APGAR score. He's not crying, not moving, and with cyanotic toes.
There you go.
I could be wrong, but I thought that babies don't normally cry when they come out. Don't they normally smack them around a little bit to make them cry? Because you want to, like, you're trying to get it to, like, cough up any, is it Malcolmia? What do they call shit that gets stuck in its lungs? I think that's only if it poops coming out. But I think that's normally they try to induce, like, crying in order to get them to do that. And, like, do a little test, a few tests or whatever to try to get them to do that. Amniotic fluid, maybe? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Suck his nose.
Meconium is the green poop. I think that's what they poop on the way out or something.
There you go. There you go.
The mom is sucking it out of the baby's mouth. Oh yeah, that's what it looks like. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
There you go.
Now he's crying. Lag of movement coming out seems pretty spooky too, though. Yeah. I feel like this wouldn't be like a high success rate birth plan for a lot of people. Maybe I could be wrong. Or they might have a lot more like medical professionals in the background and stuff that we actually can't see as well either, right?
Oh, hi, honey. Hey.
Jeez.
He's used to it. He's just fast and fast.
What an experience. Okay.
This thing to check for wiretaps. So he was not only checking the phones, but he was going around checking the walls. The guy was going Gene Hackman in the conversation. He was scared.
Just pearly things. My response to weaponized empathy, woke culture, free speech, and selective outrage. She's premiering this as a fight against reaction channels. I don't know why she keeps saying reaction channels. I don't know where she got this, who taught her this new term, but she like uses it every other tweet now. Reaction channels. Reaction channels. They don't stand for reaction channels. I don't know why.
Grape jokes. Male grape jokes. And, you know, I could pull a clip from there and do the YouTube blood sport and paint them out a certain
Oh, our volume is
Me
way too
personally, when
quiet.
I see a girl with like a nice booty, I'm always like, I like you and I want you. And I'm gonna have you.
Now, I tell you what, I like you and I want you. Now, we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
Well, I don't think you and I will be doing anything any kind of way.
Okay, I see you choosing the hard way.
Okay, cut. This isn't working. Someone get this guy up.
We no, that's bro, and that's disturbing.
Lee Johnson, booty warrior.
I don't want to do that, but, and you know, I understand there's always going to be entertainment value. I understand that, but it's just getting to a point where we're starting to defame people's characters, and I'm just tired of the lying. I'm so tired of the lying. And the other thing that's insulting is a lot of these reactors that are pretending to stand up for my employees are calling them slaves.
The colonial mindset of Pearl has people working on her quote-unquote plantation.
That's why Pearl is a modern-day female slave master.
As if I am a slave master? Are you crazy? Oh my God, are you nuts? How insulting. It's like they're standing up for my employees by calling them slaves. What the? You guys are absolutely insane. And again, all of these reactors have never successfully had a YouTube show. And they want to tell us how to do their show. And it's like, if I don't like the way a show is run, I just don't watch it. But all of these reactors want to insert their opinions and tell
Oh
them.
no. Fuck! Wait, hold on. Sorry. Farah's on this episode. Oh shit. She gets to debate Rolo. Oh, I'm so jelly. Oh. I wonder who mystery guest is. Didn't you not want to talk to this guy? At this point, probably not. At one point, I wouldn't mind debating him, but the problem is he only wanted me to go to his studio in Vegas and debate. And I would never, I'm not going to go and be on his fucking live show. Why the fuck would I gas his shit up that way? Fucking dumb. Jesus. Okay, sorry.
How we should have our conversations and in what way we should have our conversations, when it's like, you guys haven't done it successfully. Most of you are small, and none of you have had a live show. That's like me telling you how to clip people out of context. I don't know how to do that. A lot of these YouTube channels, they do it to anyone that's bigger than them. They're just looking for someone big that they can tear down. Like, look at this business guy. He did this shit to Kevin Samuels, the godfather of the manosphere.
The problem. You see, the problem with Kevin the Perfume Don, let me put y'all up on some manhood for a moment here and some real facts. Because, by the way, he's still repeating this garbage that the average male weight has not increased since 1965. I corrected him about that last year. He's still running around lying and talking about men have only gained 5 pounds since 1969 and women have gained 30. Nonsense. They both gained about the same amount of weight, according to the CDC website. And he's still lying because he has a narrative that he wants to look down on women about. So he just lies about things. And none of y'all who claim you were learning anything, none of you have ever called him up to correct him and say, hey, dude, I can't ride with you telling outright lies to make your point. You can make a point, but if you gotta lie to make a point, it's not something worth giving.
And he said that Kevin Samuels was lying in order to tear down black women. Do you know how disrespectful that is? And in this
well, wait, was he wrong?
How hypocritical is it of you to say that people should not have formed an opinion on Kevin Samuels without watching his full content, but yet you can make a reaction on me without watching the full video?
What's happening in the world today? I think that with the advent, may he, rest in peace and whatever you feel about him, Kevin Samuels, who he made a whole living off of going hard on us. Did you tune in? Did you listen? I never, because I wouldn't let that get in my spirit.
Of course.
But my point is, he had a lot of men that I know and respect were following him and listening to him.
I thought that she was a journalist. So as a journalist, she formed her opinion about somebody that she didn't even watch his content? I mean, she just said it. Men that she respect followed him. So instead of trying to understand why you set up a false narrative of him and rebuke him from your life, you simply and utterly cannot make this shit up. Modern women today are conditioned not to care what men think, but are conditioned to only hearing how awesome they are. And that's exactly why most cannot keep us.
And this is the other issue with O'Shea Duke Jackson. He doesn't trust the employees to know if they work for someone or sexist or that hates black women. His words. And yet he thinks that he knows when he doesn't even live in this country. He's never even interacted with us. O'Shea, you've known King Richie's for a couple years now. Why didn't you sign him? You care so much about the black community, and you're the first to critique me, but I did what you didn't want to do. Why didn't you sign him? Now he's having more success than he's ever had, and he's incredibly talented. He's worked so incredibly hard for that. But you're the first one to criticize me and call me names when I did what you could have done. And I did what you could have done immediately. I've only been, YouTube famous for maybe 6 months. And then I started helping other people. I started signing talent. And I know you've got your network. I know you've got your very mid set. But if you care so much, why didn't you do it? And MTR, what you did to me in the thumbnail was actually wrong. That was so wrong. Stay tuned for posting all the content that MTR do not want us to post because we do not care. And you guys agreed to it and you can't take back your consent. And also, MTR, I'll expect all videos with me in it down within 48 hours because you do not want to associate with my brand. And I respect that. It's funny because what they're doing to me is exactly what I was talking about in the clip. They're using an atrocity to try to guilt me and try to control me, tell me who I should have on my platform, tell me the way I should run my show, tell me that I am not good to my employees. And that is what these undercover feminists do. I like having people that disagree. I like having all different forms of opinion, and I will not apologize for having somebody controversial on my podcast. I am more than willing in the future. And I would also like to extend an invitation. If somebody thinks I'm misinformed, DM me. Let's get you on the show. Tell me where I was wrong and tell me who I should have on the podcast to correct myself. But it's one thing when you want to correct me or say something's inaccurate, but it's another thing when you go after my character. To everyone that thinks that I was wrong for bringing Nick Fuentes on, to everyone that thinks I shouldn't be able to have guests from the far right or the far left, to everyone that doesn't believe in freedom of speech and bringing on canceled people, I'm one of the last remaining platforms that still brings on people that have been kicked off of all platforms, including YouTube. And every day, we fight so hard against cancel culture that we risk our entire platform by having people on. Now, it's crazy because we have CNN, BBC, Piers Morgan. They have the most controversial guests in the entire world on their show. But for some reason on YouTube, you get canceled for having controversial guests on your platform. And I'm young, and I still have a lot to learn. And we're not always going to get it right. But here at Just Pearly Things, we believe in freedom of speech. Here at Just Pearly Things, we believe in giving a platform to those who have none. And here at Just Pearly Things, we are going to continue to have controversial guests on again and again. And to those of you that don't like it, you can kiss my ass.
Jesus Christ. Where's my como se dice? Are you in here? Did you ever finish the Tim Pool content? I sure did, Lycan.
All right,
Some guy just sent me a big email about how I should turn on this S-Log thing on my
Here's a really quick video to show you how to find S-Log in your Sony cameras. Now here I have the Sony RX10 Mark II, but this is the same for the A7S, A7R2, and other Sony cameras that offer S-Log. Basically what you want to do is you want to go into your menu and you want to choose a picture profile. Now by default, S-Log is found in picture profile 7 in the RX10 Mark II as well as in the A7S and A7R2. S-Log is in picture profile 7, but S-Log can actually exist.
Yes, S-Log, but plus LUTs. Oh yeah, wait, do you think this shit is worth it? He's telling me that I can set up a whole S-Log thing, and then for OBS, I have to do an effect filter on the camera called Apply LUT. Do you think this is worth it?
In any picture profile. So what we could do is we can go to picture profile 4. Now this has already been configured by Sony, but what you want to do is there's an arrow that goes to the right. So we're going to go to the right. Now we're actually in this picture profile, and we can modify this. So here in Gamma, we can choose actually S-Log. So we can choose a couple of different ones, movie, still, cine.
100% worth it, but a lot of effort.
But we could change this to S-Log. Now, by default, picture profile 7 has S-Log. But if we want to do it in picture profile 4, we'll set S-Log. We can also set color mode here. You have your other options, movie, still, cinema, pro, so on. And once you have that, then that is the picture profile that you're going to choose, picture profile 4, and now we're in picture profile 4, so that would give us S-Log there. But you could change that, but if you're just looking for the default setting, again, in Sony cameras, you just go down to picture profile 7, and this one is already set to S-Log. So we just choose picture profile 7, hit OK, and then you can see that's our choice.
All right, well, take a picture before and after. Here I am. Hello. Welcome. Okay. What benefit are we looking for? I don't know. We're about to find out. Hold on. Let's see. Picture profile.
We could change this to S2, Mark II as well as in the A2 and other Sony cameras that offer S-Log. Basically what you want to do is you want to go into your menu and you want to choose a picture profile. Now by default, S-Log is found in picture profile 7 in the
Picture profile on. Picture profile 7. S-Log 2. Jesus fucking Christ. Huh. Does this look better than the color profile before? What's the before and after? It's much worse. Ban that guy. Looks better, but a bit low in brightness. Okay, it's very dark. It's very dark. Let's see. Right click, profile. This is supposed to be on bypass, so it was already darker, or it was already lighter than it even should have been. Does setting saturation or anything, does that do anything with? I feel like these black levels and all this, like literally have no impact whatsoever on how it looks, but maybe that's because it's like S-log footage or whatever. Does this even look better? Okay. Okay, so here's like the new thing, and then I'll change it back to the old thing. Does this really look better? This is how it was set before. What are you doing for the LUT? I don't know. Some guy sent me I've attached a PNG where I've applied Sony's LUT for SCAM at S-Log2 to the Rec 709. It should work just fine. You have to turn off the LUT. Oh shit, you're right. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Wait, what's happening now? Wait, this isn't what it looked like before, was it? Change the settings back on the camera? Yeah, I just did. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Oh, whoops, hold on. Okay, this was before. Does the LUT thing look better than this? I feel like this looks fine. I think this is fine. back to this.
Moreover, the FDA's actual decision on cyclamates didn't really rest with Ley, but with his boss, Robert Finch, who attacked the FDA in public for not banning cyclamates. This came after that demonstration by Jacqueline Verrett. Finch was a Nixon buddy and the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. This guy wasn't a scientist, he was a political operative. So Jacqueline Verrett went on TV, and all the scientists were like, this is kind of dumb. The Damien studies showed doses 100 to 120 times greater than anyone could consume. But regulators had to recommend the cyclamate ban because of the law. Lots of people agree that evidence like Verrett's and some of the other studies just aren't relevant. Now, I'm not a scientist, so let me have this guy from the American Dental Association explain it to you.
The American Dental Association has asked the FDA to look at the cyclamate question again and reevaluate its stance.
In the first place, the evidence was based on animal studies, and in these studies, there were several hundred times as much cyclamates given to the animals per pound of body weight than would ever be given to humans.
You see, they wanted cyclamates back because they thought sugar was so bad for people's teeth. That doesn't matter. Finch saw alarm bells.
The law is very precise. If you have solid evidence.
Your face looks better without the LUT, but the lights in the background look much better with LUT because of the increased dynamic range. If you put some time into it and find some better LUTs, you can definitely achieve a nicer look overall. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I appreciate it. I'm good.
That a given additive or ingredient creates carcinoma, cancer in humans or animals, then you have to take it off the market.
You hear that? The Delaney Clause. But the FDA lets Abbott's petition to reinstate cyclamates go unanswered, even though panels are
It's mostly helpful when there are blown out, bright, or detailless black areas. Gotcha.
In 1975 and earlier that cyclamates are safe. They have come back abroad after lots of evidence saying that they're okay. Remember how Canadian companies made a flashy display of dumping out those trucks of ginger ale? Well, today in Canada, you can have cyclamate as a sweetener, but they are still banned in the US. So why bother telling this story? Saccharin was mired in similar controversy, but it was fine. Aspartame showed up. Ultimately,
Texas mall shooter apparently a neo-Nazi. Oof, if that's true, the original memes were originally that he was like a far left guy, so he was actually a far right guy. Oof, yikes.
Missing cyclamates in the United States, it's not that big a deal. We have other artificial sweeteners. But I think that this story, told in these two parts, the first part that says follow the science, and the second part that says this is all politics, I think that both of them are kind of true. I also don't want to be too hard on the FDA here either. I mean, it is a hard job, but this stuff right here, it's not just a chemical equation. It's a political equation, too.
Cyclamates, we have no evidence that they've ever produced cancer in humans, but we did have it in animals, so that's why we had to take the action.
All right, that is it for this one. Thank you for watching.
Can you send... Hold on, I'm so sorry. 1 second. Does anybody have the... Can somebody link that Rollo Tomasi tweet with the vasectomy fucking recommendation?
Plop. If you haven't been here before, this is a personal channel where I post personal videos, history videos, stuff like that. I did feel a little like, you know, illicit eating these, even though I know that they are totally fine and have been cleared in a bunch of other countries.
Oh, also, hold on. Random question for the lifter flare guys. I think I might have figured something out. Just a random, super random question, okay? Lifter flares, Amumu, Hillshire, all you guys, okay? For how I irritated my arm a little bit, maybe. But I could also just be making this up completely, okay? When you guys are doing the tricep pushdowns, so I always thought that like bigger range of motion is probably better. So I would do them up here and then go down here rather than like stopping like here and going down. Do you think any tricep movement where you're like bringing your arm all the way up here is like a bad tricep movement, do you think? Or do you think it doesn't matter? Now I'm wondering. Because I noticed for my, I don't know if I still have irritation. I haven't benched for like a week, okay? I'm just waiting for it to feel better. Do you think it's better? Do you think it's okay to do any tricep movement where your arms come all the way up here? Or should you stop at like this 90-degree angle unless you're like benching or something? You only need the bottom half of the movement. Are you getting golfers? No, shut up. If you don't know, you don't know. I don't give a fuck. Thank you for the Rolo tweet. Top range of motion is the most important part. If you feel rotation, lower the weight so your tendons can acclimate. Have you done overhead tricep extensions? I don't do almost anything with my shoulders up here. I'll do like overhead press, but I don't do any exercise, anything up here. Fuck all that shit. All of those exercises look AIDS as fuck. So like skull crushers or whatever the fuck this lift is. Nothing. I don't do anything like that. I will never do anything like that. Fuck you guys. Wait, where did any gym flares answer this? Where are my gym flares right now? Oh, Huff Daddy says 90, 90, 90. Dungeon says full range of motion. Huff Daddy says gym flare. It's not AIDS. You're just a fucking bitch boy. Anyone who says you need to go beyond 90 degrees on tricep pushdowns is patently wrong. Can I get an Athlean X video on this? Range of motion tricep pushdowns. Stop doing your tricep pushdowns like this.
All right, quick tip. When you're doing tricep pushdown...
Damn, this guy brings his elbow so far back. Do you do that? What is this? That's like isn't this like a shoulder lift?
Don't stay upright or too close to the machine, as that limits your range of motion. Okay, instead, take a few steps back and tilt your body forward. This will give you more range of motion and a much better contraction. All right, quick tip.
Okay, but this
when you're doing tricep pushdown...
It goes like a little bit more than 90 degrees,
Don't
right?
stay upright or too close to the machine, as that limits your range of motion. Instead, take a few steps back and tilt your body forward. This will give you more range of motion and a much better contraction.
How to properly do the I don't do anything with a rope either. Okay, that's for BDSM. Stop training. I like how every gym video is like, stop doing this. You Google video like how to deadlift, and the first 10 videos are like, everything you're doing is wrong. Don't do this. One-way trip to Snap City. If you're doing your deadlifts like this, stop. Don't ever make this crucial mistake deadlifting. Top 4 ways lifters kill themselves deadlift. It's like always like...
All right, quick tip. When you're doing rope pushdowns, don't grab onto the top of the rope, because this causes you to use more of your chest and shoulders since you're leaning over the rope to push the weight straight down. So instead, grab onto the bottom of the rope, then retract your scapula by rolling your shoulders back, and think of...
Okay, this... I don't even know. Oh, I think I've seen this video. This guy ties both ropes in, and he does 2 ropes for the full... Okay, never mind. All right. Okay, gym flares say 90 degrees. Okay. Think about the weight on the cord. How could going above 90 at all put tension on the tricep? The weight simply doesn't work that way. Well, it depends on where you're standing. If you stand close and you bring it up here, to push it down, I imagine you have to use this. You're using your tricep, no? Aren't you? I mean, unless you're like leaning over it and you're like pushing with your shoulder or whatever. I don't know. I don't care. I'm doing it 90 degrees. That's all I needed, baby. Dr. Mike on tricep pushdowns. Oh, shit.
All right, folks, mistake number one, super common, is a partial range of motion for tricep pushdowns.
Uh-oh.
Happens all the time because you can use more weight this way and feel proud of yourself. Unfortunately, it's unlikely to get you the best tricep.
Bro, I had 10 different mistakes for a literal isolation, single fucking muscle movement on one joint. How many mistakes can you make? Let's find out. Top 10 things wrong with your tricep pushdowns. All right.
Growth. So we want you to do a full range of motion instead, which can be humbling, but is probably much more effective. Charlie, give us a demonstration of what bro science partial ROM looks like. Okay, we're going to be doing somewhere in the mid-range there, no lockouts, not coming all the way up. It's fun, you can use a lot of weight, maybe not the best idea. And then show us what full range looks like. Going to coming all the way up and all the way down for a lockout, actually using the tricep through a full range of motion. We're not going to be Hercules lifting all the weights, but we're going to be getting more hypertrophy. Next mistake is thinking there's one exact correct way to do pushdowns where there are actually three. And you could use any one of the three sort of in a phasic manner where you use one of them for a couple of mesocycles, then it gets a little stale on you, use another one, and so on and so forth. Let's take a look at the three. No right answers here, it's just three different options. And a lot of times it comes down to which one you feel the most and is easiest on your joints. So Charlie, show us the first variant. It's when we allow our elbows to track forward and we come up a little bit higher. So you notice the elbows come forward in this. And people say this is wrong, but they would be wrong themselves because now we're actually using a little bit of long head and we're getting a really, really great stretch through the bottom part of the tricep. Awesome. Another way to do the tricep extension is to keep the elbows completely locked and only move the forearms. Totally fine. Great. Allows us to be super strict. No problem. Sometimes people experience some elbow discomfort doing this. So what they can do is actually allow their elbow to track back on the way up. And now it's more of a push down rather than the other two, which is more of a tricep extension. You can use any one of these so long as when you begin your set, you know which one you're using so you can count reps appropriately. All of them are fine. They're essentially three versions of an exercise, similar to like a wider stance squat, a medium stance squat, and an air stance squat. There's no correct answer of which one hits your quads. All of them hit your quads. Pick the one which feels best for your quads and the best for your knees and hips. That's the one that's right for you and feel free to use the others. When the time comes up, same thing with the tricep extension. You can move your elbows forward, just know that you're doing it. You can keep your elbows locked, know that you're doing it, and you can move your elbows back. All of them are 100% fine. Next mistake is not having a standard range of motion for every single repetition. You have to be able to ensure a standard range of motion so you can count to make sure you're doing the same amount of stimulus every time and being able to expand it and also to track performance. If your reps look different every week, how do you know your performance went up? Maybe you just cut your range this week. Who knows, right? So every rep should look pretty much the same. Pick a technique and stick to it and go through the full range of motion. So the bad way of doing this, Charlie, bro it out. You know, we do this and sometimes we do some short reps and sometimes the elbows come back and sometimes we do that when we feel like it. I've literally seen people do all of these in one set. Who knows what they're doing? The right way to do it is to pick technique. Which one you want, Charlie? Okay, we're letting the elbows come forward.
Good
Awesome.
job,
Notice they're coming forward the same way every single time. He's going all.
Does he feel a little uncomfortable calling this guy Charlie? Is that a little weird? I feel like his parents named him that to fuck with white people. Do you think?
All the way to full lockout every single time and all the way back up until his biceps touch his forearms. That's it. Super common mistake on pretty much every hypertrophy exercise, not controlling the eccentric. The good thing about not controlling the eccentric or the descent is that you get to feel better about yourself because you get to do more reps and use more weight. The bad thing is it causes less muscle growth. So when we're on the tricep extension, we're going to make sure to milk out the eccentric. That doesn't mean you have to do it for 5 seconds, though that is a viable option, but at least, 1 or 2 seconds actively controlling the movement. Charlie, mess this up for us and show us how to do it bro style with no control. Boom.
Koreans adopt their own Western name. No, it's not a Western name. I'm pretty sure Charlie is like, isn't Charlie like a quasi-racial slur for Vietnamese people? Wait, am I the only one that knows this or am I making this up? Yeah, is it? Wait, like when there's like enemy Vietnamese, you're like, it's Charlie, there's Charlie everywhere. Am I making this up? Yes, Destiny, you're right. I am right. Thank you. Fuck you guys. Charlie just means enemy? Okay, well, I feel like I've heard it apply to Vietnamese people. I feel like I've heard that before, okay? Or maybe that was just my grandpa.
And boom, we're not trying to do the eccentric. That shit is hard. What about doing it correctly? Comes down and we control. And comes down and we control. Charlie, show us a slow version of the eccentric. So this would be something like a 3 or 4 second eccentric. It's just another way of doing things. Control is the most important part. How fast you go, very secondary. Next mistake is confusion about the lockout. Should you be locking out your elbows or not? Some folks will say the lockout is a big part of what the tricep does and you want that peak tension and squeeze. Some folks will say that removes the constant tension element and it doesn't let metabolites sum up as much. Both folks have their point. The thing is, it's just 2 correct ways of doing an exercise. Know which one you're doing and only do that for a time, especially in one session. So if you choose to lock out the elbows, make sure that you really milk and lock out for a split second at the bottom. Charlie, show us how that works. So he's going to lock it out, squeeze, and then come back up. He's going to lock it out, squeeze, and come back up. And then the other version is going almost to lockout, still full range of motion, but not quite locked out, keeping the tension on the muscles the entire time. Both are totally cool. We can actually mix these 2 methods together by doing a few reps without a lockout. And then when our triceps get really tired, we can lock it out, rest for a second, and then get back to work. So he's going to lock it out and rest, and then he's going to go again and do almost locked out reps until that happens again. Just know how many intervals you're doing so you can plan ahead for next week. Next mistake, very common, is to flare the elbows. By flaring out your elbows, you get to use your lats actually and your chest to help you press the weight down. That's so sweet because you get to use more weight, but unfortunately triceps actually get less of a stimulus and the fatigue to the other muscle groups in the rest of your body goes up for no reason. So Charlie, bro it out for us. do some tricep presses. Yeah, sweet. That's like a weird decline bench press. Now, you'll see some very high-level pros doing this. The reason they do it is because their lats and triceps are so big, they can't actually get their elbows any closer. What we want you to do is not be completely in line, as that may not be possible.
I hate that problem. I have that problem sometimes with benching because my lats basically flare out so much, it kind of like pushes my elbows in these weird positions, you know? When you're a machine, sometimes your range of motion gets fucked on some of these accessory lifts, you know? It just happens.
For you if you're actually jacked, just get your elbows as close to your sides as you can and don't willfully press the bar down. Extend the bar down using your triceps. Charlie, show us what that looks like. So we're actually gonna keep our elbows as close together as we can.
Yeah, you know when you're trying to do overhead press, but you can't do it after a bicep exercise because your biceps are so fucking pumped that like your starting position is like here because you can't make your arms go down anymore because your biceps is like, ugh, you know, you're just fucking, what are you gonna do,
proper
man?
extensions, very good. What about where to put your shoulders, okay? A lot of folks say there's this completely proper place to do it. It turns out there are a couple correct answers, pretty much only one correct answer for super, super strong people, but we'll get to that in a second. So fundamentally, there's sort of 4 poles in this. One is doing tricep extensions with your shoulders protracted. So Charlie's gonna put his shoulders forward completely, yep. And then he's gonna do tricep extensions like that. Totally fine way to do them. The opposite is retracting the shoulders. So he's gonna retract his shoulders and do tricep extensions. Totally fine way to do them. He can also elevate his shoulders. So he's basically shrugging up, and he's gonna do his extensions that way. And also he can depress his shoulders if he wants and do his tricep extensions that way. Everything's super cool. Here's the deal. When you get super strong, the position that you get put into, just by default, because it's really heavy weight, is going to be a retracted position that is elevated. Almost everyone strong does their tricep extensions from this position because they would have to, good enough, Charlie, they would have to fight the weight down to depress it and actually protract the scapula. That would require extra effort from muscles that are not the triceps and are not the target and take the brain away from focusing on getting the best tricep workout. So fundamentally, the answer is wherever you feel comfortable and you can really focus on your triceps, don't you worry about what your shoulders and scapulas are doing. Now, on the other hand, if you really feel the triceps more when you protract and you have no problem depressing and still focusing on the tricep, go to town. But as you get stronger, you may find that this position defaults to being the one that feels best. Next mistake is standing too far away from the machine or too close to the machine. If you stand too far away from the machine, you can start to feel it less in your triceps and more in your lats as the machine pulls you away and you actually get a lot of lat activation and rear delt stuff, and it turns out that that might not be the greatest thing for you to focus on your triceps. Another problem is if you stand really close to the machine, you might just be super awkward and you might be sort of scratching your face with the machine. It doesn't work super.
Okay, I think we're good. This is how you work out, by the way. Why do you, how many times do you link this?
Oh. Whoa. Oh.
Okay. August, without the context of D watching the Thorpe documentary, the interview might come off as super weird and invasive. Wait, did he upload that to the main channel? No shot did he do that. Oh. That would be wild. Oh, I think I've literally watched these on stream before. This guy does a whole video series like this.
It's a deadlift. Deadlift. Can I clean here? Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm terrible sorry. Whew. Yes. Do you have 2 minutes? Yeah, I'm sure. Just...
Yeah. Please tell me that I can't, that I won't, that I fail, that I'll never make it out, yeah. Please tell me all the bad, never good, fill my head full of it, never heading south. I'll be slipping out, call it word of mouth, can't put it down, I'll be getting loud, you can never doubt, not what I'm about,
yes.
have your cloud, it be raining.
I like deadlift. Deadlift my favorite. Okay, I think here or here? Here, yeah? Just, okay, I'm sorry guys, thank you.
You know what's fake, right? You know what's really fake is the huge load that I put in your fucking mom's ass yesterday. It was mayonnaise. On bamboo bar. What does that even mean? Is the bar made of bamboo? Milk, milk. He's training his synergists. Did you watch the Israel and Seidman debate? I did not.
The club scene, nigga, it's mine, believe me. You don't believe me? Can't be touched, can't be stopped, can't be won't, came to bring a life, came to get it started, came to get it right. Turn down the music, turn up my mic. Open your hearts for me, look what I got for you. You in the presence of greatness, I make it hot for you. Pass the rock to me.
One of the craziest things about these machines is if you actually work out the math, if you weigh lighter than the weight that you're able to lift here, but you're able to lift all the weight, you can actually take off with the machine. Like, you can fly a little bit. Like, you probably couldn't reasonably go more than like 1 or 2 stories high, but you could definitely get some air.
I run with it, here for the game and all the pussy that come with it. So full of focus, I'm insisting on keeping it. Fucking easy!
What?
Fucking easy!
Okay. Mexican food tier list. You know what food I don't like? You know what Mexican food everybody... Okay, I'll give you an unpopular thing. So I gave a popular one earlier. You know what I don't like? Oh, man. This might be a hot take. Here we go. You know what I don't like? I do not like tamales. I don't like them. These things, I actually super don't like them. I think they're gross. Even when you unwrap them, the inside, they're just not that good. They always look so much cooler and better when you start unwrapping them. You're like, oh, this is going to be awesome. They're just not good. They're just not good. Ugh. They're just not that good. There's so many other better things. Any enchilada, any taco, any burrito. Mel time. Where's my hugging my Mel? It's also maybe I've only had bad tamales before, because it feels like all of them have like nothing good in them. It's just like weird bread shit, and that's it. It's like, ugh, fuck.
Worth it? After doing a bit of
Oh my
research,
God.
I found out that steroids actually give you back acne, and it's not great. My back is completely covered in scars, and it feels pretty terrible all the time, but I do like being able to go to the gym more. I finally hit 180 pounds, so I'm going to keep doing them. Steroids
This has to be a meme video.
do like
What is happening here?
do like
What is this?
Hugging your mouth. Being a good hubby.
Yep. Just smelling.
What have you been doing today?
I did all my emails and all my messages.
Good Mel's. Did you
Thanks.
entertain your friends?
Not too much, but
Really? That's not good.
fuck them.
Girl. You're transgender? Yes.
No, Quinn has XY chromosomes like Jared and me, not XX like you. Science says he's male.
No, Quinn has gender dysphoria. Her assigned gender is not the one she identifies with. She's mismatched, Dr. Murphy.
But biologically,
Other than biologically, how do you know you're supposed to be a boy?
your question doesn't make sense. I'm not
What is this fucking TV show? Wait, what is this?
supposed to be anything. I am a boy. Biologically, that's it.
Okay, deep tenderness at McBurney's point. Could be acute appendicitis.
Murphy, get imaging to confirm.
Autistic doctor?
Hello. Do you wear dresses?
Murphy? Don't.
Quinn is a boy who thinks he's a girl. I want to know why he thinks that.
Sometimes I wear dresses, but sometimes I wear leggings.
Do you like the color pink?
I'm more of a purple girl.
Do you play with dolls?
Since I was 5, but I'm super into mermaids.
Do you take dance?
Murphy, 20 questions are up.
I only asked 4. Do you wear
Doesn't matter.
perfume?
The CT's ready. Let's
Do you
go.
always paint your nails?
Let's go.
Why, if it's an autistic doctor, why are they ever like interfacing with patients? why not just?
Do you think he's complicated or confused?
Dude, you gotta quit calling her a he. We're never going to win this competition if you're disrespecting our patient. Don't they have transgender people in Wyoming?
Okay, transgender patient care was not part of my medical school curriculum. Was it part of yours?
No.
Oh my god, the trans part of their brain.
Quinn doesn't have appendicitis. He has testicular cancer.
Oh!
She.
What the fuck? Why do you keep... Are you a bot account? Hold on. Sigma 6 Part 3. Why do you keep linking? I feel like you've linked this like 30 times today. Okay, chill. Jesus.
I am a surgeon! I am a surgeon! I am a surgeon! I am a surgeon! Dr. Hahn, I am a surgeon!
I mean, like, I'm sure it's like... He has autism. I don't know, dude. Good actor, though. How do you know it's an autistic... How do you know they're acting? Maybe they're really autistic. Okay, let me use this real quick, and then we're hopping in this debate. Starting in a few minutes. 1 sec. Grab your popcorn. Oh, boy. Ooh, 12-minute opening statements, guys. The actor doesn't have autism, but he is British, so that's worse. Damn. 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 You're hosting a Kick Watches event and choosing... I didn't see that. There are TV shows and movies I need to watch, and I guess now that we're on Kick, I could just watch some. We should watch Suits, actually. Ugh. Pitbull bites surfer. Heroic pitbull swims 5 miles out to sea to bite man. What the fuck? Why? Mel Mel. Steve. I'm ordering cheeseburgers. Do you want one? Huh? Do you want a Five Guys cheeseburger? Sure.
Why do you want to use something healthier?
What would you rather get instead?
Like chicken, rice, something, vegetables.
Is it chicken and rice that much healthier?
Yeah. There's like cheese and bread and...
Yeah, but I feel like that chicken and rice stuff tastes like they use like half a stick of butter in each bowl. Is it really that much healthier to get a bowl of greasy noodles instead of a good old American cheeseburger and fries? Or just a cheeseburger?
And the fries kind of... I mean, it tastes really good.
I captured this on a camcorder 17 years ago when I was a teenager.
Oh shit. Yeah?
Holy shit, Raffle. Wow, bro. Oh, I've seen this. What the fuck is that?
He's asking what this is.
Those look way too dark to be normal grapes. Why are they so
They are
dark?
grapes. It means they're better.
Those are the darkest grapes I've ever seen in my life. I don't trust them. I don't trust grapes that dark. They're either green or purple. Those are like black grapes.
Why the fuck are you so racist against black grapes?
I'm not. They're just really dark. I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah. You like them?
I don't trust them.
You don't trust them?
Oh, they're too mushy.
What? Get another one.
No.
So, what are you wanting? 5 mils?
Yeah, bitch.
And fries?
Yeah, you can have one.
You're not gonna have fries?
I don't know.
You don't mel?
Be mouthful.
Be mel.
Oh no, failed to sign in. Zoom, what are you doing? Hello? Oh, just work. Thank God. Hello, hello.
Hey, Steven.
Hey, Steven.
Hey, Steven, we were wondering if you want to, should we play the clip before the debate or in the middle of it? Because I don't want to take it out of my, out of our opening. But it might be good for context, but whatever you think.
Whatever. We can play it before if you guys want.
Just to get everybody on board what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I would do that.
Ultimately,
Yeah,
I'll leave it up to Ryan, the moderator, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, if everybody's fine with that, that's not a big problem for me. We'll watch some clips and then we'll kick it into our opening discussions based on what we see in those clips.
And Steven, do you want to confine it to the, sort of that incident? Because I'd rather have it be specific. I don't know much about the whole genital stuff and all that. And also the Ben Shapiro stuff. Like, I don't know anything about it really, but
sure,
I'd rather focus.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's however the conversation flows. We're still just waiting for our last speaker here. I might just start the stream and wait. I'm not sure.
Well, you can play this while we wait.
Well, I was gonna say it would be best if we waited for our other side as well to all get here, so that everybody's got the context. So
sure,
we'll give it 5, and then if he's not here, then we'll just have to start the stream and carry forward. But yeah, it's nice to meet you, Steven. I think
Nice to meet you too.
Sent you an email at one point or another trying to get you in on a debate, but I don't think it was very very great pitch.
Who was the debate with?
I can't remember at this point. I've pitched a lot of people for a lot of debates now, so
Gotcha.
I'd have to go digging through the emails. But I'm just trying to set up the screens just in case we got to start as a 2v1.
Who's the other person? It's Erudite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the fuck are they at?
I don't know.
Oh, we may have to have a discussion with her.
Did you email her the link to the debate?
Sure did. Yeah, I'm gonna send another email here. Hi. We are waiting on Zoom for you. Send the link again. Yeah. I mean, it would be a shame to have to ask you to hold down the fort by yourself. I mean, I'm sure you're...
I'm sure she's coming, don't worry.
I know. I'm just going to send another email here.
She's live right now, so I'll just tell her, hey, we're waiting.
I got it. I sent her a link. She's coming. No worries.
Okay.
Do we just watch this through this portal here? I don't need to go anywhere, right?
Yeah, you can. You can keep the live chat open on YouTube if you want. If you are playing into that, I mean, that's kind of my job. I just kind of keep an eye on.
I'm not gonna be able to pay attention.
All right, perfect. That's even better.
How are the numbers looking? Good.
Yeah. Let's see here. Right now, we've got 284 people waiting. So there we go.
If I share this, can you guys see it?
We sure can.
Yep.
Make sure you're sharing your audio when we do start. But I will say just for the intro, if you want to just stop the screen share, just so I can get the screens set up.
Yeah,
now.
sure. I just wanted to make sure that I had
Can
it.
you go full screen on the video?
Yeah, once I share it.
Just give me a few seconds here, guys. All right.
Oh, there she is.
I'm going to put the intro screen up for everybody on the live stream. Get it started. And then I'm going to set up the screens. So before we get going, I'll just let you know there, Kyla, that we are going to review some of the footage that had come out before we do our intro statements, just so everybody has the context, our live chat, everybody here. So glad that you're here. We can hear you great. Yeah, let's get the live stream started there. So they can't hear us yet because I still have to get all our screens organized. As I was explaining to everybody else, of course, we did have a little bit of a mishap there on Friday as far as like it got a little too spicy. So I will say just as far as the conversation goes, we do ask that you keep things on topic and not attack the other speakers. Everybody's here on their own time. So You know, I'm sure I don't have to tell you guys that, but we do want to just remind you that we do indiscriminate muting if we get too spicy or ad hominem, if you will. If that's a
You can
term.
mute me anytime. I'll come in too hard.
Mute you right now. No, I'm kidding. That's I'm just joking. All right, give me a few seconds here, everybody.
So Grace, we get 12 minutes together. You want me to take 6?
Mine's only
go
gonna be like
7?
4. Yeah, so you can take 7 or 8.
All right.
Hey, everybody in the chat looks pretty excited for this. So as soon as I got our screen set up, we'll be good to go. It's gonna take me a hot minute though.
No problem. Now, how long is the free debate part?
We can go. Well, I have it set for 50 minutes. But if everybody's good to keep going, if it's engaging, and you don't feel like you've gotten to everything you want to talk to, and everybody's in agreement, then we'll continue. But if any
Happy
of you
Mother's
are ready
Day.
to move on after 50 minutes, then we'll respect that time frame. If that's good by everybody.
And then closings?
Closings, I like to do them after the Q&A, just because the Q&A does usually add context to everything that's been talked about.
Okay.
So I mean, that's also up for discussion. I'm not hell bent on that. So
Okay.
if you guys want to do your closings beforehand, that's fine by me.
I don't care.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Appreciate
We're the little people here. How come you look so much better than me, Grace? That's not fair.
You have a much more expensive
You're like
camera.
radiant, and I look like whatever.
Sorry.
Maybe it's not the camera.
There we go. Almost got you all in here. 2 more to go. No, that's starting late, but yeah, it's all good though. Every once in a while, I mean, I'm one of the few debaters that usually get these started on time, so now I'm a little bit like, oh, my bad, but
you're good.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Our live chat knows what we're all about. Starting late.
Keep them waiting.
Starting late, ending later. Go. Just clipping yours there, Kyla. And how do I say your YouTuber name, Kyla?
Yeah, how do you say that?
Yeah, it's Steven. How do I say?
I don't know.
the
It
name?
seems like
Would
you
like
say
to try?
something different every single fucking time. So I think
I don't
a lot
think
of
I
people
do.
are kind of. I think you kinda do.
I think
Yeah,
that's
you do.
your speech impediment, Steven.
Speech
Steven.
impediment? No, I think you
Yeah.
have a brain impediment that's kind of keeping you from even. Because I
Oh,
even heard you
wow.
pronounce it differently every single
got
time.
him.
So yeah,
That's a
you
really
know.
creative insult. Is
You
that when
pronounce it
the ball goes, or-
erudite or erudite?
Well, what year are
I
you
don't know.
asking her?
I don't know,
Because if you asked her a year
Steven.
ago,
How
it'd
do
be really. Oh,
Mm.
we're
I would
going,
say erudite.
We're getting
Erudite.
personal now. Oh, okay, I understand.
I was gonna say,
That's
do we
fine.
need to have a pre-debate? Like-
Yeah, I need actually my own separate 12 minutes because I definitely
need
have
heavy
that much
moderation.
prepared for the opening.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the
we're not
first
on
time
a
a
team.
supposed feminist, gets mad at a man and instantly goes in on physical characteristics. So,
Look, we're siblings, so this is just like standard family fighting.
absolutely
okay.
true. Okay.
Absolutely true. Well, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. Once again, though, once we go live, like I'm going to just remind you guys, let's try not to be attacking anybody on any of our speakers.
We can
but,
do a little of that, can't we? Can
Yes.
I call him like a blue-haired twit or something like that? Just for kidding.
No. I just behave yourselves if you can. I'd
He can
be-
take it, can't you, Steven?
I can take anything, okay?
Well, I mean, I wasn't offering anything.
Let's
We can
just
go a
work
little. I'm not personal, but
You're making poor James uncomfortable, okay?
Poor James.
that's not James.
Yeah, but his name is James.
That's
I missed your
Ryan.
name.
Oh
In the
my
flesh.
God! Yikes!
Oh, you
cringe! Oh,
you dead
cringe.
named him.
Oh,
you
no.
dead
Oh,
named him.
I know. I've been
You erased his
mislabeled.
identity.
Sorry,
I've
Ryan.
been mislabeled. It's so good. All right, let's get it going, everybody. It's we're 10 minutes after, so 319 are watching and ready. So let's transition.
Break 1,000.
All right, let's just keep it quiet here for just 1 second while I intro the show, and then we'll watch that clip that Grace has ready. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're going to debate, is Steven Crowder innocent? And before we get into our intro statements, we are going to review some footage that's relevant to the discussion. So, Grace, you're ready with your screen share?
Yep, give me 1 second. Do you see that?
Yeah, we can see that.
I see it.
All right. Can you hear it? I just played a little bit of it. Or can you hear
I
it?
didn't hear anything yet. No. Can you try again? No, we don't have the audio. So if you go into the screen share and go down to the audio, when you
Oh, I
share
see.
your
I see.
screen-
I got it. Hang on. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Here we go.
I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary in abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
There is no groceries. I'd be happy.
Steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes, how do you man? How do you man? Receive love and respect. No. How do you man? No, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
You're not taking the car.
Steven,
You are not
then I
taking
will ask them to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
for that, right?
It's not a threat, Steven.
Get an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Steven.
Like, I can't
Steven.
go. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Steven.
The only way out of it is discipline and respect. If the only way out of it, then we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect.
Steven.
Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
Hillary,
Steven?
you give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Steven, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it. Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just talk and baby for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you, and the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it, you go, no. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right, we're at an impasse. Become someone, listen to me, day in and day out, worthy of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. As a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not gonna engage. I'm not gonna engage anymore. I'm gonna go. I'll text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm not gonna.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to it. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm gonna just
walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs take? No, you take Betty.
Alrighty. So, all right, there we go. Now I'm back in. So with that context in play there, if there isn't any other footage for us to review, we will kick it into our intro statements here. So we'll kick it over to Grace to start, I think, there.
Okay, sure. Abuse is an accusation that our society loves to hurl against men. You can hear it in their voice when they say it. abuse. He's an abuser. He's an abusive husband. And who is the ultimate victim of this abuse? A pregnant woman. This entire video is the perfect setup to take a man down. I think something important for this debate is defining what abuse is. The definition of abuse is to use something to bad effect or for bad purpose, to misuse something. And within relationships, abuse is generally considered to mean treating either another person with violence, cruelty, harm, or force. Holding someone accountable is not abuse. An employer telling his employee to do better, to be worthy to work for him, is not abuse. Telling someone that they need to have discipline and respect is not abuse. A parent telling their kid to do better in school or in sports is not abuse. Getting frustrated and raising your voice is not abuse. None of those qualify as treating another person with violence, cruelty, harm, or force. And nobody should bat an eye if anybody, male or female, says these kinds of things. Nobody should be concerned if somebody asks another person to be disciplined and respectful. But when a man corrects a woman, even though our society says they believe that men and women are equal and should be given equal treatment, suddenly the man is the abuser and the wife is the victim. Hillary Crowder signed up for Steven Crowder. She freely married him. No one doubts that he is a driven, intense, engaged man. He drives his employees hard. He drives himself hard. But when his drive and his focus is turned on his wife, and he also wants her to live up to the promises she freely made him, to support him and to do her wifely duties as they both agreed as Christians, he's deemed an abuser. I think the real question here is whether a woman can fail as a wife. Is it part of patriarchal oppression of women to say that there are obligations and responsibilities involved in being a wife? Can you just walk away from a commitment that you made to a man freely for life with no consequences, just because it isn't working for you anymore? I don't think men are given that choice. Women need to be held accountable. Can it be too harsh? Yes. Can women and men get themselves into situations where they're too far over their head with marriage and kids and everything else? Yes. But both men and women need to be honest when they get into that kind of situation and not blame the other partner for emotional abuse. It shouldn't be allowed for a woman to go nuclear on her husband because our society gives that option to women as an easy out. When you get overwhelmed, when you're failing and you can't handle the guilt that you feel from failing, you just blame your husband and you go nuclear on him. I think in essence, we can either look at this situation one of two ways. You take the video on its own and you see a frustrated man trying to hold his wife accountable for responsibilities that she agreed to, and her refusing to listen to him and walking out. If you take this video in the full context of the situation, you see a woman who checked out from this relationship months ago, wound her husband up at his most vulnerable moment before a major surgery, saved a clip for 2 years, and after he told his audience about their divorce because it was increasingly becoming public and was going to be used against him, dropped that clip to a scumbag journalist to try to destroy her husband's name. Either way, he's the innocent one, and she is not. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your opening statement there, Grace. So over to you, Ben. You got 8 minutes left there for your opening statement. Thanks for being here.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. I don't have so much a prepared speech as what I want to point out here, and it takes a few viewings to see, but there are major things that are missed when this narrative is told, sympathetic to the wife here. The first and major one is that 4 days after this Nest video occurred, Steven Crowder went in for elective surgery. Now, elective surgery just means non-emergency surgery. The surgery that was performed involved cutting his sternum, I think, open and inserting titanium bars to prevent his chest from collapsing. And for them to schedule that only a month before his wife is to give birth means it was a dire situation. So to say that she's pregnant and in a vulnerable health situation, he is also, although you can't see it, It's not the type of thing you see, but he said on a video that his heart was pumping only at about 50% what it should be pumping at. Secondly, this was during COVID. And another thing that's odd that no one's really noticed is that he says if she leaves, he won't be able to be here and he won't be able to make calls. What he's talking about is post-surgery. And I've known friends. I know a friend who had this surgery, and I've seen online people talk about this. You can't even raise your hand to make a phone call. Okay? And she has no reason to walk out. I mean, there's obviously a problem, but what she's doing is hitting him at his most vulnerable time. But it looks like he's just kicking back and enjoying a cigar. There are many, 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 many things like this. Another thing that I just found out yesterday, I was like, I wonder how long you have to be married to get alimony, which is an important thing for someone who's deciding to bolt. The answer in the state of Texas is 10 years. And the smartest way to file for divorce would be to do it before the 10 years, because the 10 years includes up till, so she filed at the end of the 9th year. So she could say, oh, no, I wasn't doing it for that reason. But it really looks like a setup. And Kyle is going to say, women can't do 9D chess. Believe me, I believe that women can be quite smart and quite crafty. It's not 9D chess to set up a man in the way that Steven Crowder was set up by his wife, Hillary. And the real question, as Grace said, is in our society, can women ever be held accountable for anything? Can women fail? Or is it always that they have some sort of problem or some sort of mental illness that a man has to, or their father or their husband or someone, it's always got to be someone else's fault. And I actually think to say that women should be able to be held accountable and should be able to find solutions to problems is actually a feminist point. And anyone who says that women can't and a pregnant woman can't do things, and I know that both Steven and Kyla have actually taken quite moderate positions on this, probably the two most moderate positions of all people I've seen react to it. Yes, they see this, but they nevertheless, even though they see there's a lot here we don't know, where they don't know something, they skew against the man. And I think they have no grounds to do so based on the evidence. And all of it points to it being skewed against her. One major point here, because I've gone through a similar thing in my own life, is that I think you may have a problem here that's on a very, very deep level. And divorce is a problematic solution to that problem. My conjecture is that Hillary Crowder had serious impediments when she got married. I don't know that, but it seems to be implied when Steven Crowder says we're going to release all the mental health stuff. I think she had a problem with this. I think she got overwhelmed, and it's really, really hard for women. And I think this is a fault in our society, especially traditional women, to admit that they're over their heads. And it's really easy and really tempting for them to just blame the spouse and play the victim. And I don't think we're doing men or women any favors by automatically assuming that the man's to blame. I've encountered, I haven't been on the internet that long, but I've encountered so many young men who are saying a relationship with a female, short-term, medium-term, long-term, is a nightmare. And there's becoming an increasing argument, an increasingly rational argument, which I did not think was possible, that really it's not worth it on any level to deal with females because you're setting yourself up like Steven Crowder got set up here. I don't think Steven Crowder regrets having his children. I don't think Steven Crowder regrets what he got into. But you can see how the argument can be made. And women need to start making the other argument that we will be held accountable. We're not going to do this to men. Maybe that's what's going on here. I don't have omniscience any more than anyone else. But situations like this do happen. And this was not about going and getting the groceries and how many cars they had. This was a woman leaving her husband and leaving her responsibilities, never to come back. while it looks like groceries. I'm good.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your intro statement, Grace and Ben. So yeah, it looks like our mods are back in the chat there. Sorry, everybody, but I've only got so much access right now to the platform, which is a ton. But we're going to kick it over to the other side here. Who would like to start on your side?
I don't care. Do you want to go first or you want me to go first, Kyla?
6 of these. Go ahead and pick Brian.
All right. Destiny's going to take the floor. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. And floor is all yours, Destiny.
Yeah, sure. So I think that there are kind of like 5 things that I would focus on for why I would call the situation here pretty clearly abusive from Steven Crowder's perspective. And I think I would have to be presented with an insane amount of contrary evidence to override these 5 points. So the first point is her ability to leave this situation, both the marriage and immediately, like the actual balcony, is insanely compromised. She has a serious health event going on right now, which is being pregnant with twins. And from what we've heard later, Steven apparently has the ability to completely cut her off financially from her means of existing. So it sounds like she's probably not working right now. That's the first thing. The second thing is, it seems like through the course of this, one reason why I would say this seems abusive from Steven Crowder's end is he seems completely unwilling to work together to try to figure out a compromise to the problem. He refuses to try to compromise on the car thing. When she wants to take the car, he doesn't let her. When she offers to call a friend, he tells her instead that she needs to call an Uber. It seems like he doesn't have any desire here to actually work together with her to figure out a fix to the problem. For the third part, I feel like his tone is needlessly derisive, contemptuous, and insanely aggressive. With multiple statements like, you give up so easily, you have no respect, the only way out of this is discipline and respect, I don't love you, I've never received love from you, become a wife worthy. These aren't statements that you make to somebody that you love, that you're trying to work out a problem with. These are statements you make when you're trying to tear somebody down and attack them and leave them psychologically weak and vulnerable for you to exploit or manipulate. These are not things that you say to a wife that you love, who you genuinely hope or sincerely wish to work out any of your problems with. The fourth thing is, feels like in this fight, something you commonly see in abusive situations, is he's not really trying to figure out how to solve the problem, but instead sometimes he even seems spiteful or like he's wanting to get even with her. When he points out that he is going to be locked at home away from the car, rather than expressing that as an actual interest and saying like, hey, I'd like to be able to do something, I'd like to be able to go to the gym, like maybe we can work out a different plan for the schedule, he says, feeling some constraints, and then he starts to list the things he can't do. Feels like he's more interested in kind of like throwing jabs and getting even than actually figuring out a solution to their problems. And then for the fifth thing, the fact that when she tries to leave after saying multiple times that she wants to take space, she literally says, I need space. She's unable to leave. Even when she gets up to leave, he gets up, chases her inside the house, gives her the leash and says, walk the dog, put on some gloves and walk the dog.
All right, we're going to kick it over to Not So Irritate. Thank you so much for your opening statement there, Destiny. And just want to remind everybody in a live chat that all of our guests are linked in the description. So if you like what you're hearing from any of our speakers, you can check them out in our description. So Not So Irritate, I think you have still 9 minutes on the clock. So the floor is all yours.
Great. I probably won't use that entire amount. Basically, what I'd say here is we saw a 3-minute video of an interaction where clearly unhealthy things are happening, right? I think if you take the video just at face value, Steven looks like a giant raging POS. He looks like an awful partner. He's not supportive. He's uncompromising, very, very controlling, says some pretty nasty things. Doesn't look good for Steven. The issue that we have to remind ourselves in the context of this conversation is the reality that we're seeing a 3-minute video, which means taking a really, really strong opinion one direction or the other, unlike he is clearly an abuser and always has been in their relationship, or he clearly is not an abuser and never has been, is to me just kind of insane. They have a 9-year marriage. We're seeing 3 minutes of it, right? All of the outside context that's going on around this video. For example, is this interaction the worst interaction that they've ever had? Is this actually one of the best interactions they've ever had? Would completely skew how abusive or not abusive we find the individuals. I think a lot of times when we see really toxic interactions, which Steven did a good job of outlining, many of Crowder's toxic interactions with his wife, we immediately want to jump to using the abuse word, and there are abusive behaviors within this. The issue is that that's not enough to establish abusive pattern. It's also not enough, though, to just say it's clearly not abusive. I think that that's just a pretty extreme claim, and I think we just need a lot more evidence to really, really clearly make one decision or the other about the dynamic of their entire relationship.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you everybody for those opening statements. We can kick it up into open discussion. I do know that there's a couple other screen shares that we wanted to get to, so we'll get to those as they come along. Just remind everybody in the live chat, we are doing a Q&A at the end of all of this, so if you have a question for any of our speakers related to the subject, not attacks against our speakers, they're here on their own time, we want to respect them. If you got questions for them, please fire it in the live chat for super chats and we'll read them at the end. All right, so open discussion. We'll kick it over to the yes side to kick off our open discussion. Thanks, guys.
We're the yes side, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I start this just by saying, so the opposition seems to be saying, look, we can't say that he is an abuser, but we can say this displays abusive behavior. That was Aridad's point, and then Stephen followed it up by like listing what the toxic behaviors were that he saw. Okay, he said she was unable to leave the situation, both the marriage and she was immediately unable to leave the situation. That's not true. He lets her go. He lets her take the car. He doesn't physically threaten her at all. The cutting off of her access to finances was an allegation made by her family in a statement that was full of lies, and she was completely legally free to leave the marriage. So to say like that it's toxic behavior in the sense that it's controlling, that's not true. That's just flatly not true. The first example you gave was like that he does not control her. She is free to leave both the marriage and immediately that situation.
Okay, yeah. So on this first point, I think we have to have a bit more of a sophisticated understanding of what it means to control somebody and to control space. There's a difference between saying like a person physically is not capable of leaving an area because the other person is going to fight them to the death on it versus trying to impose some level of physical intimidation to manipulate the person from leaving the area. I would say that when she's clearly uncomfortable, she clearly says she needs to get space and she's trying multiple times to get space. For her to get up and go to the door and for Stephen Crowder to get up and chase her is him trying to physically impose himself on her to keep her from leaving. Now, whether she's ultimately allowed to leave, I don't know how long after this she did leave. I don't know if any of us know the answer to that. I would say that that is like a hallmark of an abusive behavior, is when a partner clearly wants to put space between you and them and you physically impose yourself to make them unable to do so.
When did he physically impose himself to keep her from being able to leave? He never did.
When she got up to leave, he gets up to chase her and hands her the leash and tells her to walk the dog.
But he doesn't stop her from going anywhere. She walked right by him several times and right out the door and right out of his life.
After he handed her the leash, she came back to the balcony to walk the dog.
So she walked the dog? She didn't walk the dog. She left. They had a discussion in the kitchen and she left.
Nobody's
never
saying
came
that
back.
nobody's saying that she walked the dog. What we're saying is that every time that she physically moved around, he would get up and essentially insert himself physically in spaces as she was trying to.
Okay, but you're inaccurate. He did not physically prevent her from anything. You could say he psychologically did.
Can we replay the video, just the ending part, the last like 20 seconds? We can watch it.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
can.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Hey, and while you
this
get that up,
Substack page sucks so much.
Just going to remind everybody that we are going to be uploading these to our podcasts within 24 hours of having these discussions. So definitely check us out on your favorite podcast forums. We're going to review the video again. So yeah, if you want to keep your screen share up and carry on.
Okay, so at the
let's
end
establish a couple things before we watch this. Do we all agree that she wants to leave the house at this point? Do we agree with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We agree that she doesn't want to walk the dog, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Stephen Crowder doesn't want
Nor
her to
give the dog his medication.
Sure. And Stephen Crowder doesn't want her to leave the house, correct? And Stephen Crowder does want her to leave. Does want her to walk the dog and give her the medication, right? These are our two conflicts, right? It's her leaving the house.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that.
Okay, cool. All right, so then let's watch what happens here.
Okay.
Day in and day out, worthy of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not going to engage. I'm not going to engage.
She says she doesn't want to engage. She says she wants to go. Go ahead.
Okay, where is he blocking her, Steven?
She's not
Where
yet.
is he physically intimidating her?
We're still playing.
Where?
We're still
Where?
playing.
She's free to leave.
We're getting there. We've all watched the video.
Now let's keep watching.
I love you. I'm committed to you.
Now he gets up. He tells her to put on gloves because he doesn't want her to leave. Okay. But she's
he's
trying
not
to leave.
physically imposing this.
Okay, just keep watching. We're watching till the end. We got 30 seconds left.
Yeah, let's finish it up and then we'll talk.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything.
She fully leaves, and he's still
He
sitting.
follows after her, Stephen.
Correct. He does. That's what I just said. Thank you.
Correct.
So
Yes.
he follows
He's
after
not
her.
blocking her. You said
Okay, well then
she
let's
was
see what
not
happens.
free to
Sure,
leave.
let's see what happens.
Okay,
So he follows her to the door. She's trying to leave. What happens next?
She has the keys in her
Said I
hand.
love you.
Okay, and what happens?
Walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Walk the dogs, put on some gloves.
He brings her back outside.
He brings her back. She freely came back to get the keys. I
He
guess
did. He
didn't-
went to chase her,
we
and
don't-
now she's picking up the leash to walk the dog.
She walked right by him, picked up the leash, and then she goes back out.
So,
You can see.
Stephen, you are wrong. There is no physical intimidation here. You
He
could say
wa-
there's psychological, but there is no physical.
He literally
blocking
physically
of her.
moves. I didn't say he blocked her. He brought her back
You
out
said
here.
physically. You can say
as in-
psychologically,
no,
but not
psychologically.
physically.
Psychologically would be him shouting at her, right, verbally. But he gets up to the door to physically impose against her to bring her back out here, right?
Let's
He
finish-
can play to the end.
Let's finish up these
Okay.
last
Sure.
20 minutes so we can stop the screen share.
Are you committed to do anything? I'm gonna walk the dogs, put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs? Don't you
She
think
walks
it's good?
right by him.
Right by him again.
And now, yeah, she walks right by him, but now, one, we see Steven go inside the house, and apparently this video says that they get angry and angry, and he says, I will fuck you up. So him chasing
Okay.
her into the house, why not sit here and let her leave? The fact that he followed her into the house shows that he's trying to be physically imposing to get her to do what he wants her to do.
Following someone is physically
end the
blocking
screen share,
them from
please.
leaving.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Yes.
Continuing a conversation is
When a
pursuing
partner
someone
is trying-
to continue a conversation.
Yeah,
with
when a
someone.
partner, hold on, this isn't an opinion.
No, it
this
is not.
Sure,
No.
this isn't an opinion. This is a fact. If somebody's trying to leave and you're getting up to follow them to continue a conversation that they're trying to disengage from, yes,
Yeah.
that's trying to use a physical imposition to force them
That's
to follow
physical,
through.
Stephen.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not
If you're
physical.
moving-
He
if
was
you're
not
moving-
physically blocking.
No,
her.
you're trying to continue the
you're-
conversation. Yes.
If you're moving your material, so say me and Nick were having a fight, and I said, you know what? And actually, I'll give it for you guys. He says, you know what, Kyla? I need some space. And so I don't grab him, but I follow him around the house. I keep trying to pressure him to come back in and do
Right.
things within the household. There's a physical element to that. Because
Oh,
if I wasn't being physical at all, if I was just being psychological, I would stay in this room. And while Nick walked away, I'd be yelling at him like, you effing whatever, and then maybe threatening him to try
So
to
would it be abusive if you followed him into another room to pursue a conversation? Would that be you physically abusing your husband? Physically preventing him?
Hold on, no one said there was
Yes,
physical
that's
abuse.
exactly
You
what
said
Stephen
physical
said.
prevention.
Hold on.
He said
Physically
he was
preventing
cutting off
you
her
from leaving.
ability to leave.
Okay.
Stop
I'm sorry.
lying
Okay.
here.
I think I've triggered you with the word physical. So we can try to come across
No,
some
don't
other
say
word.
that.
Well, you're getting
you were
triggered.
wrong. Don't say I'm
No.
triggered.
He wasn't verbally abusing her. He wasn't psychologically abusing her. He got up to physically insert himself into an area to control what she was doing. Now, I can't
In order
say...
to have a conversation, you have to be physically in the area,
No,
Stephen.
you don't. He could have shouted at her from the balcony. He could have let her
He
go.
was-
So it's abuse
was
to
in-
pursue someone who's leaving and say, hey, can we talk?
It
That's
is an-
abuse.
it is-
That's
She walked
physical
right by him.
abuse. Give me a break.
Let's let Grace
Okay.
speak for a minute here. Sorry.
Oh well, I'll let Stephen go. But he was in the doorway. He was physically in the situation. She walked right by him, and then she walked past him. Then she got in her car and left, like they said, like she herself.
You
said.
don't know... How long after this did she get into the car and leave?
Well, nobody knows that.
Then why
but
do you
that's
keep
what
saying
she
that? I don't know
says.
why you keep saying that. Because
Cause
she might have
well,
left.
she did-
She might have left 12 hours later or the next day. Did she even leave this day? I don't know why you keep
Okay,
saying
but now
that.
it's just
Well, let's
conjecture
let her
based on the
know.
video.
Whoa. Hold on. It's not conjecture based on the video. You're the one that's bringing up, oh, well, look, she left. That's your conjecture. I'm not saying that at all.
No.
What? Yes, that's your
No,
conjecture.
look at the edit. It's her edit, obviously, because she's the only one who would know this. She puts an edit at the end, and it says, after this, she fled the home. When he said, I'm going to fuck you up, and I know exactly what he meant. There has never been any physical violence. He meant, if you do this to me, if you leave and do this to me, I am going to make your life hard.
Sure.
That's what he meant
Okay,
by that.
that's fine.
But that's
wait,
her edit.
Hold on. That's
Steven,
fine.
that's
That's
her
fine.
edit.
That's fine.
Can
That's
you
fine. But you guys saying she left immediately after, you don't know that. We're just talking about what's
It
in the
says
video.
right there. Go back. We're
So,
gonna do this.
okay, hold on.
It says
I-
she fled the
if I
home
could bridge.
after he said
Yeah,
that.
I can bridge.
Let's let Erdate in here, okay?
All Stephen is trying to point out is that we don't know the time from when the video ends to when she physically exits the house and gets in the vehicle. There's a lot of conjecture required to assume when she leaves. So you guys are saying she just left immediately, but it sounds like what happened is that she went inside and then she felt threatened if we take the text at face value, and then she ran away from him while he was chasing her, right? So like we don't fully know the details of how she left is all he's trying to point out. Whereas you guys were saying she's leaving right there. See, she wasn't physically intimidated. We don't know how soon after that video ending to the point of when she actually exited the house. That's
It
all.
was
that's being
clearly
said.
within the same interaction, though. Whether
You
it was
don't
a half
know
hour
that.
later
How
or
can you
45
say that
minutes
clearly?
not clear.
You have no
That's
idea.
not
She
clear.
might have
She
left 10 hours
says
later.
that in the video. Are we on the same planet?
They got angrier
Where?
and angrier.
Show
Then
me.
she,
Wait,
then
okay.
he said,
Wait,
I'm
okay, hold on.
Show him.
Yeah,
Show him.
Yes.
We can watch
Both.
the
We're
video
gonna.
again.
Yeah. Tell me where it says she left
The
immediately
last
after.
too few frames. She says it.
Let's bring up the screen share again. We'll
All right,
try
give me one
to keep
second.
everybody, if everybody could prevent themselves just for a few minutes from injecting, and we'll really pay attention to what's happening in the video. I know there was a lot of commentary going on the last time we watched it, so let's just see if we can focus on what you guys are highlighting there.
Okay,
So,
I'll
whenever
just play
you're
the
ready
last
with
couple
screen share.
seconds.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you, and the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it, you go, no. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves.
Sorry.
No. But I love you more than life.
I love you.
Just go to the last like 5
I
seconds.
commit to you. I need to
Walk the dog.
Steven,
Are you committed enough to do those things?
I,
Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm gonna just.
Walk the dog. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dog's take? No, you take that in.
Okay.
Okay, so just to check that we're on the same page, can we all agree that at some point Hillary leaves the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
At the
and we
end of the conversation.
Okay. We don't know specifically when she left the house, though. We don't know
Yes,
like,
we
the time
do.
or anything.
After he, by his own admission, screams, "I will fuck you up," at his pregnant wife Hillary, who then flees their home. You're telling me this could be days later?
It might. Be, I'm just saying it might be later than
That's
that. If you want,
ridiculous
if you want, we can
Let's
say
end the screen
that.
share.
Sure. If you want, we can say that she leaves the house within 30 minutes. If you really want that, it still doesn't seem.
I'm not.
It still
I'm
doesn't
just saying
change-
this is all part of one interaction.
Sure.
And the end of it,
Sure.
she left.
That's
That's
fine.
obviously
Sure.
true, and you're
Okay,
denying
sure.
it.
If you want that, that's fine. But it still
No,
doesn't change
it's
any.
true.
Okay.
It's true.
We don't know the length.
I need
all
to
he's saying
hold
is
on,
we don't know
moderator.
the
I have
length.
to be able to finish a thought without him interjecting. Okay.
Yeah, let's let Stephen finish this
Okay.
out there, everybody.
If
we
you
can.
want, we can say that he left, or that she left 30 minutes later. That's fine. We can grant that, but it still doesn't change anything that I said before. You trying to physically impose yourself to keep somebody from leaving, and then being able to leave, doesn't mean you didn't try to do that.
Yes, it does. He did not physically impose himself to keep her from leaving. He did not block the doorway. He was sitting for most of it. She had the keys in her hand. He did not physically prevent her from leaving. Now, you can say psychologically he was doing that. That's fine. But physically, no. And we know that even her propaganda denied that there was ever any physical abuse.
Okay, can I just have you guys ever worked with like cattle or animals or anything like that? Ever watched cattle dogs work? Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about vaguely.
So you know how they'll push cows along almost exclusively without touching them, right? They'll just get like big and kind of put their body pressure in different locations.
Yes.
Yes.
So are you saying that cowboys are psychologically coercing cows to move, or do you think they're using their physical bodies as like kind of like physically coercing cows to move in different directions? So using their presence, their size, maybe the loudness of their body. Would you agree to that? Can we
Yes,
call
of
that
course.
physical? Can we call that physical coercion?
Yes, with the threat
Okay.
of violence. With
Right,
the
so
threat of
that's-
violence, and that's how those cows learn to move, because they are bitten by those dogs.
Sure. So that's what we're talking about is obviously Stephen isn't biting them, Stephen being Crowder. But what we're talking about is when he's getting up and he's moving into her space and he's a larger physical being, even though he's not physically touching them, there is an element of physical coercion and pressure there.
No, there is not. I know what I would do if I wanted to block her. I'd stand in the doorway.
Right. He lets her walk right past him. Like twice.
He gets up and follows her into the kitchen. She is the alpha in that position. That
She's
situation.
the alpha while
she
she's
is
oh, sorry.
exhibiting power by taking the keys and moving in the direction of
Yeah.
the exit of the house.
Okay.
Obviously.
Okay.
And he's
when you
following her.
Okay. When you are trying to placate somebody who is clearly the aggressor and you're trying to create space, you're saying, I love you, I just want to leave, I need space, and you're withdrawing into the home and somebody else is pursuing you, there is no world in which the person fleeing there is perceived as the alpha. She's clearly
Yes,
trying to
she had
create
the
space.
power.
Let
She
me
was
finish my
saying, "I'm
sentence.
outta
Let me
here."
finish my sentence. She's clearly trying to create space. She's clearly uncomfortable with the situation. She's clearly trying to placate him from getting increasingly angry. And as soon as she actually manages to take physical space by going inside the house and not having the continued exchange outside, he physically gets up and follows her to continue the conversation that she clearly doesn't want to take part in.
Yes, right. She doesn't want to take part of it in something. Are you saying that if someone doesn't want to take part in something, there's no such thing as like the silent treatment, that withdrawing can be a power move? Are you saying that? And leaving a situation with no resolution can't be an aggressive move?
Are you saying that it's never an aggressive move to chase and pursue somebody who says they aren't comfortable having a conversation?
Yeah, chasing someone with like a gun, yes.
So if you're not chasing them with
Pursuing
a gun,
someone,
so if you're not
he's the
pursuing
one who
with a
wants to
weapon-
continue to engage.
Yes, but she doesn't want to.
He's not threatening violence. He's applying pressure to her with his physical presence to convince her and coerce her to stay rather than respecting her wishes, right? He's not grabbing her because I'm going to guess that he probably doesn't physically abuse her, right? But he is using his physical pressure to impose. Yes, getting in somebody's physical space, even if you let them move past you, is physical pressure. It is physical coercion.
It's psychological pressure. He's using his tone of voice. I'll admit that.
Does she
the
have
idea
a right-
that he blocked her and that she wasn't the aggressor here is ridiculous.
Does she have
Ridiculous.
a right to not carry on that conversation?
Legally, does she have a right to?
No, morally. Does she have a right to step away from that conversation if she feels like it's too heated?
There are situations in which someone needs to resolve a situation. Yes,
Did it feel like there was something
someone
there?
doesn't have a moral right.
Does it feel like in that case that there was something that required an immediate resolution? Or could this conversation have been put off?
Yeah,
for-
it was right. And I'll tell you something else about that little video. That
Wait,
is,
wait, wait,
I'm
wait,
not
wait,
saying.
wait, pivoting. I'm asking a very simple question. Does she have the right to walk away from that conversation? Say, I'm not comfortable continuing this conversation right now. I want to take space. Does she have the right to do that?
Did she have a right to walk away from their marriage?
We're not
forever
talking about walking
and then
away from the
attack
marriage.
him
Just
from,
a space.
from
You're
afar?
pivoting. You're pivoting. You're pivoting.
She did not have that right.
She did. So you don't think she had a right to walk away from that conversation?
Not. Temporarily it could be understandable, but she should have come back, and there's no evidence that
We
she
didn't
did.
have any
And
evidence.
She's been attacking him from afar
but
ever
you-
since then.
You try to make it sound like she just wants a little bit of space. She says, I need space, I need time, I'll be back when I'm back. Does somebody have a right when you're married to them to just say, I'll be back when I'm back, I'm taking space? No, that's why it was unresolved. That's why he's saying, well, we at least have to work something out here. She does not have the right to do that.
Depending on the severity of the fight, you absolutely always have the right to take space. Of course.
No, you do not. There are situations in which you have to stick. You have to resolve something. I'm not sure in that situation, but I'll tell you what else this looks like. It looks like the perfect setup. She played to that camera, and she used things that will look a certain way in court and in the public eye, and you could tell he's totally confused by what she's doing. I think this was a planned thing. I can't prove that, but it looks a lot like it. She's
Can I just go
triggering
back
him
to?
right to the camera.
Okay, I'm not going to go there with you yet. Can we just go back to, does she have the right? So you guys agree that if she needed like a 2-hour timeout, that would be okay. You guys agree to that?
Yeah, you could take some space, yeah.
But if she
not
say-
if you've been doing this for 9 years. No.
But you don't know if she has been. You don't have
You
that
don't know.
context.
Well, you were saying, is this an absolute rule? And my answer is no. It depends on the context.
I'm saying that in general, there are circumstances where maybe not, but I would generally side with somebody saying, I want to take space. That's totally fine.
Right. Do you guys think it's fair that when you're taking space, especially in a heated argument, you might not give an exact time of when you'll be back? You might just say, I'll be back when I'm back. And that could mean 2 weeks, but it could also reasonably mean 2 hours, 4
Okay.
hours. Would you guys
What
agree to
about
that?
if?
Wait, hold on. I just need you to answer that. Would you guys agree that her in a heated moment saying, I'll be back when I'm back, doesn't necessarily imply that she's
2 weeks
gone?
would be unbelievable if he's coming. If
She's
he's
not
going through
heated.
surgery in 4 days, that's an unbelievable insult to him.
I'm going to ask again. Do you guys think we can quibble about whether she's heated or not after? If somebody is heated, it's reasonable for them to just say, I'll be back when I'm back and not give a firm deadline. Is that
No,
reasonable?
I do not. I think that's
No,
that
you
could
said
it could
12.
be abusive.
You said if it's
It could
2
easily
weeks,
be
no,
abusive.
that's not reasonable.
Okay, so it's never reasonable
It's
to
a
just
power
say,
move. It's
I'll
a
be
power
back when
move.
I'm back.
No, I don't think that's reasonable to do to your husband for 9 years who's going in for surgery and who has an extremely stressful job. I do not think that's reasonable.
So
No.
you are obligated at all points in time to be
No,
there.
you're changing it. You guys are changing it. You're
hold on.
you're being
Grace just said
sneaky
that
here.
you're not. Hold on. There's nothing sneaky. All we're trying
it
to
was.
do is figure out if you have a right to take space when you are uncomfortable in a situation. And it sounds like both of you guys
Of course
are
you do.
I think Grace misspoke, and she's because you guys are playing this game.
Not
'cause
if you
you're more
said not-
sophisticated. So you at first said, "Is it always right to do that?" And we said no.
Is
and
it
then you said,
okay?
"So it's never right to do that." And she said she bit for your little trick.
Well, because all
why don't
we
we stop
need-
with the bullshit and just say there are times that when yes, and there are times when no.
Cool. That's all we're trying to say. There might be
No,
times.
it is not. You're trying to play games.
Can I finish a sentence? When you don't let me finish, it's because
Steven,
you know
you're
your
not
point
a
is weak.
victim here.
I
Let's let
didn't say
Steven
I was a
talk,
victim, but I'm
please.
saying that when you don't let me finish,
Yes,
it's
you
because you know you have a weak argument, right? Which is fine. I understand.
Wrong.
Your
That's
argument
not
is
true.
insane. Yes, it is. So we're just trying to say that it is permissible, at least sometimes, that if you are feeling stressed, if you feel like you're emotionally compromised, to want to take space in an argument. Is it
Of
okay
course.
every single time? No. But if it's okay at least some of the time, you don't have the context
Right.
here to say whether she's in the right or the wrong. So I would probably side. I think it's fair to side with the person that wants to take a little bit of space. That's totally
Why do
fine.
we have to say, if we don't know, that we have to side with one side or the other? Can't we debate that? That's what this debate about.
Because-
I'm not saying I know everything about it.
Because Steven is the one that is aggressing here. So you would probably need
No.
to hire.
No.
Let me finish a sentence. Steven is the one aggressing here. So similar to how an affirmative defense would work in court, where if you kill somebody and you say it was self-defense, you're already admitting a wrong. That like, okay, well, I'm killing somebody, but I had a really good reason for doing it. Steven is the one that's pursuing somebody that said they need space. Generally,
She is
when
the one
somebody
with the
says
keys
they
and-
need
Let's-
space, I'm
let's
just going to
let
keep
him
talking until I finish. Generally, when somebody says they need space, you ought to respect that. Unless you have a higher threshold of evidence saying, no, when they're trying to say they need space here, it's an abusive strategy. And I would actually go one step further. If they are saying, I need space, and they're using that as an abusive strategy, to properly resolve that, you would either have a third party or a therapist present to do so. You would never try to resolve it on your own.
She's the aggressor. She's making the decisions. She takes the keys and she says, I'm leaving. That's her aggressive position. He's the
How-
one saying, please don't, please stay.
How is you
She's
saying
the one making
I'm
the decisions.
Yeah, but making a decision isn't always aggressing, right? Me making a decision isn't the same thing as aggressing
She's-
on somebody.
Well,
Me
it
saying
depends-
I'm taking space isn't aggressing. It's
Yes, it
a
is.
boundary, and it's inherently a de-escalation. Taking space, and
Not
anyone who's gone
necessarily.
to marriage
finish up.
therapy 101 knows that taking space is the most important way to de-escalate conversations. Her getting space is a de-escalation necessarily.
No, it is not. It can be an escalation. Are you too familiar with what's called the silent treatment that people do
Yep.
to others? Is that a form of aggression? Maybe we're just misusing term. We're using that is
Yes.
an aggressive tactic.
It's not aggressive. It's avoidant, which is generally thought of as
Okay,
the
well,
opposite
whatever.
of aggression. Now,
It's
is it? Could it be?
obnoxious.
Could it be? Yeah, should it be obnoxious? Sure. Could it be
Okay, fine.
abusive? Even? Yeah, sure.
Okay,
But
all right, let's use
aggressive
abusive.
or
Let's
aggression?
use abusive.
Sure. We can say she might be being abusive as well, but I need more context to know that. However, I
Okay,
know that it is
here's
almost.
a piece of context. Here's a piece of context. If I can talk for a little bit, I know you're
Yeah.
offended by that.
We'll
But
let you speak for a bit here.
He said to her, Hillary, you always just give up. Now, that wasn't just right then. You can tell there's been a massive history of her giving up. And she is an avoidant personality. If you wouldn't want to call that aggression, I have no problem with that. She has a clear tendency to avoid conflict and to give up. And
So-
that can be a problematic personality type.
I'll fully grant you that being highly avoidant can be abusive, right? This is what neglect is, right? Neglect is like maximal levels of avoidance, but neglect is not aggression. And you guys were saying that Hillary was aggressing first. Saying something is maybe done something that's toxic in a dynamic is not the same thing as aggressing.
Oh,
in the case
whatever.
of her, well, it really matters in this case because we are
Abusive,
saying,
abusive,
well,
abusive.
we're saying
Let's let her
in
finish
this
up, and we'll
case,
kick it back over to you.
Great. Steven is aggressing. Steven Crowder is aggressing first. And she is trying to get space. If we're taking the video with the level of nuance that Steve and I are trying to take the video.
Men tend to be more aggressive. Women tend to be more avoidant. Yeah, okay, but both can be obnoxious in context.
No,
Is
we're
that
not. The
correct?
argument isn't whether who's being obnoxious or not. I don't know why we're.
Well, what are we asking? Is Steven Crowder innocent of what?
We're not even asking if he's innocent. We're just asking
Of
if he's
being a
exhibiting
man.
abusive
That's what
behavior.
we're actually doing. Is he innocent
Okay.
of being a man? Is he guilty of being a man? And the answer is yes. He's guilty of being a man. So am I. You're trying to get out of it, Steven, but I'm afraid you're going to get caught too. It's not a crime to be a man. It's not a crime to be bigger
It's
than a
not.
woman.
It's also not,
Not
a crime
to raise your voice.
It's not
a crime
No,
to be.
no one said any of these things were crimes. It's not even a crime to be abusive. Literally,
That
no
is-
one.
that
leave
is
your
what it
house.
is.
Or leave your house and never come
Yeah,
back
it's
to
also
your
not
spouse.
a crime. Yeah, it's not a crime to leave your spouse. It's not a crime to take the car and fucking drive away. It's also
Or
not
to
a
not
crime to
want
say
to
you
be a
use
woman.
space.
It's not a crime to be a woman,
Let's-
but it's
let's
not a
let
crime
Gracie
to be a
go for a
man.
little.
This is brave, very brave takes here.
Yeah,
It is
nobody-
not-
I don't
it is
think
not a
anybody's
crime to be
saying
a man or a
otherwise.
woman.
Yeah,
True.
you are. You're implying that no matter what the situation, I'm just saying you two both do leave some room for nuance, and you're saying okay, but you generally skew way in the favor of this woman, and I don't see any evidence why you would do that. I admit that we're on both sides conjecturing, but you're like, we shouldn't make judgments about this. But let me go ahead and call him a piece of shit. I just saw your video.
Nobody has said we shouldn't
Kyla.
make. Nobody's saying we shouldn't make any judgments about it. You probably just shouldn't like.
Why do you make them instinctively with
Okay,
no
I'm just
evidence?
gonna keep talking until I finish my point.
Let's let him finish up
Nobody
his
is saying
point
that
there.
we shouldn't make any judgments whatsoever. There are probably some judgments that we can make. It looks like, for instance, they've been to therapy. It looks like, for instance, they've been fighting for a long time. It looks like, for instance, they've got disagreements over the fucking car. We can make some statements about what's going on. There's nothing wrong with that. The only statement that I think me and Erudite, or at the very least I'm opposed to, is absolutely saying, in the totality of the relationship, Steven Crowder is the bad guy, Hillary Crowder is the good guy, or vice versa. That's it. In this one situation, Steven Crowder is clearly exhibiting abusive behavior. Hillary Crowder might be exhibiting abusive behavior, but we
let's
need
kick it
more
over to Grace.
context to say if she is. We don't really need much more context to say if Steven is. Again, it's almost never okay to pursue somebody that's saying they're trying to take space in an argument. That is arguably an abusive behavior, especially if you're doing it by moving your body around to follow them around when they've said they wanted to disengage from an argument.
All right. Well, Steven, you mentioned two other things that proved that he was displaying toxic, abusive behavior. You said he was completely unwilling to work together with her. When he said, Hillary, come on, let's work this out. Hillary, you give up so easily. And she was the one leaving and not engaging while he was trying to continue the conversation. Secondly, you said his tone was derisive. And the examples you gave for his tone being derisive were, you give up easily, you have no respect. The only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said that those are ways of tearing somebody down psychologically. That is clearly not abuse. That is called holding somebody accountable for the promises they made to you, for the standard they agreed to be held to. That's not abuse. That's not misusing the other person.
My door is not. Hold on, I'm sorry. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, take your time. We'll kick it over to you. Erudite.
Sure, I'll toss in. I guess that's a little bit more towards Steven. But Grace, how do you feel about him saying, I don't love you? Do you think that that's in any ways a reasonable criticism or something that's going to be productive in a conversation with your wife to figure out your problems?
I got it.
I believe what was happening when he said, I don't love you, is she kept saying, I love you, and he was saying, well, you've never shown love to me. And I believe he was frustrated. He said, oh, I don't love you. I do not think that's abusive. I don't think it's intended to tear her down. I think he's saying, let's cut
I just
the
asked
bullshit.
if it's him giving valid criticisms. I didn't ask any of these other things. Is it because you said him saying, you need to be disciplined, respectable. These are all examples of him just giving legitimate criticisms to his wife. Is saying, I don't love you, a legitimate criticism to your wife?
Well, I mean, I think you have to view it in the context of what he was saying. Just alone, it seems harsh. But if you see what he said right after it, he said, because you've never shown me love in this relationship, by showing your love instead of just saying you love me. So it's valid within that context.
Wait, wouldn't that imply then that if he doesn't love her, then he's not showing her love either in that? If that's the context of it, wouldn't that necessarily imply that he's basically saying neither of us show each other love ever? Why would he say, I don't love you after complaining about her not showing him love?
Why do you make that leap? He is saying you have never manifested your I love you, I love you, I love you in any actions, or at least to such an extent that he's saying, I ask you to do these minor things and you don't do them, and then you tell me you love me. And he's pointing out that that is abusive. What is wrong with that? He may be,
he's not,
he may be wrong. No,
He's not
why are
pointing
you
out-
running this debate, Kyla? Why are you in charge? You and Steven are not in charge of this debate. Ryan is. Go ahead.
Can I respond, Ryan? Or
Yes, so I was going to say, you can finish up your point then, and then we'll kick it back over to the other side, of course.
Are you done, Ben?
I
Okay.
We're good.
Okay. So the question is still, I don't love you doesn't seem productive. In fact, it seems evidence of Steven's point that he's not trying to find compromise. He's not trying to work on things. I don't think saying things like I don't love you is helpful in any way to a conversation.
Okay, can I push back on that? Okay.
Let's go.
If you've got two options that you feel like, because this is kind of end game, let's just say that. He's aware this is kind of end game. He's getting the hint that she's pulling something here, because he does act very like, what do you mean by that? Okay. So He's saying, now you're saying, is him saying, look, I really want to have this out. I've never seen any love in action from you. And she's taking the keys and leaving. Which of the two of those are engaged? I want an answer to that. Which of those two are going to engage and which one is bolting?
She's leaving the situation. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So is it abusive for him to say, like, well, let's have it out?
He doesn't say, let's have it out. He
Well,
says,
that's what he's
I
saying.
don't
He's
love
saying-
you. You're not showing me love. You need to be a better wife.
Well,
do your
couldn't
wife
it be
the-
that he doesn't love her anymore? Is that okay for him to say if that's honest, the honest
If that's
truth?
true, then doesn't that undermine every single thing you've been saying, and that he's the one that's essentially leaving? Doesn't that kind of like coincide with him hiring the divorce lawyer first and everything? If he really truly doesn't love her anymore, and even if he does not love her anymore, then why would she stay and have the conversation? Seems like she should just leave.
But he then explains what the problem is. She doesn't do anything.
Do you
Right?
think that, here's a question, do you think that it's ever constructive in a fight with a wife or significant other or any family member ever? Do you think it's ever constructive to say, I don't love you?
Yes. If someone is using the I love you thing in this manipulative way, does a man have to be perfect? He explained it right after that. Maybe
Nobody-
yes, like, okay,
Nobody
so
says he has to
he
be
says,
perfect.
she says, he's basically saying to her, I fucking hate this tactic that you do of saying, I love you, I love you. It's bullshit because love manifests itself in action. I believe that's true. Do you guys believe that's true? That saying I love you and not doing anything or not showing that love in whatever ways are normal to show that. It's like coming to your boss and saying, I love this job, and then you don't do anything. Can your boss say, I think you suck as an employee at some point?
So I think you hit I think this is what you said at the beginning. It's never just about the groceries. It's not really about walking the dog, right? He's like fixating
Right.
on this, but I don't actually know if this is a valuable critique. If Steven Crowder here is actually feeling like the problem is that they don't love on each other, that he isn't shown enough love, I don't think that any of the way that he's approaching this conversation is in any way conductive to this conversation going well. Would you agree, Ben, that in
No.
your worldview, that the man's responsibility is that if he's confronting her, it's the man's responsibility to lead the conversation? Would you agree with that?
No, I don't think. I think marriage is a partnership, and I think if you're in a situation, look, this is the thing. If you think it's just about going and getting groceries and how many cars they have, okay, fine. But this is clearly an end game, and that's manifested by the fact that at the end of this conversation, she left him forever and is now attacking him publicly.
Maybe she
Maximally.
left because at the end of their last fight, he said, I'm going to fuck you up. And she didn't feel safe in the house.
Yeah, right, because you buy the propaganda. That's
I'm just going
her
by what's
edit.
reported in the...
It's not reported. Why? That's her propaganda. There are only two people that could possibly know what happened in that conversation.
Sure, and unless they're lying about the court docs or whatever, supposedly Steven Crowder has admitted as much that he did say that I'm going to fuck you up.
Court docs. It's an edit of a video from a Nest from a Nest camera.
My understanding is that the writer of that article said that the writer of the article, Yasher or whatever, said that both of them agreed that he had made that statement. So it sounds to me, he said that he admitted that statement. So it sounds to me like this is showing up in a court doc somewhere or some police statement or somewhere.
Okay, now
where Steven
you're guessing. You're guessing.
Okay, hold on. Do you acknowledge either he is reporting this somewhere or he totally made it up?
She is reporting it, obviously.
Okay,
she is reporting it.
So I'm
And
assuming
wait,
they're not
wait.
lying about what's in like a court doc or a police report. Because that's what
Why would there be a police report if you have an argument with someone?
There could be a police report for all sorts of reasons. But it says in the
No,
article...
there can't be one
So it
for an
says in the article... Now, it could be that the article is just lying, but in the article, they explicitly state that Steven Crowder does not deny that he said he would fuck her up.
Yeah, I don't deny that either. But I'm saying you
Well, if you
take
don't deny that, why are you
those
arguing me
four
about
words
this?
out of context, and you can say to someone, "I'm going to fuck you up if you do this to me," and you can mean, "I am going to go to war with you legally, and I'm going to try to get custody of our kids," or
That's
something
fine.
like that.
And somebody might feel uncomfortable
And-
after you say that and want to leave the house.
Yeah, and someone also could be twisting that, and that's obviously what's going on here, to
How's
make
it
it look
obvious?
like he threatened her violently. Yes, it is. All right, let's talk about
Oh,
that
it
article.
is, it is.
We
Saying
know
that-
who wrote that article. This guy is an absolute scumbag who takes advantage of women in difficult situations. Some rich woman gave him $200,000. He had to sue her. It doesn't meet the most minimum journalistic standards. This is obviously a hit piece from beginning to end. It's propaganda. No one would quote her family journalistically. There's no such thing as her family. Only mafia people use that kind of language. It's poorly written. It's clearly propaganda for her narrative.
How
which
is
that
her
she's-
family not an acceptable quote? What do you mean?
What does her family say? What does her family mean?
My guess is it's probably going to be things like mother and father or whatever family member she's confiding in about the divorce.
So you're going to quote something and you don't even say who it's from. It just says her family.
Well, there's
a family can be
allegations in
report. Okay, so now you're saying this is great journalism.
I
The
never
guy is
said
a
it was-
total
hold on.
scumbag.
Nobody
I never
said it was
said it
great
was.
journalism.
Nobody here said
But you're
that.
taking what is being said there as true.
Here's the only statement I'm taking as being true. Now you can say that this was totally fabricated. That is within your right. If you want to claim that, that's fine.
No,
but
I think
according
that
to the
liars use
article, Steven Crowder himself has agreed that he told his wife, "I will fuck you up." And you keep dancing this awkward line where you're trying to say, "Well, there's no proof that he said it," but then you're also justifying it at the same time, saying, "Oh, well, he probably said it," but when he said it, he just meant that he's gonna like take her to court if she tries to fuck with him or whatever, right? So I don't know which side do you want to do. You want to do that he didn't say it at all, and we're just not going to believe the article, which is fine, or do you want to take that? Well, he maybe said it, but he's justified if he did. Which argument do you want to take there?
Well, you can take that whole clip and say, okay, do I think that's legit? Is that a legit clip? I do. Someone could say, well, that's all AI, but I think it was her that edited that clip to exactly that way and added the thing at the end. It's obviously someone who is working on her side because Steven Crowder had said, and I think this was a mistake. He said you can never badmouth your wife in public. So when he's doing the white knight thing and saying, I don't want to bring the family into this. And I think he makes a mistake by doing that. Clearly,
why do you think
she
it's
is
a
not
white
abiding
knight thing
by
to
the
not want
Keep it
to
a bit erudite, if you
code.
guys don't mind.
So you make this all make sense. You believe that she has like Machiavellian planned this out for the last 2 years, had the fight, saved everything, but
Yep.
she's also so stupid that she would edit a clip that could be used as liable against her of defamation and just lie blatantly on a clip that
so
she
you're-
knows is going to be used in court. So she's
No.
a 9D chess genius Machiavellian superhero who plotted this out, maybe even staged the fight, saved all this, planned these things for 2 years, but also she's too stupid to not realize that if she just blatantly lies in like
Nope.
videos and edits, that it won't get caught in court.
No, that's not
She's
libel.
both of these things at the same time.
No, you're not listening. It's not libel if you edit something in a way that is, what's the word? Misleading. And I
think what
don't
you're
deny
saying-
that he said those words.
Do you
I'm
think
just
that
saying
that would
it's
get
taken totally
used
out of context.
How do you think in court they're going to feel, the judge is going to feel, to see, for example, let's take for granted everything you're saying is true and the wife did all of these things. Do you think that the wife is going to look at this good and be like, oh, so when you say he fucked you up, that didn't happen at all? You just said that publicly to
No, we're
do
not
what?
saying that didn't happen, but
You're not
at
even
the
listening.
End, at the end, okay, we're not saying that didn't happen, but all she includes is that he got angry and angrier. Then he said this. We're not saying he didn't say that. And then she fled the home. That is intended to portray it as he was getting threatening to her and she fled away from him. When in reality, that's what she says about the situation.
So
it's
you guys
very
now
cherry-picked.
agree that he did say this. You guys believe that he did said, I'm going to fuck
We
you
never
up.
denied it. If you pay attention,
Okay, but if
you'll
somebody's
learn.
saying they're going to fuck you up, why can't you also say, well, I feel uncomfortable staying in this house?
Okay, well, if it was said in the context of like, if you leave here and do this to me, I'm going to fuck you up. Okay, we have to ask this question. If a man has never raised his hand, and she admits this, never raised his hand at her physically, and she's pregnant with twins 8 months in, and you see his behavior, he is not in any way impeding her, despite your lie that he is. You're telling me that he's physically threatening to assault a woman with twins who is 8 months pregnant. That is
I don't even know who
that's
you're arguing against
impossible
right now.
to
Did
imagine.
anybody here say that? Who said that?
That is the clear implication of taking those words out
Why
of
not
context.
just, we're both here. You don't have to ask us about our implications. You just ask us what we mean. I don't know why we're dealing with implications.
Well, that's what it is when you look at something that is edited misleadingly,
Wait,
and
what is
you two make all sorts of assumptions
finish.
about it based on your
What do you think is
like unhealthy hatred of masculinity.
What do you think is misleadingly edited?
Well, the words "I'll fuck you up" taken out of context are clearly like Steven, I said to you at the end of our interview, I said I'm going to fuck you up tomorrow in this interview, correct? Okay. Now, you could say, "Oh, I'm afraid of Ben Thorpe. I'm going to sue him. Oh, I'm a victim of him." But you know that it was in the context of debate, right?
Yeah, but I'm not your two twins, 9-month pregnant wife standing outside a balcony with you. I'd probably feel a lot differently if we were in person. Do you understand that? That a man saying to another man on the
Okay,
internet.
so now you
Hold on,
are
wait,
implying that it was a
man,
physical threat.
No, I'm just saying that a man
yes, you
on
are.
the internet saying, I'm going to fuck you up, it comes off a lot different than a man saying that in real life, right? It can make somebody feel a lot less comfortable.
Let's kick it over to Grace and then Erudite, please.
Wait, so are you guys saying or not? Okay, it says Steven got angry and angrier. He said, I'm gonna fuck you up, and she fled the home. You're saying that's abusive that he said that. Are you saying that because it was a physical threat, or are you saying it because it was verbal abuse? Which one are you saying?
This is all I'm saying. I'm going to repeat this for the 20 millionth time. All I'm saying is that if you're in a household with somebody, especially your husband, and he says, I'm going to fuck you up for any reason, even if there's no physical threat, you might feel uncomfortable such that you're like, I need to leave this house. I don't feel comfortable here. That it would be totally within your right to say that.
Yeah, this was at the end. This was the end of the end game. And like he's saying like, don't do this. I'm going to fuck you up. He was threatening her, whatever.
Okay, do you think, let's just
whatever.
ask, let's try easy yes or no's again. Do you think it's reasonable for somebody to say, I don't want to be in the same house as a husband that's saying they're going to fuck me up?
I admit that it was over. It was over.
Okay, then what's so bad about her leaving the house? If you're telling me it was over, why can't she just leave?
Is it reasonable? I just actually want to hear the answer to that. Is it reasonable for somebody to feel uncomfortable if Nick says, I'm going to fuck you up in any way? Do you think it's reasonable for me to be like, that made me a little uncomfortable? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, but you also have to take...
would it be uncomfortable?
Hold on, just a yes or no. Is it reasonable?
No, I'm not playing your games. Fuck you. I don't play this manipulation games.
Remember that question was asked after he rambles, because he's going to say a bunch of random shit now.
You're not in charge of this debate.
Okay, could we maybe try to be a little meta here and maybe just try to assume that when we're asking you questions, we're actually just trying to get to the bottom of what you believe, and we're not doing like some
Yeah, but you don't have a right to say, give me a yes or no question. I'm not on a witness.
The problem is you're not answering at all. You're just like rambling off on some like random shit. Do you have a right to leave your house because you feel uncomfortable because your partner is going to fuck you up? Is that a right?
Do you have a legal right? Yes,
no one is
do.
asking legally, morally.
You have a moral right in every situation. Now you're doing the exact same thing we did before. We established that sometimes yes and sometimes no.
Okay, do you think in this circumstance where a woman is fucking 9 months pregnant with twins, that when her husband says, I'm going to fuck you up, that she probably has a right to say, okay, I feel uncomfortable here, I'm going to leave my house?
Especially after a major fight?
I think she planned this out. Look at the timing of it. Look at the timing of it.
You didn't answer my question.
She had been for a couple of years.
Just let the record show.
So going back to, do you think that it's reasonable after a big fight with her husband that a pregnant woman feels uncomfortable and wants to leave her house after her husband says, I'm going to fuck you up?
I think it was over at that point.
That wasn't the question. Whether or not it's over is not the question. No one's asking if it was over.
Is it reasonable?
Does she have the moral right? Yes, of course. She
wanted him to say that.
She has the right to leave.
She could do this edit.
Okay, if she has the right,
that doesn't prove that he's abusive, though. She has the right if she feels like it. Yes, but that doesn't mean she's correct, and that doesn't mean that he's abusive.
True. Okay, that's great. Okay, we're making progress. So if she has a right, an ethical right to leave that house if she wants to, why would somebody else have a right to try to stop her, or to tell her she can't?
He doesn't say you can't.
Okay,
leave.
so
He asks
all
her
right.
to-
So let's go. Wait, let's go back to this. What do you do when you get married? You two are married. I thought I was married. What is it that you're saying to that person? Whatever.
If my
just
wife
whatever,
says,
as long as
hey,
this is
I'm
convenient.
uncomfortable, I want to take some space, then I'll go, okay, when you're back, we can argue.
Does a marriage have any obligations that come with it?
Of course it does. But none of those obligations are, if you're extremely uncomfortable, you need to sit right here, right now, and finish this fight with me.
Okay, so what if someone has been saying since they were married that they've been disengaging and avoiding and not ever doing their part as they see it, which is something, and then they bolt? Isn't that irresponsible?
Yep. Then you talk to a therapist.
Well, but couldn't it be wrong to blame the spouse if someone has been doing that?
Nope. Your
It's
partner
not
can
wrong
be,
to blame the
your
spouse?
No. If you want to say that Hillary Crowder has been acting improperly and is failing to uphold her obligations as a wife, that could all be totally true. That still doesn't give Steven Crowder the right to tell her that she's not allowed to withdraw from a situation where she feels uncomfortable.
Well, he's not saying you can't. He's saying you shouldn't.
But
You
he's saying,
shouldn't
don't
give
take the
up so
car.
easily.
Your friends aren't allowed to come and pick you up. Go take an Uber. Don't leave. What do you mean you're leaving? You can't take the car. Just sit here and work with the dogs, do the dog stuff. If you actually loved me, you wouldn't leave. You would just do the dog stuff. So you're right. He's not physically preventing her. He's never explicitly said, you're not allowed to leave this house. You're my female slave. You're right. He never said those things. But he said a whole bunch of other stuff to try to pressure her to not leave.
Right. He's trying to say you can't keep running away from your problems. Is that abuse? if he's justified, could there be a situation in which someone is justified? If I have 6 kids, if my kids want to avoid their problems and not face them, then I will tell them, no, you don't have a right to just run away and keep saying, I need time, I need time, I need to think about things.
That's
right?
true, but that's because you're their parent. He's not her parent. That's her husband.
Well,
They're partners.
anybody in any situation, if an employee says,
No.
I need some time because this pressure I ran a restaurant. If an employee says, I need some time out in the middle of a busy rush, I need to get my head together, you need to say, fuck you, get your ass in here or you're fired. You have a fundamental breakdown
No.
in a relationship.
You say, yeah, if you want to leave, go for it, but you're not coming back. That's what you would say. You would never chase an employee and say, sure, but he didn't let her leave. He acted like he could chase the employee down and say, go back on the line, you're cooking until the shift's over. You can't do that.
Stephen, she had the keys in her hand. She walked out the door, never to return. How in God's name did he prevent her from leaving? He was just appealing to her one last time, and she had long since, I believe, made the decision she was going to set him up in that little backyard, make him look like an asshole, and then bolt just in time to get alimony of a very, very wealthy man. I think she had a problem.
If I go up to somebody, if I were to go up to my wife and say, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, but I don't actually hit her, is that okay?
If you say, but he didn't say that.
I didn't say he said that. I'm asking you, if I go to my wife and I say, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, but I don't actually hit her, is that okay?
I think there are, with women, no. But if you say that to a man, I think, and you aren't going to, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I can even work within that framework. Go for it, Erudite.
Well, I'm just going to inject here just before
people get
continue on.
frustrated.
Yeah, that's a framework I can work with. Okay.
Just before
It's
we
really
do continue on,
my worldview.
I will just let you know we have been going now for the time that we had said at the beginning. So it's up to y'all if you want to keep having the discussion, or we can move into Q&A. It's totally up to you guys if you want to just keep the open discussion flowing.
I would just love to suggest one question that we bat around, and that is, but you guys can choose to not. I know we're the little people here, and that is, can a woman fail, or is it always someone else's fault?
Why?
And can you give me an example of that?
Hold on, is this a serious question?
Yeah, give me an example of where a woman can fail, and we don't blame it on mental illness or anything like that. Where we just say you have failed, and we can raise our voice. Give me an example.
Can I Ben style you and ask you a different question unrelated to that I think is more interesting?
Sure.
Okay. If we had to describe Steven Crowder's interactions with his wife as one of two things, persuasion, negotiation, or intimidation, which word would you choose?
Negotiation.
Persuasion.
For sure.
Negotiation, persuasion.
Yes.
Okay.
Hillary,
I don't
the
love
only way out of
you.
this, the only
I don't
way out
love
of this
you.
is discipline and respect. Hillary, you give up so easily. Hillary, come on. That's
The
negotiation.
only so wait, negotiation. Hold up. Pro tip: negotiation doesn't mean the only way this can work is if you do what I want. That is not negotiation ever. I will fuck you up. I don't love you is not negotiation at all. There is no
yes,
wiggle
it
room
is.
there.
It's
you
a
want me
way
to
of
give you an
making a
example
point
of that?
firmly.
You want me to give you an example?
I would
of a
love to hear an
negotiation?
example of that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, a business partnership starts going downhill, and you hold your partner accountable, and you say, you better get it together and start working for this business, or I'm going to fuck you up financially.
No, that's not acceptable.
And if it gets to that point where it's deteriorated, it's a good example. Why not?
Because you'd never say that to a business partner. That's insane.
Yes, you absolutely would. You would say, look, you might think you could just wander away from this obligation, but you cannot. Because I've been in business partnerships. They're very dicey because everyone has both partners. It's like a marriage. Both partners have full access. If one of the partners starts accessing, let's say, the funds and is doing that illegally and you're letting it go, you're going to tell them, look, I know what you're doing. I'm documenting. I'm going to fuck you up in court.
If that's negotiation, what does intimidation look like?
True.
Intimidation?
It's a way to get somebody to stop doing something because she starts accusing him of abuse, right? She's
I just
saying
want an
you're
example.
abusive.
I can
All
give
right.
you an example of intimidation. It's like
in
what
the
you did
context
in
of
the
that
debate the
business
other
thing.
day when you accused me of sexual harassment. That's intimidation. That's what you did on that panel because I asked you what your
Ooh.
preference was sexually.
Whether
That's
I like the hard
intimidation.
dick inside me. Yes, yeah.
No, I didn't say that to you. I asked you what you preferred, an erection or a soft, right? Okay. And you
Inside
said
me,
that was
yep.
sexual harassment. That's intimidation, Kyla. And you
Let's
shouldn't
try to
do
get
it.
back to the topic. Just keep on point, because that's not entirely what we're here for.
Well, she
All
asked
right?
for an example.
That's fine. So if you guys want to keep talking about the subject, that's okay, but we can move it into our Q&A if everybody's ready.
Do you think that there are ever situations? I already know the answer to this, so I guess I'm just asking for the audience's sake. Do you think there
You
are
go
ever
ahead.
situations where a husband and a wife are arguing, the husband says some shit like, you need discipline, you need respect, I don't love you, this isn't working out, I'm gonna fuck you up if you walk away from this. Do you think there's ever a situation where like 6 months later they're like, you know what, I'm really glad my husband said that, I needed to hear that, it got me in shape, like, and our relationship is way better now for that?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I thought.
Okay.
Sometimes women, both sides, they need to be like held responsible if they're failing, and it's especially the man's job as the leader, of course.
Sure. So would you guys agree that there are ways that you could give your partner criticisms that are probably going to be more productive or more unproductive?
Definitely.
Right. So say I have an issue with my partner. I could say it like, hey, just so you know, like I understand that like there's probably reasons why this is going on, but when you do this thing, it really hurts me and it bothers me and it makes me feel not loved. Or I could say, I don't love you. And if you want to do these things, if you want to have love, if you want to show me love, you need to do these two things right now. Which do you think is going to be more productive for the goal that I'm trying to achieve, which is feeling loved by my partner?
Depends on the context.
What about
Let's
a
say
coach?
you have
What about a
children and
coach?
your partner is abusing your children. Are you going to have a nice little conversation, or are you going to say you need to stop that right now?
Well, even if I'm saying you need to stop that right now, I don't think I would ever couch it in language like I will fuck you up, which is a threat, or I don't love you. Basically ever. I think you can have really firm boundaries and really hard conversations with people that don't deter into basically like insulting, strong arming people, threatening them, chasing them around the house. Like I think there are a million other ways to have a productive negotiation with your spouse. And I think it's insane to try to argue that like these things that Crowder was doing was clearly his attempt at a healthy, positive negotiation.
So there's no such thing as a wake up call. There's just abuse. No one can say, here's a wake up
Didn't
call.
say that.
for
You keep using these insane dichotomies. Like imagine me walking into like a person's bedroom and then punching them in the face, and they're like, "Bro, why are you punching me in the face?" And I'm like, "Oh, so you think I can't give you an alarm clock?" Like that's what you're doing every time we say something. When we say like, you can't tell your spouse, I'm gonna fuck you up if you fail your wifely duties, and you're like, "Oh, so you can never tell your spouse that they need to do a better job?" Nobody's saying that. I don't know why the only thing that exists in your mind is the most radical engagement possible with a person that, by the way, would be completely ineffective at bringing about any change of behavior. All it's going to do is foster resentment and make the person fucking hate you 10 out of 10 times.
You keep assuming that I will fuck you up is a physical threat of
No,
violence.
it doesn't have
and
to be
there's
a
not.
physical threat. There is no.
Well, you keep using that as an example.
There is never, I'll take a stronger to this. There is never a productive conversation between husband and wife where one party says, I will fuck you up in a serious manner that gets resolved in a positive way. That doesn't happen.
If you take me to divorce court, I am going to fuck you up in divorce court. Yes. Yes.
Oh, and since he told me that, now I realize that like we need to work hard on our problems and have a healthy resolution. That's not happening. Bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
At that
You're
point, the
not
relationship
going
is
to be able
over.
to screw me over here. Yeah, that's right. You can say that. Do you agree,
Isn't it
Kyla?
No.
Do you agree with that?
No.
You couldn't.
No.
There's and because that is the context here.
There
she
is
is taking
no
him
context
down, and
where
she's
I would
timed
encourage
it.
partners to say, I don't love you. It's basically my way or the highway. It's about respect and discipline, and I will fuck you up. There is almost no context I can think of where I go, yeah, that'll be a productive, healthy, and positive.
I don't know why you said there's
context.
almost no context. There's
I just
no
gave you a
context.
There's no
There's
context.
no context.
I just gave you a context.
Yeah, and I reject that. I said no. That would not be a good example of a healthy engagement.
Well, can we answer my question then? What is it that a woman can do that we can say, let's say in the context of a marriage, that we can say she is to blame, and not say we need to see a therapist, but that there's a moral failing on her part? Can you give me an example?
I'm not engaging with the question. It's a ridiculous question. And
Oh, you're not
if
going to
you're-
engage?
No, that's
you
a ridiculous
can't answer
question.
it.
No,
Because in
it's
your mind, women
No.
cannot sin.
Okay, if
No,
that's
and
what
they
you think,
can.
that's fine. But nothing I say is going to convince you otherwise.
Like, honestly, if you want to talk about like masculinity here, I would argue that you would probably agree that Steven Crowder whinging on the couch because his wife wants to leave is not the most masculine show at all. Like, according to like to your worldview, like it's insane.
I think
It's
he,
not
asked,
very
he acted
stoic if
perfectly
you did-
within that. He acted perfectly within the bounds of normal masculinity. Was he absolutely perfect? Why do men have to be absolutely perfect?
You just did the
Why?
dichotomy thing
Why?
again. Why do they
Do
have
you
to
want
be
to get your other
perfect?
screen share ready, Grace? I'm on mute.
Oh, my screen share? Oh, okay.
So
You had other
you
ones to
could
share,
neither of you could come up with an example. So we win this debate.
Based.
There you go. You did it.
Well, the other screen
Thank you
shares
for
were
conceding.
his reaction to her dropping that clip. I don't know if you want to play that, but I mean, it's not super relevant to this part of the conversation.
It's up to everybody.
Grace, we just won the debate. Let's move to Q&A. Let's rip them apart on that too.
All right, let's go.
There's nothing like winning a debate than having to declare over and over that you've won the debate. Yes, true.
Well, I didn't. I knew that Grace had a couple other things there that she might have wanted to share. So if we've already kind of hammered that out, then I think we will move into our Q&A. Thank you everybody for being here. I just want to remind everybody in the live chat that the best way to get these debates out there and get these conversations attention that they deserve is by sharing this out. So if you got a contentious space that you exist in, you like to debate in, share this out. Share with your friends. Let them know that we've got all the contentious topics over here on Modern Day Debate, and we really have good productive conversations generally about it. So let's go into Q&A, everybody, and thanks again to all of our speakers for being here. Simon Allen for €2, unable to watch, just love to MDB. Big up Ryan, and then it gives me a little pound it there. Okay, well yeah, there you go. Whoop, there you go. That's to him. Psychor, $10. Hiring a servant with your millions when you're fresh out of surgery and wife is minutes from birthing twins. Cringe. Berating your massively pregnant wife for not doing all your chores. Based.
Yeah, this is this lie that if a woman is married to a rich man, that if she doesn't feel like doing something, that he should just hire somebody to take care of it for her. Women who are married to wealthy men are not just window dressing. They have obligations just like the man, and they should be held accountable instead of saying, well, if she doesn't want to do it, you have enough money to pay for her to do it. That doesn't make any sense.
Isn't Hillary Clinton like an actress or a model or something? Like, I imagine she probably wasn't working at that time, but doesn't she have like tons of things that she does?
You
Probably
said Hillary
like
Clinton. You meant Hillary
sorry,
Crowder?
Yeah, I meant Hillary Crowder. Her too, though. I'm pretty sure Hillary Clinton's a really good model.
She's
Super
hot.
hot. Yep.
They should both be locked up.
All right, let's continue on. Flamio, $5. Thanks for coming back. If Steven Crowder is abusing his spouse by debating her, then Modern Day Debate is an underground fight club. We're not supposed to talk about it. Anybody want to comment on that?
Different behaviors are appropriate in different settings. Having an argument with somebody when they're clearly emotionally distressed and they're trying to take space and then telling them that they're not allowed to take space is pretty abusive.
Claiming that it's okay to have more emotional range in an online debate than it is to have an argument with your wife is ridiculous. You should be able to share more of your emotions with your wife. Get angrier, get more invested, be more honest with her.
No one is saying that you can't be invested. Nobody is saying that you can't be angry, and nobody's saying that you can't be honest. It's like straw man after straw man after straw man. There are different ways that I would engage with my online community that I would not engage with my wife, that I not engage with my son, that I wouldn't engage with my parents. Of course, that's obviously true. It's not a matter of showing a different range. It's just a matter of appropriate
So give one
measures that
example. Give one example when you can be.
Give an example.
When you could raise
If
your
I was-
voice
sure.
towards a spouse.
I don't think it's ever good to raise your voice towards a spouse.
Okay.
Oh,
Then
well, that's
we
crazy.
win again.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy. That's actually
Another
crazy.
win for the Thorpe.
True. Raising
The
voices
Destiny
towards
sphere is over,
spouses
and not
equals
so erudite is
based.
over.
Based.
Ever raising your voice?
No,
Ever?
you shouldn't. Raising your voice usually means you're emotionally dysregulated. It's probably not a good thing to do.
So if your
You
wife's
can't-
about
you can't
to walk
express
off a cliff and
emotions?
she's not aware of it, you can't say, "Hey, stop."
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right,
Are we
according
talking?
to you.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a giant debate, L. There are times when you raise your voice. If your wife's about to walk into traffic and you're trying to warn her not to, or if she's walking in the park and a snake is chasing her, then you can say,
So
"Why?"
now you're going back on
yeah,
what
I
you
am.
just said.
I just say I am going back. You're right. That's a big debate. W for you.
So
there
take
are
the
times
L,
you can.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
So
true.
another L
I
for
did.
you,
Huge
another
L. My
W on
bad.
this
Yeah,
side.
you got me there. Okay.
Do you think there's ever like a time where it's going to be really emotionally healthy and like helpful to your relationship to like insult your wife or tell her that you don't love her?
Yes.
Is that like part of the range of emotions that you need to show your spouse?
Yes, to show her that you're.
In certain circumstances, yes, I would say.
If she's
and
made
children
you angry because
and
she's
everyone.
if she's made you angry because she's doing wrong, you should communicate that to her. That's healthy communication.
Do you think that you can healthily communicate that you've been?
No. Stop doing this. No one is saying that you can't communicate anger. Why do you keep doing this weird dichotomy? She
Yeah,
asked
you
you
just
if
said
it-
it.
No,
Steven,
she asked you. Hold on,
Steven,
Erudite asked you if it was okay to scream at your wife.
Steven,
Erudite
I
asked
love
you if it was okay if
Hold
you
on,
scream at
let's
your
let
wife.
Steven.
Yeah,
let's let
Erudite
Steven
asked me if it's
go.
okay to scream at your wife, and then you counter this. You should be able to show anger, and you should be able to show emotion, or whatever. No one is saying that you can't do that. Stop
Yes,
with the
you
weird.
are.
No one is. Stop doing the weird dichotomy
Well,
there.
what happens? What happens
I
when
asked
you
you for
express
one
anger?
example. You didn't
What
have to let
happens
Grace
when you
speak.
express anger? What happens?
You don't have to
Hey,
scream or shout or
what
demean.
happened?
The idea that
You
guys
raise
have,
your voice and you get
No,
emotionally invested. That
Grace.
is part of getting
No,
angry.
no, there are two ways to process emotions always. It's called externalizing and, internalizing.
Men show
Hold
anger
on,
more
I
aggressively.
almost got
Let's
you. I
let,
almost got you.
Erudite, please.
The fact that you think that you cannot express an emotion unless you're being abusive to your partner is insane. You can show your anger in a ton of ways. For example, when Nick and I get angry at each other, we almost always take a timeout because it's not very healthy to show your partner your anger because you typically say things that you would otherwise regret. What we do instead. Okay, go off, Queen, about our relationship. But what we do instead is take some
relationship,
space,
just about what you said.
regulate ourselves down. The idea that you must at all times maximally show precisely how you feel and never filter it at all is just immaturity. You're just being emotionally
Okay, so
immature.
this shows your bias. You think that anger is a bad emotion to have.
Nobody
say
said
that?
that anger is a
Expressing
bad
it-
emotion to have. There are ways you can express anger that
Is
doesn't involve you
expressing anger-
shouting.
No,
Okay,
you
here's a good
guys are
example.
changing
I'm
your
frustrated
position.
with both of you right now, and I'm raising my voice a little bit because I'm frustrated. Is that super bad? Do I think that that's bad? What do you think?
You're arguing that it is.
You said
Another
that you
L
would
for
never
your
raise
side.
your
Of
voice
course
You're
I'm not.
against your
arguing that it
partner.
is.
You would never raise your voice to your
Let's
partner.
let Grace speak, please.
But you said that. So according to your own definition, you're abusing us, right?
No, we don't have that relationship. We're people on the internet. We can shout and scream at each other. It's a different context.
Oh, but with the person you trust the most, you can't share your emotions? How does that make any sense?
If I tell you,
you can't be
if I
honest
tell
about how
you-
you feel.
No, it's not about
must
being
you
honest.
shout?
If I
Let's
tell
let
you,
Steven-
if I
let's
tell
let
you,
Steven
I
talk
think
first.
you're being fucking retarded, or I think you're a fucking retard. That hits a lot different than if I tell my son I think he's a fucking retard. Do you acknowledge the difference there? Yes or no?
Yeah, I acknowledge that difference.
Okay, thank
but
you.
Also,
So then there's a difference between me getting upset at you or Erudite getting upset in this conversation with you guys when the context is like a debate that we're having versus getting upset about resolving a personal issue in a relationship with a significant other.
Okay.
Those are two different
Look,
contexts.
look. You
I'm also not
changed-
yelling at you guys. I'm
you
raising my
changed-
voice.
I'm yelling.
You changed it. You said there's no context in which, and I asked you, I gave you the big win. You just give me one context in which a man can raise his voice at his spouse. You said, I choose not to engage. And you took your first L and you're keeping them coming at you. Now, if you say, of course, that with your children and with your spouse, you should start from a position of kindness and gentleness. Of course. But you're the ones who are saying that in no context can what Steven Crowder did be understandable. And you are wrong by your own admission.
No one is
said
saying
that. No one has said
understandable.
that.
We're saying, and there are times when people do raise
Yes.
their voice. Nobody's perfect, but what we're saying is you can express anger and all sorts of and disappointment and all
No,
sorts
you're
of
not
other
gonna get out
things
of this one.
without being angry.
No.
Or I'm sorry, without screaming.
Take
at
your
somebody.
L.
express
Like,
anger
you
without
said
being
it's
angry.
abusive.
You
Let
can
me- let me-
express
let me-
anger without
let me-
being
let me
angry.
Everybody,
very-
hold on.
here's like a-
That's what you
hold on.
just said.
Hold on. We're gonna let Ben wrap up his thoughts there. Oh, he's lighting a cigarette.
I can
Finish
wrap
up
up my
your thoughts
thoughts
there.
and smoke.
It's all good. All right, so we'll let you speak and finish up your thoughts, and we'll
Thank
pass
you.
back to Steven.
You guys are changing your position and you're going to take yet another L. You said it's definitely abusive what Steven said, and all we're saying is I could see a context in which it makes perfect sense. And you said nope. And Kyla actually tried to give you guys a little out, and then you took it from her by saying no, honey, no context whatsoever. And she agreed with you, and that's where you took your first L, and you can't get out of it now.
Here
You
are-
said that, and you've lost the debate. So let's move on.
Okay, here are the two statements that Kyle and I are making that you guys can't seem to wrap your head around. Okay, number one is you can express anger or disappointment or contempt without screaming or shouting at somebody. Okay, for instance, I can say, "You're a fucking failure of a wife," or I can say, "Hey, this household is very stressful for me, and I'm very upset because you can't seem to do your responsibilities, and it is hurting me." Right? You're
Right.
expressing the same thing there in two totally different ways, okay? Both partners are angry and feel like their wife is failing their obligation. In one, you can express it in a very derisive, condescending, evil way. In a second way, you can express it in a, hey, I'm feeling hurt about this. You're not living up to your obligations, okay? So that's the first thing we're making. The second one is screaming, shouting, or being derisive or aggressive or angry towards your partner, or expressing that in a screaming, shouting, snarky sort of way is almost never conducive to solving problems. Those are the two statements we're making, okay? Not that you can never be angry, not that you should never ever be mean, not that being mean makes you instantly abusive, not that you can never hold them responsible for anything. We've never made any of those statements. We don't even agree with those things.
Okay, so you're going back on what you said, and you said there is no context in which Steven Crowder's behavior can be perfectly understandable, even though we've given you one.
Understandable. Sorry, you can take that if you want. No one is.
And
there's tons of
morally
things.
fine.
I can
And
understand
morally
why some
fine.
people kill people. Understandable is not the same thing as morally acceptable.
Perfectly morally
All right.
acceptable.
All right, I'm sorry, fellas. Let's let Erudite in here, please.
So we need to be clear about what we said. There are certain things where we said there is no context that we think these statements can ever be helpful, which was 3 specific statements. We started this. The reason why so many people on the internet are mad at Steven and I is because we said from the very beginning, you can't say much about a 3-minute video and how it confers to the rest of the relationship. The idea that we've just denied that context can exist outside of this, that might make certain statements that look bad become more benign, of course we've acknowledged that. That's been our position the whole time. There are 3 specific statements that are self-evidently toxic, which is, I don't love you, I'm going to fuck you up. And now I can't remember the other fucking one. In these cases, no, there is no context where you need to say to your wife, I'm going to fuck you up, or I don't love you. There just isn't.
Even though
Sorry.
I've given you them. Even though I've given you context.
You've never given us a statement where it's okay to say, I don't love you.
If you don't feel love towards somebody, that's okay to say.
Okay, then in that case,
Why
the
is wrong
relationship
about
is
that?
then the relationship is over.
We're not debating whether
Right.
the relationship's over.
Let's-
We're debating
we're
whether
having a
he's
crisis.
abusive. Whether
Let's let
he's
Grace speak,
abusive. You're saying that's abusive. I'm saying it's not abusive if he doesn't love her anymore. How is that abusive? It's honest.
Okay, it's either abusive or it's relationship terminating then, if you'd like to add the second one. I thought we were coming at this from the context of trying to fix problems in a relationship. So if
Okay.
you want to
You
say
guys
that,
said-
you can say
you guys
if
said he
wanna
was
say-
negotiating.
Yeah,
Let's
because you
Steven
guys
speak,
were
everyone.
claiming that it was a negotiation. You said that he was trying to solve a problem, and now you're saying, well, it's okay to say you don't love somebody if
have
you're ready
to
to
be
end the
honest.
relationship.
Let's
okay,
let Steven
then
finish.
honestly, is the relationship is done then. In that case, it's good that Hillary left. You guys should be championing that she left because Steven Crowder said he didn't love her anymore. That's fine, which is perfectly rational. If your husband doesn't love you anymore, why the fuck would you stay? So, okay, cool, based.
Yeah, I think
right.
it was an end game thing. Now, I actually want to say, like, this is the larger context, is emotions. What you're saying is that the emotions that the typical way that men, big, strong, masculine men express emotions is wrong and immoral, right? And you're saying they have to have this therapist type of talk. That's not true. That's why men who are for example, Steve Jobs was notorious. I'm no big Steve Jobs fan. He was notorious for demanding a lot of his highly paid employees, and he didn't beat around the bush. And when Hillary Crowder married Steven Crowder, okay, she married a man like this, and that is attractive, okay? But if you say, well, no, you've got to clip yourself and act like Steven would act with a female always, that's not fair.
Great. So since you're not talking to Steve and I, because literally nobody said any of those things, I guess there's like an extra ghost in the room. Do you want to talk to my plant? Maybe
You
the
did
plant
say
has been
those
saying
things.
that.
He used a specific example of where you can't have a certain tone, and then he said what you need to do is this therapy talk and go, I'm having trouble with you. Right?
Steve Jobs was notoriously
Why
seen as an
can't-
asshole by literally everybody. Steve
Right.
Jobs was the CEO of a company bossing around his employees. Steven
Right.
Crowder, clearly his strategy didn't work because now he is divorced, and Steven Crowder's wife is not his employee. So your example literally fortifies what I'm saying and fails at what you're saying at every single stage of the way, unless you think a husband ought to treat his wife like a CEO who was notoriously known as being an asshole and died of fucking ass cancer or whatever because he ate too many vegetables, okay, that everybody fucking hated, that's like the gold standard for how to treat a partner. But none of that makes sense.
Would you say that relationships have commonalities? The relationship between a parent and a kid, between spouses, between co-workers, there are commonalities.
There are some commonalities, but there's also crucial differences.
Okay, and your difference is that you can never raise your voice or express anger in a kind of honest way. You have to clip it and always be this kind of therapist about it when a man is dealing with a woman. But I haven't heard you say that backwards. I haven't heard you say
this like Steven Crowder was just being really honest and vulnerable with his wife about his feelings is
Yeah.
it is just dishonest. That is not what happened. Hillary said, "But Steven, I love you," and then he said, "I don't love you, and I've never experienced love from you." He was whinging out and getting upset.
No, he wasn't doing that. You're exaggerating.
You can be
You are
pro masculinity without being pro toxicity, right? You can be pro
You're
masculinity.
anti-masculine. You just
not, actually.
You just yes, you did. You just made fun of him and exaggerated and tried to make him look like he was crying. He wasn't.
What's more emasculating than getting
He was
divorced
standing
from your
his
wife
ground
and
against
losing
evil.
access to both your children?
He was
It is
fighting to keep
emasculating.
the
She shouldn't
access.
do that to him.
He wasn't fighting to keep the access. He fucking drove his wife out of the household.
Right. So what you would do is go, yeah, honey, okay, all your failures, just keep them coming, and I'll hire someone to do what you have to do. You can never confront a woman.
So
that she
just
is
to be
failing.
clear,
Yeah,
when
that's
I'm
what I
making
said.
fun of,
I would like to. I
when
just want to affirm. I did say that you can never confront a woman ever. I just want to make sure we all understand that's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Kyla.
Well, I gave you. I asked you to give me an example. You couldn't.
So just to be clear, I'm making fun of Steven Crowder for being toxically feminine in this case, right? He's being like manipulative and trying to coerce her through his words of saying, "I don't love you, and I've never experienced love from you." That's what I'm making fun of him. He's being toxic, and in this case, I think he's being feminine as well, and that's why I'm making fun of him because it's cringe. It's toxic
Not
and
cringe.
inappropriate behavior.
He is being vulnerable. Yes.
No, he's
toxic
not.
to
How is he
say
being
that
vulnerable?
I've
She's
never
beating the
experienced-
shit out of him. She's
I've
beating
never
the shit out of him, and
experienced
he's
love from
taking
you.
it.
That's toxic to
The-
say.
No. Did I say it's always toxic to say these things? I said, "I don't love you and I've never experienced love to you," in response to her saying, "But I love you. I want to work on this." Is toxically feminine.
She didn't
is
say
trying
I want to
coerce
work
her.
on this. You're adding things. She said I love you. I'm committed to you. And then a couple months later, she divorced him.
What is
She's
I'm
lying
committed to you?
him.
What is I'm
What is
committed to
I'm-
you mean? But I want to work on things.
But then she went and divorced him. She was
He hired a
lying.
divorce
That doesn't
lawyer.
matter.
But you
She
know,
had-
he hired a divorce lawyer.
In the context of this, if she said,
was
"Steven,
honest.
I love you and I'm committed to you," and his response is to lash out and go, "I don't love you, and I've never experienced love from you."
But see, you keep
He's being toxically
you
feminine.
keep
It's
feminizing
cringe.
him. You
It's a
keep
toxic lash
feminizing him.
out.
You keep turning it into him crying like a baby. He wasn't.
Well, the other option is he's being toxically masculine, I suppose, but we can watch it again. I'm pretty sure when he says it,
No,
it's
there's
not like
another
this, like,
option.
really impressive
There's
thing where it's
another
been like,
option, Kyla, and that
"Look,
is
wife,
that he was.
I'm out of this relationship. You
Okay,
know,
yeah,
we've
right.
come to the place, I don't love you anymore,
Right.
wife." That's not
Right.
happening.
So that's the only two ways you can interpret masculine behavior. Because you hate men.
True.
We can watch the reaction video if you want to share it up there, Grace.
Okay, hang on. Let me find it.
Yeah. All right, let's share the
See if
reaction
it looks
video.
like what Kyla portrayed it as. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It looks like a man at his wit's end. And I sympathize with Steven Crowder. And if he's watching, I do want to have a conversation about your situation because I think it can help. And Grace can help too. Grace wants to go to that patio and give the dog his medicine and take the dog for a walk and be grateful and anything else he needs after what he's been put through.
I would be happy. He needs some feminine support after being attacked by this bitch. Okay, let me find it. Oh, here we go. I don't love you. Okay. Share screen.
Make sure you share the audio if there's audio
Yep.
to be had.
You need to just fucking baby for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you, and the fact is, when I go,
Okay, that's the part right there. I can keep going, but
Okay, so how does that sound like what Kyla said?
Because she's literally saying, "Steven, I love you. I'm committed to you." And then that sounds to me like somebody that's trying to or wants to work on it. And then he's saying, "I don't love you. I've never received love from you." That sounds like somebody that's given up. So in the context of this recording, sounds like he's the one that's given up and he's
Okay.
ready to throw in the towel. And I'm pretty sure he's the one that hires the divorce lawyer like a month after this video.
I can explain that, but I think we're at an impasse. If you think his reaction there is, Steven, we're at an impasse. If you think his reaction there
I don't
not
love you.
reasonable.
Steven, I love you. I'm committed to you. Well, I don't love you. And the big problem here is that I've never received love from
Okay,
you.
so
It's like,
you in your
bro.
imagination think that is what happened. And so we're experiencing two different realities, Kyla.
He
and
did
you
not
are
say
wrong.
that.
I'm on planet Earth and you're somewhere out in outer space in anti-masculine land. And you should get the hell out of the manosphere and stop telling men what to do because they should know that you are a hater of men. Don't give
There you
them
go.
any
As
more
long
advice.
as you say it
Get the fuck away from
confidently
men.
enough,
Get the fuck away from
confidently
men.
enough, anything can be true. Let me see it here.
Yeah, cope
Keep
all
telling
you
it.
want.
Did
Cope
you
all
win
you
too?
want.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing here. We're exposing you for what you are, which is a man hater.
How are you? It's never mind.
You're actually both
Go ahead,
emotion
Steven.
haters too.
What?
If you had something to say there, Stephen, if you wanted to.
No,
elaborate.
I'm fine.
Neither of you should be giving advice to anyone about anything.
Okay, I will
Least
say
of all
never mind.
relationships.
You are a man who is divorced from his wife, defending another man who just got
No,
divorced
I'm
from his
not.
wife for toxic behavior, talking to two people that are happily married about how to maintain a happy marriage. How are you telling us that we're not qualified to give advice on
You
this?
want to go
It is
into
the
your
most
marriage?
insane fucking
You
thing in
want
the
to go
world.
into your marriage? You told me yesterday that you would kill your child, and that the only thing keeping you from it would be the inconvenience of driving your car to the abortion clinic. You are a disgusting person.
True, base.
Say that.
I would have an abortion. Yes.
Let's try not to reference prior.
Well, he
discussions.
referenced himself
I
as
did
an
reference
example.
myself. True.
That is,
And
that
we can
is
talk
fair.
about Kyla too if we want, but I won't go there.
You can't talk about my relationship because there's nothing. Like if,
Right,
if you want like a
exactly,
picture perfect of just like
exactly.
a really
Thanks for-
healthy,
thanks
happy
for
relationship,
letting us.
you can find Nick and I. Okay, we're so happy and healthy that my main insult on like many spaces that I'm boring. Okay, but go
Well,
on, King.
let's continue on, and it's
Maybe.
always-
I'm not here to say, like,
Okay,
I'm
no,
not
you're
here to judge your relationship, but there are signs here.
but
Everyone's seen them.
True.
This was an incredible launch off of then modern day debate is an underground fight club, which I know Oflamio knows we're not supposed to talk about that. So, positive $10. Destiny is based and Giga Chad because he can give the best argument for either side with no attachment. He even delivers better people who are super attached to their side. I think he means delivers arguments. Delivers better people who are super attached to their side. This is based, not flip-flop.
Wow.
There's a lot of missing punctuation
I
there.
can't tell if they're a fan of Destiny or a hater of Destiny.
There's a bit of missing punctuation.
I would agree that your analyses of this are the most nuanced. So, like, we're not really on the opposite sides here, but
I don't think that much of a fan because it starts out with the based in Giga Chat. So I don't know if that's a compliment in these spaces. So we'll just move on from there. I think we've got better questions. Sorry, Positive. Thank you for your donation, your super chat. So much mass for $4.99. If I follow Grace for 5 minutes on the street while yelling at her, is there physical intimidation?
I would say yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, how is that
Yes.
physical intimidation? He's not actually attacking you.
if I
He's
I
following
have
me.
followed
I
Grace
don't
on the
know
street
her.
for 5 minutes yelling at her. I have. That's not physical intimidation.
Wait, hold on. Grace and
Of a
Daddy
stranger
Grace just
did
gave.
it.
Oh, so then there are cases where you can physically intimidate somebody without actually laying your hands on them?
Well, is it literal physical intimidation? No. Is it psychological intimidation with your physically? I mean, it's not physical. You're not blocking me, but I don't know. I don't actually. It's not physical. Literally, you're not putting your hands on me.
Anyone who's acting, any stranger on the street who's acting crazy, obviously, is creating a situation in which people are going to be concerned.
Do you guys think that like when like cowboys and like herders are like pressuring animals to move with their like body space, that they're like psychologically pressuring the animals?
We already answered this. Are we in a loop?
Just checking. Just wanted to see if you would say this.
And they're pressuring them with the threat of violence. Is that correct, Kyla?
Not usually. Usually
No.
it's
So
just
animals aren't
physical
trained
pressure.
through the use of violence. Those
Do
dogs
they?
aren't
Do
threatening
cowboys?
to nip them.
Oh, nip them.
Have you ever heard of breaking a horse?
Yeah. Yes. Usually it's not through violence. Like if you think like putting something on and taking it off.
Yeah,
is
it's
violence,
carrot
I
stick.
guess.
It's carrot stick, but you're saying like do this or suffer the consequences. We're not talking about animals anyways.
Well, we started by talking about physical presence of stuff. Yeah. And it's not typically through threat of violence. It's usually just like being spooked, right? Like you very rarely need to ever like touch a cow or a horse to get it to move. Basically never.
Yeah, I agree that talking with people rationally in a calm tone of voice is the best way to approach problems. However, it's not the only way.
No one's saying it's the only way. It's just the only healthy way.
Yeah, you are. You're saying you
It's the
can't.
only
you
healthy
can't
way.
rise to a certain threat. Okay, so it's the only healthy way.
Yes.
So that's where we disagree.
Clearly.
And the entire corpus of psychology and human history shows that there are times when you have to raise your voice and exhibit aggressive things to prevent evil from occurring.
There will
and you know
never,
that true.
There will never be.
Well, I'd hate to be in your house if,
Yeah,
if someone comes in and
sorry,
threatens
Ben.
your family because you're going to be rational. You're not going to raise your voice and intimidate that person.
Notice
All
how
right,
the
let's let
only
Steven
time
speak
you've said it's
without
acceptable to raise your voice is in times of like grave, like life-threatening, like when your wife is about to fall off a cliff or if somebody breaks into your house and you're
But
comparing
you
that
said
to
never.
him.
Let's let Steven speak.
Yeah. When we say never,
You said never.
When we say never, obviously the context is in resolving conflict
don't
with a
say
partner.
never. Don't say never.
Okay.
Let's let Steven speak, please, Ben.
I'm sorry. Let me give all the qualifiers, okay? You should never do it when you're trying to resolve a conflict with your wife, when you're both on the planet Earth, when the year is 2023, when the person isn't hard of hearing, so you don't need to raise your voice to communicate with them, when they're sufficiently close to you that speaking quietly. Like, do I have to add like a million qualifiers for you to understand what we're talking about? Like, it's pretty obvious what I'm saying. When I say don't raise your voice to your partner, and then you go, well, what if they're about to walk into the street? Do you really think that's what we're talking about right here?
Is it wrong to be angry at somebody? And if not, is it wrong
Holy
to
shit.
show that
Whoa.
anger?
Where's the
Is it
rewind
wrong
thing?
to-
We just got sucked back
Hold
to
on.
some dumb shit that
Here, hold
nobody
on.
Is
said.
it wrong to show
Steven,
that
sorry, let's let
anger
Grace speak now.
through yelling at somebody? Through yelling at somebody?
Generally,
through showing
yes.
anger?
Yes. You shouldn't be
That's
yelling
wrong.
at partners.
So
yes.
But is it okay to be angry at somebody?
Yes, it is okay to be angry. You shouldn't be shouting at your partner.
Okay, what are the typical ways that we express anger?
There are lots of typical ways we express anger, but you can do it with your words. You can do it with your actions. You can do it by taking space from somebody.
No, anger is an emotion. So how do we emotionally express it? If you're sad, you cry. If you're angry, you...
But there's a million things you could go work
If you're
out.
angry, you what?
You
You
could go
can say,
sprint.
hey, I'm angry with you. That's one way to express it.
You said that's wrong.
I
No, he
did
didn't.
not say that's wrong.
He's never said
You-
that's
you
wrong.
Well,
just
that's what
yelled
Steven
that.
Crowder is doing. So another W
That's-
for us.
I'm angry
True.
at you. You just said that. That's what he said to her. So that's abuse or not?
All
you just
he
said
did
that's
is
fine.
express
I don't-
frustration.
Yeah, okay, that's all he did. I'm gonna
That's
fuck
all
you
he
up.
did.
It was just a feeling. He was just feeling.
Okay, see now
like
you're
he
saying now
might
you're
want to fuck
now
her
you're
up.
saying what the context was, and you raised your fist, and you're lying, Kyla. Stop lying about men. You should be in the manosphere, but stop lying about men.
Let's continue on with our super
Men are
chats,
not
'cause
evil, Kyla.
whatever we're talking about right now, I mean, I know what we're talking about right now, but whatever we are talking about, it's all going to come full circle because we've got lots of super chats coming in. And if you want this conversation to continue, keep the super chats coming in and we'll continue to read them and we'll continue on. So, now I have to scroll up. This is never fun. Okay, Vosh fan for $13.99 Canadian. Hey, Canadian. If following someone to continue an argument, this is kind of similar to what we just read. If following someone to continue an argument when they want it to end, is it physical abuse? Then every girlfriend is it physical abuse? Then every girlfriend I've ever had should be put in jail. Stop gaslighting us. You guys are better than this.
So to be clear,
And that's at you,
I never
that's
said it
me,
was
and not Rita.
physical abuse. I said that he was physically imposing himself. And by the way, I would agree that if you're trying to get away from an argument with a girlfriend and she follows you into the next room, I would agree that that's abusive. Yes, you have a right to draw space between you and your partner when you feel like you are upset or emotionally dysregulated. You absolutely have that. And if somebody tells you you don't, or if they're trying to impose themselves physically on you to force you to continue the argument, I would say that's an abusive behavior. Yes.
Ridiculous.
All right, over to you, Erudite. That question was for both of you.
I mean, we basically answered it. Nobody here said abuse. We said physical coercion. And if you are following around, yes, that is bad. I believe that almost nobody would be thrown in jail for following somebody around, even though it's toxic. Just because a behavior is toxic or abusive doesn't mean it's illegal.
Utterly ridiculous.
Well, let's
All
let's
abusive
continue
behavior
on.
should be illegal.
Well, let's continue on because we will have lots of open discussion, I think, involving these super chats, and that one was kind of just pertinent. Sorry, to the last question there. So Vosh fan again for $13.99 Canadian. Woo woo Canadian. All right, imagine hubby refusing to do his agreed chores and telling his concerned wife he'll be back when I'm back, and stranding her by taking their vehicle so she can't visit her friends or family. Lol. Lol. He adds a lol at the end. So I think that's for Destiny and Erudite. So I'm going to hand that to you, Erudite, to start.
I guess person's never heard of taking an Uber or calling a friend, which was like part of the conversation. I think it's been well said. Wasn't precisely about the car. There is questions that we have to know about the context. Like, is there only one vehicle? Is there a reason why Stephen felt that he must have the car and why he couldn't take an Uber or have a friend pick him up? Yeah, I don't know. It's just a silly point.
I don't like being misrepresented here, and I don't appreciate people acting otherwise. I hate women. And if I saw a guy that said that he wanted to leave the house and the woman wouldn't let him take the car, I would say, fuck that woman, okay? I don't have an obligation here towards women or men or hating men or whatever, okay? Fuck women. If a guy wanted to leave the house and someone said, no, you're not allowed to, you can't take the car, I'm not going to let you, I would say, oh, that woman seems like she's being really manipulative and controlling. The same thing I would with Steven Crowder.
All right. Well, let's continue on. Oh my. Yeah, gotta scroll up quite a bit. Ozion talks. Hey Ozion, how you doing tonight? $10. Glad to see you're here. Ben Thorpe. A man doesn't show aggression to women. A woman who is afraid of you and flinches from you does it for a reason, either because of experience or from other men, or that man. So just to summarize, that's for you, Ben. A man doesn't show aggression to women. That's the first point. A woman who is afraid of you and flinches from you does it for a reason, either because of experiences from other men or that man. Thoughts on that, Ben?
Yeah, interesting question. I do not think that violence is a good solution except in the most extreme circumstances for men with their partners or spouses or with their children. I do think sometimes it's warranted, but it's not a good solution, and people who are into that. Now, I will tell you this. Women like it. And you can say what you want, but they like it. They like it more than men like it. And that's an instinct, and they like aggressive men, and they even like violence. I've never understood that, but it's there, and it's the bad boy. I'm a good boy, but I'm seen as a bad boy because in this sphere, no one can be it can be a male at all. But I never have understood it, but women love assertive men who, and it does go into violence. And I don't agree with
thoughts on that on our other side?
That's just absolutely not true. You see the wordplay being done here with women like aggressive or assertive or confident men. That's not the same as being physically abusive. Women do not like men that hit them.
Right. So who's watching who's buying 50 Shades of Grey, Stephen?
50 Shades of Grey is a movie.
Why was that a huge bestseller?
Because it's a fantasy. It's a movie and it's a fantasy.
Okay, so where is fantasy located? It's in your mind, right? It's something you desire. Women are not buying that.
Different, okay? I really like the Spider-Man and Batman movies, but I don't jump off of buildings in capes.
Well, it speaks to you in some way. And,
it does. Same way that 50 Shades of Grey might speak to somebody in some way.
Okay,
it's not
so
that I want a man that beats the shit out of me.
What does it speak to? It speaks to a thirst that women have to be dominated and to be powerless. Yes, it does.
Dominated and powerless in a setting with a man that you respect and are extremely physically attracted to. Not just some loser that's beating not some loser just beating the shit out of you.
And you have an explicit contract with as well.
Yeah, well, the explicit contract thing is what we all say to make it safe, but it's the non-consensual part of it that's the exciting part of it. I'm not advocating for it, but it is there, and I think it's a counterbalance to women having too much power in our culture, and they don't like it. And I think they want to move out of this.
Like, what do you do about like women's abuse shelters where women are trying to sneak and run away from their abusive partners because they don't know how to get away from these awful men in their lives? Do you think that these women are just like secretly lying and they're like are desperately like horny for it and they're just like hoping he'll come get her? Like,
obviously they go to the abuse shelters to get tips from other women for where to find all the good men.
Well, are you saying that where there's situations of domestic violence, there aren't women who really feel like that's home for them and they enjoy it even though it's dysfunctional?
I like how do you remember the conversation we had earlier about you provide a fundamental psychological need while also like attacking somebody at the same time, and you get like you just like describe the dynamic.
I'm not
perfectly.
advocating for it.
You
I'm
describe
just
the
saying.
dynamic perfectly. Yes, there are people that can be psychologically abused to such an extent that they also tolerate physical abuse on top of it, and it can make the highs that much more exhilarating when the lows are that much more horrible. We call those abusive relationships. It's like doing heroin. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
I
is it true that there are people who have received literally zero love in their life, so they'll take a partner who gives them like a small amount of love in exchange for lots of abuse because it's better than literally anything that they've ever experienced? Yes, that is true that this exists. It's tragic, it's awful, it's sad, and that doesn't mean that all women want that.
A lot of women would love to be with a man who is capable of extreme violence.
Capable of
to
extreme
protect
violence
her.
and
they find that
deploying
fucking hot. And I'm
capable-
not one of those men, but they love it. They fucking love it. Sorry, guys.
Capable of extreme violence is not the same as deploying extreme violence on your partner.
It's kind of hot that it might get turned on her. I'm not one of those people. I don't own a weapon. I've never.
No, that's
What do
true.
you think they're
I'm
more
sorry.
likely attracted to? The fact, like, if we're taking this premise, do you
You
think that
want
they're
all
more
but-
attracted to the fact that, like, they could fuck things up, that they're physical specimens that are impressive? Or do you think that they're attracted to the fact of, like, who knows, at any moment he might snap and beat my face in? God, I love that. Which do you think it is?
You
Both.
respect him a little bit
Both.
more because he could exert that physical control
Yeah.
over you.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm
But
just
not
saying,
you
like,
necessarily.
you should talk to women about what to do about this because there is a tremendous thirst for this, and
There's
it
really
isn't-
not. There's just not. That's just
Yeah.
not true.
Yeah, so women really want these little mouse men running around and worshiping them. They do not want.
There
that.
should be like there should be a false dichotomy.
We need a
Connor,
button
where
for
it's
it.
like I don't think you should beat the shit out of women. Oh, so you want everybody to date Stephen Hawking then? Like, what the fuck is this comparison? Holy shit!
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not advocating. I'm certainly not advocating for violence. I don't think it's a good solution. I'm a man of peace. I don't understand BDSM, but I'll tell you, it's not men who want to do BDSM that I know of. I find it exhausting, but I've encountered a lot of women who seem like there's no end to how much of that they want to do. And you can do research on it, Kylie, like looking things up on the internet. Look it up. Look up the fantasies. Look up when women are being real. They will say there's a desire for this. And I'm not saying that I have the solution for it, but don't tell me that it's men that enjoy hitting women. I think by and large, men just want, to be peaceful. I
Right.
don't
it's,
think
it's women who enjoy being hit.
there
by
are
men.
men. There are men. Yeah. I do think there's some problem here, that there's a lie going on. Yeah. Women are more okay with violence than we give them credit for. That's right. I would say that's true.
All right. Well,
Those
I'm
are
gonna step in
all
here.
completely different statements, by the way. None of those things are even like analogous or similar. But sure, go off.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna step in here and we're gonna keep the super chats going.
deny
Keep them
reality.
coming in. We're all for it. We're having a great discussion here as far as bouncing these ideas back and forth. So keep those super chats coming in, and we'll keep having this discussion go.
Just
until somebody needs to use the washroom or do.
I was just
any
going to
of
ask a question. I've noticed a number of super chats coming in that seem to be assuming that Ben is telling the truth about like me and my platform. And I realize that the MDD fan base has probably never actually met me before. I think that I've talked to James a couple of times, but I actually haven't been on MDD. Just so it's clear, Ben is abjectly lying about my content. In fact, probably the biggest criticism I get on the internet is that people sometimes feel like I'm a pick-me because I talk so often about men's issues, right? Like that's like basically my bread and butter. That doesn't mean
Okay,
that
tell
I
me
don't
what
care
I-
about
what lie
women's
did I
issues.
say?
I'm not finished talking. You lied about the
Oh,
fact that I
yes,
hate
mother.
men. You lied about the fact that I hate masculinity, and none of these things are true. And I just want to make it clear, so I realize the MDD platform doesn't actually know me, and that's
Did you accuse me of
patently false.
sexual harassment? Because I asked
Absolutely.
for a sexual when we were talking about sexual preferences.
So it
And I
wasn't
asked you
just
what
that
your
question.
preference was.
I accused you of sexually harassing Nina because every single time she spoke, you kept talking to her, you kept asking her sexual questions. She kept telling you, "Please
What's a
stop
sexual
asking
question?
me
We were
sexual
talking about
questions."
sex.
There was tons of sexual questions. You talking about the idea of sex doesn't mean it's an invitation to ask Nina specifically about her sexual preferences and making pickup lines and alluding towards your interest in her. And so you constantly kept
Oh,
saying
give me
these
a
things.
break,
There was a guy who came on the panel and asked both of us immediately if we squirted, and you.
And
asked
I'm
me, like,
responsible for him.
no. And you came on later and said that we like hard dicks inside us. Yes, absolutely.
not
said they were
say that.
sexually
Let's-
harassing.
let's-
Say
No
that you're
problem.
lying. You're lying.
You're the
You're
fucking
lying.
liar, Kyla.
let's try to
See,
have
this
that
is more of this
conversation.
anti-masculinity. She gets to do a whole litany of accusations to me, but I
Yeah,
can't
come on,
defend
that's not
myself.
Well,
fair.
Yeah,
let's-
so now I know
let's-
what Steven Crowder feels like. Steven, let's talk. Let's talk.
Let's continue on. But firstly, let's take care of ourselves personally. If anybody needs a drink of water, if anybody needs to use the washroom, now is the time. And whoever doesn't go, I will ask the question too. You're all staying? All right, cool. Let's continue on. I just want to make sure that I'm being considerate of that because I know we're going a little longer than we initially planned. So if you need a little refreshment or anything like that, feel free. So let's continue on, everybody. Oh my. Yes, we got to scroll up quite a bit. Thank you all for your super chats here. I'm going to have to get rid of a few of them here so I stop going through the same ones. All right. So sorry. Just give me 1 second. All right. So, Vosh fan once again for $13.99. You got a specific currency you like to spend that in, Canadian and $13.99. She clearly played it up for the camera, saying abuse repeatedly to save the footage for the divorce battle. Amber Heard 2.0. Grace's points are the same good points Destiny made the first few days.
I mean, I would say just by in that interaction, I would say that he's obviously, I would say she's throwing him off, and he's getting more and more frustrated because he's saying like her responses are unnatural. So I guess I would say like, yeah, I do think in some ways she was playing to the camera.
Her responses were not unnatural. It sounded like they were retreading a fight that they'd had many times before, probably that they'd explicitly discussed in therapy. So.
All right, she said she needs space, right? And then she goes, you're abusive, right? If you don't want to get into something with somebody, you don't go around calling them abusive and then say, well, I gotta go. Either you engage or you don't. She's accusing him of something that's a serious thing to accuse your partner of. And then she says, I'm leaving. This is your abuse. It's like calling somebody crazy. If you say, you know what? You're acting really crazy. There's kind of nothing you can do to defend yourself, because if you are acting crazy, you wouldn't know it.
The reality of the situation is, and this is undeniable, if one or both parties are emotionally dysregulated, then you have to take space. You are never, ever, ever healthily solving a problem between two people when there is a high degree. That's reality. That is one of the few pieces of advice that I would say.
What is emotional? What did you say? Dysregulation? What is that? So expressing emotions? If either of you express emotions, you need to take a break from each other? What are you, fucking robots?
So if you're in let's say that you're in a situation where you're really, really, really hungry, okay? It's like the Snickers commercials, okay? You're not you when you're hungry. Sometimes being hungry can inhibit your cognitive thought process, and you get irrationally upset at everything that happens. When
but you said emotional dysregulation.
Yes.
So any
being
emotional
hangry,
dysregulation?
Being hangry is a type of emotional dysregulation. If you are fighting with a partner and you guys are coming to the level where you're screaming at each other, where you're insulting each other, or where you're acting snarky, then your adult brain is taking a back seat to your baby brain that just wants to come out and fight, and your ability to problem solve is gone.
Wait. Would you say the same about emotions? So if your partner is feeling really sad and is crying and is torn up about something, should you take a break because there's emotional dysregulation?
Absolutely. If my partner is crying
you
or
should
upset,
not support them and have them share their emotion?
No. Hold on. Support and sharing an emotion is not trying to solve a problem. If somebody is incredibly upset and they're crying, then the conversation might be like, hey, it seems like you're really upset right now. Let's take a walk and talk about this. Or let's take a break and talk about this.
You said take a break.
No,
you said take
hold on.
space. Any emotional dysregulation, you need to take space from each other. That's what you said.
I need you to turn off the debate brain for 1 second and just listen to what I'm saying, okay? When
you are a debate brain.
Let's let Steven wrap up his point there, and then we'll let you respond.
When two people or one or two people are emotionally dysregulated, the ability to solve the problem is gone. Now, what you do at that point, if it's a conflict, then you probably need to create space. But now the example you gave, if somebody's crying and needs support, then that might look like, well, we're emotionally dysregulated. We're not going to problem solve right now. I'll just support you. That would be maybe something you could do to help a partner that's emotionally dysregulated. But the crying situation is not where the conflict between the two people. It sounds like the one person has a problem with something else and they just need support from their partner. But again, it would be the same thing that would apply. If they're crying, you're probably not going to be like, okay, I understand you're really upset right now, but let's figure out what we're going to do to solve this problem. It'd probably like, okay, hey, let's try to bring your emotions back in line, go for a walk, take a shower, watch a movie, whatever. And then when the emotions come back down, then you go back into problem solving mode.
So can I just say something? Steven, you said if you're really hungry, you need a Snickers bar, that you can't think straight. This is the problem with the younger generations. You have to be able to be mature enough that when you're feeling emotions, to handle them. And if you're hungry, you don't need to take a break from life. Maybe sometimes you just need to power through instead of immediately satisfying all of your needs.
That is the most toxic.
That might be.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. That is the worst advice. You would never give it to anybody in any situation ever. You do not try to power through your emotions. That is the answer given by somebody that doesn't realize how much their emotions control them. Anybody that ever gives that answer has no idea how irrational they can be when they're in an emotional state of mind. If you're emotional, what you do is you bring your emotions back in line and then you problem solve. Full stop.
No.
That's the advice you give to a manager, a business owner,
This
a
is
father,
why your
a
relationship
husband.
is so crazy in your life.
That's great.
And that you're not going to be successful in relationships in life.
What
Unless
do you mean?
outgrow this immature, I need to take a break every time you get hungry and you feel like you need a Snickers, you need to go take a break and emotionally regulate. Give me a fucking break, Stephen.
Talking
It's
about
called life.
anti-fragility has almost nothing to do with dysregulation, nor is anywhere Stephen saying that like people should just be anti-fragile, and the moment that they have like their fifis like broken, that they should just immediately fall down on the curb and cry.
He just said that.
Obviously. No, he literally didn't. Obviously. He used a Snickers ad, first of all. Like, bro, context clues. What we're talking about here is emotional regulation. The idea that you should just power through and ignore your feelings is characterized as a form of dysregulation. What a healthy form of regulation is, say you're feeling upset in a situation, is you go, I notice that I'm feeling upset. And then you figure out whether or not that upsetness is something that you can tolerate. And if it is not, absolutely, you should take a break 100%, because there's nothing worse than in a conversation that's vital, like a major fight with your spouse, that you should go, wow, I'm really dysregulated and angry. I don't know if I can keep cap on my emotions and not react as a response.
Why
to that.
do you have to keep a cap on your emotions? Why can you not express emotions to your partner? If you're angry, if you're sad, if you're happy, whatever.
Yeah.
Why are emotions negative to express?
So emotions aren't negative to express, but your partner is not a punching bag for your emotional dysregulation. That's why you keep
What
a
if
cap
they
on certain
caused
things.
the emotional dysregulation?
It doesn't matter. It
Shouldn't
doesn't
they-
matter at all, right? If I'm
So you are
super
responsible
enraged-
for keeping yourself emotionally neutral and
You are responsible
placid
for
at
you.
all times?
Yes, you are responsible. No,
That's the
no one
ideal
has ever said that.
situation?
No, you're just you're doing the dichotomy game. I need to find a word. We need to actually have like a buzzword for this, so we can
Well, you
just
said
go
put
like,
a cap on it.
Sprogly boo. Yeah, putting a cap on it doesn't mean become neutral and feel nothing and have like false forms of stoicism. What it means is things like, wow, I notice that I'm feeling angry. Am I so angry that I can't handle this anymore? And if the answer is yes, you should leave. That would be the responsible thing to do. If the answer is I'm angry, but I think that I'm able to talk through my anger and not take it out on my partner, then that's fine, right?
But you say taking it out, but isn't being
Yes.
angry expressing anger? You say taking it out, but if somebody makes you angry because they did something wrong, is that taking out your anger on that person, or is that expressing an emotion that they caused within you and it's perfectly healthy?
So even if somebody made me angry and then I turn around and I start calling them names and telling them that I don't love you and then I'm going to fuck them up, yes, even though they made me angry, it doesn't change the fact that I'm responsible for my actions and my behavior, and
What
it's
if you-
still inappropriate of me, even if they made me angry.
What if you turn around and yell at them because you're angry? And you express your anger like every normal person does. Is
whether
that
or
wrong?
not yelling at the problem is whether or not it's what is our here's the question. What is your goal with expressing the anger in a relationship? What do you think the goal should be?
Anger means somebody has done you something wrong. Somebody
Okay,
has
I'm
done
gonna
you
repeat
wrong.
it. I don't think you heard what I said. Let me repeat it one more time. What is the goal of expressing your anger?
Okay, to show that person that they have caused you this emotion because they did you wrong. That's
okay,
the goal.
and what do you want to do with that? Why do you want to show them that?
Because they did you wrong. So then you're angry because they did
So
you
they
wrong.
can even either explain themselves or apologize. What are we just born 2 minutes ago? Kyla, the men who landed on Omaha Beach, if they followed your advice, they would step back and all talk to each other and analyze it. There are
Do you know where
times
advice
in life
comes
where
from?
not
Wait,
every
hold on,
minute-
real quick before
oh,
we do
no,
it.
no, let me fucking talk.
Well, I
now.
didn't get to respond to Grace.
Hold on.
I was in a back and forth with her. Now you just fucking hijack this just to make some autistic point about 18-year-olds that went and killed themselves in fucking World War II. Okay.
Let's just watch how we're talking about our other speakers here tonight. But we will hand it over to Steven.
Sure. So real quick. So here's something that I noticed was suspiciously absent from when I asked you, what is the goal of showing anger? You said your goal is expressing it because they did something that made you mad and you want them to explain themselves or apologize. That is not the goal of expressing an emotion in a relationship. The goal should always be to problem solve. If your goal is anything else, then your emotions are misaligned with what you should be doing to maintain the relationship. If your goal is just make somebody apologize or make them understand how mad you are, you're not trying to problem solve and you're not trying to make a healthy, better relationship. You're just trying to attack somebody.
I can work with that. It is problem solving. If somebody does something wrong to you and if you express anger, they can react to it and solve that problem by either apologizing or saying, no, I didn't do you
They're
wrong.
not going to do that though. They're just going to get mad back at
It's
you.
part of human interaction. I don't know what you're talking about.
Why do you say it's part of this is literally human interaction 101. I know this as a fucking debater. If I'm arguing with somebody and they're emotionally they're upset, we're not going to be able to problem solve, just like we're not right now.
Steven,
Steven,
you know what? We
Watch
are
it.
at an impasse. We are at an
watch
impasse. We are at an
Let's
impasse.
let Grace speak. Sorry, what did
I'm
you say,
just
Grace?
kidding.
They're just
I'm just kidding.
Okay, let's. I was gonna say, well, when everybody's talking, I mean, there's going to be a certain amount of delay to the live stream. I've got a really good computer here. Erida, you got your hand up there. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. I think a really big thing that's missing, like when I listen to you, Grace, is that like when you think anger, you think the only you think anger means must be yelling. But the answer is feelings don't dictate how you need to react to them. That is what emotional regulation is, where you go, dang, I noticed that I'm feeling angry. Like I had a fight with somebody just recently, and I noticed I was really, really angry after the fight. So rather than calling them back up and screaming and calling them names, because at the end of the day, my goal in my relationships is to have healthy, positive relationships. That's what my goal is. And part of that means solving problems, and part of that means being heard, right? Me calling them and screaming at them and saying nasty things to them isn't going to make them heard, and it isn't going to make my relationship better. So instead, I went for a run and I yelled into the air and I did all that I needed to do to externalize my emotions. But that doesn't mean that just because I'm angry that I now need to verbalize that directly at somebody else.
I agree with you.
I think, let me take this one.
Okay.
I would just like to propose, I don't know your background, and I'm not interested in critiquing your life. I'm sorry if I lean too far in that. But there are a lot of people who have experienced trauma who come up with a solution like yours that I think isn't about relationships. It's about control. You never want to be out of control. I'm not saying you necessarily, but especially there are females who have experienced a lot of trauma, males too, who just want to have control. So they never get out of control because it made them feel vulnerable. I'm sorry. It's called life. It's called relationships. And a life where you have total control that it seems like you're trying to yourself go for and advocate for others is a life that is not worthy of the name of life. The drama, yes, it can get out of control. Yes, it can be too much. Yes, it could be inappropriate. It can cause harm. But it's also emotions are what makes life worth living. It's the color, it's the fragrance, it's the joy. Like, you're not going to have any joys if you have this kind of. And I get it. You want to analyze everything so you'll never be in those places again. I'm just conjecturing. A lot of people do that. It is a mistake. Yes, reflect, but don't turn into a robot who can't hurt again. You might get hurt again. All of you out there watching, you might get hurt. You might get hurt in relationships. I've been hurt, but you can't turn it off and gain control. It's not going to work.
Emotions play a role in physical combat. And they play a role in things like solving problems in a relationship. And I agree, for example, all men should probably have a mature theory of violence. Men need to know how their anger causes them to want to do violence, how they need to respond to that, how to respond to different situations that might cause violence, and how they should de-escalate or possibly escalate in different situations where violence may be required. That is a dialing of their own emotional system to help them guide through what is the correct decision. That's not a negation of their anger or their frustration or their fear. It's using these emotions to make informed decisions. Just like in problem solving, you can use emotions, for example, like Grace said, anger tells you that you might be feeling disrespected. The problem is sometimes you're angry, not for a good reason. Sometimes somebody makes you mad and it's your stuff. There's no reason for you to be mad, right?
Absolutely.
The reason why in the cases of interpersonal dynamics between men and women, men have to be more careful about losing control because they're more likely to do physical harm, and society is afraid when strong men lash out.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but you know why they lash out, Kyla? A lot of times it's because they don't deal with their emotions and they don't express them, and it gets bottled up. Then it explodes.
You're right.
Men need to have.
They just power through. You're right. They do that, and that's really toxic for them.
You're twisting what I'm saying. I didn't say just power through and don't have emotions. I'm saying sometimes if you want a fucking Snickers bar like Steven here wanted, that sometimes if you have other obligations, that those you don't need to make sure. I see at least when I see young people today, they're constantly hydrating themselves. Leave the goddamn water bottle alone and do what you're doing. And you don't have to play video games while you're talking with another human being. Sorry, Steven. Just focus.
The whole
and I find it you call me an autistic.
Everything related to this conversation is so insane, because if you were to talk to anybody with a healthy relationship, any therapist, literally any woman, any person ever, they will tell you that in a relationship, the best types of people to be with are people that can communicate emotions without demeaning a partner, attacking a partner, screaming at a partner. These are the best people to have relationships with. They're the best problem solvers. Not only, actually, fuck relationships. Relationships are gay. We don't have to talk about relationships. This is true of leaders as well. This is true of managers in a business environment. This is true of CEOs of company. You read How to Win Friends and Influence People. There's not chapter 14, how to call your boss a raging fucking piece of shit and show everybody how mean you are. There's no book on leadership or commanding people will ever be like that. So
You're
for you
wrong
to
about that.
okay, well, You won't find, that's not the habits of effective leaders. Nobody
There's
leads
a
like that.
secret chapter
If that's
that you
the
haven't read.
only thing in their book. You just said Steve Jobs, one of the most successful corporate executives ever in history. Okay, and I probably think he was an asshole, but he was a great innovator, right, Steven?
He had a good product with the iPhone.
Well, he wasn't a failure of a human being.
Okay, that doesn't
His
mean that you
relationships
model
were
your
failed, weren't they?
interpersonal relationships after him.
Hold on,
ever.
wasn't Steve Jobs like alienated from his family and his daughter and everything in death?
Well, okay.
So
all right,
why is he the
Steve
guy
Jobs
that
is
we're
really-
modeling our relationships after?
I understand that a lot of driven men can alienate people and be too driven and lack a kind of understanding of the softer side of life. Okay, but if a woman marries a man like that, she's gonna she gets the benefits, but she's also got to deal with them.
Okay,
And
then
a lot
the
of
man
women
has to deal
find
with
that.
then the man has to deal with the downsides of her maybe leaving and then getting alimony and child support. That's part of your role as a man then, I guess. If that's what we're going to say how men run their relationships, and that's going to be how they run their divorces.
Well, I don't see Steven Crowder
Destiny-
doing any of that stuff. I think he's, totally engaged in a normal way. And Kyla can portray it as him being a baby, but that's just emasculating another man for no reason.
I think you need to put a cap on your emotions and stop yelling at me because this feels really abusive right now.
If you were telling me that in sincerity, do you know what I would do? I would say, okay, I'll stop yelling. Actually,
Well, why are
in
you
fact,
yelling in the first place? Why are you abusing me in the first place?
Didn't I literally send you a DM this morning saying, like, I'm sorry if I came off too harsh or whatever, like, I won't be poking or prodding you on that subject? Didn't I actually literally send you that message this morning? So I do this. Like,
no, you are a very. I'm not saying you're not a nice guy. You're a very nice guy. No, but what I'm saying is, by your own logic, I'm saying you're wrong. It's fine for you to yell, but you're saying it's wrong for you to yell.
we have a different type of relationship. We're random people screaming at each other on the internet. If you were my daughter, or not to poke at your relationship, but like if you're my daughter, or if you're like my wife, or if you were like a parent, I wouldn't be talking to you the same way. There's going to be a different context for those conversations.
Yeah. Steven, when I can say I witnessed you walking, who is that woman? Not Kidology. You walked her through setting up her OBS on her computer. You were incredibly patient, and yet, it's sort of a masculine thing. So you're saying, go here, go here. I had no critique whatsoever. I thought you were just like amazingly generous towards her. In that circumstance, you weren't yelling at her. You were guiding her through it. You understood that she had some limitations, and it's not because she was female. It's just because whatever, she was a novice. And I think that's true of both of you from what I've seen. But I think in this area of
what are you
relationships,
guys doing? Like, why are you both just like telling us that we're like nice people and stuff like that? Like all of this, like I don't know.
Because you're
sorry.
wrong about the other stuff.
Yeah, it feels a little slimy and manipulative. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm
Why
not
don't you
interested.
accuse me of
I
sexual
like that. I like being
harassment,
manipulated.
Kyla?
Keep glazing.
How about if I say you look
Okay.
good, Kyla?
You can
Is that
slide into
sexual
Destiny's
abuse?
DMs with the manipulation.
Let's avoid the prior discussion because, as we've already discussed, that's not what we're here to talk about. So we'll continue on with our super chats. All right. Let's scroll on up because I appreciate everybody in the live chat for coming out and putting the super chats in because we have quite a few of them to go through. So we do have a lot of conversation that's going to keep happening. And I see you there. You're putting more in there. Stop it. We'll be here all night. Okay, keep going. All right. So I have a personal question here, Destiny. We can just skip it. It's from Bosch fan. It's related to your relationship. They're asking questions, so we can just skip that if you want.
Well, I mean, like, is it a question of like, how do I live with myself getting cucked on a daily basis, or is it a question that's like relevant to the conversation? I'm curious.
Yeah, I want to
think-
know about your cucking status.
Maybe it's kind of related to. All right, I'm gonna read it then. All right, Bosch fan, $6.99 Canadian. Destiny has never raised his voice at Melina during an argument, and Melina has never continued an argument which Destiny wanted to stop. Right.
Well, I don't understand what the implication is. There are mistakes that I've made in my relationship, and there are things that I do that are probably abusive. That's absolutely true. There are also times where I've lied to people. I used to steal from McDonald's when I worked for them from the cash register. I've made mistakes in my life. I'm not going to sit here and say because I've made a mistake that we ought to do it. There are things that I recognize as mistakes. If you were to ask me the next question, what are things you're trying to improve in your relationship? I would say I try to communicate better. I try to resolve problems quicker. And I'm sure the same would go for Melina. She tries to give me some space when she's pushing to resolve a dispute. And we try to like communicate in a healthier way with each other. Like these are things that we're constantly working on. We're not trying to be more aggressive towards each other or more conflict oriented towards each other. Like just because I make mistakes or my wife might make mistakes doesn't mean I'm saying that those mistakes are good. They're recognized as mistakes.
Yeah, this is like max chattered energy where it's just like, oh, if you're giving the ideal situation of how relationships go, that means you've never done anything wrong ever in your entire relationship, right?
Yeah,
It's
or like
just
imagine you're playing League of Legends. I'm like, you should try to get 10 CS a minute. It's like, why would you say that when last game you only had 100 CS at 20 minutes and you died 7 times? Like, oh, never mind. I guess that's what you're supposed to do. I don't understand that. Yeah.
I don't know your nerd language.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right. Well, we can continue on. Let's see here. Now, if you didn't see off to the side here, I can see that there's 1,000 people watching tonight, and there's only 250 likes. So I don't know if you've got arthritic wrists or what's going on there. That's my usual go-to dad joke. But like, you know, maybe you got some like real problems with your thumbs, but it's right below this video. You hit the like button and it does help, but not as much as sharing out the video. And once again, thank you to everybody here for showing up. And it looks like Erudite's given herself a mustache there with her own hair. Very stylish. Excellent. That's the look right there. So let's continue on with our super chats. And I will say anyone's that's sending in a super chat that is personal, I am going to check with each debater before we talk about it. I know we are talking about relationships and behavior and stuff like that. I use that term because we are going to read a super chat that is involving that. So once again, try to keep the super chats, light and loose and not attacks against our speakers.
You're welcome to give us any attacks, at least me.
Well, I'll read them, but to a certain degree.
Up to you.
Same cloth, $5. What's the relationship you've seen / had with your parents, Grace and Ben? I'm seeing you leaving space for narcissistic behavior. So we'll start with you, Ben. If you want to talk about your relationship with your parents, that's up to you.
No. I think the question is saying, what is your relationship with Grace, with your parents, right? No,
I think it's to me. What is
I was going to say,
your
it just says Grace and Ben, so I think they're asking each of you. So it's up to you. It's a personal question. You can choose not to answer. I think they're asking Ben, what's your relationship with your parents, and Grace, no. So if you don't want to answer that,
I'll answer. I used to have a very contentious, my parents were divorced, and I used to have a contentious relationship with both of my parents, but especially with my father. And I do advocate for men to reconcile with their fathers. Doesn't mean they have to be right. It's a Jesse Lee Peterson point, but he is absolutely right. You've got to find your peace with your father and your father in heaven, and you will find all of the problems in life can be resolved. Absolutely necessary. But we still have contention. He's in the middle of trying to sue me.
Jesus.
All right. Well, any other comments on that before we get into more trouble?
Yeah, I mean, I can answer that question. I've seen my parents. I mean, yes, I would say my dad is firm with my mom, and my mom got overwhelmed, and it's personal, but she left my family about 6 weeks ago and hasn't come back. So she did the same kind of thing, running out and leaving her responsibilities behind. But just because something's similar doesn't mean it's projection. But yes, there are similarities for me.
Okay. All right, well, let's continue on. And I got to scroll up again on my notepad because who doesn't pay for Microsoft Word and has two thumbs? This guy. That's right. I really should. All right, so moving on. Ben Thorpe, a man doesn't show aggression to oh no, I think I've read that, haven't I?
Yeah, I think we did that.
Yeah, I scrolled up too far. This happens every once in a while. I said I'd get rid of these, like I delete them, but then I didn't. Yeah, let me scroll way down. Perfect. Dr. Akko, $5. There are obviously good and bad expressions of anger. Weightlifting is a good expression of anger. Beating up home. All right, that got me. I'm so sorry. All right, so sorry, Dr. Akko. You got super chat of the night. It's only $5.
Beating a what? Wait, I didn't hear the joke. What was the joke?
He didn't say it.
Gotta read it.
He's building up to it.
I'm building up to it. I'm so sorry. I lost it before I said it. There are obviously good and bad expressions of anger. Weightlifting is a good expression of anger. Beating up homeless people is bad. Simple.
Okay, that's fair.
True. That is based
Well,
and true.
I didn't
we all
expect
can
to read
agree with that.
Well, way to state that. All right, now let's just let me just wipe the tears in my eyes. All right. Stay curious. $5. It's easy to tell that the mod doesn't care to control the convo when he said there will be Q&A 30 minutes ago and the debate is still happening. Wow. I mean,
ouch.
We wanted to keep going, you know.
They're coming after your personal relationships next.
You did
That's-
get called out.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm
How
not
could
too
anybody
worried
hate
about
Ryan?
it. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm a nice guy, but I you know, I think things have rolled along pretty good, and you know,
I think you've done a great job.
Well, thank you. I was going to say I appreciate that, and you know, as long as the conversation wants to keep rolling and everybody's engaged, we got 1,000 people watching right now. So I mean, you know, I'm not doing too bad over in my corner here. I'm having a good time hanging out and talking with James and whatnot. What are you doing in the live chat? That's right. That's right. Coming at you now. All right. $1.99 from DCA. Is Ben divorced? Oh my goodness. Sorry. This is a personal question.
That's
Personal
okay.
Question. Ben,
Yeah.
I should have alerted you. I deleted all
No
the
problem.
other ones and I forgot to screen this before I start reading. So we can read it if you'd like.
No, yeah, and
is,
it's yeah, go ahead.
is Ben divorced? His daughter and wife didn't say much.
His daughter and wife?
I'm not sure about that second part, but if you want to just talk about the first part.
Yeah, so I actually went through a similar circumstance where there was, you know, a kind of failure, I would say on my spouse's part because of prior psychological problems. And I did talk with Destiny about this a little bit because he comes from a Catholic background, but everyone's pretty much familiar with. There's another possibility other than divorce or like staying in a that's falling apart, which I think was Crowder's kind of point. And that is that you could explore whether at the time you took the vows that maybe there was something missing that you didn't think was missing at the time. And I think it's a much healthier option because then no one has to be blamed. And, you know, it's seen as a backdoor divorce, but that is not what it is. My guess is that's what happened here in the Crowder situation. And I think it can be a wonderful solution and a real solution that avoids the guilt and blame that you see worked out here. But both parties have to want to do it that way. I don't doubt that Hillary Crowder went into this marriage fully, you know, wanting to do. She didn't go into it to do this to him, but I think she lost. Something was missing, is my guess.
Do you think that it was like more of like a team effort?
What was?
Their marriage dissolving.
It could be on both sides, but something as fundamental. Yeah, maybe they both weren't ready. And I know that they were both married as virgins, or so they claim to be virgins. And there's a problem, though I think that in many ways is good, right? You can understand it. It's like, you know, you two are bonding in a certain way. I think a lot of people go into that and they don't have enough support of a support network, of a way of working out things. And it can become kind of a torture chamber. Even a wealthy person, you know, and it kind of especially a wealthy right-wing person, they can't let the cracks show. You know, they can't say like I'm having problems. You know, there has to be this facade. And I think a lot of times, you know, it just becomes hell. He said, I have a boot on my neck, you know, and I think they probably both did in some ways have a boot on their neck of just being so I don't think marriage is supposed to be a torture chamber. If there's something seriously wrong, but people have to be honest. And I think it could be that they're both dishonest. It could be that one, right, Kyla? It could be that one person's being dishonest and saying it's your fault.
True.
All right, let's continue on with our super chats. And yeah, you leave me alone in that super chat over there. I'll do what I want. I'm Nova Scotian. We're badass. All right. This one's towards you, Kyla. It's kind of like a personal comment as well. Do you want me to read it?
Go for it.
It's a compliment. It says, Kyla's blush looks so good. That is all.
Paste.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I was going to say, always nice compliments. Ride for $10. Do Destiny and Kyla believe that the victim is abusive? Sorry. Do Destiny and Kyla believe that a victim is abusive when they fight back against their abuser? This video clearly showed Steven Crowder defending himself against his wife's abuse.
I think anyone. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say you can be mutually abusive. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have enough information here to say that's clearly what was going on, but it's possible to be.
Yeah, I think people need to be really careful about saying anything was really clear in that video. There's like some things that look pretty obvious of like being unhealthy, and then there's a lot of things that are going to be ambiguous. I don't know if it's clear to me that Stephen was just like the victim of abuse from Hillary.
All right, let's continue on because we got a lot of super chats still to read through. So Marie Woods, $2. Why is Ben? That's also a personal thing, but you know why he's asking why is Ben so fragile? So they feel like you've been fragile during the debate, Ben.
I don't have I don't know what they're referring to.
All right, we'll just continue on from there. I think they were trying to rile us back up again.
Well, if I can just say one thing about that, and I got in a discussion with this with Kyla, and this wasn't like anything that's contentious, but I think that sometimes men who express emotions, and clearly within this, like I think we all take it with a grain of salt, are seen as weak or fragile or womanish or these kinds of things. I think that's crazy. And I think that men who are emotionally expressive are healthy people. There are men who are less or more, keyed up emotionally. But I don't think there's anything wrong with being expressive emotionally, unless, it's sort of immature, like you're acting like a child.
Or abusive. Yeah, true.
All right, well, let's continue on. Marriage causes divorce for €5. Stephen has lost his money, house, and kids in divorce. Hillary was asked to use an Uber. Who has really been used and abused?
I don't know if any of us have any information about divorce proceedings and how they're being finalized yet. That's still something that's being actively litigated, is my understanding.
Yeah, my understanding is in the article, at least, they talk about how she's been living in a townhouse separate from the main house. So if anything,
no, that was Stephen.
Okay, but that's fair. Regardless, it's not clear who's getting what possessions.
It would probably be half.
We have no idea. I don't know what pre-existing paperwork there was. I don't know what assets she brought into the marriage. I don't know how well off her family is. I don't know if she's been earning money or not. We have no idea. Right.
Prenups, yeah. What'll be the marital possessions?
Well, you can guess, but
well, let's continue on there. Scrolling up here. So Vash Stampede for $5. Challenge question to Thorpe's. Grace Thorpe. Can a person express anger calmly? We'll start with that, and we'll let you answer that, and then we'll complete the second part. So to you, Grace, can a person express anger calmly? And if you could elaborate on that for our super chatter there.
I think you can express anger calmly, but you can also express it in a way where you're yelling and you're animated and you're invested. And I think the contentious thing is like that Destiny and Erudite are saying that's wrong, but showing it in a moderate way is right. And I'm saying, well, there's different ways to show it. Both are equally acceptable. And in different contexts would make sense.
Okay. So the second part of that was to you, Ben. So Ben, how is Kyla lying? Provide proof, please, of your claims. If you want to remind the live chat when that accusation was made and why, we'll try to keep that quick. So do you remember?
She lied a few times or twisted things a few times, but
wait,
I don't remember
lie or
what
twist
they
things?
were. Well, that's an interesting point because I've had this. A lie can be a misrepresentation of something that is true, right? Like in the Garden of Eden, the devil says, "Surely you will not die if you eat of the fruit." Was he lying? Not technically, because they didn't die. But the most dangerous kind of lie, the worst kind of lie, is one which actually technically isn't just a total lie, right? Even things like stereotypes, genocides are based on some kernel of truth about the group that you're talking about. And it's an exaggeration rather than an outright lie. Like you can't think of, I don't know if you can think of a stereotype where it's just an outright fabrication. It's going to be based on something. And then that's what's very dangerous though.
So are you walking back that I lied and you're saying now that I just was hyperbolic?
No, I would call those lies. The devil is the father of lies, the prince of lies.
All right. Well, I guess I should ask, is there any comment on that on your side, guys?
On what constitutes a lie, or?
Yeah, I was going to say, was there any other comments on that, or do you want to just continue on?
I don't think I have any comments on it.
All right.
You don't have any proof of me lying, Stephen? You want to go at it?
But I will say, if you take a lie as a fabrication, then you have not lied. I completely concede that.
Okay. All right. I was just making sure that we, got down to the meat of what the super chatter was.
I'm cleared of charges.
All right. Excellent. Kyle James, thank you for your membership for 6 months. Awesome. You've been here almost as long as I have. $10. Ben, you and I both know that Steven Crowder wasn't abusive. He was a pansy little girl. If Steve was a real man like you, tell the audience how you would have properly dealt with his wife.
Yeah, that's interesting. If you say, like, so how should he have done it? I think he did a great job. I don't know. I think he should have been more suspicious that she was setting him up. But this is the problem with men. We're nice. We don't think that a woman, while we're working and building something for them, is trying to figure out and consulting with evil people like this Yashar Ali on how to destroy us. And they do that. And she, I think in this case, did do that. She set him up. She did that right in front of the camera. She timed it perfectly so she'd get alimony. And I think for a couple of years, she'd been cooking this whole thing up. And men generally don't think women are capable of that. And they are. Red pill.
I know. I think Erudite, this was kind of her point about like 9D chess, but that's not really possible that you'd think about that stuff. But women do check out of relationships way earlier than men check out of them, before they're actually over, because I think it's kind of natural. Like, because women are contingent on men, once you realize a relationship is coming to a close, the woman generally checks out of it earlier and looks for another support, whether it's a man or whatever. So I do think it's quite possible that she checked out and was actively, whether super, super consciously or not, she was saying, like, I see that this is over and I'm making plans for the future. I do think that's quite
And
possible.
there is some evidence of that, although I don't think he was accusing her of, like, being, what's the term, of sexually infidelity. But when if you read it carefully, I mean, if you watch it carefully, you'll see he says, the man that you see, the woman comes
we have
back.
no idea what was being said there. It's
Okay,
like inaudible. at this
Okay,
point.
I'm saying you
Let's
could
let
see this
Stephen
narrative.
elaborate. We gave a bunch of time over to that.
Well, I'm just saying that. There's there's a vague line, like when mothers or men come back to their mothers or whatever. There's like a weird, but it's not captioned, and it's really hard to hear their sayings. I don't think we can speculate on what.
But it does say the man that you see, and then when she says, I'll just say another piece of evidence. I'm saying when she says, oh, should I call a friend to pick me up? I think there's an implication there because he reacts so strongly to it. Is that a threat? And I think she's basically, it's hard not to read it as her saying, so you want me to call whatever the guy's name is to come pick me up? And I doubt, a pregnant woman, it's kind of inconceivable that she's going to be, someone in that state is going to be sexually, but still that there was a relationship that somehow connected with this Yashar Ali scumbag.
That could have literally just been, maybe she's talked shit to friends before about Steven Crowder. That could have been anything.
Yeah,
we
you
have
said
no
that.
idea. Yeah.
Right. But someone who he's like, I don't want you spending time with this person, because maybe it's an emotional affair where this person is sort of fomenting her in her sort of victim mentality. You could see the narrative there, right? I mean, you can't dismiss that.
No, it's just it's a wide reach.
Yeah.
I wouldn't assume that's true. It could be. Maybe it's plausible, but I wouldn't just like outright make that assumption.
Well, there are things that don't add up here. Like, why would he say, I can't call my friends if you take the car? That doesn't make sense. But
maybe he means like call his friends to go over. They're just mad. He's just saying random shit. He could have misspoken literally.
Well, I can't be here. He said, I can't be here.
It could have been because of COVID. Maybe because of his surgery, he had to be like maximally isolated for a certain amount of time, so he couldn't like see friends or family. Like,
but
don't know.
It's just weird.
No
it's just
idea.
weird. What I'm saying is, you can read it in this way.
You could read it one way, to paint Hillary as this like nefarious actor who is plotting 2 years in advance.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you mean, Grace, with like women check out first. I don't know if you're talking about like how women initiate divorces first. I'm not really sure what you're citing there as like women always check out of relationships or consistently check out of relationships first. I'm not really sure where that's coming from.
I think it's generally true because women are contingent on men for, like, generally for financial support, that if they realize a relationship is going downhill or if they intend to end the relationship, they emotionally check out earlier so that they can emotionally and whatever else support, like connect with somebody else to be their support. So that's why I would say when she's talking with him, at that point, that it had gotten to that point. So he's still emotionally invested, whereas she's kind of like, you can see she's cold to a level where she doesn't even really get riled up. She's just like wants to get out of there, right? She's checked out. That's the point I was making. I think it's possible that she could have been in that place.
Yeah, I think that's true. Look for plan B. She's gotta look for
Possibly,
plan B.
like she was calm and highly submissive. I don't know if I would agree that she was like clearly checked out. She was avoidant. She was trying to get away, but I don't know if I would be like, you can tell that she was just like emotionally disengaged from the situation. I would say that that's like definitely not true. There's like definitely times where you hear her kind of like pleading and stuff like that, that it seems like she's like pretty emotionally connected to the situation. She's just maybe at worst highly avoidant and wants to get away from the situation.
The problem is we have no idea how these two normally resolve conflicts, so you have no idea how to read that. If you saw me acting that way in a fight, I could still be totally plugged in. If Melina was acting that way in a fight, she's probably 1 foot out the door, because Melina tends to be more emotional in fights and I tend to be more like I'll zone out or I'll be avoidant. So you have no idea in looking at like a person's reactions, like if they've completely checked out or not, because we don't know how they normally resolve conflict. So I don't think it's fair to say that like she's ready to run. No, you can't guess. You truly don't know. You have no idea.
Well, you
whatsoever.
guys felt free to guess, and Kyla called
No,
Steven
hold
Crowder
on.
a piece of shit.
Because some of the behavior that he's exhibiting is clearly abusive behavior.
No, it isn't clearly. No,
Okay.
it isn't.
All right.
You already conceded that we won the debate, so why
Oh,
we
true.
go
My bad. I
rehashing
forgot.
it?
My bad.
We forgot.
I forgot
We
about
forgot.
that.
Several L's. We've got several W's over here. I'm
Let's
sorry,
continue
guys.
on. Without any direct declaration from either side, let's continue on with our super chats because we got lots of them. Keep them coming in. I mean, nobody has said anything about having to go yet. So, I mean, everybody seems to be having a good time. You can let me know. Yeah. All right. We'll continue on as we are. Psychor for $10. You guys are all misunderstood. They're not talking about abuse. They're talking about Crowder's abuse. When he's using his abs to persuade his wife. Biggest misunderstanding on modern day debate. Psychor.
Thanks.
Well, let's continue on from there.
No comprendo.
Yeah, all right. He's making jokes. It's fine. Brian Stevens, $2. Thank you so much. Sometimes it is warranted. Horrific. So when he says sometimes it is warranted, he's talking about violence. So I think he's quoting something that you said yep. So I think you got some thoughts there, Ben.
Yes, I know that people said a man should never lay his hands on a woman, right? Now, would Steven and Kyla both agree with that?
No, because now you're going to say, what if a woman is trying to murder all 70 of her children, or a woman is running on her way to push the button to fire the nukes to Russia? In that case, you should probably kill a bitch, okay?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, I won't make that mistake again. Don't worry, I
Or
won't take
she's
any more
physically
L's.
assaulting other people.
Yes, Steven, if you're in a debate, maybe you shouldn't use terms like always and never.
True,
so
absolutely, because
callous,
you might be
so
debating the most
cavalierly.
pedantic motherfucker on earth. Don't make that mistake. I got it. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm here for you.
These are tips for you, Steven.
Steven,
Write them
we
down.
don't need to
I
do
got it.
that. We don't need to do that.
Well,
you guys have like difficulties with emotions. If I compliment Kyla, she
Uh-huh.
says I'm a scumbag. If I correct her because she's been lying, she's she acts like a victim, and she goes, "Oh, I guess I've been exonerated." Why don't you learn how to behave like a mature person?
You saying we guys, and then everything you said is targeted against me. It sounds like this is just between me and you.
Well, Steven does his little thing like, "Oh, whatever you need from me."
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
give you."
Let's try to
Now Steven's
not
catching the strays.
make our comments towards our other speakers who have respectfully chosen to be here tonight.
I appreciate
in
that.
the
They've
live
given us a
chat-
great opportunity.
Going
Yes,
back to the
in
point.
the live chat as well, and the speakers on the panel, we're going to do our best to keep our discussion about is Steve Crowder innocent, and that's what we've been talking about. So let's continue on with our super chats. I'm trying to copy and paste here as I go, everybody. So bear with me. Alan for $20. There's 4 layers. All right, you can all hear me. That's good. Alan, $20. There's 4 layers. What is said, what they mean, subtext, and context. A person can say, I don't love you, and it can sound like an attack or a genuine expression. I feel like this argument keeps jumping between those 4 layers. And to specify the 4 layers that Alan put in his $20 super chat, this is a $20 super chat, so we'll give it some attention here. 4 layers is what is said, what they meant, subtext, and context. Let's kick it over to Steven to start.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I guess it's hard. I can't tell with our interlocutors here, like how much of this needs to be explicitly laid out, because it seems like they want to dance between a lot of these different types of subtexts. Like if you're in therapy with a significant other and you're trying to work through problems and you're like, listen, I don't know if I love you anymore. That's a lot different than being in the middle of an argument where like, I don't love you anymore. Which is also a lot different than being in a serious discussion outside of therapy and be like, I don't think I love you anymore. All of these things are completely different. But in the context that it's being said with Crowder and his wife, it's not being said in a way to genuinely convey an emotion. It's not being said in a way to resolve conflict or anything. It's being said as an aggressive point of attack to try to trigger the other party because they're just looking to attack each other. Or at the very least, Steven Crowder's looking to attack Hillary Crowder.
I totally disagree with that. She goes, I love you, I'm committed to you. He goes, I don't love you. That's the big problem. You've never shown me love. You just, I don't exactly remember, but he says something like, you just say you love me, but you don't show it.
You don't do A, B, C, and D. That's
how is that him trying to, like, I think when we say missed trying to hurt somebody, violence, right? How is that trying to hurt her? He's pointing out an issue in their relationship. He says that's the big problem. He's literally trying to solve a problem. I don't see how you could possibly say that's like a pointed attack to hurt her.
Wow.
So if I'm in a big fight with Nick, right? And Nick says, Kyla, I still love you. And I go, I don't love you. And I've never experienced love from you. Do you think that that's going to like feel good? Or do you think that might be like super hurtful for him?
Who cares what feels like? What if it's true?
Well, she was literally just
but
talking
it
about
depends if
harm.
yeah.
She was just talking about harm, which is about like feelings, right?
Well, can I ask
You're
a
a
question?
loser.
Well, yeah, your feelings
Well,
aren't
if-
the most important thing, Kyla.
Well, if you say something purposefully to hurt somebody's feelings, that's I would say that's wrong to do. But if you say something that's true that ends up hurting somebody's feelings because they don't want to, it's a hard reality, that doesn't make it abusive.
In that
Well,
situation,
what about
did
this-
Steven Crowder sound like he was trying to communicate an uncomfortable truth that they needed to work
Yes,
through? Or that,
yes, he did. Absolutely, he
Okay.
did. He didn't
Well-
raise his voice. I
I
mean,
still don't understand that if you
Was
guys
it
think this, because you
snarky?
guys want to do this, if you want to think this, that's fine. But then why are you mad at Hillary for leaving? Why would you stay with somebody that doesn't love you anymore?
no,
Because
her
she
leaving,
needed
I'm
to,
saying,
she needed to make sense of her situation.
Stop. I need you to answer that question. Why should she have stayed there? Why are you upset that she left?
I did answer it.
How is her she made sense of this situation? He said he didn't love her, so she left. Isn't that what she should do?
She needs to make. There's a little more to it.
No, there's
Steven.
not.
Yes, there is.
What? He doesn't love her anymore. She should just leave.
Well, he's saying, okay, so is this abusive to say to someone, you say you love me, but your actions
We're not talking
do
about
not
that right now.
seem. Oh, yes, we are.
No, we're not. He said, I don't love you anymore. So she should be like, okay,
And
cool.
then he said,
leave.
wait, then he clarified it by saying, you say you love me, and I ask you to do A, B, C, and D, and you don't do any of them. I think that is a perfectly philosophically astute point. If love does not manifest itself in action, but you just keep saying, I love you, I love you, I love you, that is not love, that is manipulation.
Sure, but why
And
would
for
you do
someone
anything?
to point that out is perfectly fine.
Sure, but why do anything for somebody that doesn't love you anymore? You should just leave. At that point, it's over. What is he
He's
going to
saying
try?
we-
Is
he's
she gonna
saying
try
there's
to
a
make
major
him...
crisis here.
No,
There's
there's
a
no, no,
major
no, no, no,
crisis
no.
here.
That's not a crisis. That's the relationship is over. I don't love you anymore. Oh, okay, fine. Then we're done.
No.
Divorce time.
You think relationships are? I mean, I don't know exactly what he meant by that. I don't feel love towards you. I think is what he meant. That's not the same thing as love.
Oh,
I've
okay. So
fallen out of
now
love
we're
with you.
getting hyper subtextualizing the everything. Okay.
well, yeah, because if you define
Well, I
love
don't
as
know,
like
Steven.
wanting
It's
the
called
best,
interpretation. It's what we're doing.
if you say love is wanting the best for somebody else, I don't think he's saying I don't want the best for you. But if you interpret love as like I feel connected towards you and like we're working together,
Just so it's clear,
Then
we're
yeah.
not talking about what happened between Steven Crowder anymore. We're just like
Yeah, I don't know what we're
making
even
up stuff.
talking
We're just
about now.
making up.
I
shit
wouldn't have a problem
about,
if he said, "I
what
hate
love
you,
could
Hillary.
Maybe
I
mean in
hate
different
you."
contexts.
I wouldn't have a problem with him saying, "I hate you for what you were doing."
I'm
I
gonna be
wouldn't have any
totally
problem with him
honest.
saying
I'm
that.
gonna be totally honest. I hate you is probably a less hurtful statement to a partner than saying I don't love you.
Well, you know what really sucks is someone saying "I love you" while they're preparing to destroy you, and I think that's what was going on there.
Okay.
Wasn't he talking
And
to the
playing
voice
to a
lawyers
camera.
first?
Yeah, he was.
Oh.
Let's continue on with our super chat. All right, so let's scroll up. Brutally honest. That's kind of a personal attack. €2. Thanks for your donation. That's great.
Wait, who is that a personal
3,000
attack on?
Towards Ben, and
Oh,
we're
okay.
not going to read it.
That's
3,000 GTV are for $5. What are Grace and Ben's opinions on interfamily relationships and the implication of that power dynamic? That's a strange question.
Inter-family, that would mean
I-
between families. Intra-family would be within.
I was to say, if you want to just skip this one,
I'm
we
sure they're
can.
meaning within families.
I think they're asking what your opinion is on interfamily relationships. So but I
That would
don't
be
know if they
between
can-
families. I don't know what that
Yeah.
means.
probably-
Intra-family?
I'm
Probably
sure
a good
that's what they're
idea.
talking about. Yes, they're probably not being pedantic about words. They're probably
I think
So they're using words inaccurately, and then that's abusive also.
they're being very naughty by using words inaccurately. Yes, that's true.
I think what they're implying.
It's called
I
the
mean,
English language. You should respect it.
We can just skip this one because I think once again we're going into.
But I wouldn't
territory
know what it
that's-
would mean. Intra. What are you talking about?
I would say what I think.
What
they
is
mean.
power dynamics really? Like,
I think what the
truly
host is
into
trying
it?
to say is it sounds like they're making an incest joke. That's what it sounds like they're saying.
I will just say yes. That is what it
Well,
sounds like they are
obviously.
trying to imply there. So we could just skip that because I don't think that's relevant.
No, we can't skip that. Fuck you for saying that. Whoever said that, and
Well,
fuck
let's-
you people for not
Hey,
pushing back
hold
on
on.
that.
We're not going to. We're just going to move past it. Thank you. Sitecore, $10. You guys are all misunderstood. They're not talking about abuse. They're talking about Crowder's abuse. We already read that. Let's move on. I might have copy and pasted that once or twice because I'm trying to keep an eye on this live chat because you guys keep putting more in there, and I got to keep copy and pasting them before I lose them because they escape me if I don't. All right. Kellyanne for $20. I have been married for 20 plus years and have never yelled at my wife or called her a name in disagreement. We have a fantastic relationship and screw like teenagers. Thorpe's, our relationship, yeah, I'm not going to read the rest of that, but they're
You've been
basically
married
saying
for-
they've got a great relationship and they don't think that you're representing relationships well. So you can comment on that.
I that's cap. You've been married for 20 years and you've never yelled at your wife. That's not possible.
I think it's possible.
You've never raised your voice at the woman that you share your life with.
There are
Well, I
plenty of
think they're
people that
exaggerating.
have relationships
Never?
like that. There are
Yeah.
tons of people that have totally boring and healthy relationships like that. Absolutely, and there are a lot of people that yell and have problems too. Just depends on the dynamic.
Yeah, there's different personality types. It's possible, but I doubt it.
Do you never yell at your? I would ask him. Have you ever yelled at your kids either, or that's also you've never yelled at your kids because everybody yells at their kids.
There's lots of families
There's
that
different
just like yelling
styles.
doesn't
There's different
happen.
cultures. There's different
I mean,
cultures.
okay.
Remember, Grace, we used to go and see at the beach. We used to see sometimes the Guatemalan families. They just seemed very placid. They didn't seem.
Yeah, but sometimes they yell at their kids. Well, whatever.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure they didn't mean that literally, but
All right, let's continue on. €5 from I. That's a great Black Sabbath tune, by the way. It's very hard to find, but if you just type in the letter I and Black Sabbath, great song. All right, can the Pro Crowder team answer if they think Hillary is abusive in the clip and give a specific example?
Yeah, I mean, well, I would say to me, she seems disengaged. She lies to him. She says she's committed to him, which is just a way of making herself look better and driving him crazy by not responding to the genuine problems he's pointing out by just saying pious phrases to make him feel like he's the bad guy and he's yelling at her when she wasn't committed, divorced him a couple months later. And I don't think she's necessarily recognizing what she's doing, but I would say it is abusive. It's
she
just not
never responded
generous.
to anything that he said.
Yeah.
And then she accused him of abusing. How is he going to respond when she accuses of him? Stephen, this is abusive. What are you supposed to say at that point? What can a man possibly say?
So wait, so she disengaged, lied to him, accused him of abuse, and that's like clear evidence. Do you guys feel like it's clear, or like how confident are you in this, like percentage? I'm just not sure, and I'm not asking that condescending. I just don't know how strongly you think that she abused him.
100%.
Bam, shut down.
Grace, 100% as
abusive
well?
abusive in the sense that you're yes, that in the sense that I don't think she's intentionally trying to harm him. Well, actually, I mean, I guess I actually do because she was aware of the camera. So, you know, I'm trying to be generous, but like I do believe she was aware of that camera and saved that clip. So if you look at it through that perspective, then yes, it's abusive.
So
She's trying
she
to
was
wind your
100%
husband
being
up.
abusive?
Yes, in some ways, yes.
Now you just changed it. You said 100%. How sure are you that this was abusive? Now you're saying she's 100% abusive.
No, not she. She was being abusive, 100%. Was all of her activity 100% abuse? No.
Right, you believe
That's the clarification.
You believe that she was being abusive 100%. So like being disengaged, lying, and accusing him of abuse is enough. It's sufficient for her to be abusing him, but him like saying I'll fuck you up, I don't love you, and like being uncompromising isn't him being abuse. I'm not really understanding these two
The
lines.
answer to the question is yes. Right. Yes.
Within the context of her sitting there framing him, driving him crazy to make him look bad, and disengaging herself personally, and then using that clip against him 2 years later, yes, it's abusive.
Damn.
Okay, but him like being pressuring or like moving his body in ways where she's feeling physically coerced or like being unwilling to compromise with her on anything, saying things like I don't love you and you never show me any love, trying to pressure her to stay home when she wants to leave, not really being okay with her leaving, those things. Clearly.
Right. Those are not abusive.
Not
Right.
abusive.
Is there
That's
any
correct.
example? Can we think
Obviously.
of an example of a man being abusive where he's not hitting the person?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you give me an example? I'm just curious.
Taking out your anger at somebody for something they didn't do, somebody else did to you. Like lashing out at them to take your anger out, something
So
like
as
that.
long
I mean,
as-
there's obviously a bunch of examples.
So as long as the thing you're complaining about actually happened, you have carte blanche to express that any way you want as long as you don't hit the person?
You mean having a disproportionate reaction? Yeah, sure, that's true. I told my son once I was in a stressful situation. He got a yo-yo from Toys R Us when it still existed and it broke. And I told him to throw it out and throw himself out while he was at it. That's abusive, definitely. I apologized to him.
Why would that be abusive?
5 minutes later. Because I was just frustrated by the situation and there was a lot of chaos and I just bought him a nice yo-yo. And, you know, so I had my it wouldn't have been wrong for me to say like, why'd you break it? So, you know, what happened? But, you know, I was abused. So sure. So we answered your question, but you guys never answered our question. Another win for the Thorpes. It's been a 100% win. on this
W after
side.
W after W.
Yeah.
It feels
Hard
like you
to
guys have
argue
like
with.
basically Darvoed. Like I feel like actual Darvo. You're just Darvoing for Crowder in this case.
I don't know what Darvo is.
Well,
Deny,
we're gonna
accuse, reverse.
So we're abusing you now?
We're
No,
gonna take a side
That's
step.
not what I said.
Is
We're
it, we
taking
have
a-
Stockholm syndrome from
No,
Stephen
I said you're
Crowder?
Darvoing for Crowder.
We're going to
I
take a
don't know.
side step and keep on point here. So Doey had $5. Thank you so much for your super chat. Why does every conservative talking point can simplify to conspiracy? I think that's towards Grace and Ben there.
Well, I'm not a
Even-
conservative, so I don't know.
Well, but I mean, yeah, me neither. But like, even if you say, okay, she wasn't conspiring to do this, even if you just look at it, just the video itself, I honestly see a man who's frustrated trying to communicate an issue he has with his wife, and his wife not responding to any of his questions, not getting emotionally invested, but just kind of saying, repeating his name and asserting that she's going to leave. And I would say, you know, that you don't have to necessarily say that she conspired to say that at the very least he's not being abusive by bringing up an issue in their relationship. That's not abusive.
Like there was a point made about this. Like you guys know Fresh and Fit.
Yep.
They took the most extreme take on this. We do not represent the most extreme take on this, you know, because they're like red pillars, and I think they're just anti-female in some ways, but it's subtle. But you know, they made a big deal about the edits and how she worked the edits. She didn't work the edits. I know there was a guy on your stream who like saw that. It was just a clip. She didn't work, you know, she didn't, that would be a conspiracy theory that was disproven. Right, we all agree that it had to do with the Ring video having a motion sensor.
Yep.
Yeah, the security camera. Yeah.
So that seems like, because it was at exactly 30 seconds, you had your guy do it, and so.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's continue on from there, and I will remind everybody in the super chat. There's 900 of you watching, and there's still only slightly shy of 400 likes. So, well, I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't know if you're disliking this, but surely you agree with somebody here. Maybe you agree with me. Maybe you like that Black Sabbath tune. I don't know, but surely you agree with somebody. So smash that like button and share this out to your contentious spaces, so we can keep the conversation rolling. All right, Jerome Bentley for $10. Is the physical violence necessary in a marriage? Are there times where you must hit your wife outside of self-defense from physical violence, like the times you hit mom and broke her glasses?
This is a fake account. That's supposed to be my son.
Yeah. Let's just respond to the first point. Is physical violence necessary
Respond
in
to
a
it.
marriage? Let's just cap it at that.
I would say, yeah, absolutely, it could be. What if somebody had implanted a bomb in your wife's arm and the bomb was about to explode and you had to smack her arm to like disarm the detonator? I would say that in that sense, you should probably use physical violence. Was that a good response, Ben?
Well, okay, I know you're trying to play a little trick with me. There are times when a man can give a woman a smack across the face because she's losing her mind, and it can reset her in a way that she needs to be reset. If there's an emergency she needs to deal with, if there's a plane about to crash into a mountain.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
The
save
plane and
you.
the mountain.
He
Okay.
needs
Wake
to
up!
fucking get herself
You gotta
together.
fly the plane, woman.
You're the only one like a
capable of
pilot.
doing
Yes.
it.
Well, do you agree with that?
Yeah. Maybe she
There
used to
can
be
be
a
an
pilot,
emergency in
but she
which
got
she's
into
panicking
a
and
helicopter
she needs-
accident 20 years ago,
She's
and she's
amnesiac.
not. Yeah, she didn't
She's
remember
amnesiac.
how, and she's like, "I don't think I can do it." And he's like, "Wake up, Jane! You're the only
But her
one." that
name
can
used to be
fly this-
Jenny.
Yeah, you're the only one that can
And she'll
fly
only
this plane.
yeah. True.
So you
And she'll
agree with
only
me?
remember
Another
that
W
she was a
over here.
pilot. if you
Another
hit
Do you
her.
W.
agree with me?
Yes.
Another W over here.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So let's not say a man can never put his hands on a woman, and a father can never put his hands on his children in violence, because that's not true. And it's stupid to say things like that.
True. There's a lot of planes out there that need pilots.
Stephen, why don't we engage sincerely instead of being snarky? Okay?
Because you're
I
giving
haven't
me
made comments
literally
about
the
your hair.
funny, the
I haven't made
dumbest.
comments about you wearing a
Because
t-shirt
when
to a
somebody
debate.
asks if
All
you
right,
can
let's
slap a
just be
woman, they're
fair.
not saying, is it so she can pilot
Let's-
a plane? In the course of normal day-to-day life, well, you should force an answer. I want to hear an answer from that. Does he really think it's okay to smack a woman if she's not acting right?
I
think there are
interject.
times when it is
appreciate
appropriate,
the
yes.
question. I appreciate the question, but I will say that everybody's been a little snarky tonight. But I think Ben just said that he thinks that's appropriate in some cases. So I'll let him elaborate on that. We'll kick it back to you, Stephen.
Can
Yes,
you
there are
elaborate
times
any-
like that. They should be minimized, but there are times like that, and they're not as infrequent as we'd like to say. Now,
Are there
do you want me
situations
to say
outside of
something
plane
illegal?
crashing that
I
you
just
would
gave
think
you an
of?
example. Let's say there's a situation where, like, children need to be, taken care of in a certain way, and a woman's just freaking out, and she needs, yeah, I would call it a physical correction.
I can't think of a time where I'm like, Mom, like, help your kids. My brain, I can't think.
Well,
of
you
anything.
realize you're putting me in a difficult situation because you're telling me to advocate for something which is against the law.
If
So,
you think
okay,
it's-
so you want to play games, we'll play games.
Okay,
The
if you
answer
think
is
it's
yes.
a difficult situation to be asked if you should hit a woman, I mean, that says more about your position than mine. But all right.
Well, everybody
because,
could. I mean,
because
it's
I'm
not
not
just
going to
for.
advocate for
Here's
illegal
one.
activity. But
Here's
we
the
all know,
only
yes,
situation
yes.
Let's let
theoretically I can
Erudite-
think of. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
let's
try to
let
be good
Erudite
faith.
finish up this point, and we'll move on.
Say there's an intruder in your home.
No, oh come on. Don't even entertain this. This is so dumb, right? That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is, if your wife is acting like a bitch, smack her across the face till you wake her up. That's what he's essentially saying, okay? Which is a fine position to have. Listen, okay, I'm pro hitting women sometimes too, so based, all right? Another W for the Thorpes.
Thank you,
All right.
Stephen.
All right, let's just move on.
Sometimes
from
we just need a little reset.
Harkness loves you. $10. Question for everyone: if a family was running a restaurant and a parent, like a mother, yelled at her child for messing up food prep, that's not abuse, right? She's driving her employee hard, right?
Well, when it's an inside.
These are all
whatever.
trolls. That's trolls.
Yeah.
Whatever. Take their money and
It's different
whatever.
to whatever with a child than an employee, but whatever. Stupid.
Yes, it could be appropriate and it could be not appropriate.
All right.
Would you guys, if I could throw this over to Stephen and Kyla, do you respect a father or a boss who holds his kids to high standards and holds them to the same heights, him or her?
None of the conversation has at all.
Okay, I'm just asking, Stephen.
I'm not
You
answering.
don't have to
I'm not
feel like
answering because we're not
everything's a
talking about
personal
holding
insult.
anybody to a high standard. It's not a personal insult. No one is talking about holding anybody to a high standard. We're talking about issuing physical corrections to partners.
I'm just curious.
We can have a separate conversation about, or Kyla can have a conversation. I'm not here to talk. I don't know what that question has anything to do with. It doesn't resemble anything about any of these conversations.
Well, a lot of
so far.
times a demanding boss or a demanding parent can be a good thing.
Demanding doesn't mean attacking somebody. That's the
Also-
opposite of a good
verbally,
leader.
how are you
just to be
demanding
clear-
except by demanding, verbally?
Authoritarian parents are like very well established to be highly harmful to. They're not even talking
I
about
agree.
smacking their parents. Having really, really, really high standards that are
Yeah.
really rigid, and you hold people to them tends to
That's
crush
very
people.
irritating.
It's
Yeah, I
pretty
agree.
awful. Yeah,
I agree.
so
But that doesn't mean you have to have no standards.
Obviously, I would never agree that a boss or a parent needs to hit their child to get them to meet expectations. And even outside of that, even the framework you're giving, empirically we know that authoritative parents are awful for children. They're
Yeah, I
not
agree with
good
you.
for flourishing. So,
But that doesn't mean you can't hold high standards.
We should all hold high standards for everybody. I don't think anybody disagrees with
Yeah.
that. So I don't even know what the point
Well,
of the
she
question is.
assumed because I didn't say authoritarian.
I didn't assume
I didn't
anything.
say, do you endorse an authoritarian parenting style? I said, do you think that it can be a healthy parent who holds his kids to high standards and also especially in employment where it's voluntary, if you're getting paid well, you should, belly up. I think there are
I think
different
more of the time
styles.
it's probably not that healthy.
Yeah.
Based on the way that you're framing it.
Okay.
All right, let's continue on. Thank you everybody for your super chats. If you want to keep them coming in, we've been going for 3 hours, but we're continuing on. We're having a good discussion as far as I'm concerned. We're keeping it as chill as we can, given the nature of this discussion. So, Mohammed for 550 Canadian. We're gonna skip that one. That's for Destiny. You might have seen it in the super chat, but we're just gonna skip it.
Wait,
because
what's it
it's
about?
Not relevant. It's not relevant to.
What, was it like an insult that you think I can't handle, or was it about something totally unrelated?
All right. Well, then I'll you know what? I'll read it, but I'm gonna give it the attention it deserves. Okay. She is a pregnant you Smurf. Regardless, Crowder is a better human than you, and that's an insult.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
There you go. I'm sorry, Mohammed. That wasn't a very respectful comment. I didn't want to read it, so we're going to move on. Stay curious, $5. Grace, do you believe anger is always justified regardless of if the other person doesn't understand how and what they did affected you?
Of course not. You can be wrong to be angry at somebody, either because of a misunderstanding or because you're taking something out on them. Obviously, right? We all know that. Or if they don't understand what they did to make you angry, that doesn't. You can't just lash out at them. I mean, does anybody disagree with that? It's obvious, right?
I think we all agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's continue on. Let's move on from there. Once again, try to keep our super chats related to the topic and not attacks against our speakers, but rather the things that they've said. Grace, do you believe, and this is from Stay Curious for $5. Grace, do you believe anger is always justified regardless of if the other person doesn't understand? Oh, I already read that.
Yeah, we just.
Let's move on. Yeah. Giving it far too much.
I thought I was losing my mind there for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say I gave it far too much drama for what it's worth. I'm trying to get rid of them as they come because I got far too many on this this notepad right now. You'll notch 517, $4.99 for each panelist to answer. What is your definition of emotional intelligence? So emotional intelligence, we're gonna try to keep this quick. Grace, I'm gonna hand it to you for 30 seconds.
I would say emotional intelligence is understanding and being able to control your emotions to a certain degree, but also knowing when it's appropriate to express your emotions and not lashing out at people and not bottling things up.
All right. Well, that was less than 30 seconds. We'll hand it over to you, Stephen.
Yeah, I would say it's understanding your emotions and being able to understand other people's emotions. So having some level of self-control and then being able to interface and communicate with others.
All right. Over to you, Ben. Emotional intelligence. What's that?
Yeah, yes, the same. Just being able to see your emotions in the light of reason and prudence, and then to exercise wisdom.
All right. And to close this out, not so erudite. Emotional intelligence.
I think
What do you define that
everyone
as?
summed it fine enough. Yeah. Okay. I concur.
All right. Let's continue on then. All right. Good meme. New member. $25 Canadian. Question. When Grace was experiencing uncertain feelings with her dad, she went to her Discord maybe to bring it up. I don't know what that's all about. There's an extra part to that. It's kind of a personal question. Do you want me to continue?
I mean, sure, go ahead.
Why did she take a step back to evaluate instead of talking to her father directly? Why is a space there okay? Or why is space okay there? Sorry, on the channel.
Well, sometimes, me and my dad have a relationship. We do a lot of YouTube stuff together. Sometimes things get tense between us, and sometimes it's best to take a break and get some space and think about other things or ask other people to help you if you're, in a tense situation.
I would say
Get
that
out a little
the
bit.
position that we are holding is not that a break is never a good idea. That would be a straw man.
Right. But I certainly would hope that I wouldn't use taking space as a power move to say, like, I'm leaving and I'll be back when I'm back, because I actually do help around the house with my siblings and stuff since my mom isn't here, so that would be a power move. So I don't think doing stuff like that is okay, but taking space is fine. Yeah.
All right. Let's continue on with our super chat then. Mr. Cool Dude. Mr. Cool Dude. You're very cool. 203 as well. All right, so $10. Ben seems to want to talk about Kyla way more than Crowder. I think they're bringing up the discussion from the other day, so we should move on from that just because we've majoritively tried to ignore that whole discussion. But
I think I think Kyla and I are friends. I don't.
I don't know if I would say that. That's
Well,
okay.
I'd like for us to be friends, but you accuse me of stuff all the time
Yeah, it's okay. It's
because you lack
yeah.
maturity. It's fine. We'll work on it.
Frenemies? Can we call it that? Frenemies?
No, I think we're like acquaintances in the same space.
Well, we have a little bit of chemistry, and I'm not suggesting anything beyond just that.
I think it is definitely nerve-wracking to be around a pretty young lady in the same panel, for sure.
oh well, thank you. No, I'm kidding. All right, let's continue on. All right, Griffin, $5. Do you think being chronically divorced gives you bad opinions, or is that inconsequential to your takes? I'm not sure who that's for, honestly.
Yeah, I would think people who've been divorced many times would not be the person you're going to turn to for advice, but they also can have a lot of wisdom if they've learned from those things. So obviously you don't go to a homeless person and ask for stock advice.
All right, well, let's move on from there. All right, let me turn my mic back on because I had a vicious cough just now. That almost went down the wrong tube. All right, well, let's see. $5 from Straight Shot to the panel. Who does Zelda go to if Hyrule is in trouble? TOTK, 4 days and wake up, boy. All right, let's continue on. IG Burr, $5. Ben, if your wife was singing karaoke and went home, with him, what would you do?
Yeah, that's another personal troll.
Yeah, I was gonna say that seems like a troll comment. I was gonna say any of these comments that they don't seem like they make sense. We're just gonna move on. I'm so sorry. I appreciate you guys putting in the super chats. That's awesome. You can continue putting in super chats. But you know, if they're going to be just trolly comments, we're going to just move on. So Sausage Lord, $1.99. Welcome to the Orbiters Club, Ben and Grace. I'm not sure what that means either.
Weird.
I think it's a reference to Destiny.
There's a contract coming. They get workers' comp.
Okay.
So
Well,
far, we have 0 from it.
All right. Well, let's just hope. Let's just hope.
Bad
that's all
boss.
understood.
Bad power
Mr.
dynamics,
Cool
really.
Dude, Mr. Cool Dude, where are my shades? I'm so sorry. 203, $10. How is it personal to ask why Ben keeps quipping at Kyla?
Damn.
It relates to the current debate.
I'm sorry. I'm a heterosexual man. I'm sorry. Guilty again.
All right, let's just leave it
I'll
at
compliment Destiny. I love your blue hair, and you seem like a sweetheart.
Thanks.
Can anyone compliment me, for fuck's sake?
Ryan, you seem like a terrific guy. I really love you.
I'm not supposed to swear. Oh God, I'm gonna get in trouble.
I think
Anyways,
Grace is doing a great job.
All right, let's continue on. All right, so how is it personal to ask why? No. Mark, $5. Hey, Mark, she might be a manipulative a-hole for all we know. So might he. This debate is void of details unless you have Crowders in the room. Do you guys think that's true?
To some extent, we're all speculating. Yep.
Yeah, I think that both. Although I know I'll be seen as a scumbag for saying this, I think that both Stephen Bunnell here and Kyla have been really good about saying that there's just a lot here that's speculation, and there's a way in which this can be. These are real people with real lives, and we should at least be aware that we're missing a lot of context. But I do think you can take guesses.
All right. Well, let's continue on, and we just copy and pasted another super chat that was way too big, and it messed up my whole note. So let me just minimize that. Timothy P. Southwick, $20. So we're gonna give this a little bit of attention. It's a big super chat. What business? What business is it of any of y'all's? I feel like he's from somewhere that I live now. That he's saying y'all all the time. What do they matter, y'all, personally, that you sit here saying whatever regarding them? You said that twice. So I'm going to read this again at the end of this because this is a little confusing and I want to surmise. Are y'all personally involved in their situation to be saying anything? So what business is it of any of y'all's? What do they matter to y'all personally that you sit here saying whatever regarding them? Are y'all personally involved in their situation to be saying anything?
I mean, they're public figures on the internet, and now this issue has been made highly public, so of course people are going to have opinions about it, right? That's kind of how it goes, yeah?
I think especially when an issue, we all, not all of us, but many of us have spouses, and so you can see, it's like Dr. Phil. Can it be helpful sometimes to see a dynamic that Dr. Phil is analyzing? Yeah, it can be. I think that Steven Crowder's impetus was not to do this, and his wife made it public. Should everyone continue to respect his wishes? I don't think that's possible at that point, and everyone knows it. And it can be fruitful. I think we've had a fruitful discussion. I think you guys have. Do you guys feel like your time spent with this makes you feel dirty? I think it's okay.
No, because I feel like we're treating him more like like the situation more like a model. We're not really saying these people. We're just saying kind of they're representing a dynamic that we're analyzing to see whether it's abusive or not. We're not really making moral judgments on these people themselves, because obviously we don't really know.
Yeah, I think so.
Any thoughts, Destiny or Eric?
Yeah, this is a conduit to explore what we think are healthy or unhealthy dynamics.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody? Any thoughts?
Sure.
No? All right, let's continue on then. I won't put you on the spot like that. Let's scroll on up. And if I have to keep scrolling up, I'll have to keep making noises. David Drew, $10. Ben, do you know the difference between BDSM and spousal abuse in the form of domestic violence? Ooh, we're gonna have to put it on. We're gonna put it on PG-14 plus here for this one. Ben, do you know the difference between BDSM and spousal abuse in the form of domestic violence? And to you, Ben.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, let's leave it at that then. That sounds about good to me. We won't get any more into depth. Justin Mead, $5. I just got here. What's the issue and who are the panel? Well, Justin Mead, we are discussing whether Steven Crowder is innocent in this most recent video of him having a discussion with his wife out on the patio. So, you know, I got into the mic a little extra for the proximity effect. But that's what we're discussing tonight. And that's my super chat. So I'm going to back away and we're going to keep going. Accelerati, $2. Destiny and his sister Erudite did well tonight. So you guys have a fan. Thank you so much for that. Toxin_AV, $4. UN Geneva tweeted incest in peace yesterday. I'm not sure if that's relevant to what we're talking about, so sorry, but we're going to continue on. Jay for $4.99. Earlier, when Ben went on his schizophrenic rant about women, I don't like reading those types of comments, but earlier when Ben went on his rant about women that like being abused, can he clarify if he was talking about his wife or his daughter?
No.
All right, let's continue on. Brian Stevens for $5. Okay, I'll read it. It's a little spicy. I think it's towards the comment that you made earlier there, Ben. But I'm going to give you the floor to explain to Brian here what you meant. He said, "This is disgusting behavior. A woman is freaking out, in quotations, and you physically correct. There are times when you should slap your wife? You sicken me." I put the emphasis on there to show that there's a question mark. So I'll let you explain, Ben.
You know, it's interesting. Sean Connery died recently, and he was old school, but I think we could all say that he was obviously seen by women as one of the most attractive men to ever walk the face of the earth. And he was pretty open, and it was partly cultural that about this, you know, that there are times when that is those things are fine, and women do generally understand that to be true. Yes, I don't know. There is something about that. Steven admitted it himself, right? And he's
no, I did not. I did not say that ever. I have never said that. That is not true.
Yeah, you did.
I did not say that women ever like, or there's something about a guy that hits a woman that women are enjoying. I've never said that.
You said, yes, you did. You said, I get it.
I said I understand why women like people that can be physically violent or physically assertive, to have the capability to do that. That's a lot different than hitting a woman or hitting women.
Well, okay, so you don't think there are any women who, in certain contexts,
that in certain contexts is doing some really heavy lifting there. In certain contexts, in like consensual bedroom-related BDSM things, maybe, but that's a lot different than somebody that is issuing a correction to a woman. No, I don't think.
Well, we all know that's not true, so whatever.
Okay, well that's fine. Just don't say. I just don't want to be taken as somebody that thinks that you should hit women.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, but so there's one thing about saying like I won't say this because it's going to get me in trouble, and there's another thing of saying like I actually believe this, and so. Right. There are things you can't say.
You've made a lot of references to my platform, so I know that you know who I am. So I don't know why you would ever accuse me of not saying something because I think it'll get me in trouble.
Well, I didn't say that.
That was heavily implied by saying, I know there are things you can't say. I can say whatever I want. I'm on kick.tv. Okay?
No, you
we can start reading
say whatever you want.
What do you mean I can't? What do you think I couldn't say if I believed it?
Well, you couldn't advocate for the overthrow of the United States.
I'm pretty sure I can. What do you mean? You didn't even choose a good example.
Okay, try it on your stream.
Wow, we should overthrow the United States. Who wants to do January 6th next year? What do you mean?
Yeah, well, Steven, I mean, obviously, if you say it like that, you're clean, but I'm not going to encourage you here. to create a situation in which you're committing a federal felony, but you can do that on your platform if you want to.
Okay, thanks. So now we're going from unpopular opinion to advocating for crime. Yeah, I can't do illegal things. It's not illegal to say I think you, if you need to hit a woman or whatever, you should do that as part of your.
Well, let's just say,
like,
go ahead.
your
You're
relationship
married,
dynamics,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're married, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you said certain things on your stream advocating for something, that could be used against you if things fall apart. I don't know what your situation is. But, you have to be careful as a man because things will be used against you that you say publicly, even though everyone knows they're true. So that could be true of women too, but it's more true of men. You have to be really careful about what you say.
I don't mind you taking that position, but don't ascribe it to me because I don't agree with that, and I don't believe that's true.
Well, you obviously do, but anyway.
Okay.
I mean, there are certain things by TOS you're not going to say.
No, you're just on fucking cope mode right now because you like to smack around women because it makes you feel like a big guy. Don't ascribe that belief to me, though, okay? I
Well,
don't
now
share that
you've
opinion.
made a bunch of assumptions
I
about
don't
me.
share that
You should
opinion. If
fucking
that's your
take it back,
opinion,
Steve.
that's fine.
And I'm going to
Your
exhibit
opinion.
some dysregulation and
We
say,
will mute
shut your fucking
everybody.
mouth.
No,
Stop
we
saying
will
that.
Mute everybody if we get into this. We've had a pretty good amicable discussion.
Just because you lost, it's not my fault.
We're not going to have any of this. I'm going to say that right now. So I don't want to indiscriminately start muting people. So we're going to try to keep our comments related to the discussion and not our speakers. That is our last warning for that. So, good meme, new member for $5.50. Can a wife ever hit her husband to snap him out of it? In quotation. Is it okay for him to retaliate if she does? Same question, reverse roles.
Yes, absolutely.
Any comment from the other side?
You shouldn't be hitting your partners. It's not a good way. It's just never a healthy way to resolve. Yeah, I'm sorry, Erin. I give your opinion because I'm sure we disagree on this. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, women can abuse men unequivocally at any level as much as they would like, and that's based. And it's part of the revolution. But men must be soy cuck losers to take all forms of any sort of physical or emotional interaction from women. Of course.
That does sound like your philosophy.
Yeah, I reject the premise of both of these questions. No, there's no good reason to hit your spouse to reset them or wake them up. You don't need to press reset.
What about children? Can you ever hit children?
I think there are times where a physical correction can be issued if you're in a public area. It's like a dire situation or whatever. For instance, say you're in church or you're in like a store or whatever, and a kid is being incredibly crazy or whatever you need to do. I think that there are times that it's probably understandable. But like in the household, almost never. Delayed punishment, I think, is sociopathic. So never like when we get home, I'm going to do this to you. I think is insane. But I would say that
But do you think there's leeway in that? Like different people could have different views, or is it like
different people can have different views about the Holocaust? That's what a meaningless question. Yeah,
well,
different people can have different views about things. But
okay, so do you think there's no there's no like sort of spectrum, different cultural approaches? Different cultures.
Yeah, there's tons of different cultural approaches. I probably disagree with a lot of them. No, I don't think that. No, I'm pretty sure that the research is pretty unambiguous.
So only
about,
your
hitting
philosophy
children.
is so there's no so it's we all have to absolutely agree with.
I'm
you.
sure there are cultures that disagree on rape, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say I disagree.
Well, like
with those
say the
cultures.
entire continent of Africa disagrees with you, so they're wrong.
Then I would
correct?
say yeah, they're wrong. True, I would say that.
Right.
I'd be very brave
and
in
that's
taking
not
that position. Yeah,
and that's not problematic for you, as.
Couldn't it be that different cultures need different levels of discipline with their kids?
No,
different
I think we're
forms of
all
discipline?
roughly come from the same genetic stock and the same biological foundation. We all roughly work the same way. Yeah.
Okay. So you impose your ideals on the entire rest of the world.
I didn't say I impose my ideals on them, but I might judge them by my ideals. I think I'm within my rights to do that.
Well, the vast majority of civilizations throughout history have had a degree to which that's seen as normal.
The vast majority of civilizations throughout history also practiced war, capturing women, raping them, and had some form of slavery.
Right, as does ours.
I don't think we generally approve of raping women anymore, and I don't think we generally do the chattel slavery thing.
And neither did they.
Well, okay. Okay, based.
Do you know the origin of honeymoon?
Is this the prima nocta thing?
The king thing?
No, it's the original Viking honeymoon.
The leader goes in first, right?
No, it's where once you steal a woman, you basically take her home and you rape her for at least 30 days to get her pregnant. And if she doesn't get pregnant, she's freed. But if she does get pregnant, now she is part of your household.
Yeah, okay, so you guys are a little bit immature. You don't have a great grasp of history. I'm not saying that the past is perfect, but you guys seem to think we're so far ahead in progress that we can just mock everything which came before us, and that is highly immature.
That's how we approach history.
I would say that, yeah, there are a lot of people. I would mock people that thought it was okay to own slaves. I would mock people that thought it was okay to do pogroms against Jewish people. Yeah, there are a lot of people in history that I would say, I'm glad we've made progress away from a lot of the things we've done in the past. Yeah, I would say.
Right, and your idea of progress is that men and women in their marriage have sex with random people whenever they want to. That's progress. That could be questioned.
True. Well, that's good. Ask questions. What would you like to know?
I have asked you questions about it. Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, okay.
Let's continue on because it's not incredibly relevant to what we're talking about tonight.
Poor Ryan.
And no, it's fun. I was going to say, we have moved on from that topic, it seems, but this is good. Same cloth, $2. Grace, can you define a healthy relationship?
I would say we're like romantically, if two people love each other, want the best for each other, can communicate, and that can take different forms. I mean, doesn't everybody? I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's a very broad question.
I completely
Healthy
disagree.
communication.
I completely disagree.
You disagree?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, it's oriented towards sex.
Well, he said
you
relationship.
described a friendship. Oh.
Well, he said relationship. I wasn't sure. Oh, I guess I did say romantically.
It is a friendship which also involves uniquely sex and therefore children and all the rest. So whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Within marriage, it said relationship. I don't know.
Well, even a relationship, even a romantic relationship is oriented towards that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you disagree.
What does sex have to do with whether the relationship is healthy or not?
You mean a sexual relationship?
Yes.
But she's just saying a healthy
So
relationship.
you're saying, what does sex have to do with a sexual relationship?
Yeah, people were
Okay,
asking, what is a
that's
healthy
legitimate
relationship?
question.
So
What does that have to do with being healthy?
Yeah, so yeah, like, is that like your primary marker that what people are fucking, or what is the? I'm trying to figure out what your plug into that was. Because I thought the donut question, Ryan can remind us, wasn't the donut question like what makes for a healthy relationship?
That's pretty much the entirety of it. Yeah.
So is it just if they're having sex, or?
Well, it depends what you mean
They
by
just
relationship.
They just asked
They
if
just
you
said
can
relationship.
define, yeah, I was just say, can you define a healthy relationship? So, well, since everybody's had a chance to speak, we'll let Stephen finish up, and then we'll put it over to not so erudite to.
Well, I wanted to hear Ben and Grace's answer. I'm curious.
I understand that. Just everybody's gotten a chance to talk, so I'll let you finish what you, Stephen, would define as a healthy relationship. We'll let erudite define that, and then we'll kick it back over to the other side, and we'll keep the conversation moving.
I'd say probably the one where you don't feel the need to issue physical corrections to your partner.
Snark.
All right, and not so.
I
erudite?
agree with Grace. I think Grace did a good job of defining a healthy relationship.
I was defining it mostly between. I mean, I know I said romantic, but when I was thinking of it, I was thinking of like two friends
I
or
don't
like
think
just two
sex
people.
determines if something's healthy or not. I
don't think
everything you defined is what's going to be healthy between a man and a wife. Yes, it is true that they're also having sex, but what is healthy between two friends is also usually healthy between a man and his wife.
True.
Yeah, I believe that.
yeah.
I believe that.
Yeah.
It's primarily a friendship, but it has obviously a different element.
Like the hitting the person if they're wrong part.
Oh, Steven, will you stop? You're just obviously giving yourself more L's. You're
He's
obsessed.
sulking. He's
You
sulking.
know, they said orbiters. Steven, you're our orbiters, buddy. So start spinning, buddy. And so is Kyla, obviously.
You're spinning. You're
Yeah,
spinning
you
out
better
L's left
stay
and
in
right.
orbit. Don't go flying out of the solar system, guys.
All right. Well, before we get into any cosmic speak, because that's the name of my band, one of my bands, anyways. It's Cosmic Breach. But the main band I've been playing in is Light and Shade. But I don't want to get too pluggy, even though I've done that before, because I'm a big Led Zeppelin fan and I love singing. But we're going to continue on, and I'm going to let the live chat know that we are going to wrap things up pretty soon. Simply because we've been going for 3.5 hours. We only have a few super chats left. I mean, I don't know if everybody's good to keep having the conversation if we have more super chats coming in.
I'm okay for a little while more. This is a fascinating conversation to me.
All right, if everybody's having fun as far as our panel's concerned, you know, it's 12:36 here. My kids are in bed. My wife is, you know, sleeping elsewhere because she's awesome and allows me to do this type of thing. You know, I should say that because you know, she'd rather be here in the bedroom, but you can't see it because I've got this new fancy background.
That's great. I thought you were 12 years old.
Oh, excellent. I was going to say you thought that, but I was going to say I'm soon going to be 30 and I
Really? You look young.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, let's continue on. And once again, the super chat. You want to keep this going? Keep the chats coming in. We've only got so much to talk about. So if there's something you think our chatters have missed, well, let's get it in that super chat and let's get it fleshed out. Cookie Blunster. Well, that sounds a little aggressive in itself. $10 for Ben Thorpe. How is Hillary's situation being covered from leaving home no different than when Ben's physical attempt to coerce his son, who was on
This
crutches?
is another one of these.
Yeah, as I
It's
say,
fine.
that's,
Go ahead if people want to hear it. It's fine.
yeah. I mean, you know, if this is something that people are talking about in your space, I mean, it might give you a chance to kind of talk about it. But we can just skip it if you
Well,
want.
Destiny's talking about it in his space as well.
Did you want to?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you want to talk about this and kind of help with the super chat?
Sure. But I don't know what the question was. How's it different than something else? My son?
Something about being coerced from leaving home.
Well, Hillary wasn't coerced.
Yeah, let's just leave it at that point because I don't want this to get personal. Once
Yeah,
again, in the super
it's fine.
chat.
I just
Let's
don't
keep
think
it-
your audience is going to be that interested, but they may be. I don't know. Destiny's blowing us up.
You can talk about anything you want to right now. But I was gonna say if it's something that if you think that I was gonna say obviously the super chatter was kind of leaning into, I think maybe, I mean, I haven't seen too much content from either side, but if that's something that
you'd have to know a fair amount of lore to get
the
it.
lore. All right, I like that. I
Yeah.
like that. Well, that's a great way of phrasing it. Well, if you want to talk about it, we can. If we want to move on, we can do that as well.
I didn't even catch the question. I mean, I'd be inclined to just move on, but
Yeah, let's do that. Oh, let's see here. So, Ivory. We're gonna move on from that one as well. Once again, let's try to keep it civil, everybody.
if I can take a minute, in order, like, so that I don't seem like I'm obfuscating, you're welcome to come to my channel, which is Ben Thorpe without an E, and I have AKA Abel, ABEL, and I also have a Discord that's called the same, right, Grace? Ben Thorpe,
yeah.
AKA Abel. Grace has her own channel, Grace Thorpe, AKA Joan, and she has a Discord, Grace Thorpe. Is that right? AKA
It's
Joan.
Gracie. It's in my about
Gracie
section
Goose.
on my
Okay, and you're welcome to contact us. I think we're in the descriptions below. Her mother also has a channel called Thorpa Tokos and a Discord, and her brother has a Discord also. So you can contact us, and we're happy to answer these sorts of questions. And we are also streamers, so.
Well, we will definitely let you plug that. And with that being said, Not So Erudite, where can everybody find you? Since we aren't at our closing statements quite yet, but you know, where Ben just took that opportunity to tell everybody where he's at, can you tell us where everybody can find you?
Damn, I'm in such snark mode.
It's okay, be snarky about it.
I was going to say in your mom's bedroom. Where you'll actually
Well,
find me
now.
is YouTube, Kick, Twitter, kind of all the basics. Not So Erudite. That's spelled Erudite, and it's all one word. So if you like spicy debates and base takes, come on over.
All right. And what about you, Steven?
YouTube.com/Destiny, Instagram.com/Destiny.
All right. Excellent. I think everybody's been properly plugged there. What about you, Grace Thorpe? Do you have a separate channel of your own as well?
Yeah, it's Grace Thorpe, aka Joan. I stream a lot. I have panels and stuff. I do reactions and dances, stuff like that. It's a lot of fun.
We're also, while we're plugging, we're going to have a post-debate on the Tom Foolery Show, to which everyone's welcome. And we have sort of, well, I'm not going to say definitely secured Milo Yiannopoulos as a debater, but we're going to rehash this in a three-way debate, positive, neutral, and negative, after this debate, if we don't die of exhaustion.
Yeah, so Tom Foolery Show on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. And to the live chat, if I've seen a couple people, or maybe it's the same person asking why I'm not reading certain super chats, is because they're just insulting things to the people that came out here to speak tonight. And we appreciate everybody who came out here to speak tonight, regardless of whether you agree with them. So I warned you of that at the beginning. So we appreciate anybody who puts money into a super chat, but if it's attacks against our speakers, that's for you. All right, let's continue on. So
we're happy with attacks. Just long, complicated questions about lore are difficult.
Something like that, right? Grace, what do you define as red flags in a romantic relationship? That's from Same Cloth for $5.
I think she just left.
Oh, she just
Can we hold it?
Oh, well, we'll just wait for her to come back and we'll ask a different question. It seems like most of our questions are to both of you, so maybe we should wait.
He's coming right back. He just got my own.
It's all good. For Ben Thorpe, $10 from Cookie Blunsta. How is Hillary's situation?
Good question.
My bad. Did I? Oh, sorry.
I asked about red flags. Red flags.
What was it?
What are red flags for you?
Red flags
in a relationship is what the question was.
I would say if somebody's lying to you, if they're hiding things, if they don't really want to talk, if they get distant, if they lash out at you when something else is wrong in their life, that kind of stuff. Pretty basic.
All right. And the next super chat that we had is for Ben Thorpe. How is Hillary's situation?
Was that a question? How is Hillary's situation?
That's for Ben, yeah.
Is that a question?
That's a serious question?
I think so.
What is it? That's not a full sentence. You're missing words. How is Hillary's situation?
I think they're trying to get you guys to fill in the gaps there, but we can just move on if that's lacking too much context.
It's just incomprehensible.
Is not good. Is much sad.
It's not good, is much sad. All right, well, let's continue on from there. Let's see. $5. Everyone head to the Samoose channel. Yeah, we won't read the rest of that. Once again, people, keep it civil. In the live chat. $11 from Nina. Ben and Grace in the Heard/Depp trial. Depp testified that he'd removed himself from fights before those got physical in order to de-escalate the situation. Was he being abusive by doing that?
No. But I would, yeah, I mean, there's a difference between removing, I would say if your fights are getting to the point where they're going to get physical between a man and a woman, the relationship is almost guaranteed to be over. Like, if it's going to get violent. But yeah, you should remove yourself before it gets to that point, I would say. That's different than removing yourself because you don't like the conversation anymore or because you feel cornered or you want to use it as a power move. But of course, the context matters.
All right, excellent. And I've rechecked the super chat, and it doesn't look like it's too pointed here. It's just relating to the situation about domestic abuse, I think. So Ivory for $5. Grace, is it a good idea for a family member to stay with an aggressive family member if they threaten to put a fist through the family member's head?
I know what they're referring to. Depends if they're joking around or if it's serious. If it's serious, then no, that person sounds violent.
Okay. All right, let's continue on there. Stay curious. Can we go back to talking about Ohama Beach? JK. I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about my shirt there, I don't know.
I brought up Omaha Beach, which is the landing of the Allied forces in France.
Okay. I was going to say, I thought they might be talking about my Cosmic Breach shirt. I was going to say, if you want to elaborate on that, you can go ahead. But they did.
But I think they were just kidding.
Yeah, they did put just kidding. So we can continue on. Hi, _. I'm Date Mike. Is the name of the super chatter. $10 to the Thorpes. Thoughts on My Bratty Sis and channels like that?
My Bratty Sis?
Yeah. Has anybody seen that, or I'm not sure what that is.
It's a porn site. It's a troll comment.
Jesus.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. I was going to say that might.
Oh, I do have a point about that. You mean that's about incest?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I don't know the background here, but Steven, you've talked about this issue, I think. Is that a troll that told me that?
Nope. I love talking about incest.
Okay. So and
okay.
You're just saying, like, seriously.
Go ahead.
Right? Like it's an interesting topic, or is that a joke?
It's an interesting topic.
Yeah, okay. And I do think that the fascination, because that's a very what is it? Like, that's a very popular category on, within porn. And I think that COVID had something to do with intensifying that. I think it's interesting. I'd love to have a talk with you about it sometime. And I understand the implication, but I do think it's interesting.
Okay.
Now that you're an orbiter.
Yeah.
All right.
A Thorbiter.
All right. So where we are at the end of our super chats, unless we get anything last minute, we are going to close out. So for closing statements, we are going to do a minute for each of our panelists here, where we've gone through all of our super chats. I would say where we are right now, we should start with Grace. We'll let you start with your 1 minute closing.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, what we came here tonight to debate is whether Steven Crowder is innocent, I believe, of being called abusive or an abuser. I think our opposition essentially brought up that he was controlling, which we proved he was not, that he was unwilling to work together with her, which he actually was the one who wanted to have the conversation with her, and she was the one leaving and disengaging, that his tone was derisive, and they gave for examples that, telling her that the only way out of this bad situation was discipline and respect was derisive, when in fact that's perfectly fine to say to somebody, especially if they are failing you. They said that he was spiteful by telling her things that she was failing at, which is, it's not spiteful, it's just a harsh honesty, harsh truth, which you owe to your partner sometimes. And, I don't think they would say he is an abuser, but that he displays abusive behavior. Then that they would say that's definitely true, and I would say that is absolutely not true. He is a frustrated man whose wife is disengaging, winding him up, and then later saves the tape of this argument and uses it against him to attack the father of her children and the man she married she was married to for 9 years, to hurt him personally. So not only is he innocent of abusing anyone, misusing or mistreating her, but it was also abused by his wife, saving this conversation. So Steven Crowder, if you're out there, I think it's terrible that you're being attacked by your wife. She shouldn't do this to you. Maybe it's not her fault, but you are being publicly attacked on the deepest level. She's trying to wreck you, and I think you need some feminine support in your life, so let me know.
All right, let's kick it over to Not So Erudite to have their closing remarks here on the conversation that we've had this evening.
Yeah, my
Your
position
closing
is...
remarks, Erudite?
Yep.
Sorry.
My position's the same. I think 3 minutes is woefully insufficient to make many claims about the nature and dynamic of these two people's relationship. I think it's also important to point out that nobody actually cares about these two and their relationship. It's just a talking point. I think in this video, Steven Crowder looks bad. The problem is that might be the purpose in the video. It probably is to some degree. The issue is just because it might be the purpose in releasing the video, it doesn't mean that Steven Crowder wasn't awful in his relationship. The problem is that there's so much necessary required context. It is hard to know everything, and there's a lot of ambiguous statements made between the both of them that nobody has context for. I think it is better to probably wait for the divorce trial to go forward. If more things get released publicly, you'll be able to weigh in more clearly. But at this point, we have a 3-minute video, which is woefully insufficient for much. The end.
All right, over to you, Ben.
I would say that my position on this issue is part of a larger nexus of positions that I would say I would call being a centrist edgelord. As a Catholic, on the one hand, of course, traditional marriage is a healthy thing, one man, one woman, and their kids. However, especially in our times, the reality is that a lot of people, for various reasons, bring a lot of baggage. There's been a breakdown of the family. So a lot of people get into, want to do the traditional thing and can't actually live it out. In our society, the church, churches, people on the internet need to be much more open to the possibility that a lot of times people don't necessarily go into this with enough to follow through. And I especially appeal to women, including Grace's mother, who is watching at this time, to say, we do need to find a way, without blaming the spouse, for there to be a resolution. And there can be a resolution. It can be okay to get over your head, to find yourself in a situation that's overwhelming, and you can't just walk away and blame the other person. And there needs to be much more healing. I think divorce is a terrible curse, and I don't think we need to do it. So, also Steven Crowder, give me a call.
All right, let's kick it over to Destiny to close us out for 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the behavior was clearly abusive. I think that our two interlocutors here have a pretty insane standard for what they would consider abuse. I would say you have the right to walk away from any conflict at any given point in time if you're like you are emotionally dysregulated or your partner is emotionally dysregulated. And anytime you find yourself in the presence of somebody else that is constantly making you feel uncomfortable, constantly making you second guess whether you are feeling okay or not, and is constantly forcing you to take their aggressive behavior and reframe it in a way that makes you okay with it, even though you're not, I think is a surefire sign that you're probably within some type of dynamic that you not only can take a break from if you need to, but you have every right to take a break from. So I think that I didn't hear any adequate reasons given why it was so evil for Hillary to say she wanted to take a step back, other than to constantly pontificate about some situations related to Crowder and his wife giving up that we were never really given any more information about.
All right, you guys heard it here first. Right, is Steven Crowder innocent? This is our debate on Modern Day Debate. Thank you, Grace Thorpe, Ben Thorpe, Not So Erudite, and Destiny for being here. Everybody in live chat, thanks for hanging out and for your super chats. We will be back. And once again, thank you all for attending this debate. And have a good night, everybody. See you later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steven.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, everybody. All right, we are off the live stream.
All right. Good night, Ryan. That was fun.
Right. Yeah,
Thanks for
fun,
having
guys.
us on.
Yes, have a good night, everybody.
Holy Jesus. Okay. How's our good friend Farha doing?
I don't want to fuck a fat bitch. Like, can we just... I don't want to fuck a fat bitch. You don't have to.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
We've
okay,
established
okay.
that.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Oh, and this fucking guy. Dude, The episode I'm gonna honest is gonna have Melina, Pixie, and Aaron and me, and I bet there's not gonna be a single red pill dude on it. It's gonna be like 4 fucking bimbo girls, and then my friends, and it's gonna be like, oh god.
We have 6.
Who's Justin Walker? I don't know, but I've seen him in a lot of videos. Alright, I'll be right back. Fuck, I already know my appearance is gonna be meh, because they're not gonna have anybody good there. I'll be right back, and then we'll watch this. 1 sec. Or we'll watch some of it, because these podcasts last for like 5 fucking hours, so hold on. Justin Walker is the biggest Tate simp. He joined Hustlers University, moved in with the Tates, and goes on all the... Yeah, I feel like I've seen him associate with them a lot.
Different tiers of support. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships, 50 gifted for a fit check. Guys, we're also live on Twitch right now. Do me a favor, pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatevermods. If you can spam that in the chat a bunch of times. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way every single month to support the show. Shout
Was
out
there
Scott, pull that
like
one up.
moments
That's
that are
T2
highlights
age.
here? As far as having good stand-up moments, or is this mainly boring? Does anybody watch so far?
My name's
I'll watch
Allie,
Anubu Kitty
I'm 20
tomorrow.
years old, and I am a physical therapy aide as well as a kinesiology major at
Hard. It's and
You're way too far from the mic.
oh, and I'm majoring in law. All right.
Eric, can you pull up the chat? Does the audio? You can cosplay.
No, dude, I just than you. Oh, that's my favorite part.
We're really a
Dude, yeah.
business card.
Basically a precursor.
7 old. I am.
Khalifa, the
You look.
Sartain podcast. No, I'm Michael Sartain. But surprise, bitches, I'm Mia Khalifa. Michael Sartain.
Really?
What state? 30.
No, sir. We really.
And I've been in my longest and only 4 years. I'm single, and my longest and only relationship was 3 years.
Oh my longest relationship was 4 months, and I'm single. How do you
Straight
guys
into
do
the
it?
straight.
I know, like, how did you
How
do
do you do
it?
it?
Like, how do you wake up and see the same person like every day and be like, wow,
Well, I'm single, but I am talking to someone in my longest relationship. Well, situationship was
Clo-
7 months.
little closer to the mic.
My longest situationship was 7 months. Can you hear me?
Longest situationship.
Situationship.
Was 7 months. A 7-month situationship. Okay.
There's a super chat 20 minutes
I'm in a
in.
relationship, and my longest relationship was about 2.5 years.
Okay.
I'm exclusive with someone right now, and my longest.
Here's my number.
Looks like she's sitting back.
What did I say? 2 inch.
people feel like then
Calling you ugly?
they always call me ugly.
Like
Everybody
while they
says,
were dating
like,
you?
Like, I mean, yeah, I have been cheated on. I have been inside sleeping, and I
Yes.
and
Do you fucking participate? There goes and have.
For me, because
was
I
not
was
spending
in
money on
love.
situation. My job to her.
After my
Yeah.
I'm not happy with that person.
I found
So she gives you everything, right?
No, she doesn't.
Happy makes you sometimes.
Those women are fully
happy.
thought about it. I don't know.
So falling in
Still
love
slide
with you. And after that,
Who joined? Oh, Jesus. What's up?
Nothing much, man. I just
Hold on, your shit just lagged so hard. I didn't hear anything you said. You said nothing much, man. What's up?
I said, you still watching more of that red pill shit?
Oh, I got a friend on this whatever podcast, and I'm going on in a week. But what's up? I don't even think it's done yet. So what's going on?
Nothing much, dude. I'm just sleep schedule's all fucked up.
Well, that's not good. How often does that happen? I feel like it happens
Not
pretty
too
often.
often.
Oh, really?
I got it fixed up, but like sometimes when I'm like I do an all nighter, and then it's just like it's fucked up for the next couple days. So
Yeah.
yeah. Plus that Star Wars game is I kind of got it jerry rigged and working, and it's
Oh yeah, somebody linked me your clip for that DLSS patch mod thing or whatever the fuck.
Dude, it's actually like, so the thing is, the game kind of works now, but like, holy fucking shit, dude. Like, the fact that I have to use this special feature in the most expensive card ever is like, what the fuck, man?
I'm so
It's
curious. I really want to know what devs feel like, modern day devs feel like in those studios. Like, when you're shipping something like that, it's gotta be a horrible feeling.
Dude, you know what's wild is like even the people that kind of defended, like I made my video where I'm like, dude, they had to know this was bad, right? And then people are like, no, but there's like different types of PCs out there. I'm like, okay, how hard is it to look at the Steam survey and just like build a computer that like 90% of the people on Steam have and just test the game there? This game didn't even work on that. So
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, there's no excuse for it, but yeah, I don't know, man. Being a developer, I think a lot of it is the engine they use too. Like that game engine, Unreal Engine 4 or whatever, the fourth one iteration, it's been like every game released this year is just a fucking crapshoot with it.
Isn't Unreal Engine 4 pretty good? Isn't the problem just that people are trying to do too much with it? They're not spending enough time like making it run smoothly. Like it's basically like, my guess would be is there's management that demands certain features that they want to ship the game with because they can either charge money for it or they put it in a trailer. And then as devs, you're basically given, I think in the gaming world, like an impossible timeline. And then you have to crunch as much as you can. And it's not about like optimization or making things run smoothly. It's probably about a checklist of features that need to go in the game. And as long as it can run on some system, like 50% of the time, they're like, fuck it, ship it, sell it, collect the money, and then maybe we'll patch some shit later and that's it. That's what it feels like. Because I feel like the Unreal Engines are pretty sophisticated, pretty refined engines, no?
No, they're refined. I think it's probably some of the proprietary stuff, like you said, that some people are adding to the engine, and also like a lot of these developers want to push like, or these game companies want to push like ray tracing and all these features out too. Which I'll be honest, man, I don't think those are like ready even now for prime time. Like unless you have the best of the best. So. I don't know, like, the game came out, I was gonna buy it on PlayStation, because I was like, oh, at least it's consistent there, and then I found out, oh no, it's because they're running, like, the reason it runs so bad, if you watch it, is like, they're always running their ray tracing suite, so it's like, even if you could have gotten 60 frames on the console, because they're forcing it to run that specific set of, like, you know, graphic outputs, it's like, just, it's a shitty experience no matter what. Even on the PC, it's like something in the game, and it's really down to how it calculates on the CPU, not even GPU stuff. It's just really shit.
Yeah.
So it's unoptimized across the board. Like I have the 5950X Ryzen, and like I was on Reddit, and dude, I fucking hate Reddit people so much because it's like, bro, you have a aging CPU. I'm like, dude, okay, this top of the line CPU I bought 2 years ago. Yeah, I'm sure it's the fucking problem, not the fucking game code or something.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure a 1080 can still run most games at like decent frame rates these days, unless you're getting these like horribly unoptimized pieces of shit. So, like, hardware has gotten ridiculously powerful today. Yeah,
1080p games are running like the GTX 1080. You're talking
I'm
about?
saying the GTX 1080 can still probably run a decent number of games today at like 1080p at a decent frame rate. Like, yeah.
Yeah, like if you're talking about like most of the modern AAA stuff, you turn down your settings. Yeah, I mean. My brother, he has like we used to have like a 1080 before I gave him like my old like 3090, and all he would play is like fucking Valorant and like all the esports shit, so he didn't even care about having the top of the line, because he was like, hey, I'm getting 200 frames on all these esports games, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it's really sad where honestly, there's only one person to blame, honest to God. And this is, I'm going to be an asshole here, but it's just the consumer is 100% at fault. Like every time these games come out, everybody on Reddit is like, okay guys, we're not going to buy it this time, right? And then it's like best-selling new game, like releases in pre-alpha state, completely buggy.
Dude,
and broken,
I guarantee you, Star Wars probably fucking sold its target already and beyond, like multiple times over, dude. It's like, even when it came to that Hogwarts Legacy boycott or shit, and that was a totally different point. Bro, even with the boycott, what did it make, like $1 billion? So just now, like, doesn't even fucking matter. You know? The thing is, like, people on the internet, like, they'll beat their fucking chest and protest, but it's like, you're still gonna buy the fucking game, and they're still gonna hit their sales quota, and that's it. Like, that's all EA fucking cares about.
Yeah, and I constantly have to remind myself of that, because, like, I'll be looking at, like, movies. I'll be looking at, like live-action Lion King, and I'm like, why the fuck is Disney making this shit? But then I'm like, oh, hold on. And then you check box office, and it's like $1.5 billion. I'm like, oh, okay, that's why. Yeah, I guess it makes sense for there. Yeah.
All those live action movies, like, I'm just kind of sitting there. I'm like, dude, I would never watch them, like Aladdin and all that crap. But then it's like, I know people in real life that watch that shit. Like, the thing is, obviously, if you have friends outside the internet circle, like your YouTube, Twitch circles and shit like that, they consume the most normie shit in the world. Like, even Netflix, like, I'll load it up from time to time, and be like, who's watching this shit? And then I'm like, oh no, my buddy's friend, like, my buddy's, like, wife is like fucking watching all the true crime shit. Like, cause all this true crime crap on Netflix, some of it's good, some of it's pretty shitty. And then, like, the shitty stuff, I'll always see played over at his house, and I'm like, oh, your wife is into it. Okay, I get it now. Like, that's the target consumer and shit, so it doesn't matter. What have you been doing besides, you know, fucking going on these podcasts, these red pill, fucking...
I mean, like, that's like the whole world right now. I think is like it's like red pill and trans issues. That's like literally that's the discourse of all the Western world. Is like Andrew Tate and the Matrix and the red pill, and then if you are tired of online issues, then you go to the real world and you talk about trans people, and that's it right now.
Dude, the thing is, when I left the internet, like, political circle for a little bit, like, I stopped watching a lot of it because it was really all just trans stuff. And then when I went into the real world, it's like, dude, everyone has like the most, I can't say, like, the centrist take regarding like trans stuff. Especially when it comes to children and everything. Like, I'm not a fucking expert at it, so I don't really talk about it. But like, damn, dude, some of the people on the internet who are like, you know, like the full lefty side, I'm like, dude, you can't
like
just
my
be saying
4-year-old
this
is transitioning, and I'm like encouraging them, and it's like, bro, I think we need to chill out for a second.
Yeah, like if somebody came up to me and like was like saying, hey, would you let your like 5-year-old transition? I'm like, dude, I'm gonna think back to when I was 5. I wasn't even thinking shit about my gender or something. So I'm like, how are your kids figuring this out right there and then, you know? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and then I guess it's harder too, because then when you look at some of the parents, you're like, fuck, like, is the kid really thinking this, or is there some like weird shit from the parents like going on? Like, I can understand why some people might be skeptical, and it's like, fuck, I don't know.
The thing is, like, if you're like, okay, when you're over the age of 18, like some of these laws that have been passed recently in the States where it's like you can't transition until you're like 24 or 25 or something, I'm like, okay, that's fucking insane. Like, you're getting into what an 18-year-old is deciding, right?
Yeah.
But then, like, when it comes to, like, children or something, right, I'm like, it's so weird how some of these laws are framed because they almost make it sound like they're protecting the kids when it's not even really the case. It's like when you're 14, 15, I think it's okay to be talking about this kind of shit in school, right? Like, different types of relationships and, like, different types of sexualities. You're like 6 or 7 years old. It's like, does a kid really know, or do they really process that? Are they even concerned with that yet, you know? And then you get into, like, the whole medications and, like, you know, fucking making life-changing decisions, and I'm like, I don't know, man, if, like, you have all the data capable to, like, you know, make these decisions yet, but...
Yeah.
See, if people clip that out, I'd be like, now I'm fucking transphobic, because I'm questioning this, you know, this hard now, and it's not the case. It's like, I just want to make the right decision, you know? That's what it is.
Yeah, it's annoying, and it's not, and yeah, the conversation sucks. I'm bored. I'm already bored. I just watched a Tim Pool episode yesterday where Lance went on and they were talking about trans issues, and fuck me.
Exactly, bro. You just get past it. Like, dude, the funniest thing about the trans stuff was that Bud Light shit that happened. I'm like,
Jesus,
dude.
yeah, it's, oh my god, dude, fucking kill me, dude. I'm gonna be honest,
Like,
dude, I'm not a big alcohol guy. I'm a child when it comes to drinking alcohol. I tried Bud Light once, and I super don't understand how anybody could ever like willingly want to drink that ever in my entire. Like, there are at least some beers where I'll try it, and it's like, I'm not a big beer guy. I'm not even a big alcohol guy, but like, I can kind of get it. But man, Bud Light, I think I've tried Bud Light, Miller Lite. I don't know how people drink light beers. I don't know what you do. Like, just get a glass of water and do like a shot of vodka. You get your, you know, buzz, and then drink some water. But like light beers, I super don't get it. Maybe there are some really good ones, but oh my fucking god, American light beer is just actual fucking disgusting.
My best friend's dad, all he drinks is like fucking Busch Light, dude. Like, I'll go over to his house and he'll give me like a can of this. I'm like, I might as well just fucking open your septic tank and just fucking go off.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point, dude? No, the only beer that I can do is like Coronas, but even then, like, beers for me are like, might as well just do like a shot of vodka or like some whiskey or something if I want to get drunk.
Sure.
That's gotta be the easiest boycott though, like just boycotting shitty beer.
Yeah,
like,
Jesus.
Yeah, I'll switch out to something. I'll switch out to the other shitty brand, I guess.
Like I wonder how many people identify like Bud Light as like a real American, like Southern, like that's what you drink, and then like that boycott shit rolls around. They're like, oh my god, they're like, yeah, I'm definitely boycotting this. Like, thank God the trans shit, and then like finally I can find a new better beer, and I don't have to be associated with this shit anymore. I don't know.
It's like, dude, I think of Bud Light, and I'm like, dude, I mean, like that's the kind of beer I'd drink if I was still in fucking college, you know, like no money to my name. I can buy like a 24 pack for like $6, get kind of drunk.
Oh, sure, I guess. Yeah, maybe for an affordability thing. Yeah, that could make sense. That was my privilege.
Maybe for like some college kids or something. Like I think of that and I'm like Coors Light or whatever. But even then, it's like, dude, once you're past that, it's like there's no need to willingly drop down there.
Sure.
Yeah, no, it's a wild world. The whole topic is weird. That's why I like the red pill stuff is still kind of, you know, funner to get into because I'll put on some debates from time to time, and like, dude, it's just they dude, I don't even know how these people. I don't even know how I just don't understand how these people can call themselves alpha males. Like, I don't get it. Like, everything they do goes against the red pill or alpha nature, you know?
Well, right now they're having a huge internal fight between like all the tradcons are finally starting to fight with all the red pillars. So it's been interesting seeing how that's been shaking out.
What's been going on with them?
Well, because if you're a traditional conservative, at some point, like being told that you can fuck a million bitches and like be traditionally conservative and Muslim, like all of this shit doesn't work, right? And now Rollo Tomasi, Rollo Tomasi just came out with that crazy tweet where he's like, if you're young, you should get a vasectomy. Like, and now finally all the conservatives are like, okay, hold on, this is getting wacky as fuck, and that's kind of, yeah.
That's what I never got about it too. It's like, so a lot of the, ever since Tate went like Muslim, dude, so many of like some of my family friends, like I had to stop talking to a few people because like they're just now like part of the literal like Tate marketing army now. Like,
yeah.
No, not even joke. This is self-admitted. Like, not even me adding the fucking thing to them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, so you now they've attuned more to their religion because it's like, oh, Andrew Tate's a Muslim now. I'm like, really? How much of a Muslim is this guy though? Like, if we actually look into what he's doing, like, you know, where like. like when you talk to that like what was that Daniel guy or whatever the hell it is?
Oh,
Like, that
Daniel
fucking
Hike
dude?
Kui or whatever the fuck, yeah.
Yeah, that dude, like the really insane, like hardcore Muslim dude. I'm like, wait a minute, how is this guy defending Andrew Tate? Hasn't his whole business and like history has been just so fucking anti-Muslim in a way too, right? Like if this guy was
Yeah,
in
it's
like
the
Saudi
most
Arabia or
haram
something,
shit in the fucking world, yeah.
yeah, like he'd be getting fucking beheaded and shit in Saudi Arabia. I don't know how the fuck this guy can like pretend, but I don't know, dude.
Pretty wacky.
The thing is, like, even, and listen, I'm Muslim from like a cultural background. I am a religious guy, but it's like, dude, these people like just do not understand. Like, it's like I don't know what they're trying to like practice, you know? Like, well, what are they trying to go for? Like, what is it? It's weird, dude, with like Tate and his brother.
True.
And then like, and then fucking yeah, again, family friend wants to argue about his like sex trafficking shit and everything with me too. And I try to like hold back because I'm like, he hasn't been convicted yet, so I'm not gonna fucking say anything. But then like, I watched your video because you were looking into like some of his older clips, and I'm like, man, this even if he's not convicted, I'm like, even if he just looked at the Loverboy method.
The only way he's
it's all
not,
real.
yeah, the only way he's not a trafficker is if he admits that, like, yeah, I lie a ton of my videos. In which case, he's just a charlatan, right? He's just a fucking phony. But yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think he's lying about that, though. I mean, like, you've got to.
Didn't seem like it. He gave a whole fucking university on how to fucking do that shit. So it'd be pretty fucking weird if it was all a fucking lie. But yeah.
He's a I don't know how long he's got any more relevancy left. It's just like the red pill circle is like shifting so fast. There's like new people coming up. Like my wife was showing me just like this one girl
Don't
just
say it.
curly
Yeah,
things.
I take her bait on Twitter so much. She is one of the worst, like the most degenerate fucking content creators in terms of shit
Well,
she talks about.
Well, like my wife doesn't get it because she's like, who's fucking watching her? You know what I mean? Who's
a
like,
bunch of
who's,
men
like,
who like hate
actually-
women, and they found like the perfect spokeswoman, basically the conduit for their fucking
Yeah,
hatred.
the pick me, exactly. It's like they found, you know, the fucking psycho. Like, what was her thing? Like, I don't want to like misquote her or anything, but wasn't she like, it's okay for like a guy to cheat on his girl, and then like the girl to like
Well, that's been
not cheat on the
standard.
guy?
That's been standard red pill ideology for quite a while. But yeah, that's not. She's into way more extreme shit now. Like women all get divorced because they want to for no reason, because they hate men, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
What do you think about that Steven Crowder divorce shit, dude?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a fucking war going on between him and the Daily Wire. He's pretty.
What was that clip where he was just like fucking, you know, I don't like it in the state of Texas, but it is what it is, right? Like if she wants to leave me, she's leaving me. I'm like, maybe I'm like, I almost didn't want to like misquote it, so I have to like watch his whole thing again, like without anybody like reacting to it. I'm like, please don't be a cut in there. I'm like, I think this guy just doesn't
I can, like, if I'm being super charitable, there's like two ways to read it. The one is the obvious way, which is very weird when you're like, I hate that my wife's allowed to get divorced from me.
Yeah.
The other way, if I'm being a little bit more charitable, is it's probably really hard if you have relationship problems and you're a conservative, because you can never, ever admit to that. And if it does come down to like your wife is like, I want a divorce, like I mean, like basically the only thing you would probably say about this is like, listen, I didn't want to get a divorce, she did, okay, and I'm sorry that she's allowed to do it, but that's on her, you know, because you don't want to be like the conservative who's like failed their marriage or some shit, you know. You probably don't want to get saddled with that reputation because it's so important to the conservative mentality or whatever. But yeah,
it's like,
that video
it's
is
such a common thing that happens though. Like, well, like 50% of marriages fucking end up in failures, I guess. That's a current statistic, right?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, but I mean, they don't want to, yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, you're right. It is a fucking pretty big conservative L to be taking.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's yeah, no, red pill and like fucking women shit, dude. That's the internet now. It makes it so boring, dude. Like, it's fucking all the like maybe it's just like the sphere is so depressing to kind of be in, but like that's all the internet kind of is. That's all like the fucking. That's all the discussion is lately.
Yeah, that's basically everything right now. Yeah, true. That's just what are you gonna do?
What games have you been playing? I know you finished Factorio. What is this?
I just play this a little bit while watching while watching videos and prepping for debates and stuff. I haven't like gotten serious into another game yet. I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm probably just gonna chill for a bit before getting.
I tried that space mod that you had for fucking Factorio, dude. Like, I mean, that's testing my fucking limits, bro.
Oh damn! Wait, were you ever like a developer or programmer or whatever?
Yeah, program, but like that fucking the space stuff is just it's too long, you know. Like Factorio, I'm pretty sure like now if I really put time into it, I could finish it in like 2-3 days, the whole game, like the base game.
Yeah,
but that
for
space
sure.
stuff, man, it's like fucking dude.
Oh yeah.
Like
I
it's
know.
a,
I
that
spent
that
a
is
lot of time on. I know what you mean. Oh yeah.
like that space mod is such a fucking commitment, dude. Like, and the thing is, like, when you made the programmer comparison to it, like, it's exactly what it is. Because every time you like, because literally the way you lay out your factory is obviously it's like a fucking, you know, you're literally writing out a fucking, you know, function effectively. But that space stuff is just way too much content to finish, man. Like, fucking, I tried it for a little bit, and I'm like, dude, if I had like maybe 400 hours to put into a fucking game, maybe. But then there's this other game that came out recently, dude. It's that game sucked me in. It's this game called Shadows of Doubt.
Okay.
So it's this detective game, right? So it's all procedurally generated and shit.
Oh boy.
So it generates a city, and it's actually a pretty decent game. Like, just because it's procedurally generated doesn't mean, like, you know, it doesn't, like, so basically a murder happens, and it happens in different ways. So the game is so in depth that you have to be taking like fingerprints, you have to be like checking the crime scene thoroughly. And because it's all happening in real time, like fucking, you know, the whole like you know how all the Oblivion NPCs have like lives?
Oh sure. And
yeah. So it's like this on crack for this game, because like they always have like a day-night cycle. So like if a murder happens, literally every minute you spend not doing something productive is detrimental. So you have to go check CCTV footage, which is like fucking like that wipes away after 48 hours in the game. So like you have to like fucking catalog all the evidence, build like a whole like a fucking detective wall, and then like come across like who the murderer is, how they murdered, like what weapon they used. It's fucking, that game is addicting, dude. In like 48 hours, I probably put like fucking 14, 15 hours straight into that fucking game so far.
Have you ever played or heard of Papers, Please?
Yeah, it was the game where we're on the border checkpoint, yeah?
Yeah. Did you ever play that one?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh.
I played that when I was getting my appendix surgery. I had my phone on me, so I was just like, when I was in recovery, I was just doing like paperwork.
Nice.
That game is really fun. I love the way that it like does the narrative storytelling. Like there's this one dude that shows up like with the fake passport every time, and then you can keep rejecting him, and then it's like they got little things like that, and then like the whole rebellion plot, and I'm like, all right, this is a pretty interesting way to fucking do the game. Better than the usual shit that like comes out now. Like the last big game that I could honestly see myself have gotten into was like Resident Evil 4, like the remake.
Yeah.
But after that, it's like nothing really has been. Honestly, all I played this year is like remakes, like Dead Space, and then like Resident Evil. Nothing really like original and new.
Feels like there's been quite a few of the AAA games that have had big problems on launch this year. I think there were 2 or 3 big ones that had a lot of issues.
Yeah, kind of. Anytime like I have a rule, so like if a game is not like physically completed on the disc, like Star Wars, like you have to download a patch for it if you buy it on the consoles. I tend to just buy them on PlayStation anyways, because I'm done fucking around with like PC graphic settings and all that shit. Like I'm just like, dude, if the game doesn't work on the PC, fuck it, I'm just gonna buy it on the console. If it runs at 60, I'm just gonna finish it over there. Like Resident Evil 4 dropped, it was full on disc. I was like, I'm just gonna go buy this there. I'm gonna play through the game, and that's the end of that, dude. Like because like the thing with PC stuff, I don't know if you watch the channel Digital Foundry.
Nope. Or I think I've probably seen videos on the channel before. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Digital Foundry, they do like the in-depth like graphic stuff. Like if you're a fucking geek for, you know, computer graphics technology, they're your guys. And literally every single game that's come out has had like the shader stutters. So all those stutters that happen in the game, like the first time you see something.
Oh.
And just on the PC, it's like almost you can't even avoid it for some reason. So anytime like a game comes out modern day, it's just a stuttery mess. So that's why I kind of try and avoid the PC as much. Like this one game came out called the Callisto Protocol. It was like earlier the year, like January or whatever, and it ran like such ass on PC, and I'm like, dude, I'm chilling, dude. I bought the PS5 version. Like, yeah, my game doesn't look as pretty as yours, but at least it ain't fucking stuttering.
You're not even safe anymore though from patches on consoles, aren't you?
Well, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to consoles, like, when I buy a disc, I can play the whole game start to finish.
That is
without
true,
the
though,
patch.
yeah, because they're going to test.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, usually there are cases where, like, it's not, like, the situation. Like, I'm making a video right now where I'm playing through all of Cyberpunk on 1.0, like, the original, like, version on PS5, and, fuck, it is a rough fucking mess, but it's been, like, you can play through it if you wanted to. It's a painful experience, but, yeah, patches, you're still not safe. Like, if a game has shitty, like, performance on console, you still need a patch, obviously, to fix it, right? The only company safe from that is like Nintendo, because they like if any game developer or publisher does testing, it's fucking Nintendo, I guess. Like their games run fucking spotless.
I mean, when your games
Like-
when your games look like shit and you're not pushing the boundaries on anything.
Well, yeah, like when you're making your game for a fucking cell phone processor, like
that
of
is true,
course
though.
it's
People make fun of like the Pokemon games when they come out. It's like, wow, these look old and lame as fuck. And it's like, yeah, that's true. But
Dude, but the
they
thing
tend to
with
be
those
pretty-
Pokemon games, like that new Pokemon game that dropped, it's like, okay, so I played some of the leaked version of like the new Zelda game or whatever. I'm like, dude, I cannot believe the same fucking studio has made one game and then the other. Like, I know Pokemon isn't technically Nintendo, it's like the Pokemon company. Fuck off with your technicalities, but like, dude, one looks like literal Play-Doh dog shit, and the other game looks like a well-optimized oiled machine. Like, what the fuck? And Pokemon is like the biggest franchise ever, so I'm like, dude, give them a year off, let them make a good fucking game, and then just watch it fly, you know? But I don't know. I'm thinking about it from a consumer. I'm not thinking about it from like a businessman, you know, like fucking just shovel out the crap and
businessman
like
is like,
let people
bro,
buy.
they buy this shit anyway. Who the fuck cares? Like,
And then to be honest, like the consumers kind of like the consumer should just like honestly, you know, be deserving of it. Like if you're dumb enough to buy that new Pokemon game, then you know it's like you fucking deserve it, you know?
yeah.
Like fucking anytime like any game company comes out like fucking with a dog shit product like Sony or Microsoft, they get like Microsoft came out with that Redfall game and poof, man, that game was just a fucking
Oh, that was
travesty.
another one that had a whole bunch of issues, right?
Bro, that game wasn't even completed. Like I think it wasn't even made. Like so it came out on Game Pass and I hate this like subscription model shit where it's like, okay, so you pay $10 a month, you get access to 100 games, but then like how many of them are really like worth playing, you know? Because then you get into this Netflix thing where it's like, oh, there's like 3 shows good on Netflix, but like 300 of them are fucking unwatchable piles of shit.
Yeah.
So then like this Redfall game comes out and my buddy, he's like a fucking the most casual gamer in the world. He'll be like, hey, this Ghost Recon game came out, let's play it. And it's like, are you just playing this because you saw the commercial for it? Or like, you know, do you actually care about the game? It's like, no, I watched the trailer on the PlayStation and it looks really fun, it's co-op, we should do it. I'm like, alright, no, not happening. So Redfall comes out and like, dude, I played this for like 10 fucking minutes. Dude, so in the tutorial, the fucking characters were getting stuck on the objects around them. I'm like, dude, how is it that I'm seeing this in the first 10 fucking minutes and the game developer didn't? Like, like
people were
they
telling
had
me
to.
with like Cyberpunk that like people dramatically overestimated like how buggy it was, and if you actually play it, it's not really that bad and everything. And I gave it a try, and people were watching my stream and like, bro, I don't know how you ran into so many bugs. Like it's just you got to be unlucky or whatever. Like people just floating around and just like random shit, and I'm like,
See,
I don't
like
know,
people
dude.
who say that, it's like it's two different people, right? Like when that game came out, like the PC version, like I had a fucking like the top of the line system.
Mhm.
I didn't have crazy performance problems, but I did definitely see like T-pose and characters. Nobody can say that that game is a bug-free experience. Literally, no matter what, after you finish the first act of the game, when you're in like this fucking driving sequence, like shooting at shit, like right after the first heist, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, you know, who wants to play it so bad. One of the enemies will always like do the T-pose, and I'm like, you can't avoid this. Like, I saw the exact same shit that you saw, like floating enemies, like fucking shit get like the worst bugs imaginable. Nobody can avoid it. Anybody that says it, like, I want them to start posting like gameplay proof.
Yeah.
Like literally, like even with Star Wars, it's like motherfuckers were like, how can you bitch about like, you know, 30 frames per second on your PC? I'm like, first off, I don't have low standards like you, okay? That's the problem, right? You have really low standards when it comes to the games you buy, okay? I have a top-of-the-line rig. I expect it to be running at a good frame rate, okay?
Mhm.
So when motherfuckers come out and they talk about fucking stupid, like, when people start defending, like, any bugs or like, claiming that they don't have any bugs in a video game, like, that's obviously very buggy, I'm like, just post proof. Like, post a video of it. YouTube's free to upload. Upload a 10-minute clip, prove it. Like, because ain't no fucking way I'm going to believe any of this nonsense anymore. These
Yeah.
games are broken. Like, genuinely broken on release.
True.
But Cyberpunk looks good now. Like, I mean, it's been patched a million fucking times.
Yeah, I don't like that model though. But I have heard that like people are posting stuff and saying that like it genuinely looks like really good, and it's like okay, but like why didn't it ship that way? You know?
I mean, it looks really good now because, like, 0.5% of the player base that has the fucking 4090 can, like, run some super ray tracing mode on it, which makes the game look really good. But again, that's like 0.5% of the fucking gaming, market. And yeah, I don't like the model either. I don't like when you can release a shitty product and then fucking patch it like a year down the road, you know?
Yeah,
like
fuck
people
that.
defend No Man's Sky a lot, and I'm like, yeah, No Man's Sky is great now, but they fucking lied about like half of the shit that was supposed to be in that game.
Yeah.
And like,
Remember
I
the
still
first
have.
day they were like, it'll take you years to ever get to the same spot as somebody that, and somebody did it on like day 2, and they were like, okay, well,
Yeah.
where's everybody else?
And they proved that it didn't even have like actual multiplayer, which like Sean Murray was like so fucking like hesitant on answering, and I'm like, I know why, I get it. No, but it's also like a bunch of other games too. It's like, Anthem was one of those games that people really hyped for. And that leads into one more thing too. It's not just the patch model that I hate. It's that live service shit. Like all these new games coming out that are co-op.
Dude. Or the games that you even single player games that have this live requirement where you have to be logged in. I've had that like in 2 different experiences in my life where I try to play a game and it's like, oh, you're not currently logged in. And I'm like, it's a single player game, motherfucker. Are we serious?
Well, like, the first game that really did that, like way back in the day, was like Assassin's Creed 2, and it was really, really bad because the first time that game came out, and you gotta understand, people didn't have like crazy internet infrastructure back during the days of that game's release. Now, like compared to now, at least. So when you loaded that game up, the moment your internet connection like fucking didn't even die, like it just lost connection to Ubisoft servers, and they were really shit back in the day. It would just like fucking pause the game and exit it. Like it was just that bad. Like nowadays, like these single player games that come out, it's like, what I hate is like, you play Borderlands, right? Like the 4-player co-op shit.
I like once before, but not extensively or anything. But yeah, what about it?
But yeah, like that whole model, like way back in the 360 days, like 4 people jumping together and doing like instances, like that still is the thing nowadays with most of these shooters, like looter shooters. Why is it that back in the day, Borderlands was totally okay running in an offline instance for 1 person, and now you can't do the same thing with games nowadays? Like that Redfall game, it's an online only experience, and it literally does not play anywhere differently than like a looter shooter from back in the 360 days. So I don't even know what the fuck they're going for. It's like,
yeah, it's not. None of it's a necessity. It's just like they just have it there for whatever fucking reasons. But it's not like they need it. Like,
well, I think it's telemetry.
Yeah, well, telemetry is just data being sent by the computer to the thing or whatever, right?
Well, telemetry in the sense that I think they just want to see what like people are constantly doing and have them connected to a server the whole time.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. But I mean, like, it's not like. But I mean, they're not doing anything like player necessary with the telemetry. It's not like you need to be connected to some additional features, right? It's just
No, there's no like. The only additional feature would be like a shop, but I'm pretty sure they have you connected just so they can like fucking give you a battle pass or like some incentive to like keep buying, or like a store that's always active. Like. Fucking even the Assassin's Creed games, which are like kind of almost a live service game nowadays, even though you can play them offline, like the only reason you connect online is to be bombarded by a fucking store screen as soon as you enter your inventory. So I have to assume that's why they do it. Also, just so they can gather as much data as what players are doing in a game.
Yeah.
Just so that they can like, patch things out or like decide stuff for the sequel. One good example was that game Death Stranding that came out.
Yeah.
When they re-released the director's cut, like they literally used the player telemetry to like fucking retouch up the graphics because they figured out where most people went to, and they're like, oh, let's just touch this up and ignore the other shit because we know what most players play like. But
oh, that's cute. Actually,
that's like, yeah, that's like one example for what they go into. But yeah, I don't know, this online only shit, this live service crap. It's like people talk about gaming crashes, which it's not going to happen because there's so many people playing fucking video games now. Like you're out of your mind if you think the industry is going to crash. But like. Most people also, they don't care if they're connected online constantly. They don't even fucking care, if their game is a live service. Dude, some people don't even care if they're fucking cloud gaming, and I think that's the fucking biggest sin ever, dude. If, like, the industry ever goes full cloud, I'm totally tapping out. Like, you can't even own your product anymore.
Yeah.
And then you have to deal with the shitty, like, fucking latency the entire... No cloud gaming experience has ever actually been fucking good or playable.
The best experience is where you're getting, like, some of these services where you have to, like, do multiple logins. You're like I don't remember which game it is, but you have to, like, log into the Ubisoft server, and then from there you authenticate with the other server, so if either one is down, you can't play your game. It's, like, the most...
Dude, That's the same, dude. That's what happened with me in Star Wars. So like, cause I'm a Linux guy, so I'm like fucking around a bit with like different like versions of like Proton, which is like what we use to play Windows stuff on Linux.
Okay.
So Star Wars comes out, and they have this shitty DRM called Denuvo, and I don't hate Denuvo because it kills performance. That's like kind of a conspiracy theory, depending on which game.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate it because it has like an activation limit, right? So it's like, this is so insane for Star Wars. They literally only allow you to use 2 different systems in a 24-hour period, right? So like one night I'm trying to fucking play this game, and I just switched computers. And I guess I must have done it 3 times throughout the day. It just wouldn't launch. It wouldn't even give me an error. It would just like not run the game. So it's bad enough I gotta launch Steam, and then I gotta launch fucking EA, and then it has to connect to like Denuvo's DRM service and like also fucking stop me from playing a game that I bought. Like, holy... Like, this, if people wonder like why some people hate PC gaming, like this is the fucking reason, you know? It's like nobody wants to fuck around with a lot of this shit.
I feel like this would be a good model, but it would just fail because consumers are fucking retarded. But do you know how there's a big psychological sticking point today for $60 for a game? I wouldn't mind if they spent a lot of time, make a game right, don't give it any cloud service, and shipped it for like $150 for the base model. Like, back in the day, you probably spent 10, 20 hours on a game, you beat it, and then you were done with it. Unless it was one that you replayed over and over again. Like a lot of RPGs, you'd spend anywhere from 10 to 20 hours and you'd be done. Yeah. There are games today that you can play for 40, 50, 60, 100 plus hours, and people are still saying $60 is too high a price tag. And people will say shit like, the $60 price tag is too high, but the average person spends like 20, 30, 40, $50 on like microtransactions in game. And it's like, okay, why not just ship like a completed product for $100 or $150, let somebody play it for 50 to 100 hours? Compared to anything else you'll spend money on, that's still a really good buy, right? If you go out drinking for a night, you're liable to spend, you could spend $100
if you go watch
on
a movie or something
right?
too.
Yeah, for movies, popcorn, everything. For 2 people, you might spend $40, $50, $60, $70, depending on how many fucking snacks you get, you know? I don't think that the buy for a game being $150 for a AAA game that you're getting 100 plus hours of gameplay out of, I don't think it's that ridiculous. And if I could spend that and get a fully completed game that ships and not one that has to be patched for fucking compatibility and graphics or whatever, and doesn't require some cloud server shit bullshit, I feel like that'd be okay. I'd go for it.
Well,
consumers would lose their fucking mind, so
we're kind of like, we're also kind of speaking from like a fucking economic, like, we're also not like speaking from the average consumer, because like I assume me and you can both afford like $150 game comfortably, right? Like, but like the average person, like for them, like even $100 is like kind of a tough sell. I think the only reason why games are $60 is because it's like kind of a psychological condition.
It is, yeah.
You know, like people just expect that it's 60, right? Just like somebody expects their next dose of like crack to be worth a certain amount or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, but I mean, like, think about it, like, because if you think, someone in chat just stole my point, right? Like back in the day, $60 was really expensive. And not only that, I think today, games are budgeted in as part of our living experience, kind of like internet and stuff, right? Like everybody's kind of expected to have like a console or play Fortnite or whatever, right? Like I remember even like 8 years ago when I went back to my high school and I was asking in a band class, I was like, oh, how many of you guys play like Call of Duty or whatever? Like before I even named like 2 or 3 games, like 75% of the class raised their hands. I was like, holy shit. Like 10 years earlier when I was in school, it was like 3 people in class like played some video games. And I was like, almost all these kids are doing it, right? So like I think we priced it in a lot more. And 2, back in the day, okay, $60 game. Bro, when I worked at McDonald's, my wage was, I think minimum wage back then was, I want to say it was $5.15 an hour. It might have been $5.25 an hour, okay? That was a lot of time you had to work to fucking buy a video game. And then when the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation 2 came out, I think in inflation-adjusted dollars, weren't those consoles like $600 or $700? Like those consoles,
if we're adjusting for inflation back in the mid-2000s,
and those things, those were new. That wasn't budgeted in like every kid should have a Nintendo, every kid should have a whatever. Like that was like some extra shit that parents wouldn't have expected to get. So the idea that we're like trying so hard today to get consoles at like $350, $400 price point, we're trying so hard to keep games at $60. I feel like it is economically inappropriate. But like you said, there's just a big psychological sticking point to those prices. You know?
Yeah, like look, the people that are, and I get your point with like microtransactions, because I know people that'll like bitch about a $60 fucking game, but then they'll also spend like $40 in like Siege Elite skin. So I'm like, okay, you clearly do, like the money isn't the fucking issue for you, okay? Like that's not a problem. I wouldn't be opposed to paying extra for a video game like $150 if I know that that game is worth putting 100 hours into. Like Elden Ring, that's the last game that I fucking platinumed, right? Like fucking really sunk my teeth into, fucking spent a week doing 100% of that game. I would actually pay $150 for a game of that quality. Like, because I know that I get my hours out of it. And you're right, like if you look at it for the hours and the dollar price point, oh, absolutely. The fucking like $150 video game that's giving you that many hours, easily you're gonna
I felt
get your
really
time out of
bad
it.
in the Factorio subreddit. They raised their prices like I think like $5 or $6 for the game or whatever, and I felt bad for the Factorio devs because I think that game isn't Factorio like is that like a $30 game? I don't even know if it sells for like the full $56. And I was like, bro, I've got 4,000 hours in Factorio. That is an unbelievable buy for like 30
Factorio
bucks.
is 45 Canadian, so yeah, it's probably like 30 US.
And people are
which is,
complaining about the
again,
price, but I was like, damn, that's so like where I can't do that with LSD. Like even with cost-effective drugs, I can't get that much fun for that little like dollar investment. Like that's insane, you know?
Well, yeah, you got 4,000 hours out of what, a fucking $30 purchase? Like, what more does it, like, there is literally no better entertainment purchase you could make for that
than
much.
some of these
for
like
that,
video games.
ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like, dude, some of these video games come out, people put like $60 on these like broken releases, and then it's like, okay, you're just gonna get a Steam refund an hour later anyway. So it's like, not every game should be $60.
True.
I think the average, like, honestly, a lot of these games, like, their fucking performance issues and their bugs would be a lot more tolerated if the price point was like fucking $20. You know what I mean? Like, Redfall wouldn't be getting that much hate if it was like a $20 fucking game. You know? And if, honestly, like, the Star Wars devs, like, they took, like, an extra year off, delayed their project, and they released this game for, like, $100, I would buy it because the game is great. It's just the fucking performance issues are the things that hold it back, you know? That's the only problem. And that's, unfortunately, the thing is, that's all that people are going to remember about it, right? Like, a year from now, like, nobody's going to be talking about how great this fucking game was. They're going to be like, oh, it had a shitty launch, you know, write it off. That's the fucking problem, you know? It's like, if you took... The other thing also, it's not the price point. It's like, honestly, like, gamers just kind of want, like, instant gratification. Like, they want the games to be out as quick as possible. Like, I still got to talk to people who are like, GTA 6 will never come out because Rockstar's making a shit ton of money on GTA Online. And I'm like, are you fucking brain dead? Like, do you not understand? Like,
well,
they just make GTA Online too. They would make more money. You know, with another
but like,
online.
I do think that they're like the Infinity game model of constantly updating stuff online is very attractive, and it probably does heavily disincentivize like ever actually making more shit because like why would you? Like GTA 5, didn't that game come out like 8 years ago?
That game came out 8 years ago, but also from like Rockstar's standards, like when they made Red Dead 2, right? Like they upped their game visually and also from a simulation perspective, right? Like fucking the game is like the simulation aspects, the world building is so much better in Red Dead 2 even compared to 5. So I assume yes, they're working on 6, but they got to make something that like puts GTA 5 to shame. And honestly, the more and more iterations that franchise comes out, the fucking harder it's going to get, you know? Like, GTA 6 will come out, but then, dude, imagine the wait to GTA 7. Like, fucking one-upping this next project and the next project. It's like...
Sure, but I mean, the incentives are really hard, too. Like, why would you even want to one-up it when you can just make so much money out of what's already there, you know? Like, I think that's probably...
That's true. Like, you're right. If GTA Online still makes $1 billion a year, you're right. Like, why the fuck would you go out and, like, potentially disrupt the cash cow, you know? I kind of look at it like, this is the company that would release, like, 2 fucking, like... game, like they would release 2 online models and try to make like fucking double money, you know, like double the revenue if they could. But I don't know. I mean, I kind of like with Rockstar, I kind of give them a little leeway because we just had Red Dead like 5 years ago. So I'm like, if that's the quality of game that they're releasing, I'll be keen on waiting. You know what I mean? Like if I'm getting, if I know that I'm getting 150, 200 hours of like fucking game time out of it, then sure, I'll wait. You know, versus the fucking shitty game that comes out that I only play for like a couple hours on stream and I make my money out of it and then I'm fucking done, you know? Like, I don't give a shit. Like, because, dude, I want more games that, like, suck hours out of my life. I want cool experiences. It's just, you know, we don't really get a whole lot of them.
Yeah.
Or if we do, they're, like, so buggy on launch that by the time they get fixed up, I just don't give a fuck, you know? Like, Final Fantasy 16 is dropping. I'm super hyped for that game.
Yeah.
But if it drops and it runs like shit, then fuck, man, I'm gonna have to like, gonna have to not give a fuck, you know, refund it, you know, move on with life. But yeah.
What's up, Q?
How are you, little Steve Muda?
Shit, Krontos, I watched your debate with Destiny. Oh fuck, that's the last fucking one that I watch. I just looked at the name.
Oh shit! Wait, what was it about? Which
Yeah.
one?
Oh, you guys were on about like it was some like Muslim debate or something.
True.
You guys were going at it like I think the jokes you made on Twitter, Destiny Carantos was fucking
Yes.
grilling you over it.
Yeah, he was mad. He was real mad about that. But oh, actually, wait, I was on your podcast right after that, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I saw that archive, so I'm like, damn, you guys are cool now. You guys are past the yelling and shit.
Yeah, you know, we're brothers in Christ. You know, he just doesn't realize it yet.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Listen, you will convert to Islam before 2025. It is going to happen.
Absolutely
Listen.
not. But we'll see. What's up?
Listen. I came here first to ask about the status of Jonathan. Is he unbanned or is he still banned?
Do I have to actually unban him? Don't I?
Wait, you still didn't? Come on, dude. The fuck?
I have to,
just
like-
unban the dude. It's literally just right-clicking on your Destiny.gg, going to bans, type in John Zerka, and just fucking unban. It's that easy. Jeebus.
Right click.
Oh.
It's not even right. I gotta do server set. Oh my god, bans. I gotta wait for it to load, and then I gotta.
What do you get
Literally,
banned for?
server settings, go down to bans, and
Yeah, I
then
see
wait for
it.
it to load. Really?
Well, yeah, the circle's spinning. I can't access my DMs. What if I'm getting really important DMs? Some girl really wants to meet me right now, and I'm missing it because I'm waiting for this shit to load.
Oh
What
my
did he
God.
get? What did he get banned for?
I think
Absolutely
fucked up shit?
nothing.
I think he came in and he
Nothing.
made some racist Indian joke while I was gone or something. I think.
Damn, dude. I've heard all those racist Indian jokes.
Yeah, but Destiny, you say towel heads that a fucking Indian Muslim chick, and then all of a
She
sudden
is
you know,
not Muslim anymore, number one, and she okayed it, which is different. Okay, so it was fun.
So
You
racist
say-
jokes are okay if they're okayed by the person you're making them.
As long as it's not me saying the N-word, yes. Gotcha. See how
Oh,
I
yeah,
headed that one
you
off?
could-
See how I already knew where you were going with that one? Nice try.
I wasn't gonna go there, but listen. I always invite you to say the N-word, but you don't want to say it. You want to call people towel heads up. You called me monkey like at least 10 times.
I wasn't using it in
on
a
stream.
racist way, okay? Chill.
You weren't using monkey in a racist way.
Yeah.
Okay, so what way would you use monkey?
Well,
if not in a racist way.
You were just being a goofball, you know?
So,
Yeah, you were
know,
chimping out, I guess.
Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, dude. Yo, Muda,
Yeah.
you still have like sleep paralysis?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my god, I'm
I
sorry.
do. It happens,
So-
man.
Is it still as severe as it like used to be, or like did it become better?
I don't think it ever becomes better. I just have it really chronically. So,
No,
you know.
I
yeah.
I watched your video on it a year ago, right?
Man, I thought it did get better, but then I stopped doing that like Minecraft VR sleeping shit. and then
Yeah.
it
Wait,
got
what
way-
the fuck?
Yeah, so one of my therapies for like fucking sleep paralysis was I just like started sleeping in Minecraft. So I made like a fucking mansion in Minecraft and like just put on a VR headset and just slept with it. It was uncomfortable at first, but then like genuinely like, because what sleep paralysis the problem is like your eyes will open up and then like you can't move your limbs, you can't move your body, you keep moving your like head around, you try to, and then the problem is like I would have hallucinations. So like the back of my neck would constantly be scratched because I'm usually like a fucking stomach sleeper, and so like it was just a fucked up, weird situation to constantly be in. Minecraft, like as soon as my eyes opened up, like it was just constant daytime, like something about that really just stopped. I guess you could say the hallucinations from kicking in, and also like I just had a fucking crazy amount of Minecraft like calm music to like keep bombarding me, so
Jesus Christ.
that was an easier like element. And then I just stopped doing it because it became too cumbersome, and then like I moved around a little bit, and then it's back again. And at this point I'm content with like knowing that I'll have sleep paralysis issues the rest of my life, so I'll just fucking take it on, you know, take it every fucking day, you know.
That defeatist attitude is terrible, and I'll tell you why. Because
I think I'm getting more used to it.
No,
That's the thing.
listen. When I was a kid, I used to have like fucking. It actually used to happen 10 times a fucking night. Like I couldn't sleep because of sleep paralysis. Like that shit was terrible. And I swear to God, and I know this sounds like, the Muslims dude is about to say it. It's cringe, but I swear to God on everything. Once I started praying 5 times a day, it completely stopped. I swear, I'm not even lying.
I'm not laughing.
Like,
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it wouldn't surprise me. Obviously, I'm going to give you the atheist take that some sort of like meditation or reflection of thought or whatever might be a way to do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you did it prior to sleeping and then like you meditated, then you went to sleep. But I'd pray like the last prayer would be around like 9 p.m. right, 9 p.m. and then I'd go to sleep at like 12. So if it was meditation, it's meditation like, but it's not really meditation. I just started praying 5 times a day. I'd go to sleep, done. It stopped. It used to persist for years. I couldn't sleep because of it. Like and the worst part of it is there's this state you're in between like being awake and being asleep. I don't know what to call it. It's like you're half awake, half asleep. And then I'd always look at a corner in my room, and the moment I'd look into that corner, I'd suddenly seize up. I can't move. And then like I feel like there's something behind me, but I can't see it.
but Karantos, I also pray 5 times a day, and I swear after Isha, like it still kicks in. That's the problem.
Oh shit!
That's
so one
no-
of you is a lost chosen, and the other is a lost hated. Oh no! You
Yeah.
need to stop
No.
praying.
No. Again, there's also more to it. So, for example, when you pray, right? Is it like one of those like I'm trying to get it out of my way type shit? Like,
No. If I pray, if I'm in front of God, I'm gonna make sure that I'm doing everything that I do like the right way. You know.
Do you really
That would
play
be
5
insulting.
times a day, and you just like do it as a throwaway? That sounds like a lot of dedication to not care much. No.
I wake up at Fajr, like sunrise, and I pray, and then I move on with my day from there, and then I like end my day with like the Isha prayer. Like I actually prayed it as soon as like the time happened, like as soon as I hear the azan in my house, and then I just go for it. After that, I
Mashallah,
like,
that's good. That's good. When did it start? When did your sleep paralysis episode start?
I want to say around like the 8th grade, like probably around that era of my life, before high school.
And was there anything that you could recall back, in the 8th grade, like some shift that happened between the 7th and 8th grade that could possibly explain why you started having sleep paralysis?
No, unless moving around counts, but nothing really massive or emotionally, big in my life. I just, one day I went to the 8th grade, and then I started it started happening in class because I fucking didn't sleep too much, but some days I'd be in like my math class and shit like that, like in the morning, and then fucking teacher's giving her shitty lecture, and I'm like over there fucking freaking the fuck out in front of people. But yeah, that was about it.
Does your sleep paralysis, because usually like my shit, it had a trigger. Like I'd look in a certain corner in my room. Usually
No, I didn't have a trigger. It was just like
You don't
it
have a
just
trigger,
happens.
it just happens. It just randomly. Is there like a
No, it'll
specific
just be when I'm
time at
sleeping.
night
Like,
happens?
no, not a specific time at night. It'll just be like my sleeping is never really perfect. Like I'll sleep for like 2 hours, I'll wake up, and then I'll go back to sleep. I don't sleep 8 continuous hours. I wish I could be that fucking lucky. Not at all. Like I sleep, and then I wake up a little bit, and then I sleep again. So
So you're telling me your sleep paralysis wakes you up while you're like in deep sleep? You just get woken up and immediately it happens.
Trustworthy. That's what.
Like I'm an intermittent sleeper. Like I think Destiny understands like when I'm staying here, right? Like you'll sleep at like fucking 9, and then your eyes will open at some point. It's like I don't sleep all the way through. So like I'll wake up sometimes at like 1
So
or 2
like
in the
2
morning.
hours, you'd wake up and then go back
Yeah,
to
like
sleep,
if I
an
go
hour,
back
wake
to if
up,
I go to sleep at like 11, I'll wake up at like 1, 2 or something, and then fucking I'll try to go back to sleep again, and it is what it is. And honestly, it could just be because I'm probably working a lot, and then I'm also in front of a computer, and like there's probably a million other things that contribute to this that I could change, but unfortunately it's not time to do so. Maybe I'll do it in like fucking 10 years or something when I'm retired or some shit, but
But if it's
now I
as
gotta
terrible
work.
as you make it, but if it's as terrible as
Mhm.
you make it sound, like wouldn't you think it'd be prudent for you to change it like immediately?
Yeah, but I gotta make bread though. That's the
True.
thing.
True.
Yeah.
And speaking about
I gotta-
bread, ladies and
I
gentlemen,
gotta
keep the
alpha
slash
grind
Tacos. Get on it. Wait, let me ask you this. So you tried everything, right? Like the fucking REM sleep. Oh, this is the perfect time for me to sleep, to fucking go into like deep sleep. Like you tried everything.
Bro,
right?
I don't min-max my sleep like that, dude. I just go, I hit the bed when I'm done with my shit, and then I let God lead the way.
If you were to guess, by the way, if you were to guess as to why you get sleep paralysis as often as you do,
Mhm.
right? What would your best guess be?
I'll be working on a computer all day, to be honest. Probably like just fucking my schedule, because like sometimes I do have to work. Like my sleep schedule for the most part is consistent, but like if I take like a fucking all-nighter, which I have to do from time to time, fucks up the next couple days. So honestly, this week's probably gonna suck, but it'll get better, and then
Like,
it is the nature of life.
Do you dream? Do you get like any nightmares?
No, I don't get any nightmares. I don't even know, like, I don't really do dream journals or anything like that. I don't really fucking have some crazy vivid dreams,
Okay.
I just go to bed, I sleep, and then I wake up.
Interesting. Wait, you stream on YouTube, right?
I stream on YouTube. You guys are doing Kick now? Destiny, you used to stream on YouTube, right? Like, what's
I
are you
do.
doing like some Kick stuff now?
YouTube Monday through Thursday, Rumble Monday through Thursday, and then exclusively on Monday, Tuesday on half the day, and then I do Kick Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
You give up on Cozy TV?
Well, I never actually streamed on Cozy. I just have an account over there, but
But if they offer you a contract, you'll be open to it, right?
if they offer me a contract, I might, yeah.
Listen, Rumble fucking gave you a contract and you took it, and Rumble is like, you know, basically Cozy. You know what I mean?
No,
So
not
if
even close.
they're
No,
close
bro.
enough.
Cozy is a fucked up type of place. Rumble is, you know, it's a little
Rumble's
bit
got a lot of
rightish,
conservatives, but like it's got a lot of larger names too. Like Russell Brand is here. I think Jimmy Dore and all those people over here. Like, yeah, you can.
I mean, to the mainstream, they look at it that way. When Academic signed with them, immediately people were like, Academic signs with the far-right fucking platform Rumble. And then every black person was shitting on him online, calling him an Uncle Tom and shit. So,
Sure.
you know, to the mainstream...
To the mainstream, it's very
Rumble's
far right, but like, why are we arguing this? You know that Cozy is fucking Fuentes. That's like that's a way
Yeah,
far.
Cozy's
right.
like
obviously
straight
Cozy's
Nazi
worse,
shit,
but-
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Obviously, Cozy's worse, but I'm just saying to like the average person, if you were to tell them about Rumble, they'd probably see it the same way you see Cozy. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe I'm
The
not
thing
sure.
is with Rumble is like, if I go to Rumble right now, like if I open their webpage, because I know if I go to Cozy, like the first fucking thing will be like vaccine propaganda or some fucking insane shit. But like the first thing I see when I go to Rumble is like Gideon, who's like post hairline surgery stream, which is like, you know, that's not even like politically like, you know, political content. It's like they do a really good job of kind of what's the best way to say it? Like gentrifying it or like making
Yeah,
the
they're
content
trying to
not
get away from like all the far right, just having only far right shit on the site, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because there was
signed you.
Yeah. No
well, there
shit,
was another website I'm remembering. It was like BitChute for a while. Like everyone was like, "Oh, you should make a backup BitChute account." And then I go to BitChute and I'm like, "Dude, the first thing on here is like Jewish question shit. Like, why the fuck would I make an account here and like, you know, participate, right?
Yeah,
like it's
BitChute
insane."
basically became backing up all the Nazi stuff that was getting banned from other sites, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that like I ever saw on BitChute that like somebody made me watch was that like Mouthy Buddha guy. It was the video you had with
Oh,
Bunty
shit.
King, like you debated Bunty on it. So I'm like, when you debated him, I'm like, this video's got to exist somewhere. I gotta fucking see it. So we watched the whole 3-part series, and I'm like, oh man,
Jesus.
that's an hour of my life fucking wasted.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That was a
BitChute
while
has
back.
great 9/11 documentaries. Okay, guys,
Yeah, I
check
bet
out.
it does. Yeah.
Check out the 9/11 documentaries. It's good content. I'll react to some of it on stream. How was the conversation with the Grace chick and her father?
It went exactly as you'd expect it to.
Who's
Quick
Grace?
prediction.
That's the
she's-
new family that I kind of ran into yesterday. Basically, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait,
You don't want to
what's-
elaborate. You don't want to add
Yeah,
on to
wait,
it.
yeah.
Okay, Karandas, if
wait.
you want to tell the story, go for it. It's a lot, okay?
No, I don't. I wouldn't even be able to begin to explain. So
Then don't make
honestly-
fun of me for not being able to summarize it, okay?
I mean, she wants me to have a fucking debate. Like, she wants me on her team for the modern day debate shit. She wants to set up like something where we go against vegan gains for vasectomies. I don't know, dude. I don't know. As long as she gives me my goddamn mic, I'll do damn near anything at this point. You know what I mean? It's all about the money.
You're gonna argue with Vegan Gains? I haven't heard that name in a long fucking time, dude.
I mean, I did a couple of days ago, and he rage quit because you know I was a little too strong, unfortunately. You know,
Jesus Christ.
I was a little too strong even for Vegan Gains, you know. But yeah, I mean, I'll be down to fucking debate him. I don't give a shit. But you know, if Grace wants me to be on her team, and I know she's watching alongside her
Wait,
father.
okay, Karantos, tell me who this Grace is, because everyone's like, yo, I should make a video on them. Who is this Grace
Don't.
chick?
I
I want to
know, it's
know.
not because I said anything. It's not because I said anything, okay? Don't.
Okay, okay.
I'm
So
gonna use this clip to start off with. I'm like, this is what I found out about Grace. Wait, so
Okay,
who's Grace?
Okay, so Grace is a 20-year-old girl from New England that creates content on YouTube. She comes from a very disturbed household where her mother and father they basically don't like each other. They hate each other, and her father has been accused of molesting her and being a pedophile.
Oh, I don't know if I want to make this video now. That's a little rough, brother. Hold on.
That was the basic shit.
What the
Honestly, there's way more. There's
Okay.
way more. She has an e-uncle. She has an e-uncle that goes by Hormaxer, where she goes on and basically, fucking.
Wait, what? What the fuck? An e-uncle? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's her e-uncle that her father approves of. I mean, there's this video. Destiny could probably.
What's her YouTube name? Like, let me just
Grace
let me
Thorpe.
see.
Grace Thorpe.
Grace
aka
Thorpe?
Joan. Yeah, like THORP, aka Joan. Like the whole thing.
Grace Thorpe Jorn? J-O-R, what was the last part?
Joan. Like
oh, Joan. Joan, okay. Grace Thorpe Joan. Oh, 2,000 subscribers?
Easy content, by the way.
You're farming
He said
in the
2,000.
worst way. Oh no, Jesus.
Oh, man. Yeah, Grace and Karantos humiliate vegan games and vasectomy debate on Destiny.
Wait, what is that? Wait, is that a video?
That's a fucking 7-minute video. That's the fucking latest
man.
shit.
Is that on
Let me
my
see her
channel?
most- No, that's fucking Grace Thorpe, aka Joan.
Oh, she put it on her channel. Oh, nice. Look at that.
Yeah.
Good job,
Her most
Karantos. You made it big.
Dude, Karantos, it's like, dude, I can't make a video. This is like bullying somebody. Like, this is like the most popular video is like the only ways to dance in 80 songs about Australia. Like,
No,
I don't.
but
Is she
they're
just
well
in
known
like?
outside of their YouTube
Okay.
channels? That's how Destiny came across them, right? You think
Oh,
Destiny
so I
looks
assume
for
she-
1K
okay.
Andes? Yeah.
No,
she's well
okay.
known.
So I assume she has like a Twitter account or something or whatever.
No, I don't think any of her social medias are like above 1,000. I don't think so. There's a lot of communities that know about her and like to, come at her and her father for their very weird relationship.
Dude, I just looked up the fucking like just Pearly things and I already want to fucking die. So I don't know, man.
Her
This
Twitter
this
feed is
insane.
horrible, dude. It is probably one of the worst Twitter feeds that have ever existed. I don't know why it pops
Two
up.
base for you, Destiny.
Yeah.
Two base
Wait.
for you.
Are you a just Pearly things fan, Karantos?
What the fuck? No shot. Listen, if she's a white woman, you can call me out, okay? If she's a white woman that's talking about you're not doing this correct, they're not doing this correct, and I don't like how they pick on black women specifically. Listen, I am for the melanin queens, okay? I'm for the melanin queens. And Alicia, please come in. I'd say this, right? I'd say this. With her, she gives people advice that she doesn't practice herself, and that's like I hate hypocrites. So that's the only reason I don't fuck with her. But other than that, she's funny, or she says funny things from time to time.
You say like funny things or just like fucking retarded shit that people like to laugh at?
Yeah, that one.
It's kind of different.
That one.
Yeah, probably that one, but I find the enjoyment in it.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I like laughing at a fucking tard from time to time too, but like legitimizing them is a whole different fucking story, you know?
Kratos doesn't believe in that, like, legitimizing or responsible platforming, okay? That's
Who
not.
gives a fuck about that shit,
Exactly.
dude? Oh my god. Come on.
Karantos, what do you think about Andrew Tate?
Honestly, W fucking content creator as like a comedian, he's a 10 out of 10. He's funny as fuck. I disagree with a lot of the shit that he pushes, right? I like to keep it halal. I like to keep like traditional family traditional. I don't believe in like having a bunch of side hoes. If you're on 4 wives, go ahead. If you're on 1 wife and like 3 side hoes, I don't know about that, Chief. But I think honestly, to be honest with you, for as much as I think a lot of the shit that he does is wrong, I'd say he's still a net positive to like fatherless boys. But emphasis on the fatherless part. A lot of these guys that don't have guidance in their life, honestly, they look at Andrew Tate, and a lot of these dickheads start getting in shape. A lot of these dickheads start fucking moving differently, and you know what? That's good. If he's the catalyst to them fucking improving on their physical health, on their mental health, on getting their shit fucking straight, and that's good. But that's only if you're a fatherless child. If you have a father at home and you look up to Andrew Tate, keep yourself safe.
I mean, I don't know if I so much agree on the fatherless fucking. I don't know if being fatherless is necessarily like the fucking. It kind of just excuses his advice or anything. You know what I mean? Like he's just. I've met plenty of friends. Like I have friends myself who've had like single parents, and they didn't turn out to be like complete, fucking nutcases because they were missing a mom or a dad.
No, I'm saying when you're, especially if you're a boy, and you grow up without that male, role model, that male figure that you look up to, that you want to be like. Obviously, you're gonna seek them outside. That's why a lot of people growing up probably looked up to athletes. They'd look up to Ronaldo or to fucking LeBron, right? A lot of these people didn't have a, you know.
Well,
male
like
figure in
what
their
does
life, but
what does Andrew say that's going to be like really beneficial for the average like fatherless child? What are the
Honest-
things that he says are really good?
I'd say when he pushes people to, first of all,
To work
be
out?
accountable, right? Extreme accountability. Guys like fucking what's his name, Joko Willing, the Navy SEAL dude. He's another person that pushes this. Be 100% accountable over your actions, everything that you do. At the end of the day,
Wait, is
goes
he
back
really
to-
pushing accountability when he keeps
Oh.
saying like the fucking Matrix is like out to get him or some shit?
When he
Like-
listen, there's two types of content that he creates, and
Mhm.
I'm sure you're well aware of this. He does his like, hey, I'm a fucking troll. Let me fucking make XYZ jokes. Let me just clown around. And then
Mhm.
there's generally like podcasts where he just sits there and he's just talking to his fans. They fucking send him questions and he replies. There's no memeing. There's none of that shit, right?
Well, like, but
And-
the thing is, like, where does he take accountability? Like, where does he take accountability personally?
It's
for
not
his
about him
failings
taking
in life?
accountability personally. It's just that he preaches the exact opposite of like the very far left. The very far left basically tells you you're a victim
Yeah.
of class, you're a victim of structures, you're a victim of everything around you. And Andrew Tate says you can do whatever you want. You're the master of your own destiny. Nobody can move the way that you can make yourself move and all that. So it's like it's probably empowering to people that haven't had somebody tell them that. And it probably feels better to have somebody tell you that than to tell somebody that you're like going to be a victim of the system for the rest of your life, basically. So I mean, like I'm empathetic towards that point of view.
So basically the point is like when he talks about the Matrix, like listen, there's a system that's always that you're constantly hitting yourself up against, and he's just trying to like cement that idea into people's head. Not saying entirely to forget about the fact that you also have to like put effort in. That's what I'm kind of getting at, right? Like that's what I'm saying with like Andrew Tate. I just don't know where he himself personally takes accountability for a lot of things too. I always feel like anything that he says when confronted is usually deflections.
I mean, to be fair, when he was on the Piers Morgan show, he
Mhm.
did say that, listen, I blew up a little too fast, right? And I wasn't careful with some of the things that I said. Some of the jokes that I made could easily be clipped out of context, be put on TikTok, be put on YouTube, and a lot of
Right.
people would consume that and take it as reality, right? I wasn't responsible with the way that I came across, and obviously, like, nobody that is thrusted into the amount of fame that I was given in such a short period of time will be able to handle it. And yes, I would say that I did make a mistake in that regard. I mean, he did say that multiple times when he was talking to Piers Morgan, so he does take accountability from time to time. But I also do understand where you're coming from, where he's sometimes it does come across as though he is contradictory when he's talking about the Matrix. The Matrix is this and that, and at the same time he's preaching accountability. I kind of get where you're coming from as well.
I just think the whole Matrix shit is always funny to me. It's like these motherfuckers like anytime, and it was the same thing with Sneeko. It's like fucking anytime like shit happened, anytime your shit was pushed up against the fucking wall, they always like brought up the Matrix, and I'm like, see, if I fuck up in life, I'm not gonna like blame something about it. I'm just gonna look at it objectively. Like I made a fuck up. How do I like fucking turn things around, right? Like you don't want to keep making the same fuck up. How do I turn things around? Like I'm not gonna blame a fucking concept from a movie, Like I'm gonna look at it objectively. I'm gonna switch things around. But I don't know, maybe that's just fucking me, dude. Like my dad would beat my ass if I started fucking talking about how the Matrix was the reason I had failures in my life. My dad would slap the shit out of me, you know what I mean? Like
No,
if I said that.
I'd agree with you, right? If he didn't take action, if he literally was like, listen, the Matrix failed me, the Matrix fucked me in the ass, the Matrix did X, Y, and Z to me, #me too, and he completely acted as though he was powerless, then I would say, you know what, Muda, you're 100% correct. This guy is like, he preaches accountability, yet he's not taking actions towards fixing the fuck ups that he put himself in, or that he was, fucking positioned to be put into, right? But he does work.
I mean, like,
situations that he's put into, right?
When he's like being investigated by like the Romanian police and shit like that, and he's like complaining about how the Matrix is out to get him, I'm like, dog, you moved to one of the most fucking corrupt countries, apparently in your words, and now you can't take advantage of it because you're fucking like you're shit talking on the government played against you. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. There's a lot of shit that he says that I just don't like. None of it like plays out the way that he expects it to. Like he literally talked about how Romania was this like one country that he could take advantage of, and like he doesn't realize like when you keep shitting on them publicly on your podcast in front of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, and then eventually like when they fucking push shit against you, when they like actually like use their legal system against you, then he talks about how the Matrix is out to get him. I'm like, you can't. I don't know, like it's so weird. Like he'll never take like responsibility for the shit that he says or admit to why he's actually being like, I guess, quote unquote persecuted off the internet, or like why he's getting banned off platforms. It's always just like using this like one Matrix as an out. And the thing that I hate is like people like listen to that and then they just keep parroting that without looking into the facts as they really are. You know, that's where I just kind of get into. Like that's the shit that kind of drives me insane.
I mean, he did play himself. He did play himself when he kept talking about how he's in Romania and he could just throw money at the judge and he's gonna get released the next day. Again, that goes back to what I was saying. Like this, let me fucking portray this image of me being this alpha fucking mafia boss. I could do whatever the fuck that I want. Like, let me fucking meme. Let me act as though nothing's gonna happen. And you know, when shit hits the fan, you know, now those fucking jokes, right? That fucking videos that you released, now that shit is gonna be used against you, right? So I'd say he played himself when it comes to that regard. Absolutely, he said that. Listen, Romania's so corrupt, I could get myself out of jail the next day, and then
and then he fucks himself over. Exactly. And like the thing is, like, I can't even feel bad, but like all I can do is just sit here and laugh, and I'm like, you fucking, you know, you did it to yourself, brother. I can't really fucking.
In that instance, I'd say if he didn't fucking constantly talk about how Romania's corrupt and how he could fucking get out of jail in 2 days, I would have, you know, if he didn't do that, I would have felt bad for him. But at the same time, you know, he played himself. I can't fucking empathize a little too hard. I can't do that, but you know, it's unfortunate.
You know the fucked up thing about it is, like, no matter what, even if he's innocent or not, like, fucking, if he's innocent, people will just say that, oh, you know, it's like fucking, like, if he's innocent, his fans will just say, look, see, he was innocent all along, right? Or, like, if he turns out to be guilty, they'll just say, oh, see, the Matrix got him. Like, no matter what, they will never, ever side with the facts on this situation. They will never fucking sit down and, like, factually look at any of these situations. And it's the reason why I hate any of these, like, people that are, like, I don't want to say, like, right-wing aligned, because not all right-wingers think like that, I would say, but, like, generally the people that are so deep into these, like, conspiracy theory circles never actually factually look at them, right? They never actually do any fucking form of critical thinking. They always just jump down these conspiracy theory rabbit holes, and when proven wrong, they just move the fucking goalpost and, you know, fucking put blame to the next big thing. It's so fucking stupid, you know? That's the problem.
Wow.
I mean, I'd agree, but I would also say
if I was you personally, I wouldn't tolerate that type of disrespect, Q.
No, the left is very capable of doing that, because what you said is 100% applicable to people like Destiny, right? If he's released, what would they say? Corrupt fucking Romanian government. Yeah, they fucking let him out. The guy's 100% guilty. Fucking third world, stupid fucking Eastern European country, right? That's what they'll say. They won't fucking buy an innocent verdict, 100%. So it's, at the end of the day, it goes back not to, you know, right-wing people or whatever. It goes back to people that are so fucking ideologically fucking molested, right? Where they're like, my side is always correct. I could never do wrong. My people could never do wrong. And if they hate somebody,
I guess,
they'll see wrong in it.
But the thing is, that implies that, like, you know, Destiny doesn't have any consistency in the belief, though. Destiny, would you just say that? Like, if he got off, would you immediately, like, fucking bring up those talking points? Or would you look into, like, the actual case notes, look into how the fucking investigation happened and base your...
Yeah, I'd be curious what they said, but like I said, like, I've seen enough right now to know that he is a sex trafficker, unless it was the case that, like, he literally just makes shit up online.
He was, like,
but I mean, like,
blowing
he's
smoke up his
basically,
ass.
he said enough. It'd be like some guy, like, going online and be like, yeah, so I held a girl down, I basically raped her until she was bleeding and screaming and crying, and, like, it was, like, super fun for me and my friends, and, like, and then we beat the shit out of her afterwards. Like, even before that guy goes to court, I'm like, yeah, this guy is, like, he sounds like a rapist / domestic violence guy. But now it might be the case of, like, oh, he lied about all of it. Like, he just made that shit up because
yeah, like, he could have lied about it to, like, look cooler in front of, like, fucking, you know, the fucking red pill community that he's built upon, right?
Yeah.
Like,
but I mean, like,
so
what Tate admitted to and everything was sex trafficking. Like, all of it, like, it fits sex trafficking. But, like, maybe he lied. Who knows?
Yeah,
So,
I mean, that's just what it is.
Me personally, Destiny, even to be questioned that I wouldn't look into the fucking results and see whether it was fair or not. Now, I wouldn't take that level of disrespect, but that's you. Honestly, the man has made up his mind. You've already heard the movie. He said, I think he's fucking guilty. I think he's 100% guilty, unless he was lying.
Well, because he described.
I mean, like, based on his words, yeah.
Yeah, he described the crime. Look at what he described as sex trafficking. So of course I think
he described the lover boy method. So, like, if we were going by his words, yeah, I'd have to sit with Destiny and agree. Like, based on his own descriptions of his actions, yeah, that's criminal activities.
And we've also acknowledged that the man, you know, is very hyperbolic in nature. The man is a fucking memer. The man clowns around.
Yeah,
a
but
lot.
now
He
you're
makes
just
a lot of fucking
repeating.
jokes.
You're repeating my talking point. So you're saying maybe he made it all up to, like, sound cool. If that's the case, then yeah, he's obviously not guilty. You just
Yeah, like, if you're being hyperbolic, sure, but, like, I can't sit here and be like, oh, he's hyperbolic. Like, I'm just gonna go with what you say. Like, if somebody comes and tells me, yeah, I killed, like, 30 fucking people or some shit, and he's really adamant about it, right? Like, what am I gonna be like, oh, he's just blowing smoke up the ass? But then, like, you know, Like, if
But
he
is that-
did,
no,
then sure,
is
I
that-
guess.
Is that really true though? Is that true? You're just gonna take a stranger at his word? You're just gonna
Bro,
listen to him?
It's not
if you're
taking him at his word. It's
if
that
you're
he made.
self-admitting.
Yeah, and he made his millions doing camming, and he claims that all the girls did it for the first time ever. And he has a whole Hustlers University that's a guide on how to cam, and all the way that he describes it is consistent with how people
Not
work
even,
at
not even
pimping
just
and-
that. You could go to his website before, I think his old website, Cobra Tate, was taken down. But in that website, you literally describe word for word what the Loverboy method is.
Yeah, and he
Which is
he
like-
sells it in his course. So I mean, like, yeah, if you're saying all of this shit was a hyperbolic meme, then sure, I guess it's possible. Or maybe he just lied about it to try to sell shit online. But like, damn.
Yeah, you make it seem like it's a fucking crazy assumption to make that some people that are trying to sell you shit online would lie. You know, like that.
That's
I'd
not.
say that
No,
is
no, 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 no. Stop. Stop.
What?
It's not just some. If some guy was like, "Here is a guide on how to kill people, and I'm going to sell you this guide online." If that's what we were talking about, and that guy was selling it, your point would be valid. But that's not a guy saying it. It's a guy. Imagine it's a guy who's the head of a crime family, whose crime opponents keep happening to end up in body bags all over the city he's in, who has like arrest warrants out for him by the NYPD, who's also selling this course. I'm going to look at that guy a lot differently, right?
The thing is, yeah, it's all, yeah, exactly. It's not just he's selling a course, is that the money he made before he sold that course came from the proceeds of
Yes.
that camming business, and
Yeah.
also the casino business, which, again, you have to admit, the casino businesses, not all of them, but like 90% of them are always tied to some shady fucking
Yes, and
source
Tate
of
has
revenue,
literally said
right?
that. He said, "Yeah, of course I do business with the mobs here. I have to. I do the casino stuff." He's already said that. He's admitted that as well. But maybe that was hyperbolic too, you know?
Okay, guys, I just want you to acknowledge real quick that they're working off of the assumption that the way that Tate was able to get all of those girls was by doing the Loverboy method. The reason why your analogy doesn't 100% work here with the whole mafia guy that's killing people left, right, and center is that you're assuming that the way that he got those girls to do the camming business was by doing the Loverboy method, and we've already addressed that that could have just been a lie.
It could have been, yeah.
By the way, if the fucking courts go through this and they figure out that yes, he 100% got them through the Loverboy method, then you know what? You'd be correct. All I'm saying is, you gotta wait for the goddamn fucking courts to get through the fucking case and to reach a verdict. You taking on this assumption based off of what little information is
Bro,
fucking
you're
thrown out
repeating.
by the
It's like you're
prosecutors is
like.
crazy.
Do you understand that you're repeating the same shit I've said, but you're like trying to make it sound different? Like you're saying, like we gotta wait for the courts.
Bro,
Blah, blah. Yeah, I
stop
agree with that.
blasting
Yeah,
my
we have to wait for the courts. I don't know why you're repeating what I'm saying, but like in a
No,
angrier voice.
No. But I'm practicing the idea of innocent till proven guilty. You're guilty.
That's what
till
I
proven
think all of us
innocent.
are doing.
I think he's he's.
He
I don't
just
think
said
he's
he's guilty. No,
well,
he just said he's guilty based on what I've seen.
I personally think, based on his statements, he's guilty. But I'm not going to say that I'm not going to say he is guilty because the court decides that, right? Like, I think a perfect example was like when the H3 podcast was saying like, "Oh, this guy's a fucking sex trafficker, bro, sex trafficker." Like, that's a fucking direct statement that you actually think this guy is a full criminal. Based on his statements, yeah, I personally would think that he would be more inclined to be guilty. But I'm not making a fucking statement saying that, yeah, he is definitely guilty of this one crime that I haven't been able to prove, and neither have the courts have. I think that's a big fucking difference, you know?
Okay, so you're not claiming anything. You're just throwing out your opinion.
No, like listen, okay, fuck, if a mobster, like if a fucking mobster today, like Toronto's biggest like fucking Italian mob guy, who's like, yeah, I murdered like 20 people or some shit, right? And we know he's in the mob, like we know this guy is rich, we know where his money came from. He's not been convicted. I think I can reasonably sit down and say, yeah, he's probably killed 20 people. I mean, I have no reason to fucking disbelieve that personally. I'm not going to say that he's done it because obviously the crime hasn't been proven, but like, you know, same could be kind of applied to Andrew Tate.
No, it can't, because he's no fucking monster. He's a fucking kickboxing dude that transitioned into fucking.
Okay, we're talking about like
The OnlyFans marketing at this point is Rise Gum a fucking mobster? Just because
no,
Andrew
we're
Tate had a
talking.
fucking
No,
background in
we're not even
kickboxing
talking
doesn't-
about. We're not talking about mobster stuff. We're talking about like where sex trafficking comes into, right? And like
Oh.
this is not sex trafficking where like, oh, somebody's being dumped into a white van and like shipped off to the other side of the world. This is like you talk to a girl online, you get her to love you, you emotionally manipulate them to fly out, and then you get them involved in the webcamming business, and you do this to like multiple other women, and then you make your money out of that.
Okay, wait, hold on. Hard
And-
pivot. I'm sorry. Super curious.
Go ahead.
Do you have a strong opinion on the Froggy Fresh stuff?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't like him getting kicked out, but nothing super massive.
Do you think that
based on?
Because I get a lot of emails from people saying that Ian is like misrepresenting timelines and stuff. Do you think they had a good reason to kick him, or do you think Ian's playing a little fast and loose with?
So, from what I know, based on the Froggy Fresh stuff, he worked with Sam Hyde, and that was, according to Ian, that was like the no-sell. The thing is, from what I recall and from what I looked into, a lot of the stuff that Ian showed, the podcast clips, they were after he got kicked out.
Yeah, that's what I heard people saying.
There's an emotional component that was misrepresented in iDubbbz's video. Like, yeah, of course the guy's gonna be fucking pissed that he got booted out, you know?
Mhm.
Like, of course he's gonna be talking that good shit. But yeah, I don't like that part was super weird when I was looking at the Froggy for like iDubbbz's video, because before then he seemed like he was pretty cordial. Even the messages Ian showed with Froggy Fresh, I was like, this just really seems like Froggy is trying to get to the root cause of can he work with Sam or not, and then Ian is giving him like, Sam has done X, Y, and Z to me, and I'm like, all right, listen, you just got to learn to be fucking direct with people, right? Like, if I hire you and you're working with a guy I don't want, I'm just gonna straight up tell you, right? Like, this is a no-go. Don't do it. I'm not going to give you my life story and everything. I also don't really blame Ian for banning Sam from the event too, based on the kinds of shit that he said about like his wife. I'm like, anybody would do that, okay? If you talk shit like that, if you call my wife like a hole, if you pick up something and say this is going to stretch her holes, yeah, I'm not going to want to work with you, right? Like, that's a fucking
I don't think anybody
thing.
should have problems with Sam Hyde being banned, but the Froggy Fresh stuff, it feels like Ian is a little back and forth on that.
Aren't they suing him? For
No,
the
they're
50K
not.
they gave him?
No, they're not, because they
Or
spend
they,
way more
they
money.
want to take back the money, no? Or something.
No, the cease and desist language made it sound like they were going to, but it's probably a boilerplate, like discontinuance of contract or whatever. I don't know what you would call that, but like basically saying that we're cutting this contract and we paid you money, blah blah blah. But
yeah. Suing for
But didn't they ask
15K
him
is
to,
such
like,
a
give
waste
it
of
back,
time.
though? They said give it
No,
back.
no,
right?
they
did in the cease and desist. They did say to give it back, I believe, or they made a reference to we have a right to demand this back from you or something. But they're probably not pursuing it, is what Ian made it sound like. But hold on, somebody says ask Muda what he thinks of Ethan Klein. Some spicy lore.
What I think of Ethan right now, I don't watch any of the H3 podcast shit. We had our thing years ago, and that got sorted out. I haven't watched him ever since like fucking Andrew was in prison. He was throwing out all these wild accusations on him, and I'm like, dude, I just can't watch this. Like, this is just going real fast and fucking loose. So I don't know. I also don't really get interested by the podcast because it's usually just drama that doesn't. It's way out of my scope. So I don't know. Not really super interesting.
Okay. That wasn't that
Listen,
dramatic.
We all like Ethan, okay? He's our favorite doxer, okay? He doxes his employee. He
Oh,
doxes
I
stranger.
saw that fucking
Bro,
clip.
he
Oh
did,
my
man.
god, I saw that clip where like they had the, what was it, Amaranth's husband or some shit, or
Yeah.
boyfriend or whatever the fuck.
Husband.
Oh my god, dude. And the one girl on the podcast who was like, this is it, we found this person. And they had the one guy, Dan, their producer, who was like, I don't know if we should be doing this, man. This is not okay. And then they doxed the wrong fucking dude, and then they harassed her. I'm like, dude. Bro,
I
like,
swear to God, anybody else does that, it's a fucking perm off of YouTube. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They didn't even ban him after he said the whole, fucking, if the Holocaust happened again, I want Ben Shapiro to die. They didn't do it when he fucking threatened to, or he wanted somebody to go blow up the NRA convention. He gets away with so much fucking shit. But God forbid the fucking Steve will do it, shows a stake URL, then he gets a perma. It's so weird. YouTube is so fucking weird. I don't get it. Somebody needs to ask the questions, boys.
I don't think Steve necessarily got removed just because of the fucking URL. I know he got banned, that was one of the reasons, but he's also had a pretty tumultuous history on YouTube as well. Steve was also involved in a lot of those.
Yeah,
why
but why
did
did they ban Nelk then? If it was for the scam Rubet shit or whatever the fuck, right? Why didn't they ban Nelk? There's so many YouTubers that took part of that as well. The reason why they booted him off of the platform was because he didn't cover the URL. I think he came out and said that plenty of times. It's because the URL was exposed, and for whatever reason, like that's like mega fuck to do on YouTube, and they just banned
Well,
him.
because but the thing is, like, Steve would have known that even when he was uploading his videos, or his editor was, because when I was covering Rubets with CoffeeZilla, we specifically I specifically went out of my way, and I know his editor went out of his way to like fucking blur the URLs, because we know that YouTube doesn't want us promoting that shit, period. You can talk about it, like, there are certain rules that I don't get. Like, I don't understand how I can show the logo for a fucking website but not the URL, but I mean, I play along with it because whatever, I'm not going to fucking change the TOS. It is what it is. Also, Steve is a fucking idiot, so
Ooh.
I don't know. He like, Steve is a genuine fucking moron, so I don't know. Like, he probably did something extra fucked on his YouTube channel, and once you get one channel banned, yeah, they're gonna go after everything, especially when it's like banned for community reasons. He's far stupider than the Nelk guys. Like,
No, I would agree with you. I would agree with you, but that was Steve that used to do that, like the retard content. When he got banned, I swear to God, like most of his content for like months prior to the ban was just him giving people money. Like he was
yeah,
basically
because
like,
he got
the hood
fucking
person.
flamed for his connection to Rubet. That's why he was buying PR. Like that's all he was doing.
Yeah, sure, but if they were going to ban him, they would have banned him then. Why did they wait months till just to ban him over like the fucking Rubet shit months down the line? And if they banned
I
him
don't
for
know,
the
bro.
Rubet
It's
shit, they would have
probably
banned
down the
everybody else.
fucking- It was probably down the pipeline or some shit. They picked one guy out and that was it. Like,
The one guy that apologized, that's insane. Because out
when
of
did he?
everybody that
When did he really apologize?
When
I
he
think he
was
just
talking-
like.
wasn't that like didn't he give an admission of guilt where he was like, listen,
I mean, giving an admission of guilt isn't fucking saying sorry. It's just being stupid enough to admit you're guilty in front of the public eye. Which,
Ooh.
by the way, hot take you should never fucking do unless like this is like some fucking court of law situation. The public opinion, if you're in the wrong, you should never fucking admit you're in the wrong, like especially like that. Because like there's no legal ramifications that were on him. He just fucking made himself look like a fool. He wasn't apologetic. Because if he was apologetic, like he wouldn't fucking lay low for a month and then come back pushing another like fucking offshore gambling website. You know, I'm just saying, like.
I'm pretty sure he did when he was talking to Cavazilla. He was like, listen, I don't know, like, could you help me make it right? Like, he did sound apologetic. And out of everybody that was involved with the Rubet
Well,
shit,
yeah, when you've been fucking caught like that, of course you're gonna say,
yeah,
"Can
but
you
nobody
help
else
me
gave a
make it
fuck.
right?"
Yeah, but nobody else gave a fuck. So to me, it would seem like if you were gonna take anybody down, like there's plenty of fucking idiots that did the exact same shit that didn't give a fuck. I'm pretty sure they still, like, a lot of these guys still fucking promote gambling and they don't give a shit. Like, they still do it. So it's just,
Wait,
it's
who?
just
Which one?
weird.
Let me see. Let me see.
Like, I'm-
Nell, Kyle Forjard. I'll just fucking see this.
Yeah, look it up.
The thing about it, Karantos, is like when you say like pretty sure, it's like you just kind of like just rewatch the interview and just like fucking, because I know that he wasn't like he definitely admitted guilt, but I know he wasn't apologetic. Like even if he is apologetic, like you can just like fucking hear 5 seconds of his voice and fucking realize that this guy's just apologetic because he got fucking caught, you know. Like if I go to any of the Nelks News website, yeah, they're just promoting their website. They're not linking any gambling websites. They're not even bringing up anything gambling related. And they used to do it like fucking during that Rubet era, but then they realized, oh shit, we're getting called out. Might as well silence us away. The only reason, and the only reason why fucking Steve got fucked is because he had a whole gambling channel where he would just upload fucking clips en masse. And then that, like, if 3 of those clips get fucking striked, you're off the platform. Like, there's no crazy conspiracy about it. It's like nobody else was that fast and loose like he was, and that's it.
I mean, when we talk about, you know, promoting gambling, there's Stake and then there's like DraftKings, right? Like those two are like they're completely different. Like I think you could comfortably just promote like DraftKings on YouTube.
Here's why DraftKings is like. I listen. I don't like gambling. Period. Okay, like I don't like gambling not because of like a religious thing, but because like I've known people in my life that have been addicted to gambling, and I think it is genuinely one of the worst addictions you can have. Right? Like people that are gambling, like just piss away their money away.
Absolutely.
My thing with gambling is I feel as an adult, it is your right to do whatever you want with your money. Okay. So if you want to gamble on DraftKings, the reason why DraftKings is more okay than another fucking like offshore gambling website is because of the KYC laws, right? Like if I go to DraftKings, I have to give them my ID, I have to provide like actual fucking source of revenue, depending on how much I put in. So there's checks and balances. A kid can't just jump in and gamble his money away. There are checks, more than like there's actual like friction. Like crypto gambling websites, bro, you just go there, like fucking you can buy like crypto with your mom and dad's credit card and just send it over. They don't even check for your ID. What's shady as fuck is when you win any money and then you fucking you try to get your money out, then they'll check everything, right? Because they don't want to fucking pay you out. They want your money to go in. I think that's the difference, right? Like, if Stake, Rubet, and me and Coffee talked about this, if both of them required, like, proper ID, and I know somebody in chat's like, they require ID, this guy's uninformed. Okay, retard, first off, years ago when I was covering, they didn't fucking check for anything, okay? Don't fucking try to, like, correct me on this. I have spent way too much of my fucking life looking into all these gambling websites, okay? So let me just fucking set the record straight there. So anyways, retarded take aside, when me and Coffee looked into this, we literally both agreed, like, it's okay if, like, these websites did their due diligence, but they don't. That's the only concern we have. That's about what it comes down to. So, I don't know.
You know what? I'm on Kick. I hope if any Kick staff is watching, please tune away for like 5 minutes, please. But I want to ask the questions. Fuck me, I got into trouble last time I did. But like, have you done any like research into Stake? Have you looked into Stake?
Yeah, I mean, we look into Stake as much as we can, yeah.
And what do you think about it? Do you think it's like way better than Roobet, or do you think like they're both equally the same?
Look, I'm not going to be able to say anything because the information I have on Stake, I might be using for a future video, and it's really, really fucking spicy information that could get a lot of people into fucking trouble. So I'm not going to like fucking say anything over here just outright. But it's the ethics behind the advertising on Stake is very, very fucking shady, and I feel like a lot of the bigger names involved on YouTube that are pushing it could actually be like fucking tried in a court of law over the kind of shit that they're doing, just based on the advertising laws alone.
Damn.
That's crazy. So, okay.
And I'll say this much right now: the money you see being traded is not ever real. Okay, the money you see being traded on like Kick, no matter what streamer tells you this is real money and that they're losing it, I've got the receipts to prove that this is money that like fucking just doesn't exist. It's just back end money being fed to them. And
Wait,
I've also. Yeah,
Wait.
like that's just what we're dealing with. The money isn't real, and there's like fucking receipts upon receipts.
You,
that we
you
have
really,
sitting
you
around.
really think? Okay, so do you think that there at least isn't one person that's like gambling with real money on like Stake, for instance, like out of these YouTubers and streamers that are given huge contracts, or is it all play money?
It's not that it's like play money. It's that when they're here's the thing. Okay, so the advertising, right? When you advertise your gambling website, right? You got to be pretty fucking upfront and honest about where your money is coming from. That's the discrepancy. The problem is like some of the fucking streamers, and again, I'm not like including the biggest ones. I know people are mentioning Train. Train is fine, right? I'm only mentioning some of the other like people
Train
that are
exonerated.
Yeah, Train. From what I know, Train is fine. Train, XQC, a lot of the big names, like they're fine. The thing is, when they're gambling, like they're rich guys. They're gambling or whatever. I'm just talking about the like, the mid-tier gamblers. You know what I mean?
The Rothsteins
Like anybody.
of the world,
No. Rothstein is fucking huge. Like I'm talking mid-tiers, like the average slot machine Andy, right? Like when they're getting these deals and they're gambling stuff around, a lot of that money, like it's not truthful where they're getting it from, and there's a back end to Stake where I really do feel like there's no actual real money that's being exchanged. That part is a little bit speculation, but some of the receipts that I've seen kind of like point to the fact that the money isn't. I can't really fucking say it, but all I can say is like Train, XQC. Like if you guys are speculating about those guys, it's not really them. Those guys seem clean. I mean, they fucking pretty much own the platform. Like they wouldn't have a reason to be so upfront and lie about it. You know, they wouldn't have to be shady. I just the advertising angle of Stake in a lot of these casinos, it's. If the audience knew where the money was actually coming from and the back end deals that were taking place between streamers and like the you know and whatnot, people wouldn't look at it the same way. Is all I'm saying.
Okay, so will your video be revolving around, you know, how they do their advertising, how they do their deals with streamers, or will you also go into like how Stake itself is run, right? Because I
don't know if it's not a reason to go into how Stake is run, because Stake is, out of all the crypto casinos, pretty legitimate actually. Like it seems like it's like the thing is, okay, if you're a
Stake
scummy
sponsor
business,
incoming, boys, for me. Hell
the thing is, if you're a like, okay, I don't want to say like it's exonerated, but like if you're a scummy casino, right? Like eventually you get too big, where like you can just start buying legitimacy, like Destiny. You know what I mean, right? Like when you're big enough, like your deals.
Yeah, you don't have to chain. It's like view botting to the top. You view bot, you get big enough, and then eventually you can start like carving out real
exactly.
shit.
Like Stake is doing more than just like Stake is actually the like they comply the most when it comes with like a lot of these foreign regulations, like a lot of these KYC AML checks, and also like Stake is involved in like sports betting pretty heavily, which is a highly regulated field. They're not just crypto casinos, right? Like when we talk about Roobets and dual bits, like these guys are like fucking a percent of the market share that Stake is. Stake is like a fucking huge online crypto casino, and they're so big to a point where now they're pretty legitimate. Like they actually have legitimate holdings, they have legitimate investments, and they actually have legitimate gambling businesses. And honestly, I wouldn't doubt that like the casino itself, isn't legitimate. I mean, casinos to me are always shady until you get a fucking full look at their books. But they're they have to, at least I assume, be as legitimate as any other fucking online casino, right?
Let me ask you this, right? So with Stake, right? Do you think it is normal, or do you think that there's anything even slightly weird about the fact that they could hand out like $366 million contracts for 16 months? Like, do you think that is financially viable for them to do so? Does it make any sense?
I mean, if they're making their money back, I mean, if they're making if they're breaking even or something, maybe. I mean, who are they giving? Who are they giving the big deal though? Who do they give that massive deal to? Are you talking like Drake and shit?
No, Trainwrecks TV, right? Train said that they gave him $366 million over 16 months. So do you think they make their money back with like streamers that average 40,000, even if he streams like 1,000 hours a month? I mean, like do you think they make their money back with him?
Dude, the thing with gambling is like, as long as you have enough fucking whales on your fucking slots dumping money in, yeah, probably.
That's what I heard. I have a guy that watches me, and like he was like, "Yo, let me DM you."
The thing is, like, the thing is, like, they're doing slots, right? And slots are like fucking where your casinos are at. So like that's where most of your revenue is, anyways, right? So it's like they probably just have like a lot of addicts like gambling away their fucking life savings on like the slot machines, and that's
so you
pretty much how it comes down to.
So you genuinely think that Train would bring in enough whales, enough addicts to generate them like 30 mil a month, whatever they're paying him? Like, you think that's plausible?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you got to look at the market size of Stake too, right? Like they literally are like one of the biggest casinos in the world. It's not just Train bringing in all that revenue. They have a shit ton of money that's being fed in. Do you know the fucking like Eddie from Stake or some shit? Like, dude, that guy like fucking bought what, like a $40 million Australian mansion, like fucking at the age of like
in
19
Sydney,
or shit.
yeah.
Dude, didn't give a fuck. Dude, like they're making good fucking money, dude. They're making great money. Yeah, they got like a $40 million like fucking. He bought like one of the more expensive properties.
The most expensive house in Sydney, I think it was the most expensive mansion in Sydney. Yeah, that was fucking crazy. Eddie,
Wait, this can't be real. Is this Eddie Craven? Is that his name?
Eddie Craven.
Eddie from Stake, yeah.
Debuted at age 27 with an estimated net worth of $1.1 billion. There's no shot. His net worth is okay. Well, next meeting with Eddie, I'm gonna ask for a lot more money. What the fuck?
I don't doubt Eddie is like huge. He's been like fucking putting money into like all the crazy properties like all over like Australia. So the thing is, the other thing about like legitimacy too is like Eddie is also like a doxed person. So it's like if he was really doing something shady and he made that much money at his age, no shot of fucking tax department. Like unless he's playing the game the right way. I think for the most part he's running a reasonably legitimate enterprise.
Wait, so it's common for us not to know like who runs Roobet and shit? Like, is it like out of the
Dude, I made a whole video where I was looking into the people that made Roobet. One of the guys didn't want me to fucking leak his name, and I'm like, fuck that, I don't give a fuck. You're running, like, do you know, like, the Roobet people, dude, some of those guys were from the fucking CSGO gambling, like, their days. When Valve cracked down, they just moved their assets from CSGO gambling to fucking Roobet gambling. I don't give a fuck. Like, they want it to be hidden for so fucking long. You know how much, like, we had to look through, like, fucking archived Reddit data shards to fucking find these people, dude. Like, one of the guys straight up went missing. Yeah, so Eddie was different. Eddie was like publicly doxxed, dude. Eddie was doxxed ever since those Roobet days. Everyone knew it, so
okay,
I'm gonna have to assume Eddie was just,
I love you too. I've already stayed up later than I should. I need to fucking sleep. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Hey, wait, hold on. Kick.com/Krantos, QORANTOS, ladies and gentlemen. Eddie, I need 100 gifted. I know you're watching. Fucking billionaire Andy. God damn, nigga. The fuck? KW boys, take care.
Eddie, can I get a deal on Kick, dude? I'm down, bro. Let's fucking go.
I was about to ask that. True.
That shit. Hey, man. Listen, I'll say if Kick gives a good deal, I'm down, bro. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck.
I was about to ask you why don't you have a deal? What the fuck?
True. Okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. I have to stop staying up so late. We need to get our shit back in order. I love you guys. It's been fun. We're going to cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, 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 alpuccino, do windows. Give me clips for her tomorrow. We'll see what she's up to.
That they don't possess themselves. They want a guy who's funny, but they're not funny. They want a guy who's rich, but she's not rich. They want a guy who's charismatic, but she's not charismatic. So, I mean, I think it's both men and women desire traits in partners that they themselves don't possess. Men and women we're not equal.
Sure, if I prefer a brunette guy over blonde, that's a preference. When guys talk about preferring a girl who's a virgin, that's not their preference, that's a philosophy. They're saying a girl who's a virgin, they're saying a girl, it's a preference. It's a preference on the fact that they think that girl is less likely to cheat, they think she'll make a better wife. When I prefer a brunette, it's not because I think he's gonna be a better husband, it's not because I think it'll propagate the nuclear family in America more than a blonde. But when they talk about girls with low body counts, that's kind of what they're propagating.
So what you're saying is that it's
They're
more
conflating.
valid
They're
preference?
conflating. I'm saying they're not really referring to preference. They're saying there's a reason they use the term low value woman. I'm not calling a brunette a high value guy or a blonde a low value guy.
Oh, wait.
Red pillars will call a girl with a high body count low value and a girl who's a virgin high value.
Well,
so it's not preference. They're mapping onto what they consider objective virtues.
If I prefer a woman with a low body count, isn't that a preference?
It is, but you know the sphere we're referring to, the red pill sphere. They'll say that's an
A
objective
man who has
virtue.
never even heard of these terms.
Have you heard of the
can
red pill
have a
sphere?
preference.
I've never heard of this.
Red pill sphere? Is that what we're
I don't
calling it
know.
now?
What is-
I thought it was a manosphere.
What
I thought
red
it
pill is
was-
this? What is this?
I love the pivot and diversion that these guys group up to do because they can't respond to the point. How absolutely fucking beta as fuck to do that.
Thank you, speaks up.
I don't know why you're attaching this. I mean, before the red pill's a fairly new. I mean, within the past 10 years, really.
20 years.
Past 10 years is new, bro. In internet culture, 3 years is like a generation of content creators.
By the way.
The difference,
National Mail, by the way.
what marks a preference is subjectivity, but when guys talk about girls with low body counts, they're typically thinking of it in an objective way. So even a guy who's not red pill, they'll probably say, this girl with a low body count is objectively better, right? That's why
I'm
it's still a preference, but you understand what I'm saying?
But that judgment is based on their biology, and it's based on.
Okay, fuck. Link me, link. You guys should find the points where she talks. I'm curious. We'll watch her moments in this tomorrow, and then we'll go over it. I don't have time to stay up because this is like a fucking 12-hour fucking podcast. Okay.
They're border.
Oh my god, yeah. God, this Rolla guy's so stupid. Please let them have good men on the episode I'm on. God, if it's just me and my 3 friends and then a bunch of girls that are just like, whatever, I'm gonna be so fucking triggered. Holy shit. Alright. I'll see you guys later. Have fun. Peace out.